Chapter 1. The World's Most Expensive Bicycle. Zhang Hua was accepted into Qingbei University, Li Ping enrolled in a technical school, and I work as a sales clerk in a department store. We all have promising futures. On a summer morning, Lin Hao donned his uniform, his striking hair swaying as he strode confidently into the depths of the community. Today marked Lin Hao's first day as a security guard at the Shui Mu Tiancheng community. Despite the various circumstances that led him to this role, Lin Hao maintained an optimistic outlook. He had just received a call in the security room. The owner of Unit 44 in Building 4 reported a power outage, while the other homes in the community remained unaffected. Thus, Lin Hao decided to investigate the matter personally. Before long, he arrived at Unit 44, greeted by a burly man who appeared rather disheveled. "Quick, help me figure out what's going on. My readers are waiting for my update," the man urged. Anxiety etched across his face. "Readers? Update? You are?" Lin Hao inquired as he began inspecting the man's electrical wiring. "Intrigued, I am a web novelist," the man declared proudly. "Ah, a web novelist?" Lin Hao, an avid reader of online novels himself, held a deep admiration for those creative minds who penned such imaginative tales. He never anticipated encountering one in person today. Moments later, Lin Hao quickly identified the cause of the power filuria short circuit had triggered the breaker. With a few deft maneuvers, he restored the electricity. "Thank you so much. I can finally upload my update," the man exclaimed joyfully, turning on his desktop computer. "May I ask what genre you write in? Fantasy, urban, or perhaps science fiction?" Having encountered a genuine web novelist, Lin Hao couldn't resist asking further. "The genre? Well, I write yaoi," the man said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "What?" Lin Hao was taken aback. Having spent considerable time reading various online novels, fantasy, urban, science fiction, time travel, supernatural abilities, and Murray found himself puzzled by the man's terminology. Instinctively, Lin Hao leaned closer to the computer screen to investigate. The monitor displayed the cover of the man's book. Title: My Little Puppy and Big Wolf Dog. Synopsis: After being reborn, Su Qianqian finds herself pursued by an adorable little puppy and a fierce big wolf dog. What should she do? Who should she choose? Just when Su Qianqian feels overwhelmed, she discovers that the little puppy and big wolf dog are together. If you're interested, you can join my fan group," the man said, his eyes sparkling as he noticed Lin Hao reading his work. "No need. Farewell." Lin Hao swiftly turned on his heel and dashed out, racing toward the stairwell. Ugh! He nearly retched. Now he understood what yaoi entailed. So, these captivating stories that captivated so many were penned by such a rough individual? What an enlightening experience! Just as he was about to descend the stairs, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Binding the Supreme Security System. Binding successful. Ding! A special security task has been completed. Reward: a butterfly Arcamau bicycle worth 10,000. Ding! The bicycle has been parked downstairs at Building 4, and the ownership documents have been sent to your email. A system? Lin Hao's eyes brightened. After 2 decades of existence, he had tried various methods, wondering why the system had not activated. It turned out it was because he had not become a security guard. Had he known that being a security guard was the key to activating the system, he would have rushed to take on this role at the tender age of 3. With excitement coursing through him, Lin Hao hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found a group of individuals in sportswear gathered around a bicycle, discussing animatedly, "Wow, this bicycle is so cool. Adorned with butterflies. What brand is it? How come I've never seen it before? Don't panic. Let me snap a photo and look it up online. Oh my, I found it. This is a butterfly Arcamau, the most expensive bicycle in the world." "No way. I found it too. The butterfly Arcamau, undoubtedly the priciest bicycle globally, is the Mount of Armstrong, the sole 7-time Tour de France champion, designed by artist Damien Hirst and auctioned for a record-breaking $1 million at Sotheby's." Goodness, $1 million, that translates to 10 million yuan. We have such a wealthy individual in our community. Such an expensive bicycle shouldn't be left unattended like this. There isn't even a lock? What if someone steals it? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just then, Lin Hao stepped out from Building 4. Hey, security guy, you've arrived just in time. Quickly, have your property management send 5 more security guards to protect this bicycle. We must ensure those mischievous kids don't touch it. If it's damaged, we won't be able to afford the repair. Absolutely. If it gets stolen, your property management will be in serious trouble. Seeing Lin Hao in his security uniform ignited a spark of recognition among the onlookers. Chapter 2. The Masked Anime Beauty. Zhang Hua was accepted into Qingbei University, Li Ping enrolled in a technical school, and I work as a sales clerk in a department store. We all have promising futures. On a summer morning, Lin Hao donned his uniform, his striking hair swaying as he strode confidently into the depths of the community. Today marked Lin Hao's first day as a security guard at the Shui Mu Tianchang community. Despite the various circumstances that led him to this role, Lin Hao maintained an optimistic outlook. He had just received a call in the security room. The owner of Unit 44 in Building 4 reported a power outage, while the other homes in the community remained unaffected. Thus, Lin Hao decided to investigate the matter personally. Before long, he arrived at Unit 44, greeted by a burly man who appeared rather disheveled. "Quick, help me figure out what's going on. My readers are waiting for my update," the man urged, anxiety etched across his face. "Readers? Update? You are?" Lin Hao inquired as he began inspecting the man's electrical wiring. Intrigued, "I am a web novelist," the man declared proudly. "Ah, a web novelist?" Lin Hao, an avid reader of online novels himself, held a deep admiration for those creative minds who penned such imaginative tales. He never anticipated encountering one in person today. Moments later, Lin Hao quickly identified the cause of the power filuria short circuit had triggered the breaker. With a few deft maneuvers, he restored the electricity. "Thank you so much. I can finally upload my update," the man exclaimed joyfully, turning on his desktop computer. "May I ask what genre you write in? Fantasy, urban, or perhaps science fiction?" Having encountered a genuine web novelist, Lin Hao couldn't resist asking further. "The genre? Well, I write yaoi," the man said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "What?" Lin Hao was taken aback. Having spent considerable time reading various online novels, fantasy, urban, science fiction, time travel, supernatural abilities, and Murray found himself puzzled by the man's terminology. Instinctively, Lin Hao leaned closer to the computer screen to investigate. The monitor displayed the cover of the man's book. Title: My Little Puppy and Big Wolf Dog. Synopsis: After being reborn, Su Qianqian finds herself pursued by an adorable little puppy and a fierce big wolf dog. What should she do? Who should she choose? Just when Su Qianqian feels overwhelmed, she discovers that the little puppy and big wolf dog are together. Well, if you're interested, feel free to join my fan group upon. Noticing Lin Hao admiring his work, the burly man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No need. Farewell." In a flash, Lin Hao turned and dashed out, racing towards the stairwell. Ugh, he nearly retched. Now he understood what the term danmei truly entailed. So it turns out that those enthralling danmei novels that captivate the hearts of fangirls are penned by such a crude individual. What an eye-opener. Just as he was about to descend, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Binding the Supreme Security System binding successful. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a special security task reward. One butterfly RK-Mao bicycle valued at 10,000. Ding. The bicycle is parked at the foot of Building 4, and the ownership documents have been sent to the host's email. A system? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. After traversing through 2 decades, he had tried all sorts of methods. Yet why had the system never activated? It turns out it was because he hadn't worked as a security guard. Had he known that only by becoming a security guard could he activate the system, he would have rushed to take that role at the tender age of 3. With excitement coursing through him, Lin Hao swiftly ran downstairs. At the bottom, a group of individuals clad in sportswear surrounded a bicycle, engaged in fervent discussion. Wow, this bicycle is so cool. Adorned with butterflies. What brand is it? I've never seen it before. Hold on, let me take a picture and look it up online. Oh my, I found it. This is a butterfly RK-Mao, the most expensive bicycle in the world. Goodness, I found it too. The butterfly RK-Mao, undoubtedly the priciest bicycle globally, was the ride of Armstrong, the only 7-time champion of the Tour de France, designed by artist Damien Hirst. Auctioned for a record-breaking sum at Sotheby's. Wow, $10,000? That converts to a staggering amount. We have such a wealthy individual in our community. How can such an expensive bicycle be left here unattended? There's not even a lock on it. What if someone steals it? The crowd's astonished voices rose in unison. At that moment, Lin Hao emerged from Building 4. "Hey, security guy, you've come at the right time. Quickly, ask your property management to send 5 more guards to protect this bicycle. We absolutely must not let those unruly children touch it if it gets damaged. We could never afford the repairs." "Exactly. If it gets stolen, your property management would face dire consequences." Upon seeing Lin Hao in his security uniform, the crowd's eyes brightened. Chapter 3. Collision? It might lead to ruin. Please make way. Lin Hao parted the crowd and approached the butterfly RK Mao bicycle, inspecting it thoroughly before nodding in satisfaction. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, he grasped the handlebars and sat down. "What are you doing? This is a $10,000 bicycle. How can you just sit on it? Oh my, you security guard are being reckless. Get off. If you damage this bicycle, you might lose years of salary." The crowd exclaimed in alarm. "It's fine, it won't get damaged. Besides, this bicycle is mine." Lin Hao shook his head nonchalantly and began to ride away. "Yours? How is that possible?" The crowd frowned in disbelief. One was a $10,000 bicycle, and the other was a security guard clad in uniform. There was no way they would believe a connection existed between the two. "Here, this is the electronic version of the ownership document." Lin Hao opened his phone, logged into QQ email, and displayed the ownership document for the Butterfly RK Mao bicycle to the crowd. Moreover, there are cameras all around the community. "If this weren't my bicycle, would I dare to ride it away?" Lin Hao smiled. Gasp! Upon seeing the ownership document on Lin Hao's phone, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, unable to believe their eyes as they scrutinized Lin Hao once more. Indeed, he was wearing the security uniform of the Shui Mu Tianchang community. Could it be that today's security guards are so affluent? Or perhaps the wealthy now enjoy the experience of being security guards. "All right, does anyone need my assistance? If not, I'm leaving." Lin Hao mounted the bicycle, waved at the crowd, and elegantly headed towards the security office at the entrance. No, goodbye." The crowd waved nervously. A security guard with a $10,000 bicycle, who would dare to command him? With such wealth, they would be better off serving him. This $10,000 bicycle has such a comfortable seat it doesn't pinch at all. Lin Hao mused as he leisurely rode towards the community entrance. At the entrance, a long-haired anime beauty stood in the middle of the roadway, limping slowly after inadvertently twisting her ankle. The anime beauty wore a mask, her large, bright eyes sparkling, and her long black hair flowed elegantly. Though much of her face was obscured, her visible features suggested she possessed striking beauty, easily scoring over 90 points. Beep beep, beep beep beep, beep. At that moment, a Volkswagen Passat pulled up to the entrance, honking impatiently due to the obstruction caused by the anime beauty. Prompted by the incessant honking, the anime beauty instinctively quickened her pace, but as her ankle was injured, she grimaced in pain. The Passat driver, relentless, continued honking and leaned out of the window, urging, "Hurry up, move aside." Lin Hao, witnessing the scene, pedaled swiftly towards her. Clack! He parked his bicycle in the middle of the road and reached out to steady the anime beauty, saying, "Be careful, walk slowly, don't worsen the injury." Ah! Startled by Lin Hao's sudden appearance, the anime beauty turned to him, her face flushing immediately. "Wow! What a handsome young man. He's exactly like the Prince Charming of my dreams. I'm smitten. But oh no, he saw me in such a clumsy state. Oh dear, I'm too embarrassed to face anyone. Wait. No, I'm wearing a mask. Thank goodness he can't see my face." The anime bowtie's heart raced, a flurry of thoughts swirling in her mind. Her body felt weak, nearly collapsing under the weight. She leaned against Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao was equally perplexed. This young lady had been able to walk slowly without assistance. Yet the moment he offered help, she leaned her entire weight onto him. "Can you stand steady?" Once he guided the anime beauty to the roadside, Lin Hao inquired. "Ah, yes, I can." The anime beauty finally regained her composure, stammering her response. Had she not been wearing a mask, her flushed cheeks would have betrayed her embarrassment. "Hey, you security guard, what are you doing? Why is that broken bicycle blocking the road? Do you think I won't dare to run over it?" At that moment, the irate Passat driver stormed out of the car, angrily pointing at the bicycle obstructing the road. Behind the Passat, a Porsche Cayenne was also caught in the jam, and its driver approached to see what was happening. "Run over it? Be my guest. But I must remind you, if you hit it, you'll be liable for damages." Lin Hao glanced at the Passat driver, a smirk playing on his lips. Compensate? Humph. For this dilapidated bicycle of yours, I shall gladly compensate. However, if I am to compensate for your bicycle, you must compensate me for my Passat. The owner of the Passat scoffed. Chapter 4. Young man, you resemble my future boyfriend. Cough, cough. To be careful not to fall. Lin Hao advised, supporting the anime beauty as they approached the bicycle. He simply could not bear to leave this injured beauty at the entrance of the community. The anime beauty adjusted her skirt, gingerly lifted her uninjured foot, and cautiously perched herself on the front bar of the bicycle. Hold on tight, I'm about to start riding, Lin Hao announced, pushing off with force as the bicycle surged forward. However, the front bar was not originally designed for sitting, although the petite anime beauty managed to squeeze onto it. As Lin Hao pedaled, his feet inevitably brushed against her. Left foot brushed, right foot brushed, left foot brushed, right foot brushed. 2 minutes later, they finally arrived at the base of the building where the anime beauty resided. She dismounted the bicycle, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. This time, even her mask could not conceal her embarrassment. Just as Lin Hao was about to ride away, the anime beauty mustered her courage, her large eyes brimming with hope, and said, "Young man, my foot hurts terribly. Could you please help me upstairs?" "Very well." Lin Hao nodded, deciding to see it through. He parked the bicycle at the base of the building and assisted the anime beauty inside. They entered the elevator. Ascending, exiting the elevator. Lin Hao guided the anime beauty to her front door. "Young man, thank you so much for today. My name is Xia Momo." She carefully stepped inside after opening the door, then turned back to introduce herself. "My name is Lin Hao," he replied. "Young man, you resemble someone I know," Xia Momo suddenly remarked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Who do I resemble?" Lin Hao inquired. "You resemble my future boyfriend," Xia Momo shyly declared, and then swiftly attempted to close the door. "Stop!" Lin Hao interjected, blocking the door with his hand, planting a foot on the threshold, and leaning forward, suddenly finding himself face-to-face with Xia Momo. Even through her mask, Xia Momo could feel Lin Hao's breath. The aura of a radiant young man left her momentarily breathless. Her heart raced in an instant. Oh no, this young man is too bold. What should I do? What if he tries to force his way in? Should I scream or remain silent? Countless thoughts whirled in Xia Momo's mind, and the next moment, Lin Hao reached out, gently pulling down the mask from her face, revealing her delicate nose and rosy lips. Oh no, he's seen my face. Is he gonna kiss me? But does he know this is my first kiss? What should I do? Should I tell him? Xia Momo nervously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Lin Hao smiled softly, curling a finger to lightly graze her petite nose. "Little girl, here's a piece of advice. Do not flirt with men indiscriminately. The price may be one you cannot afford." With that, he withdrew his hand and straightened up. Ah! By the time Xia Momo opened her eyes and regained her composure, Lin Hao had already vanished. "Humph! I do not flirt indiscriminately. I only flirt with those I have set my sights on. Besides, how do you know I can't afford the price?" Xia Momo pouted, muttering defiantly to herself. "Oh no, I forgot to ask for his number. However, it's all right, he's the security guard in the community, so he won't escape me. Hee. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a special security task, rewarding a Patek Philippe watch worth 100,000. Model: Patek Philippe Celestial Tourbillon. Ding! The watch has been placed in the host's pocket, and the certificate of ownership has been sent to the host's email. As Lin Hao exited Xia Momo's building, the system notification echoed in his mind. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. Having acquired a $1,000 bicycle, a $100,000 watch now seemed quite extraordinary. Lin Hao reached into his pocket and indeed felt the weight of a watch. The watch's dial was a soft blue, with a galaxy background embellished with countless stars, and a crescent moon gracing the lower right corner. Patek Philippe Celestial Tourbillon is the most complex wristwatch produced since the establishment of Patek Philippe and is currently recognized as their finest product. The movement is composed of numerous parts, creating the watch's most significant complex functions. Due to its technical intricacy and ingenious design, only one master among Patek Philippe's artisans can craft this model. Lin Hao barely glanced at the system's explanation. Ultimately, it could be summed up in one word: delightful. 2 words: high-end. 3 words: exquisite. For words, incredibly impressive. Riding a $1,000 bicycle and donning a $100,000 watch, Lin Hao meandered toward the community's entrance. Excuse me, security brother, could you tell me the time? My phone is out of battery. Suddenly, a woman's voice called from behind. Lin Hao turned to see a woman dressed in a white shirt, a fitted skirt, high heels, and sporting black-framed glasses. Her expression appeared somewhat anxious. Chapter 6. The billionaire who chases cats and dogs. Lin Hao suddenly slapped his thigh in astonishment. It turned out to be the system. In such a brief moment, he had already received 3 system rewards. The first was a butterfly Arcamau bicycle worth tens of thousands. The second was a Patek Philippe tourbillon watch valued at hundreds of thousands. The third was a staggering 100 million in cash. Incredible. This system truly delivers. Lin Hao, you are simply remarkable. The security guards could not articulate anything too complex. All they could utter was a single phrase, remarkable, which perfectly encapsulated their feelings. They were convinced that Lin Hao must be the scion of some super-rich family, here to experience life, enrich his experiences, and witness the myriad facets of humanity. This scenario could be described in novels as, training. Lin Hao, how long do you plan to train with us?
Cautiously inkirad likian.
The security team leader, feeling secretly relieved that Lin Hao had just arrived and he had refrained from imposing any intimidating measures or petty annoyances. Train for a few days? But today is my first day on the job. Captain, please don't send me away. Lin Hao shook his head. It was not every day that he activated the system by becoming a security guard. Who knew what would happen if he opted for a different role? Haha, what a joke. Why would I send you away? I would rather you stay here for a while longer.
Likiang uriadli raplia.
Then it's settled. After work tonight, I'll treat everyone to some skewers. Lin Hao declared with flair. The crowd erupted in cheers. Just then, the phone in the security room rang. Hello? I'm a resident of Building 6. I just saw a cat stuck in a tree outside. Could you come rescue it? Said a resident before abruptly hanging up. Daxiong. Eru, you two go take care of this. Li Chong promptly instructed. Daxiong, whose real name was Wang Xiong, and Eru, named Zhang Hu, were the 2 bulliest guards in the team, usually tasked with the most physically demanding chores. I'll go. Lin Hao suddenly interjected. What? That's not appropriate. How could we let you take on such a task as rescuing a cat? Li Chong immediately objected. Lin Hao was a billionaire experiencing life as a security guard. Surely, he should not be expected to chase after cats. It's nothing. Since I am a security guard, I should undertake the duties expected of one. Lin Hao proclaimed with conviction, mounting his bicycle and heading towards Building 6. Lin Hao was aware that every time the system rewarded him, it seemed to be linked to his completion of what was termed a special security task. Although he was uncertain about what precisely constituted a special security task, he knew that by taking action he would have a chance, wouldn't he? Thus, his eagerness to fulfill the security task for the sake of the system's rewards was immensely strong. Behind him, watching Lin Hao's confident departure, Li Chong solemnly remarked to the other guards, Did you all hear that? Lin Hao spoke beautifully. Since we are security guards, we must do what is expected of us. His words resonated with gravity. Even a billionaire like Lin Hao, despite experiencing life, was committed to diligent work. What excuse did they have not to strive earnestly? The guards nodded in agreement, each reflecting on how someone so wealthy could work so hard. How could they possibly do less? Upon arriving at Building 6, Lin Hao indeed spotted a pure white kitten perched in a tree. It appeared to be a stray from the neighborhood, seemingly too young to know how to descend, trembling on a branch while mewing plaintively. Lin Hao parked his bicycle and approached the tree, assessing the situation. He realized he could not climb it. Had he known, he should have brought a ladder. Yet, bringing a ladder would necessitate calling for assistance, which might affect the system rewards. After pondering, Lin Hao decided against fetching a ladder. Instead, he stood beneath the tree, gazing up at the little white cat, attempting to coax it down with reason and emotion. Come here, little cat. Jump down. I'll catch you. The white kitten remained unresponsive. Don't be afraid. Go ahead and jump. If I fail to catch you, it will be my loss. Still, the kitten remained silent. Really, don't be scared. I assure you, your instincts for jumping are innate. There's nothing to fear. Come on, jump. The kitten continued to ignore him. I assure you, balance is a natural instinct. It's ingrained in your very being. Close your eyes and feel with your body. The kitten remained unmoved. Jump! You can do it! At that moment, a woman clad in form-fitting attire, sporting a headband and athletic shoes, dashed over. She was strikingly beautiful with a superb physique, clearly a fitness enthusiast. Come here, darling. Jump into Mama's arms. The fitness enthusiast extended her arms beneath the tree, beckoning the white kitten. In an instant, the little white cat, as if a fluffy ball of snow, leapt down and landed perfectly in the woman's embrace. Chapter 8. The strength of a father as Lin Hao observed the little white cat leap into the arms of a fitness enthusiast. He could almost hear a resounding thud echoing in his mind. A striking visual impact. Meow. The little white cat appeared startled, opening its mouth to vocalize. Do not fear, darling. Mother will protect you. The fitness woman cradled the little cat in her embrace, gently stroking its fur as she spoke softly. Are you the mother of this cat? Lin Hao could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. With a chuckle, the fitness woman glanced at Lin Hao and laughed lightly. She then lifted one of the cat's paws and waved it towards him, saying, Come, meow meow, call him daddy. Lin Hao could only respond with silence. Don't be afraid, big brother. I want to stick to you, right, meow meow? The fitness woman continued to pet the cat and smiled warmly. All right, since the cat has been rescued, I shall take my leave. Lin Hao, not hearing any system notifications in his mind, mounted his bicycle to depart. Hey, big brother, please don't be upset. I was just teasing you. Did you know? The way you spoke to the little meow just now was absolutely adorable. The fitness woman hurriedly exclaimed. If it were my cat, I would surely give it a good thrashing. Lin Hao remarked casually. Meow. This time, the little white cat seemed to comprehend, letting out a loud cry, baring its sharp teeth, and even waving its paw at Lin Hao. Do not fear, darling. Daddy was only scaring you. The fitness woman quickly patted the little cat's head a few times before turning to Lin Hao, saying, I will take care of the stray cat. Thank you for saving it earlier. You are truly kind-hearted. Let us get acquainted. My name is Li Qingya, and I am a yoga instructor. After introducing herself, she held the little white cat in one arm and extended her hand towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, security guard of the community, he replied, shaking her hand. Our community's property management is indeed excellent. Li Qingya responded, retracting her hand. Lin Hao was taken aback. With a sunny and handsome security guard like you, so full of compassion and charm, it naturally reflects well on the property management. With such outstanding management, perhaps property values will soar by thousands. Li Qingya remarked. Lin Hao felt a bit embarrassed. While he was confident in his appearance, he certainly did not believe it could elevate property prices. Waving goodbye to Li Qingya, Lin Hao pedaled his bicycle back to the security room. Throughout the day, he eagerly rushed to take on tasks whenever they arose, but he had yet to trigger any special security missions again. That evening, apart from a few on duty, Lin Hao invited the entire security team to indulge in skewers at the nearby night market. Their community, known as Shuimu Tiancheng, was an expansive and upscale residential area, divided into 3 main zones: high-rise buildings, garden houses, and villas. The high-rise section alone consisted of dozens of buildings. The garden houses were 7 stories tall, with 2 units per floor, also numbering in the dozens. The villa area was even larger, comprising both row houses and standalone villas, occupying more space than the high-rise and garden house sections combined. In addition, there was a lake to the north of the community, named Yangue Lake, featuring 10 islands, each with a unique villa. On the northern shore of the lake, a small mountain remained untouched, preserving its natural forest state. Thus, Shuimu Tiancheng was less of a simple community and more akin to a small world. Consequently, the number of security personnel was quite substantial. At the night market, the group commandeered a significant portion of the skewer eateries, indulging in skewers and beer to their heart's content. The tale of Lin Hao, the billionaire-turned-security guard, was recounted with awe by his colleagues, some even idolizing him for future bragging rights. The security team was not solely composed of men. Numerous female security guards also participated. After a couple of drinks, Several of the female guards bravely approached Lin Hao, boldly confessing their admiration. However, with so many vying for his attention, it was impossible for Lin Hao to reciprocate. Upon returning to the security room, it was already 10 at night. Just as Lin Hao was about to rest, the landline rang. He answered the call. "Hello? I apologize for calling so late, but my water pipes are leaking. Is there a plumber still available?" A woman's voice resonated from the other end. Though Lin Hao was not well versed in plumbing, he could not decline, as this might trigger a special security mission. After all, isn't a security guard supposed to handle all sorts of tasks? 10 minutes later, Lin Hao arrived at the homeowner's residence. He knocked on the door. The door swung open. "Wow, big brother, it's you?" a surprised voice exclaimed. Lin Hao recognized the woman at the door, Su Wanqiu, the one who had asked for a ride earlier that day because her phone had died and she was running late. At that moment, Su Wanqiu's hair and pajamas were dripping wet, her black-framed glasses speckled with water droplets, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Chapter 9. The Wealthy Security Guard versus the Wealthy Deliverman. "Oh, I am so sorry, big brother," Su Wanqiu said apologetically as she stepped into the kitchen.
No worries.
"I'll take my leave." Lin Hao waved his hand and swiftly exited. Once in the elevator, Su Wanqiu smacked her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot to ask for his phone number."
No.
"Tomorrow, I must go to the security room to find him." Her mother's words echoed in her mind. Such a sunny and handsome young man might be swept away by other girls if she remained passive. She needed to be proactive. After leaving Su Wanqiu's home, Lin Hao did not receive any system notifications throughout the night. It wasn't until the following morning, as he lay in bed, that he suddenly heard a feminine voice in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a special security task. Reward: 1 luxury villa on the island in Shuemu Tiancheng worth billions. Ding! The electronic version of the ownership document has been sent to the host's email. The paper version has been handed over to Shunfeng Express. Startled from his drowsy state, Lin Hao sprang into action. Get up, get dressed, head out. Indeed, his visit to Su Wanqiu's home to fix the plumbing had triggered the system's special security task. Although the reward came a bit late, Lin Hao bore no ill will. It was a villa worth billions, after all. Excitement bubbled within him. Shuemu Tiancheng was renowned as an upscale community in the capital. Even a standard unit in the high-rise could cost several million, while garden houses started at 2 to 3 million. The cheapest row houses began at 5 to 6 million, and a decent standalone villa could even exceed 100 million. The lakeside villa was the most expensive and prestigious property in the community, with only 10 units available, each valued at 300 million. Each villa had its own private island, like 10 chess pieces adorning the tranquil surface of Yangue Lake. To think that one was now his own, the mere thought thrilled him. As he pedaled his bicycle towards the lakeside villa, his phone rang. "Mr. Lin Hao? Hello. This is Shunfeng Express. We have your delivery. Would you like us to bring it into the community?" The voice of the delivery man echoed through the receiver. "Delivery. Please wait for me at the community entrance," Lin Hao instructed before hanging up and steering his bicycle towards the gate. "Wait, you're driving this to deliver packages?" Upon seeing the delivery man at the entrance, Lin Hao was momentarily astonished. The courier, clad in a striking red and black uniform, stood beside a Rolls-Royce Cullinan SUV with its trunk wide open, filled to the brim with packages. Lin Hao was well aware that the Cullinan was an exceptionally impressive SUV, renowned for its bold design and commanding presence, with an annual production of merely 4 units, and its top-tier version costing no less than 10 million. Delivering packages in a $10 million Rolls-Royce? Such understated luxury. Lin Hao couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the delivery man. As Lin Hao marveled at the courier, the delivery man was equally taken aback, his thoughts racing. Goodness, is that the community security guard? Wait, is that beneath him? A butterfly RK Mao bicycle worth over 3 million? And on his wrist, a Patek Philippe Starry Sky tourbillon watch valued at 10,000? What is happening? Is there someone more low-key than me? Why is this world so bewildering? The delivery man, who thought he was sufficiently discreet driving around in a $10 million Rolls-Royce, never anticipated encountering someone even more unassuming than himself. Lin Hao, not to mention Lin Hao's Patek Philippe watch alone was worth 2 million more than the imposing luxury of the Rolls-Royce SUV. Are you Mr. Lin Hao? After a moment of mutual astonishment, the delivery man finally recalled his purpose. I am. Lin Hao nodded. Here are your packages, 3 in total. Please sign for them. The courier handed over 3 parcels. 3? Lin Hao was taken aback but signed nonetheless. Mr. Lin, you truly embody understated elegance, the delivery man remarked with admiration. Likewise, Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile. The two shared a moment of mutual respect, exchanged a wave, and parted ways. This scene did not escape the notice of nearby security guards, who initially stood in stunned silence before erupting into disbelief, rubbing their eyes and slapping their thighs, ultimately feeling a swell of pride. Look at that low-key, affluent delivery man. Even he must concede to our more discreet security guard, Lin Hao. Once the modest courier departed, Lin Hao unwrapped the 3 parcels. It turned out they contained the butterfly RK Mao bicycle, the Patek Philippe Starry Sky tourbillon watch, and the property documents for the lakeside villa at Shui Mu Tiancheng. Lin Hao marveled at the efficiency of the system. It truly left no detail unattended. With the property documents secured, Lin Hao mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards Yangue Lake at the northern edge of the community. He was eager to behold his lakeside villa. Chapter 11. The Heir of Frozen Assets? The residential community is vast, and even Lin Hao took quite some time to reach Yangue Lake, pedaling his bicycle. Yangue Lake, extensive in scope, lies entirely within the Waterwood Tiancheng community. It is indeed rare to find such a large lake nestled within a residential area, even in the capital. The 10 islands scattered across Yangue Lake are interconnected by pathways, and Lin Hao swiftly arrived at Villa 1 on Island 1, situated at the heart of the lake. Villa 1 on Island 1 is the finest among the 10 lakeside villas, excelling in area, location, and view. However, as Lin Hao approached the villa, he unexpectedly spotted a woman taking selfies on the lawn in front of the villa. The woman appeared rather ordinary, in her 30s, slightly plump, with heavy makeup and garish attire. Lin Hao paid her no mind, simply parking his bicycle on the lawn and striding towards the villa's entrance. Women who take selfies in front of others' villas are akin to those who pose beside luxury cars on the street, driven by vanity. Lin Hao could understand such human nature and chose to ignore the woman. However, the woman seemed intent on provoking him. Hey, security guard, move your bicycle. You're ruining my photo background, she exclaimed, frowning as she raised her voice at Lin Hao. You want me to move my bicycle? Lin Hao retorted. Or else, you're just a security guard. Why did you park your bicycle on my lawn? You might damage my flowers and plants, and you won't be able to compensate for that, she shouted. Your lawn? Lin Hao chuckled. How so? This villa belongs to me. Naturally, the lawn is mine and even this island belongs to me. You, a mere security guard, are making a fuss in my territory? Enough? Go patrol elsewhere. I don't need you here. You mean to say you're the owner of this villa? Then tell me your name, and I'll have a colleague check if you're indeed the owner. Lin Hao replied coolly. I never claimed to be the owner of this villa. The owner is my husband. The woman stammered, attempting to defend herself. Your husband? Spare me. If I had a wife like you, I'd be utterly disgusted. Lin Hao feigned a disgusted expression and continued towards the entrance. Ignoring her, infuriated, the woman stormed onto the lawn, shouting, What did you say? Disgusted? You're just a lowly security guard. What gives you the right? Click. Just as the woman closed the distance to Lin Hao, the sound of a key unlocking the villa's door echoed through the air. Lin Hao turned back to glance at her and remarked coolly, What is this? You're shamelessly trying to claim me as your husband and don't want me to feel disgusted? You. This. The woman's mouth twitched, struggling to articulate a response, her heart racing as if struck by a sudden revelation. How could this man, clad in a security uniform, possibly be the owner of the villa? What kind of game are the wealthy playing? Or is this security guard merely pretending, entrusted by the actual owner, hence possessing the key? As she pondered whether to retreat quietly, approach him to ingratiate herself, or confront him loudly, a tall security guard in uniform sprinted down the path towards them. Lin Yi, I just received word that you are indeed the owner of Villa 1 on Island 1. The captain sent me to check if you need any assistance. The guard exclaimed, astonished and filled with admiration. The tall guard, named Wang Xiong, was referred to as Big Bear by the security team leader, Li Chong. Oh, you all know? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, the property manager, Director Liu, personally called to inform us. Wang Xiong replied. Is that so? Lin Hao nodded, once again marveling at the system's efficiency in arranging everything seamlessly. Since you're here, let us adhere to protocol and show the property documents. Although I'm also a security guard, it feels somewhat inappropriate to verify my own ownership, Lin Hao said, taking out the ownership documents for the villa from his bag for Wang Xiong to examine. According to the community's regulations, owners must present their property documents to the security personnel before officially moving in. Lin Gu, there's no need to look. Just based on your bicycle worth over 3 million and this watch worth 12 million, how could we possibly doubt you? Moreover, only this villa worth 3 billion is deserving of your status. Wang Xiong said earnestly. At this moment, the woman stood dumbfounded, her worldview shattered. A 3 million bicycle, a 12 million watch, a 3 billion villa, a security guard? Is this a dream? Chapter 12. The pure relationship between the security guard and the owner. After introducing Wang Xiong to a promising connection, Lin Hao returned to the security room.
Lin Ye.
You finally arrived. Several guards exclaimed upon seeing Lin Hao, bursting into animated chatter and exchanging knowing glances. After inviting everyone for barbecue the previous night, nearly all the guards now referred to Lin Hao as Lin Gu. What's the matter? Do you all have vision problems? Lin Hao asked, puzzled.
Lin Ye.
This beauty has been waiting for you. One of the guards could no longer contain himself. Huh? Following their gaze, Lin Hao spotted a stunning woman standing elegantly in the corner of the security room. Dressed in high heels, a form-fitting skirt, and a white blouse, with a delicate face framed by black-rimmed glasses and cascading long hair, it was none other than Su Wanqiu, the woman who had come to fix the plumbing the night before. It turned out that early this morning, Su Wanqiu had visited the security room looking for Lin Hao. Unable to locate him, she sought his phone number from the other guards. However, since Lin Hao had just started working, none of the guards on duty had his number, so she had been waiting there. Lin Hao. Su Wanqiu had gathered her courage, but upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to find the right words. Hey, weren't you supposed to be patrolling near the basketball court? Let us go, everyone, a clever guard suggested. In the next instant, the security room emptied with a rush, leaving only Lin Hao and Su Wanqiu behind. I came to thank you. If it weren't for you last night, my home would have probably been flooded. Su Wanqiu said shyly. No need for thanks. It was merely my duty. In fact, I should be thanking you, Lin Hao replied. Strictly speaking, it was because of Su Wanqiu that Lin Hao had triggered a special security task, earning him the reward of the lakeside villa, so he indeed owed her thanks. How about I treat you to dinner this afternoon? Su Wanqiu mustered her courage to suggest. Sure, I'll treat you. Lin Hao agreed. Allow me to treat, Su Wanqiu insisted. I am a man. I shall pay, Lin Hao replied. Very well. Then I shall choose the venue, Su Wanqiu thought to herself, considering that since Lin Hao was a security guard, he might not be financially well off. She decided to select a more economical place. All right, Lin Hao nodded. By the way, what is your phone number? I would like to contact you this afternoon, Su Wanqiu added. In truth, after all this conversation, acquiring Lin Hao's phone number was her primary objective. Lin Hao readily exchanged numbers with Su Wanqiu and even added her on WeChat. See you this afternoon. Su Wanqiu not only obtained his phone number but also gained a WeChat connection, exceeding her expectations. She waved goodbye to Lin Hao and exited the security office. Hey Lin, was that beautiful female resident just now pursuing you? A group of burly security guards rushed into the office, surrounding Lin Hao with excited inquiries. Did you agree to meet her, Lin? They clamored. It's not like that. She was merely expressing her gratitude and invited me for a meal this afternoon. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. We understand. We comprehend. First a meal, then a movie, and finally a hotel, right? The group erupted in laughter. Ha! What are you talking about? My relationship with her is purely that of a security guard and a resident. Lin Hao chuckled, waving off their banter as he stepped outside. Afterward, Lin Hao mounted his bicycle and began his patrol around the community. Before long, he spotted team leader Li Chong, hurriedly adjusting his cap as he dashed towards the villa area. "Team leader, where are you rushing off to?" Lin Hao casually inquired. "Oh, Lin, please don't call me team leader anymore. Just call me Xiao Chong from now on. It feels more appropriate," Li Chong quickly replied, now aware that Lin Hao owned a villa on the lake. He was genuinely concerned about the implications of being addressed as team leader. After all, although Lin Hao was a security guard, he was also the owner of the largest, finest, and most expensive villa in the community, making him one of the most esteemed residents. "All right, Xiao Chong, where are you headed?" Lin Hao asked. Hearing Lin Hao address him as Xiao Chong eased Li Chong's tension, and he explained, "There's a couple fighting in the villa area, and it's getting quite intense. The brothers below can't seem to separate them. I need to check it out immediately." "Oh, is that so? I'll go," Lin Hao declared promptly. Completing his security duties could lead to unique opportunities, and he was not about to miss any chance. Without waiting for Li Chong's response, he pedaled swiftly toward the villa area. Minutes later, Lin Hao arrived at the villa area, where he could hear a cacophony of shouting. Upon closer inspection, he saw a man and a woman grappling and hurling insults at each other, while several security guards attempted to intervene. However, the couple appeared too enraged to heed their pleas, and the guards, fearful of inflicting harm, refrained from using their full strength. Consequently, while the couple remained unharmed, several guards sustained minor injuries while trying to separate them. Lin Hao arrived on the scene, parked his bicycle, and leisurely pulled out his phone, capturing images of the quarrel. "Everyone, step aside. Please do not obstruct my view," he called out to the nearby guards. Although he had only been a security guard for a day, Lin Hao had already become a notable figure among his peers. With the camaraderie from their previous night's barbecue and the explosive news of his ownership of a villa, his words carried considerable weight. As soon as he spoke, the other guards promptly released their hold on the fighting couple. The couple, previously restrained by the guards, immediately resumed their altercation. "Lin, what are you doing?" one guard questioned. "Are we really going to let them fight like this? It's not a good look." Another added cautiously, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Lin Hao waved his hand and moved closer, aiming his phone camera at the couple while loudly proclaiming, "Look here, everyone. This is the Shui Mu Tiancheng community, where a couple is engaged in a fierce brawl. Let us take bets on who will win. A vote for the man, a vote for the woman, or a draw. Prizes for those who guess correctly." His booming voice attracted attention from not only the fighting couple and the guards but also residents peering from their balconies. "Are you live streaming?" The couple suddenly paused, realizing their predicament and turning their furious gazes towards Lin Hao. While their quarrel seemed trivial, the thought of it being broadcasted online was mortifying. "Do you fear live streaming?" Lin Hao taunted them. The couple exchanged glances, momentarily ceasing their conflict and angrily advancing towards Lin Hao to snatch his phone. "You scoundrel! Hand over that phone!" Lin Hao swiftly mounted his bicycle and pedaled away, evading their grasp. As he rode, he continued to film them with one hand. Their fury only intensified, and they chased after him, determined to reclaim the phone. In the midst of their pursuit, they reached a large open area within the community, where a pond lay in the center. Lin Hao began to circle the pond on his bicycle, while the couple struggled to keep up, exhausted from their efforts. After a brief discussion, they decided to split up and encircle him. Soon, they managed to block Lin Hao's path. "Hand over the phone," they demanded in unison. "You're not arguing anymore? You seem to be cooperating quite well," Lin Hao quipped. "That's none of your business. Hand over the phone," they insisted again. "Looks like you're still afraid, huh? If you were so scared, why all the shouting and fighting?" Lin Hao replied, smirking. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they retorted, "You shouldn't be filming. We'll report you to your superior." "Who said I was live streaming? See, there's no live streaming app on my phone," Lin Hao chuckled, handing his phone over for them to inspect. Upon examining the device, the couple realized there was indeed no live streaming software. "So what were you doing just now?" the man questioned, puzzled. "Had I not claimed to be live streaming, would you have stopped fighting?" Lin Hao replied with a knowing smile. The woman suddenly understood and pushed the man, exclaiming, "Why are you still standing here? Let us go back and avoid further embarrassment." Indeed, Let us return, the man urged, pulling her along. After all, couples quarrel and make up. It's all in good fun. Lin Hao called after them as they hurried away. The guards, who had been struggling to mediate the situation, were genuinely impressed. Lin, you are amazing. We couldn't manage it, but you resolved it with just a few words. They say it's hard for officials to intervene in domestic disputes, yet you handled it effortlessly. However, there was no trace of a smile on Lin Hao's face, as he had yet to receive the system notification. At that moment, on the second floor of a nearby villa, a blonde beauty appeared on the balcony. Recognizing Lin Hao and his companions as security personnel, she called out in a somewhat peculiar tone, "Excuse me, can you help me with my shoes?" The blonde lady was a foreigner, and her rudimentary Chinese was quite amusing. After much contemplation, the onlookers were still puzzled by her request. Eventually, they decided to send someone to investigate. In a spirit of selflessness, the daunting task naturally fell to Lin Hao. 2 minutes later, he stood at the door of the blonde's home and knocked. "Oh, come quickly," she exclaimed in her incomprehensible Chinese, bursting with joy. After more than 2 hours, Lin Hao finally emerged from Jessica's residence and returned to the security office. "Lin, what were you doing at the blonde's place? Pruning a branch shouldn't take over 2 hours, right?" they teased. "Could it be that after trimming you got your clothes dirty and took a shower as well? I heard foreigners are quite open-minded." "You are a lucky man." The other security guards surrounded him, their expressions filled with envy and admiration. "Well, it's not quite what you think," Lin Hao replied with a hint of helplessness. "What do you mean?" they all inquired in unison. "Would you believe me if I said I spent 2 hours learning English at Jessica's?" Lin Hao shrugged. "Yeah, right. No one would believe that. You must have only learned 2 words in that time, right?" One of them quipped. "Which 2 words?" asked another. "One is "o," and the other is "why," Lin Hao replied, causing a burst of laughter among the guards. Despite his actual endeavor of learning English for 2 hours, he had also spent half an hour on Chinese lessons. However, Lin Hao did not linger to continue the banter. He quickly exited the security office, hopped on his bicycle, and rode towards the community's exit. This was prompted by the sound of a system notification ringing in his mind, indicating that his visit to Jessica had indeed triggered a special security mission. Ding! A special security mission has been completed. Reward: a Koenigsegg hypercar valued at 100 million. Ding! The Koenigsegg has been parked by the roadside of the Shui Mu Tiancheng community. The electronic ownership document has been sent to your email, and the paper version is inside the car. The car keys are in your pocket. Lin Hao's heart soared with exhilaration. A Koenigsegg! He knew all too well what an extraordinary vehicle it was. Priced at 100 million, it was produced in limited quantities with only a few available domestically. Its top speed exceeded 400 km/h, and it could accelerate to that speed in a mere 2.5 seconds. The Koenigsegg was also the first street-legal supercar in the world to achieve a power output of over 1 megawatt. Due to its emblem resembling that of the Royal Air Force of Sweden, it was colloquially known as the ghost car. The car's body was constructed using supercarbon fiber, a material that was both lightweight and incredibly strong, boasting a resistance to corrosion. Just this carbon fiber alone was worth thousands per kilogram. Lin Hao had never imagined that the reward for this special security mission would be such an impressive vehicle. Outside the Shui Mu Tiancheng community, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around the extravagant hypercar, buzzing with excitement. "Wow, this hypercar looks incredible. Let me take a picture to post online and see just how impressive it is," one exclaimed. "Is that a Koenigsegg? The base price is 100 million, and it's valued at 150 million. How much? 100 million? 150 million? Quick, step back. We can't afford to damage it," another shouted, and soon the crowd retreated several meters, wary of even the slightest contact with the car. At that moment, Lin Hao rode his bicycle leisurely towards the Koenigsegg, weaving through the crowd. "Hey, security guy, what are you doing? That car is extremely expensive. Don't get too close," they cautioned. "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if I bump it. It's my car," Lin Hao said with a faint smile as he parked his bicycle beside the Koenigsegg and produced a key from his pocket. With a press of the button, the car lights flashed, and the doors gracefully lifted like the wings of a butterfly. "What?" the crowd gasped in unison. their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. The luxury hypercar, worth a fortune, belonged to the security guard? Wait a minute. Yes, just a security guard. How could he possibly own such an expensive car? A bespectacled, middle-aged man suddenly shouted. Exactly. Even if he has the keys, that doesn't prove he owns it. Another voice chimed in. Perhaps the actual owner dropped the keys, and he simply picked them up. Others nodded in agreement. Lin Hao shook his head, retrieving a leather envelope from the passenger seat. He opened it to reveal a stack of documents. You all have quite the imagination. Here, take a look. This is the purchase contract, tax receipts, invoice, and owner's manual. Is this really true? The crowd leaned in to examine the documents, and their eyes widened in shock as they realized it was genuine. Hey, Chong, can you come to the community entrance and help me ride my bicycle back? Lin Hao asked as the crowd stood dumbfounded. With the Koenigsegg in his possession, he was eager to take it for a spin, but he couldn't abandon his bicycle, which was still worth over 300,000. 2 minutes later, Li Chong, the head of security, hurried over with 3 tall security guards. Lin, is this hypercar also yours? Seeing the extravagant Koenigsegg, Li Chong and the guards were astonished, but not as shocked as the onlookers. After all, they were somewhat accustomed to Lin Hao's extraordinary fortunes, having witnessed his 300,000 bicycle, 12 million watch, and 100 million in the bank. Yes, I just got the car and am planning to take it for a test drive. Please ride my bicycle back for me. And don't report me for leaving early or anything. Lin Hao grinned. Lin, you're joking. Who would dare report you? Li Chong chuckled. Li Chong smiled awkwardly and gestured to the 3 security guards he brought along. Come on, let us lift brother Lin's bicycle back together. Although Lin Hao had asked Li Chong to ride the bicycle back, he certainly didn't dare to do so. After all, it was a bicycle worth over 3 million. If he were to fall while riding it, he might find himself working for Lin Hao to pay off the debt for the rest of his life. Thus, Li Chong and the 3 security guards positioned themselves, 2 lifting at the front and 2 at the back, carefully carrying the bicycle towards the community. Lin Hao shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. However, seeing Li Chong's insistence, he decided to let it go. Lin Hao settled into the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and felt the surge of power as he pressed the accelerator, instantly experiencing a tremendous thrust. Whoosh! The silver Koenigsegg transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing before the astonished crowd. The onlookers stared blankly at the retreating figure of the car for quite some time. Suddenly, the bespectacled middle-aged man who had earlier raised a question turned around and chased after Li Chong and the others. As they slowly carried the bicycle, wary of any mishaps, they were soon caught up by him. Why are you lifting the bicycle? The middle-aged man inquired of Li Chong. This bicycle costs over 3 million. Would you dare to ride it? Li Chong shot a glance at the middle-aged man. The man was momentarily dumbfounded. 3 million for a bicycle. He truly wouldn't dare ride it. That person. Was he really a security guard from your community? The middle-aged man asked Li Chong. Of course.
Li Qiang raplia prudli.
But how could a security guard possibly have so much money? The middle-aged man questioned, puzzled. Don't underestimate security guards. There are plenty of wealthy ones in our community. Some of them ride bicycles worth over 3 million. Some wear watches valued at 12 million. Some have savings of 100 million. And others own lakeside villas worth 300 million. Li Chong boasted, trying to sound brave. Unbeknownst to the middle-aged man, the few sum he referred to actually all pointed to Lin Hao alone. What? The middle-aged man felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Hey, does your community still hire security guards? I want to apply too. What are the requirements to become a security guard there? At this moment, other onlookers approached, loudly addressing Li Chong and his companions. Earlier, Lin Hao had remarked that their imagination was too vivid, but now they felt their imaginations were still far from rich enough. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Lin Hao, driving the Koenigsegg, quickly became a spectacle on the road. Amid the bustling traffic, no vehicle dared to approach within 50 meters of the Koenigsegg, nor did any vehicles on either side of the road dare to get close. Many drivers even stopped their cars to take pictures with their phones. Inside the car, Lin Hao's phone suddenly rang. He connected via Bluetooth and answered. A woman's voice resonated through the car's audio system. Hello? Is this Lin Hao? I might be about 10 minutes late getting off work today, so you can leave a bit later. I'll send you the restaurant address on WeChat shortly. The call was from Su Wanxiu, discussing their earlier agreement for dinner. Lin Hao was treating, while Su Wanxiu chose the place. How about this? Send me your company address. I happen to be outside and will come to pick you up, Lin Hao casually suggested. Chapter 18. Borrowing my own car. Why you didn't borrow a car from some resident in the community? Did you? Su Wanxiu, still slightly bewildered, asked about the Koenigsegg. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. Ah? Then you should quickly return it to the owner. This car is so expensive. If it gets even a scratch, that would be disastrous.
Su Wanxiu exclaimed, suddenly anxious.
Yet, she felt an inexplicable delight within her. Lin Hao, despite being a security guard, went through great lengths to borrow a sports car for their date, which indicated how much he truly cared for her. Lin Hao glanced at Su Wanxiu, recognizing her thoughts, and smiled. I am that owner. Ah? What do you mean? Su Wanxiu was taken aback. It means this car is mine, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. But, Su Wanxiu thought to herself, how could a mere security guard possess such wealth? Yet, she feared that voicing her thoughts might hurt Lin Hao's pride, so she hesitated to ask. The restaurant was one Su Wanxiu had chosen, and they soon arrived at their destination as per the navigation. Is this the place you picked? Lin Hao pointed at the small eatery before them as they exited the car. They had agreed to dine together that morning, with Lin Hao offering to treat, and Su Wanxiu taking the initiative to find a location. However, Su Wanxiu, wanting to avoid making Lin Hao spend too much, had chosen a beef noodle shop. If you don't like it, we can change places, Su Wanxiu said hesitantly. She had overheard her colleagues' earlier discussions. Lin Hao was driving a car worth 100 million, and he had already confirmed that the car belonged to him. If that were the case, Lin Hao was not just a penniless security guard, but rather an extraordinarily wealthy billionaire beyond her imagination. Now, she was bringing such a super-rich person, a billionaire, to eat at a beef noodle shop? Goodness, she felt she might lose face entirely. Su Wanxiu's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Change places? No need. Let us stay here. Actually, I really enjoy beef noodles. Lin Hao smiled and walked inside. Upon seeing the noodle shop, Lin Hao understood Su Wanxiu's good intentions, so he naturally wouldn't suggest changing locations. Besides, he genuinely liked beef noodles. Seeing Lin Hao enter the shop, Su Wanxiu had no choice but to follow him inside. 2 bowls of beef noodles, large bowls, extra noodles and extra beef. Once Su Wanxiu sat down and remained silent, Lin Hao took the lead in ordering. Soon, 2 large bowls of beef noodles were served. Lin Hao added a generous spoonful of chili and then dug in heartily. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu's mind was a whirlwind, contemplating why Lin Hao, despite his wealth, still worked as a security guard, and how her first date with a man was at a beef noodle shop, while also considering whether she should eat more slowly to appear more ladylike. After only a couple of bites, Su Wanxiu's phone rang. It was a work matter, so she stepped outside the shop to answer. A minute later, after concluding the call, she returned, still lost in her thoughts, and picked up a strand of noodles to eat. After chewing and swallowing, Su Wanxiu suddenly found something peculiar. The noodles tasted even better than before. Looking up, she noticed Lin Hao staring at her in surprise. What's wrong? Su Wanxiu asked. Lin Hao pointed to the other side of the table. Just now, the server came to wipe the table and I moved your bowl over there. Ah! Su Wanxiu looked and realized her bowl had indeed been moved. But then, what had she just eaten? Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she gazed at Lin Hao with wide eyes. Was that bowl of noodles yours? Yes, Lin Hao replied, somewhat helplessly. As Su Wanxiu settled down, she buried her head and began to eat directly from his bowl, leaving him no time to call for a halt. Su Wanxiu suddenly felt embarrassed. No wonder it tasted better. In the next moment, she feigned calmness, attempting to mask her embarrassment with a joke. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized the joke was slightly off. Tasted better? Could it be due to saliva? Ahem. If it's delicious, you should eat more. Lin Hao coughed softly. After finishing the noodles, Lin Hao drove his Koenigsegg, accompanying Su Wanxiu back to the community. Upon reaching the entrance, he dropped Su Wanxiu off and was about to head back to the lakeside villa when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside at the community entrance. It was none other than the security team leader, Li Chong. In front of Li Chong stood a woman dressed rather provocatively. Under the dim streetlight, they appeared to be embroiled in a tug-of-war. Chapter 20. Being able to serve Mr. Lin as a nanny is your blessing from the previous life. Shasha, why did you break up with me? Is it because of that bag last time? Don't be anxious. After all, that bag costs over 10,000. I can't gather that much all at once, but once this month's salary comes in, I'll manage it. I promise to buy it for you. Li Chong pleaded with the woman. Humph, just give it up, Li Chong. You're telling me a bag worth more than 10,000 could make you act like this? I don't want you to buy it anymore. Someone else has already bought it for me. In short, let us break up. Stop bothering me. The woman, named Lu Shasha, said coldly. Who is it? Lu Shasha, be honest. Is it the owner of the house where you work as a nanny? Li Chong's eyes turned red. So what if it is? Lu Shasha's expression became somewhat unnatural. Shasha, how could you become this kind of person? Isn't it better to work honestly as a nanny and earn clean money? Why must you become a mistress? Li Chong's entire face flushed red, his body trembling with rage. Why? Li Chong, why? Just for that bag worth over 10,000. Just for this latest model iPhone. Just for this necklace worth over 20,000 around my neck. Can you provide any of these for me? Lu Shasha yelled in exasperation. Shasha, please don't be like this. I will buy these things for you in the future. I will work hard to earn money for you. Please don't break up with me. As long as you don't leave me, I won't care about your affair with that man, I beg you. Li Chong's complexion changed numerous times, finally uttering in anguish. You won't care? Humph. Even if you don't, that man will. If you don't leave right now, I'll have my man complain about you tomorrow. And you won't even be able to keep your job as a security guard. Lu Shasha crossed her arms defiantly. Observing this scene, Lin Hao grasped the situation. Wanxiu, you should head back. I have something to attend to, he quietly told Su Wanxiu. Okay, goodbye, Lin Hao. Su Wanxiu nodded, striving to maintain her composure while a surge of excitement arose within her. Perhaps it was simply because of the term Wanxiu. Once Su Wanxiu entered the community, Lin Hao slowly approached Li Chong and Lu Shasha. Lin Hao did not intend to meddle, but he felt a sense of responsibility towards Li Chong, who had treated him quite well. He didn't want to see him spiral down the path of being a doormat. However, before Lin Hao could reach them, a Passat drove out from the community and halted in front of Li Chong and Lu Shasha. The window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man who impatiently said, Shasha, didn't you say it would only take 2 minutes? Why are you still rambling? Get in the car. Li Chong, did you see? He is now my man. And you, a mere security guard, are living in a completely different world from me. Lu Shasha shot a smug glance at Li Chong before striding towards the Passat. Damn it! You seduced my girlfriend. I'll fight you. Li Chong roared in sorrow and rage, rushing in front of the Passat and punching the hood. Li Chong, are you crazy? Get away. Lu Shasha immediately shouted. What the hell? You, a filthy security guard, dare to hit my car? Are you out of your mind? The middle-aged man from the Passat also stepped out, yelling angrily. Fueled by rage, Li Chong disregarded everything and was about to swing his fist at the middle-aged man. Xiao Chong. At that moment, Lin Hao shouted and approached. Brother Lin. Upon hearing the voice, Li Chong turned around to see Lin Hao, his body jolting as a bitter smile formed on his face. His fist froze mid-air and, with a long sigh, he let it drop. TSK, Li Chong, look at you. Even a mere security guard can step all over you now. You're truly useless. Lu Shasha glanced at the security uniform Lin Hao wore, mocking him. Lu Shasha, what do you know? Brother Lin's bicycle is worth over 300,000. His watch is worth 12 million, and his supercar is worth 100 million. He even owns a villa on the lakeside worth 300 million. Li Chong's face turned crimson. You're just bragging, Lu Shasha exclaimed, her heart secretly shocked and doubtful. Lin Hao remained silent, merely taking out his car key and pressing a button. Beep beep. The Koenigsegg in the distance immediately responded with 2 beeps, its lights flashing. So what if he has a car? My man has a car too, Lu Shasha retorted defiantly. She was just a nanny, and even if she was now a mistress, she had no idea what a Koenigsegg was. Although she understood sports cars weren't cheap. Her man's Passat was also worth 200,000 to 300,000. After saying this, she reached for the middle-aged man's arm. Just because you don't speak doesn't mean you're mute. However, the middle-aged man abruptly pushed Lu Shasha away and shouted angrily at her. Dear, what is wrong? He has a car and we have a car too. We're not afraid of him. Lu Shasha stumbled, nearly falling, and immediately felt wronged. You know nothing. What car do I have? And what car does he possess? His car costs over 100 million. The middle-aged man yelled at Lu Shasha. Then, turning to Lin Hao, he smiled ingratiatingly. Mr. Lin, please don't stoop to this woman's level. At this moment, Lin Hao finally recognized the middle-aged man's face and couldn't help but chuckle. This man was none other than the owner of the Passat from the previous morning. Chapter 21. This job as a security guard has a bright future. Well, what does this mean? Lu Shasha's face turned pale and then flushed. Mr. Lin, the Passat owner's lips twitched as they both realized that Lin Hao never intended for Lu Shasha to be a nanny. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me see through this woman. Li Chang's forehead was bulging with veins. His fists clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed, finally feeling a sense of relief. Li Chang then looked at Lu Shasha. Lu Shasha, today I see you clearly. From now on, we are completely severing ties. I'm breaking up with you. What? Li Chang, you dare to break up with me? The situation flipped in an instant, and Lu Shasha exclaimed angrily. I only regret not breaking up with you sooner. Let us just say I was blind.
Li Qiang shouted loudly.
You. Lu Shasha trembled with rage, then turned hopefully towards Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, I can truly be a good nanny. Just look as she spoke. She pulled at her already revealing outfit even further. Please stop disgusting me here. Don't say you want to be a nanny. Even if it's to clean toilets, I wouldn't want you, Lin Hao said expressionlessly before turning towards the Koenigsegg. Li Chang quickly followed behind Lin Hao. You two scoundrels! Lu Shasha shouted at the retreating figures of Lin Hao and Li Chang, then turned to face the owner of the Passat, forcing a smile as she exclaimed, Dear, leave, you have half an hour to collect your belongings. If I return and still see your things, I will throw them all out. The owner of the Passat, in a fit of rage, pushed Lu Shasha to the ground, bellowing angrily. Lu Shasha had completely ruined his chance to curry favor with Lin Hao, and he wished he could stomp on her a few times in frustration. Mr. Lin, thank you. Lin Hao had just settled into his Koenigsegg when Li Chang rushed to the driver's window and bowed deeply. Had it not been for Lin Hao stopping him, in a moment of impulsiveness, he might have resorted to violence against the Passat owner, which could have led to his dismissal by morning. If Lin Hao had not helped him see through Lu Shasha, he might have remained ensnared by this odious woman. There's no need to thank me. Just do your job well. Being a security guard has great potential, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, pressing the accelerator as the Koenigsegg glided into the community, heading towards the lakeside villa. Brother Lin, I will certainly do my best. Li Chang felt invigorated, as if he had been reborn, watching the Koenigsegg disappear into the distance. He cast a final glance at Lu Shasha, who was left sitting on the ground in disarray, her hair a mess, utterly defeated and teary-eyed. Lin Hao, Li Chang, and the Passat owner. Just moments ago, she could have chosen among these three men. But now, mere minutes later, she found herself in such a dire predicament. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu had long returned home. After washing up and lying in bed, sleep eluded her. Ever since she discovered that Lin Hao was extraordinarily wealthy, her mind had been in turmoil. Deep down, she wished Lin Hao were merely an ordinary security guard. Then, she could pursue him without reservations, embarking on a romance with him. Yet now, the man she thought was just a regular guard had transformed into an immensely wealthy billionaire, which left Su Wanqiu in a quandary. In truth, her criteria for a partner placed financial status quite low on the list. Otherwise, she would not have previously rejected the advances of high-ranking executives and affluent clients. For her, the foremost qualities in a partner were emotional connection and character, both of which Lin Hao possessed abundantly. She vividly recalled the first moment she laid eyes on Lin Hao yesterday morning. The sunlight, his handsome, striking face, his robust physique, and that intoxicating masculinity. It had struck her like a bolt. Moreover, the sensation of sitting on the front handle of his bicycle. Though a bit uncomfortable, she swore it was a feeling of exhilaration. She had always preferred to smile while riding a bicycle rather than weep in a BMW. Additionally, Lin Hao's considerate avoidance of bumping into her while cycling, his reminders about her skirt as he dismounted, touched her deeply. Last night, when the bathroom leaked, and Lin Hao came to fix the plumbing in the late hours, it further convinced Su Wanqiu that a man was needed in her life. Furthermore, today, having eaten the same noodles Lin Hao had consumed, the taste of that indirect kiss made her blush just thinking about it. Thus, if Su Wanqiu had been unaware of Lin Hao's wealth, she might have confessed her feelings to him on her way back. But now she hesitated. If she pursued Lin Hao now, would he think she was only after his money? Would Lin Hao perceive her as one of those women? Chapter 23. Fearless in the face of great ceramics, Lin Hao soon returned to the lakeside villa, parking his car in the garage. During the day, Li Chong had already brought Lin Hao's bicycle over, placing it in a sheltered spot at the garage entrance. The villa was fully equipped. Even the refrigerator was stocked. Having had a few drinks, Lin Hao played soft music, swam in the pool for a while, and eventually drifted off to sleep on an opulent waterbed. The next morning, Lin Hao rode his bicycle to the security office, where Li Chong and De Xiong came to express their gratitude. Li Chong's thanks were, of course, for the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, De Xiong came to thank him for the incident that occurred that morning. Yesterday, when Lin Hao headed to the lakeside villa, he had encountered a flashy woman claiming to be the villa's owner. Later, Lin Hao had jokingly described De Xiong as a wealthy heir whose assets were frozen and currently undergoing a test. After Lin Hao departed, that flashy woman had clung to De Xiong. Despite De Xiong's insistence that he was merely an ordinary security guard, she resolutely proclaimed that she was genuinely interested in him, asserting that she would be willing to date him even if he had no money. Given her declaration, De Xiong had no choice but to accept, as he too was a strapping young man, not to mention having spent much of his life single. Brother Lin, if you ever need anything, just let me know. De Xiong may lack in many areas, but I am not short on strength. I can weather any storm, De Xiong boasted, thumping his chest. Nothing too serious. Just enjoy life, Lin Hao replied with a slight smile, feeling happy for De Xiong. After all, helping others is a source of joy. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out from outside the security office. Everyone turned to see a masked beauty from the anime world, holding a bouquet of flowers at the entrance. Though she wore a mask, her large, bright eyes shone brilliantly, complemented by her bangs and long, straight hair cascading over her shoulders. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a comic. Wow! The security office erupted in astonished gasps as everyone marveled at her beauty. Lin Hao recognized her. She was the girl he had encountered at the community entrance yesterday morning right after receiving his system reward bicycle. What was her name again? Xia Momo. Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Hao's lack of response, Xia Momo called out again, her ears reddening despite the mask. Wow! Another beauty is here for Brother Lin. The crowd exclaimed, nudging Lin Hao playfully. Reluctantly, Lin Hao stepped outside the security office. Xia Momo, what brings you here? Xia Momo shyly nodded and extended the bouquet towards Lin Hao. These are for you. For me? Lin Hao was taken aback. It was uncommon for a girl to give flowers to a man, yet despite his surprise, he accepted the bouquet. Brother Lin, may I have your phone number? Xia Momo asked eagerly, her delight evident. Sure, Lin Hao replied, pulling out his phone to exchange numbers with her and even added her on WeChat. Goodbye, Brother Lin. With her mission accomplished, Xia Momo let out a sigh of relief, waved goodbye, and skipped away. Hey, weren't you limping yesterday? Walk slowly and be careful not to twist your ankle again, Lin Hao called after her. Okay, Brother Lin. Xia Momo halted, then began to walk with exaggerated slowness and grace. Xia Momo, you silly girl. Look at you, so full of yourself. Be cautious. Lin Hao is still watching from behind. As Xia Momo walked, she clenched her fists and murmured to herself, Excellent, Xia Momo. The first step has been a resounding success. Now I must expedite the second step. Did Lin Hao's colleagues not let slip that another beauty is seeking him? It seems that a woman has already set her sights on him, and she must be quite stunning. Therefore, Xiaomomo, you must persevere. You cannot lose to those alluring temptresses. Go for it, Xiaomomo. You can do it. Excitement sparkled in Xiaomomo's large eyes. Chapter 24. Daughter, call me daddy. Shijiangnan? Shares? Lin Hao's eyes brightened as he quickly took out his phone to search. Shijiangnan, the largest upscale dining chain in the metropolis, boasts a market value of billions. Soon, Lin Hao discovered information about Shijiangnan. If it's worth billions, that means 10 billion, right? Lin Hao couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This was only the third day since activating the system, and he was already worth 10 billion? Suddenly, the roar of an engine broke the air as a grand black SUV, far more imposing than a regular one, sped towards him. This hefty, majestic vehicle bore the emblem of a soaring goddess, a timeless classic of Rolls-Royce, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, an SUV worth over 10 million. With a sleek maneuver, the SUV elegantly drifted to a stop at the community entrance. The trunk opened automatically, revealing it filled to the brim with packages. Then, a delivery man in a red and black uniform hopped out from the driver's seat. Mr. Lin, good to see you again. I have your package. It was the extravagant deliverman from before. Lin Hao smiled and nodded at him, accepting a small package. Hey, brother. I saw a Koenigsegg on the street yesterday. You know, the one worth 150 million. Wow, it was really stunning. Compared to that car, mine feels like a pile of junk. To be honest, my biggest dream is to one day drive that Koenigsegg while delivering packages. Perhaps due to their shared status as understated wealthy individuals, the deliverman struck up a conversation with Lin Hao. Yesterday? A Koenigsegg? Perhaps that was mine. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. What? Seriously? The deliverman was momentarily taken aback but quickly resumed composure. That makes sense. A person who rides a 3 million yuan bicycle and wears a 12 million yuan watch yet is content to work as a security guard might not find it surprising to spend 1 or 2 billion on a ghostly supercar. After the deliverman departed, Lin Hao opened the package. Inside was a leather document folder containing the share transfer agreement for Shijiangnan. According to the information he had just found, the shareholding was quite concentrated, with the major shareholder surnamed Zhang holding nearly 50. Thus, Lin Hao's 10 stake would make him the second largest shareholder. Not bad at all. Lin Hao was quite pleased with this outcome. If he were to become the largest shareholder, he would hardly be inclined to concern himself with management matters. This arrangement suited him perfectly. He could leave the management to the major shareholder while he simply collected dividends. Of course, he couldn't let the major shareholder mislead him. How about I visit Shijiangnan for dinner after work? It will be a chance for an incognito visit. Lin Hao decided on the spot. The following day, Lin Hao strolled around the community, completing several security tasks, such as helping an elderly man carry groceries, playing football with children, and stopping stray dogs for a lovely lady. However, he was unable to trigger any special security tasks. In the afternoon, under the warm sun, Lin Hao encountered the stunning yoga instructor he had met when rescuing a stray cat. She adopted the cat and introduced herself as Li Qingya. At that moment, she was setting up a yoga mat on the grass, with her phone in front of her, conducting a yoga live stream. It must be said, the physique of a woman practicing yoga is simply exquisite. As Li Qingya performed various poses, her perfect figure was accentuated flawlessly. The most amusing sight was the little white cat, meowing and jumping onto Li Qingya as she transitioned through poses, playfully nudging and rolling on her. The yoga goddess is amazing. When will I ever have a figure like yours? Meow, dear daughter. Stop being silly on mommy. It makes it hard for her.
Li Qingya exclaimat affectionately.
The live stream was buzzing with comments, and gifts were pouring in. The fans affectionately referred to Li Qingya as the yoga goddess, and the little white cat as their beloved daughter. Is Daddy Meow Meow here? At that moment, Li Qingya, while performing the horseback backbend prayer pose, tilted her head back and spotted Lin Hao, instantly beaming with delight as she greeted him. Standing up, she cradled the little white cat and waved its paw at Lin Hao. Meow meow. Call Daddy. Unbeknownst to her, she was still live streaming. Her exclamation of daughter, call Daddy, sent the live chat into a frenzy. Chapter 26. Your aunt is truly remarkable. What is happening? A man has arrived? What does daughter, call Daddy mean? Is Meow Meow's father here? What does that imply? Is Meow Meow not our collective daughter? How can there be a father? If this man is indeed the father of Meow Meow, does that mean he is the husband of all of us? No way. I'm only 10. Just reached adulthood, and I do not wish to have a husband so soon. Li Qingya's live stream consisted primarily of young girls. Ever since she began streaming with the little white cat, her fans affectionately referred to the cat as their daughter, and identified themselves as Meow Meow's mothers. Thus, Li Qingya's comment, "Daughter, call daddy," was akin to assigning husbands to all these female fans, which instantly ignited the chat. Meow Meow's daddy, would you like to practice yoga with me? I can teach you for free. Completely oblivious to the chaos in the live chat, Li Qingya smiled brightly at Lin Hao while holding the little white cat. Yoga? I think I'll pass. That's more for girls. It's too gentle for my taste. I prefer something a bit more vigorous. Lin Hao chuckled, politely declining. Who says yoga is just for girls? That's a misconception. Haven't you heard? Men who do yoga are extraordinary.
Li Qingya rebuta prumli.
Oh? In what way are yoga men extraordinary? Lin Hao inquired. Well, men who practice yoga never worry about back pain or kidney depletion.
Li Qingya laughed, covering her mouth.
Her cheeks slightly flushed. Is that so? I've never had concerns about that. Lin Hao shook his head confidently. You think you can persuade me to learn yoga? Not a chance. Really not considering it? Actually, there's nothing shameful about men practicing yoga. If you're embarrassed, you don't have to practice on the lawn. You could do it at home. Look, my fans in the live stream are all practicing at home. Li Qingya attempted to convince Lin Hao, picking up her phone from the ground to show him. Previously, the fans in the live stream could only vaguely discern that Lin Hao was a man. Now, with the phone brought closer, Lin Hao was captured in clear detail. The majority of fans in the live stream, predominantly female, were instantly taken aback. Wow, what a handsome young man. Oh my goodness, this young man is incredibly attractive. He possesses both charm and masculinity. Simply perfect. Ah, is this the feeling of being in love?
I'm smitten.
I adore him. So he is the father of Meow Meow? As Meow Meow's mother, I must question you. Why did you come only now? I've waited for you for a decade. Darling, you are mine. The live stream erupted once more. What is going on? Lin Hao stared at the frenzied barrage of comments in the live stream, momentarily stunned. This. You must be quite popular, I suppose, Li Qingya commented, equally bewildered by the chaos unfolding in the live stream. Shortly thereafter, the fans began showering Lin Hao with gifts. Sports car, yacht, rocket, roses. I've sent 10 yachts already. Surely I can add the young man's WeChat now? How many more gifts do I need to send to get his WeChat? Just tell me. I'm begging for a chance to meet offline. Let me send a rose as a token of respect. We want the young man's WeChat. After a whirlwind of gift-giving, the fans clamored for Lin Hao's WeChat. In just a few minutes since Lin Hao revealed his face, Li Qingya had received gifts surpassing what she would typically gather in months. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Li Qingya felt compelled to announce, "Today's live stream will conclude here. I must end the broadcast now and quickly shut it down." Father Meow Meow, I sincerely apologize. The fans are a bit overzealous. Li Qingya said to Lin Hao, feeling embarrassed. It's nothing, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head with a mild smile. The fans are asking for your WeChat. Could you share it with them? Li Qingya inquired again. Well, perhaps it would be best not to, Lin Hao said, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He had just witnessed the fervor of those female fans in the live stream. If his WeChat were to be leaked, he would undoubtedly be inundated with unwanted attention. Oh, Li Qingya responded, exhaling a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. What about me? Huh? Lin Hao was taken aback. Could you give me your WeChat? Li Qingya tilted her head slightly, cradling a small white cat in her arms, smiling as she asked. In another scene, while Lin Hao assessed Xiao Na, she was equally scrutinizing him. He is indeed quite handsome. And Xie wasn't he lying about that? She mused internally. However, I wonder how he fares in other aspects. Aunt Xie only mentioned his looks and good character. But I need to clarify matters. In this day and age, being handsome and having a good character isn't enough. Xiao Na thought to herself. Let us be direct. After they both sat down and ordered their meals, Xiao Na began, "All right, I prefer straightforwardness as well." Lin Hao nodded. "Since we are here for an arranged meeting, we cannot avoid discussing material matters. Therefore, I have a few questions regarding your financial status. Is that acceptable?" "Sure," Lin Hao replied. "Do you own a 100-square-meter apartment in the capital? Do you have a BMW worth 500,000? Do you possess 2 million in savings? Do you have a respectable white-collar job?" Xiao Na fired off her questions in rapid succession. "I don't have a 100-square-meter apartment. I don't own a 500,000 BMW. I don't have 2 million in savings. I don't have a proper white-collar job." Lin Hao shook his head 4 times in response. Xiao Na seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting that Lin Hao would answer negatively to all 4 inquiries. "Then what do you have?" she asked with a hint of sarcasm. "I don't have a 100-square-meter apartment, but I do own a villa on an island. I don't have a 500,000 BMW, but I do possess a sports car worth 100 million. I don't have 2 million in savings, but I do have a bank card with 100 million. I don't have a respectable white-collar job, but I do have an unconventional security position," Lin Hao replied earnestly. "Ovilo, a sports car? 100 million in savings?" Xiao Na was momentarily taken aback. However, when she heard Lin Hao's last remark about his unconventional security job, she could not help but burst into laughter. "So, you're a security guard? No wonder when I asked Aunt Xie what you did, she was so vague. A security guard came to meet me for an arranged marriage? Who gave you the audacity? Liang Ru, perhaps? And a villa? A sports car? 100 million in savings? I suspect you are just boasting."
Xiao Na scoffed repeatedly.
"What I said is true." Despite having no favorable feelings toward Xiao Na, Lin Hao felt a sense of responsibility toward Aunt Xie, so he spoke candidly. "Really? Aha. Do you think I didn't TC? When you arrived earlier, I clearly saw you rode a bicycle here. A sports car? I refuse to believe that someone would choose to ride a bicycle instead of driving a sports car," Xiao Na asserted, as if exposing Lin Hao's deception. "I see." Lin Hao nodded, realizing that Xiao Na had arrived early not only to avoid being late but also to observe him. She must have seen him park his bicycle outside. However, this woman, though somewhat clever, lacked discernment. She only noticed him arriving on a bicycle, failing to recognize the more significant details. Truly unable to recognize the finer things in life. Well then, if that is the case, there is no need for us to continue this meal. It would merely waste our time. Goodbye. Oh no, I should say, never see you again. Xiao Na shook her head, stood up, grabbed her small handbag, and, in her high heels, sashayed out of the restaurant. Lin Hao chuckled softly, unfazed. This arranged meeting was merely a concession to Aunt Xie's goodwill. His primary purpose was to discreetly inspect food Jiangnan. Subsequently, Lin Hao refrained from revealing his identity to the restaurant staff. Instead, he indulged in a hearty meal, sampling a variety of dishes while meticulously observing the patrons in the dining hall and paying close attention to the service provided by the waitstaff. Finally, Lin Hao, like an ordinary customer, approached the front desk to settle the bill. 3,600. Although Lin Hao had ordered a lavish spread of dishes with the intent of sampling, it was indeed quite an expense. Naturally, he did not waste any of the abundant food. Instead, he requested the staff to pack it up for him. Soon, the waitstaff had neatly packed all the dishes into 2 oversized bags. Satisfied, Lin Hao took one in each hand and exited Food Jiangnan, heading toward the parking area adjacent to the entrance. However, just as Lin Hao approached the spot where he had parked his bicycle, he suddenly frowned. In front of him, a white BMW was reversing and inadvertently collided with his bicycle. In this realm of the affluent, you truly cannot comprehend. The side of a white BMW was dented when it accidentally collided with the handlebars of Lin Hao's bicycle while reversing. The BMW came to an immediate halt, and its owner, a portly middle-aged man, stepped out in a flurry of indignation. "Who on earth parked this wretched bicycle here? It has damaged my car. Whose bicycle is this? If no one comes forward, I shall take matters into my own hands," he exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. As he inspected the damage, his tirade continued. "Apologies. I will inquire inside the shop to find out whose bicycle this is," said a nearby restaurant attendant, who had momentarily stepped away to assist another vehicle. "No need to ask. The bicycle belongs to me, Lin Hao said as he approached, carrying 2 hefty bags of vegetables. This rickety bicycle is yours? Then you should compensate me for the repair costs. The BMW owner retorted loudly. You dented my car and yet demand compensation from me? Lin Hao replied with a calm demeanor. You need to understand that this parking space is designated for 4-wheeled vehicles. Your 2-wheeled bicycle is an obstruction. Now that you have damaged my car, you must pay for the repairs. Who established that bicycles are prohibited from parking here? Is it your establishment? Lin Hao countered. Sir, there is no formal regulation against parking bicycles here, but it is true that bicycles have never been parked in this space before, the attendant clarified. Since there is no rule against it, my bicycle is perfectly entitled to be parked here. My bicycle is stationary while your vehicle collided with it. Therefore, not only should I not pay you for repairs, but you owe me for the damages. Lin Hao smirked. Pay you for repairs? For that dilapidated bicycle of yours? Here's the deal. I 1T demand repair costs from you, but I will offer you a new bicycle in exchange for the repair expenses. The BMW owner scoffed disdainfully. Oh, you truly intend to provide me with a new bicycle? Lin Hao asked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. You cover my repair costs, and I will then give you a bicycle. The BMW owner retorted with a mocking grin. Sir, please do not act rashly. Are you aware that this car is a BMW? The cheapest model costs over 500,000. One of their cars is worth more than hundreds, if not thousands, of your bicycles. You should humbly apologize and let the insurance handle this. The attendant whispered to Lin Hao. Apologize? If he were to bow down and apologize to me, I might consider waiving the demand for my bicycle's repair costs. Lin Hao replied coolly. TCH, you poor lad, lugging home food like that, pretending to be something you're not. The BMW owner sneered at the 2 large bags in Lin Hao's hands. Sir, since you refuse to heed my advice, so be it, the attendant sighed, choosing to disengage from Lin Hao. Meanwhile, the BMW owner grew increasingly belligerent. What is going on here? A sharply dressed man approached, inquiring. Manager, it's like this. The attendant rushed to explain. It turned out to be the manager of the restaurant. Is that so? The manager frowned, scrutinizing Lin Hao closely. Upon recognition, his expression shifted dramatically. Excuse me, sir, are you Mr. Lin Hao? He stammered. Earlier that day, the managers of all branches of the restaurant had received urgent communication about a change in ownership, with the second largest shareholder being a man named Lin Hao. The message had included a photograph to prevent any mix-up. Indeed, I am Lin Hao confirmed, validating the manager's assumption. Mr. Lin, it truly is you. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I am Lu Guomin, the manager of this branch. Would you kindly allow me to handle this situation while you rest in the store? Lu Guomin said, flustered. Lin Hao's influence as a shareholder made Lu Guomin anxious. Upsetting him could jeopardize his position. What do you think you're doing? You think you can just run away after damaging my car? Not a chance. Even if you are the manager, there's no way you'll protect him. The BMW owner continued to shout. Manager, why are you assisting this cyclist instead of helping the BMW owner? The attendant queried, perplexed. You claim Mr. Lin is a poor boy? Do you know he is the second largest shareholder of our restaurant chain, worth over $1 billion? If that is your definition of a poor boy, then what do you consider wealthy? Lu Guomin shot back at the BMW owner, a smirk on his face. Apologies, Mr. Lin. It was my negligence that led to the collision with your bicycle. Please, I beseech you to show mercy. Ultimately, the BMW owner capitulated, accepting the insurance representative's advice to soften his approach toward Lin Hao. Very well, you may compensate me for the repair costs, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. The BMW owner, visibly relieved, transferred 100,000 for the repairs before departing in a huff. Lu Guomin promptly added, although the repair costs for your bicycle amount to 100,000, there are additional intangible losses that should be covered by the establishment. After a passionate discourse, Lu Guomin transferred another 100,000 to Lin Hao's account, in addition to refunding the 3,600 he had previously spent. As Lin Hao prepared to leave, the insurance claims representative approached him again, offering an additional 100,000 for repairs, along with free insurance for the bicycle, provided they could use this case for promotional purposes. With a chance to gain 100,000 in free insurance, Lin Hao readily agreed. As for the advertisement, he mused that it would merely state, "The world's most expensive bicycle is insured by our company," which would bear no consequence for him. Consequently, Lin Hao not only enjoyed a complimentary meal, but also profited 300,000. Though this amount paled in comparison to his billion-dollar fortune, earning money always brought joy. As for the minor blemishes on his bicycle's handlebars, Lin Hao had no intention of repairing them. He regarded the $300,000 bicycle merely as an ordinary one. As he leisurely rode it, 2 large plastic bags filled with takeout dangled from the handlebars, epitomizing the life of the wealthy, an unfathomable realm to others. Behind him, Lu Guomin, the attendant, and the claims representative sighed in unison. Upon returning to the security office of his residential complex, Lin Hao shared the takeout with the guards, who cheered, "Long live Brother Lin." Upon returning to the lakeside villa, Aunt Xie made a phone call, apologizing with evident embarrassment. She expressed her surprise at Xiao Na's materialistic nature and lamented that had she known, she would not have introduced her to Lin Hao. It seemed Aunt Xie had already spoken to Xiao Na and learned the details of the situation from her. She insisted that, before introducing any future prospects to Lin Hao, she would conduct a thorough vetting process. "Dear Aunt Xie, there's no need for that," Lin Hao interjected quickly. "I truly do not require a girlfriend. Many young women are pursuing me. Moreover, I am not in want of money either. If I wished, I could summon dozens or even hundreds of gold diggers like Xiao Na with just a wave of my hand." He was fearful that Aunt Xie would continue her matchmaking endeavors. "Ah, you young man," boasting in front of Aunt Xie, "worry not, our current circumstances are merely temporary. With effort, things will surely improve. It is not shameful to be without money in youth. The true disgrace lies in not striving for better." Aunt Xie reassured him, adamantly believing he was merely disheartened. After finally ending the call, Lin Hao enjoyed a leisurely swim in the pool, sunbathing under the stars on the terrace before retreating to the luxurious waterbed, where he slumbered until dawn. "Hello everyone, I am the new employee, Xiao Na. As a newcomer, I appreciate your guidance," Xiao Na announced with exaggerated charm in the office, casting a subtle glance at Su Wanqiu. She had initially believed her beauty would overshadow all her female colleagues, only to find Su Wanqiu, who was undeniably more attractive. What a twist of fate! Xiao Na, who had just gone on a blind date with Lin Hao the previous night, was now a new employee at Su Wanqiu's company. "Oh, how old is Sister Wanqiu this year? That wrinkle at the corner of her eye. Could it be crow's feet? Why does she seem so sullen today? Is she unhappy? Or perhaps entering menopause? I wonder if Sister Wanqiu has a boyfriend. I've heard that women without a partner age quickly." Within half a day at the company, Xiao Na was already inquiring about Su Wanqiu, subtly disparaging her. "Xiao Na, you should refrain from speaking ill of Sister Wanqiu. Let me tell you, she is no ordinary person. The car her boyfriend drives could purchase our entire company." A kind-hearted female colleague cautioned her. "What? That's absurd. Didn't we hear our company is valued at nearly 100 million? What kind of car could be that expensive?" Xiao Na exclaimed, taken aback. "I believe they said it was some kind of phantom sports car worth around 100 million before taxes and 150 million after. I don't quite understand, but everyone has seen it, so it must be true," replied the colleague. "Is there really such an expensive car? What does Sister Wanqiu's boyfriend do? Could he be a scion from some elite family in the capital?" Xiao Na asked, envy and jealousy creeping into her tone. "Well, you may not believe it, but Sister Wanqiu's boyfriend is a security guard," the colleague said mysteriously. "A security guard?" Xiao Na felt a sudden jolt of surprise. "Indeed, a security guard. It's rather astonishing, isn't it? Just the other day, I personally witnessed Sister Wanqiu's boyfriend in his security uniform, driving that 100 million phantom, like a prince on a white steed, seemingly surrounded by a halo of fortune. His handsome features radiated masculinity. It's a pity he took Sister Wanqiu away in the end," the colleague animatedly recounted. Is there really such a security guard?"
Xiao Na swallowed hard.
Struggling to believe it. "Why would I lie to you? They say Sister Wanqiu's boyfriend works as a security guard in her residential community," the colleague confirmed. "Really? Which community?" Xiao Na feigned casual interest. "I believe it's called Shui Mu Tiancheng. It's quite a large and upscale community, rumored to house many wealthy individuals. The colleague informed her. Shui Mu Tiancheng? Xiao Na repeated the name in her mind, suddenly furrowing her brow. SNT that where Aunt Xie lives? Therefore, the Lin Hao who was introduced to me by Aunt Xie last night. Could he possibly be the security guard from Shui Mu Tiancheng? Xiao Na recalled Lin Hao's words from the previous night. I don't have a 100-square-meter apartment, but I do own a villa by the lake. I don't possess a 500,000 BMW, but I do have a supercar worth 100 million. I don't have 2 million in savings, but I have a bank card with 100 million. I don't have a respectable white-collar job, but I do have a rather unorthodox security position. Xiao Na's heart began to race uncontrollably. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But what if? She ceased her conversation with the colleague. Her expression conflicted as she muttered to herself, lost in thought. Later that afternoon, Xiao Na took a leave of absence and departed the company early. She hailed a cab and headed straight for Shui Mu Tiancheng. She was determined to uncover the truth. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Xiao Na donned a large pair of sunglasses that obscured half her face. Claiming to be a relative of Aunt Xie, the security guard permitted her entry. At that moment, Lin Hao was patrolling elsewhere, allowing Xiao Na to slip into the community without hindrance. Once inside, Xiao Na pretended to be a resident, leisurely wandering through the area until she reached the villa district. Excuse me, young security guard. I heard that some of your colleagues have purchased villas. Is that true? She casually inquired upon encountering a patrolling guard. Who are you? Why do you want to know? The guard asked suspiciously. I'm a relative of Aunt Xie. I'm just curious. Xiao Na purred, adopting an alluring tone. Her charm proved effective and the guard proudly divulged, well, let me tell you, our Lin Gu is no ordinary person. His bicycle alone is worth over 3 million. What? A bicycle costing over 3 million? Xiao Na was taken aback. Recalling the peculiar bicycle she had seen Lin Hao riding through the glass window the night before. Don't believe me? 3 million for a bicycle is nothing to Lin Gu. He possesses countless unimaginable treasures. The guard boasted. Is that so? What else does he have? Xiao Na stammered. Let me count for you. A bicycle worth over 3 million. A watch worth 12 million. A bank card with 100 million in savings. A supercar worth 150 million. A lakeside villa valued at a minimum of 300 million. Just think, where else could you find a more impressive security guard in the country or even the world? The guard recounted with evident pride. A villa. A supercar. 100 million. A security guard. Xiao Na's lips trembled slightly. Lin Hao's claims from the previous night. All rang true. May I inquire? What is the full name of the person you just mentioned? Lin Gu? Xiao Na mustered her last bit of courage to ask. Lin Gu, his full name is Lin Hao, replied the security guard. Xiao Na's vision went dark as she collapsed to the ground. Chapter 33. The demented prodigy, a resounding slap silenced Xiao Na's reckless words instantly.
Subankyu.
You wretched creature. How dare you strike me? Xiao Na looked at Su Wanqiu in disbelief. You speak without discretion and tarnish my reputation. Why should I refrain from striking you? Su Wanqiu's temper flared, clearly infuriated. Su Wanqiu, I shall not let this go. Xiao Na screamed, raising her hand to deliver a fierce slap to Su Wanqiu's face. However, smack! Xiao Na's hand was seized midair by Lin Hao, as firm as an iron clasp. Lin Hao, why do you assist this vile woman? You were supposed to be on a blind date with me. Xiao Na shouted again, her words reckless. Silence. In a fit of rage, Su Wanqiu struck Xiao Na once more. Smack! This slap landed on the other side of Xiao Na's face, leaving her with a matching set of red finger marks. With the two slaps exchanged, Xiao Na dared not utter another insult. Su Wanqiu glanced at Lin Hao, suddenly worried that her impulsiveness might make him perceive her as overly fierce. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, witnessing Xiao Na clinging to Lin Hao's clothing and hearing her mention their blind date ignited a surge of anger within Su Wanqiu, even more intense than when Xiao Na had insulted her. How could she not resist? Well done. Just as Su Wanqiu was filled with concern, Lin Hao offered her a faint smile. To be honest, had Su Wanqiu not acted, he would have been unable to restrain himself. Lin Hao had encountered shameless women before, but none quite like Xiao Na, who was truly a rare breed. After recovering from the shock of the 2 slaps, Shaona lost all reason, her emotions unraveling completely as she sat on the ground at the community entrance, wailing and shouting. "They hit me! Help! They hit me! They killed someone! Help!" Lin Hao felt a twitch in his eye. This woman was not only materialistic but also shameless and malicious, now displaying the demeanor of a shrew. Truly a prodigy. At that moment, Li Chong arrived with several security guards, quickly assessing the situation. Li Chong took charge, along with De Xiong and Er Hu, lifting Shaona and tossing her out of the community gate. "Help! They are bullying me! Call the police!" Shaona had completely lost her wits, clinging to the entrance and shouting at the top of her lungs. Many residents were drawn to the commotion, gathering to watch. "Oh, Shaolin, what is happening here? Isn't that Shaona?" The ever-curious Aunt Xie had unknowingly approached, instantly recognizing Lin Hao and Shaona. This woman is utterly shameless. Not only shameless but also despicable. Not just despicable but a shrew as well. Before Lin Hao could speak, the crowd of onlookers eagerly began to explain. "I will call her mother." Aunt Xie felt guilty towards Lin Hao after last night, and now with Shaona causing such a scene, she felt even more ashamed. Thankfully, Lin Hao did not end up with Shaona. Had they, she would have truly wronged him. Aunt Xie quickly dialed Shaona's mother. Shortly after, Shaona's mother arrived in a taxi, horrified at her daughter's disgraceful display. She approached and slapped Shaona several times before dragging her away. Only then did the entrance return to calm. "Indeed, Aunt Xie is truly Aunt Xie. Shaolin, I am so sorry. I almost caused you a lifetime of regret." Aunt Xie apologized profusely to Lin Hao before departing. Meanwhile, Su Wanxiu, blushing, seized the opportunity and hurried home, unnoticed by the crowd. That evening, Lin Hao lay on his waterbed, browsing his phone, when suddenly he received a WeChat message from Su Wanxiu. "Su Wanxiu, Lin Hao, thank you so much for today. Had you not restrained Shaona, it would have been quite embarrassing for us to fight in public. Lin Hao, I should be thanking you. I had longed to slap her myself, so I appreciate your assistance." Su Wanxiu, please don't believe anything Shaona said. Lin Hao, what did she say? About crow's feet? Plastic surgery? Or that my stomach is full of fat?
Su Wanxiu.
Lin Hao, oh Su Wanxiu, by the way, are you in a hurry to find a girlfriend? Lin Hao, huh? How did you know? Su Wanxiu, if you weren't in a rush, why would you go on a blind date? Lin Hao, well, one cannot wait until hunger strikes to buy groceries. After purchasing groceries, one must cook. By the time it's ready to eat, wouldn't you starve? Su Wanxiu, if you're hungry, you can come to my place to eat. Chapter 35. My heart melts at the sight of you. In the end, Lin Hao did not visit Su Wanxiu's home. The thought of her exuberant mother made him hesitate. If he were to go, with her mother's enthusiasm, the possibility of being dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau was quite real. Another day dawned, and Lin Hao rode his bicycle leisurely through the community, now eagerly anticipating the completion of more unique security tasks. After chatting with Su Wanxiu last night, Lin Hao had meticulously examined the system, only to discover 2 numbers appearing in the corner of the interface. It seemed the system noticed Lin Hao's attention to these numbers and promptly provided an explanation. These numbers indicate the total count of special security tasks Lin Hao has completed thus far. The first task involved repairing the circuit for a foot fetish author, earning him a butterfly RK-Mao bicycle valued at 350,000. The second was escorting the sprained-footed anime beauty, Xia Momo, home, for which he received a 12 million yuan Patek Philippe watch. The third task involved biking Su Wanxiu to the roadside to catch a ride, netting him a bank card with a deposit of 100 million. The fourth task was repairing pipes at Su Wanxiu's residence, earning him a villa worth 300 million in the Waterwood Tiancheng complex. The fifth task involved pruning branches at the home of blonde beauty Jessica, where he taught her Chinese and learned English, receiving a hypercar valued at 100 million. The sixth task involved assisting Aunt Xie, who had collapsed due to low blood sugar, earning him stocks worth 1 billion. Upon completing each special security task, the system would upgrade. Currently, the system was only at level 1, providing rewards primarily in monetary form, material possessions, and shares. Once upgraded to level B, the rewards would extend beyond mere possessions, granting personal attributes up to 3 times the normal limits, cutting-edge technology, and extraordinary skills beyond comprehension. Should the system advance to level A, the rewards would transcend the limitations of this planet. As for levels above A, such as S or even SS, the system had not elaborated, but it undoubtedly surpassed Lin Hao's current imagination. Thus, he eagerly anticipated triggering more special security tasks. Lin Gu, a beautiful woman is looking for you in the security office. A voice on the intercom interrupted Lin Hao's thoughts. Another woman seeking me? Lin Hao frowned slightly, wondering if it might be Shaona again. He rode his bicycle to the security office. Xia Momo? A pair of beautiful, large eyes appeared before Lin Hao. With large, lustrous black eyes, long eyelashes, elegantly arched brows, and a cascade of straight black hair framing her face, the enchanting figure before us was none other than the ethereal beauty, Xia Momo. Before her lay a substantial white foam box, her hands clasped nervously in front of her, betraying a hint of apprehension. Lin Hao, this is for you. Upon spotting Lin Hao's entrance, her eyes sparkled with delight as she pushed the box toward him. Thank you. What is it? Lin Hao inquired. Ice cream, Xia Momo shyly replied as she opened the lid of the box. You brought me an entire box of ice cream? Lin Hao felt a chill of anticipation at the thought of indulging in the sweet treat. If there's too much, you can share it with our colleagues. Xia Momo chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing into crescents of joy. Lin Hao, I'm off now. After handing the box to Lin Hao, she waved and dashed out. With a smile, Lin Hao extracted an ice cream bar from the box and took a hearty bite. It tastes delightful. Come on, don't just stand there. Everyone, come and enjoy. There's more than enough for all of us. He called to the security guards in the room. Thank you, Brother Lin. We'll be sure to indulge. One guard responded, while another added, we should really be thanking the beautiful Xia instead. Indeed. Thank you, Brother Lin and the lovely Xia. They all chimed in. In my opinion, this Xia is 1,000 times more exquisite than that shrew from yesterday. Not to mention, she surpasses even the bespectacled beauty, Su Wanqiu. As the guards lavished praises upon Xia Momo, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the entrance. Lin Hao stepped outside, only to find Xia Momo, who had remained just outside the door, eavesdropping on their compliments. Unable to contain her amusement, she burst into laughter, her face flushing crimson as she turned to flee. Chapter 36. The 7th Reward, De Travel Company. You must thank your sweet daughter for this. Lin Hao recounted how he had met the little white cat downstairs and brought it up with him. Really? Meow. So you truly possess a gift? Li Qingya exclaimed, both astonished and delighted, cradling the white cat in her arms. Meow. The little white cat nestled deeper into Li Qingya's embrace, eyes half closed, reveling in the gentle strokes of affection. Even if Meow possesses such abilities, were it not for your presence, others would likely not believe it or follow it upstairs. Thus, Lin Hao, you are indeed my savior. After a moment of petting the cat, Li Qingya set it down, knelt beside the yoga mat, and said earnestly, Indeed, your 10th floor apartment is quite a trek. My legs are still quite wobbly. Lin Hao plopped down onto the sofa. I know a yoga stretch for the legs that can swiftly alleviate fatigue, and regular practice greatly benefits the veins and meridians. Allow me to teach you. Having regained her composure, Li Qingya firmly pulled Lin Hao onto the yoga mat, determined to instruct him in yoga poses. An hour later, Lin Hao emerged from Li Qingya's home, having endured an hour of yoga. Surprisingly, the exercises had indeed proven beneficial. He felt light on his feet as he stepped outside. Ding! Special security task completed. Reward. Shares into travel company. Ding! Electronic version of the share transfer document has been sent to your email. Physical version dispatched via express delivery. To travel company? Lin Hao paused, the name resonating with familiarity. Quickly checking his phone, he gasped in astonishment. The travel company is one of the outcomes of the recent Scenic Spot's initial public offerings. Many scenic sites in the country have already gone public, including Huangshan Tourism, Amei Mountain A, Guilin Tourism, and Zhangjiajie. The travel company encompasses the renowned Great Wall Scenic Area, along with several subsidiary companies that were bundled for the public listing. At its core is, of course, the Great Wall Scenic Area, complemented by other assets such as the unopened ancient Great Wall District, the International Travel Agency, the Great Wall Film Center, and the Great Wall Engineering Company. Due to the unique nature of the travel company's assets, major shareholders must possess over 51 of the shares, meaning Lin Hao's ownership amounts to just one. However, this one is not insignificant. The total market value of the travel company has surpassed 10 billion. Thus, Lin Hao's stake is valued at over 2 billion. Not bad at all. Last time it was a culinary delight, and now it's an adventure. It seems this system is not entirely straightforward. Lin Hao felt buoyant. With the completion of 6 previous special security tasks, this marked his 7th. 5 more, and he could upgrade the system. Lin Hao, the delivery guy in the Rolls-Royce is back, saying there's another package for you. The security guard's voice crackled through the intercom. Thinking it must be the share transfer document, Lin Hao rode his bicycle to the entrance. Hey brother, that outfit looks sharp today. At first glance, it resembles your old red and black uniform, but upon closer inspection, it's far superior. Did you have it custom-made? Upon reaching the gate, Lin Hao immediately noticed the understatedly affluent delivery guy. Hey, bro, you spotted that? I thought no one would notice. You really have an eye for detail. To be honest, this uniform was designed and crafted by Anderson, the chief designer at Louis Vuitton. The delivery guy boasted. Louis Vuitton? What's that? Lin Hao inquired. The delivery guy? Lin Hao, seriously, what is it? Delivery guy. It's LV. LV? So you're saying this uniform was personally designed and made for you by LV's chief designer, Anderson? Impressive. Lin Hao was taken aback. Yeah, it's pretty average. The delivery guy replied, grinning. By the way, could you ask Anderson to design a set for our community security team? Lin Hao suggested eagerly. Sure, no problem. I'm quite familiar with the folks at LV. Anderson is one of my contacts and easy to negotiate with. I'll tell him to work overtime to get it done for you. The delivery guy responded enthusiastically. Alright, I won't hold back. How much will the design fee be? I can transfer it directly to you. Lin Hao replied cheerfully. Brother, let us not bring money into this. It could sour our friendship. The delivery guy waved his hand. Haha. Fair enough. I'll take you up on that. Lin Hao laughed heartily. Alright, brother. I've got a lot of deliveries today, so I must be off. The delivery guy waved and hopped into his Rolls-Royce, driving away. Lin Hao smiled lightly as he made his way back into the community. Regarding the enigmatic courier, his familiarity with the internationally renowned fashion conglomerate LV remained unexamined, just as he refrained from inquiring about the courier's secrets. Each individual harbors their own mysteries, and the absence of probing into one another's secrets forms a solid foundation for shared joy. Upon entering the community and unwrapping the package, Lin Hao discovered it contained a document of share transfer, neatly encased in a brown paper bag. The document explicitly stated Lin Hao's current stake, a percentage that left him shaking his head, affirming the age-old adage that while increasing wealth from 1 to 2 million is a formidable challenge, elevating fortunes from 1 billion to 2 is remarkably effortless. Just like him, who transitioned from a net worth of 10 billion to 20 billion overnight. In the afternoon, Lin Hao received a call from a middle-aged woman, who introduced herself as Ms. Zhang, the principal shareholder of a company named Shijiangnan, requesting to meet for coffee. After securing his bicycle, Lin Hao exchanged a cursory greeting with Li Chong and drove his Koenigsegg to the designated Starbucks. There he found Ms. Zhang, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman, waiting.
Zhang Li,
the founder of Shijiangnan, still held 4 of the company's shares. Observing Lin Hao arrive in a security uniform, driving a Koenigsegg valued at 15 million, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Mr. Lin, pleased to meet you, she exclaimed, extending her hand as he alighted from the car. Ms. Zhang, likewise, Lin Hao responded courteously. Mr. Lin, you truly are rather unique, Zhang Li remarked, scrutinizing him. Just ordinary, I suppose, Lin Hao replied with a nonchalant smile. As they settled into their seats, Lin Hao casually ordered a coffee, while Zhang Li delved straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Lin, may I inquire about your sudden acquisition of a percentage of Shijiangnan? What are your intentions? To Lin Hao, Acquiring shares of Shi Jiangnan was a seamless transaction. However, under the system's orchestration, Zhang Li perceived it as an extravagant purchase from various sources, which understandably made her anxious, given that her stake did not confer absolute control. "Oh, Ms. Zhang, does your inquiry imply you have plans of your own?" Lin Hao countered. "Allow me to speak candidly. My husband has long passed, leaving me with a daughter disinterested in company management. If you are interested, I could transfer my entire stake to you in one go." Zhang Li hesitated before making her offer. "Not interested," Lin Hao replied bluntly. "Mr. Lin, you don't even want to discuss the price? Frankly, managing a company is exhausting for a woman like me. If you are truly interested, I could offer you a discount." She raised an eyebrow. "Even with a discount, I would not acquire something I find unappealing," Lin Hao stated coolly. In truth, Lin Hao understood that Zhang Li would not part with her shares at such a bargain, and despite his 20 billion fortune, he possessed only 1 billion in liquid assets. Given that Shi Jiangnan was valued over 1 billion, even at a discount he could not afford her shares. Although Zhang Li masked her intentions well, Lin Hao discerned that she was merely testing him, likely driven by her instinctive wariness of this unexpectedly emerging second-largest shareholder. "Very well, Ms. Zhang, if that concludes our discussion, I hope my response meets your satisfaction. I must return to my security duties. Farewell," Lin Hao declared, rising to leave. Approaching his Koenigsegg, the car's doors opened gracefully, resembling wings unfurling. "Goodbye," he waved to Zhang Li as he pressed the accelerator, the Koenigsegg speeding away. Behind him, Zhang Li, a formidable woman who had built her multi-billion company from scratch, felt a sense of perplexity regarding Lin Hao. Having invested over 10 billion for a stake in Shi Jiang, and yet harboring no ulterior motives, and presenting himself as merely a security guard, was it that she was aging too swiftly, or that the world was changing too rapidly? Perhaps this matter was better left for her daughter to handle. Chapter 39. The tea seller? "Hello? Who is this?" A middle-aged man's voice echoed through the phone. "I am Lin Hao," he replied coolly. "Lin Hao?" the man repeated, puzzled at first. "Lin Hao," he exclaimed suddenly. "My apologies, Mr. Lin. I am Yu Guoxiong, the general manager of the tourism. I have just received the notification, and the company warmly welcomes you to inspect at your convenience." A flurry of urgent and respectful tones followed. The system's arrangements were impeccably executed. The moment Lin Hao completed his special security task, everything was set in motion. As the general manager of the tourism, Yu Guoxiong was acutely aware that the company now had a new second-largest shareholder, a young man named Lin Hao. Given the unique nature of the tourism, which included assets like the Great Wall, the major shareholder needed to hold absolute control. In the previous structure, aside from the major shareholder's stake, the remaining shares were scattered, none exceeding a certain percentage. Now, a sudden emergence of a second-largest shareholder holding a significant stake warranted scrutiny. The background of this Lin Hao was undoubtedly not as simple as it seemed. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you?" Yu Guoxiong inquired. "I need to arrange tickets and accommodations for my parents and some relatives visiting the capital," Lin Hao stated. "Absolutely no problem. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will ensure everything is perfectly arranged," Yu Guoxiong replied confidently. "Thank you for your assistance," Lin Hao concluded before hanging up. Immediately, Yu Guoxiong sprang into action, contacting the airline to secure first-class tickets, preparing the vehicles used for previous foreign guests, notifying the company's subordinate scenic spots for reception preparations, and coordinating with partner sites to ensure all hospitality arrangements were in place, including accommodations at a 5-star hotel. After the call with Yu Guoxiong, Lin Hao noticed a notification on WeChat indicating that someone had added him. Upon inspection, he saw a striking girl's profile with the name Xiao Qiuyu, accompanied by the message, "Introduced by my mother." Unacquainted, Lin Hao shook his head and accepted the request. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Hao?" the girl inquired. "Yes, I am," Lin Hao confirmed. "Delighted to meet you. I am Lu Xiao," she replied. "Pleasure to meet you too. How much does your family charge for tea per pound?" Lin Hao queried. "Oh?" Lu Xiao responded, bewildered. "We don't sell tea." "Your family doesn't sell tea? What do you sell then?" he asked. "We sell meals," she clarified. "Meals? Have sellers on WeChat evolved from tea to meals now?" Lin Hao mused. Amidst the gentle autumn rain, Lu Xiaoxiao asserted. I am not a tea girl. I am Zhang Li's daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao. Lin Hao suddenly realized he had unintentionally created a misunderstanding. My apologies. There are simply too many tea sellers nowadays, he responded awkwardly. No worries. My mother mentioned that you are now the second largest shareholder of Shijiangnan, and she asked me to add you on WeChat for future correspondence, Lu Xiaoxiao replied. Of course. Lin Hao agreed. By the way, where did you learn your Photoshop skills? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired unexpectedly. Photoshop skills? Are you asking me to help you edit photos? Lin Hao asked. I am naturally beautiful and do not require photo editing. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted. Then why ask me about Photoshop? Lin Hao queried. Oh please, don't pretend. Your WeChat profile picture. Do you dare say it's not edited? Lu Xiaoxiao challenged. I assure you it is not. I simply took a casual selfie, Lin Hao insisted. Yeah, right. Who would believe that? If it weren't edited, your profile picture wouldn't look so handsome. If you truly looked like that, I'd pursue you immediately, Lu Xiaoxiao teased. If you wish to pursue me, you only need to say so. Lin Hao replied, as if, anyway, I've completed my mother's task. See you, she concluded. Goodbye, Lin Hao responded. Is Zhang Li still worried about me? She personally came to test me and now sends her daughter? With a shake of his head, Lin Hao dismissed the thought and prepared to ride his bicycle for patrol once more, only to notice a girl nearby, holding a paintbrush and painting on a canvas. With her long black hair, bangs, large eyes, and a mask, she resembled a character straight from a comic book. It could only be the exquisite second-dimensional beauty, Xia Momo. Xia Momo, you can paint? Lin Hao approached her with curiosity. Ah! Xia Momo exclaimed, startled by his sudden appearance, causing her to blush and tremble, inadvertently smudging her painting. What are you painting? Lin Hao inquired as he reached her side. I'm painting. You, Lin Hao, Xia Momo shyly replied. Upon seeing the half-finished portrait, Lin Hao was taken aback. It indeed resembled him, capturing about 70% of his charm. However, why is there a scar on my face? He pointed at the canvas, noticing a black line that Xia Momo had accidentally added. Oh no, let me erase that right away, she exclaimed, quickly retrieving an eraser and delicately working on the canvas. After finishing, she removed her mask and gently blew on the painting. All done. Hee hee. Very nice, little lady. You have a real talent for art. Please continue. I need to resume my patrol. Lin Hao nodded, preparing to leave. Hey Lin Hao, wait for me. Xia Momo swiftly tucked her canvas behind her and hurried after him. What is it? He asked. In addition to painting, I'm also skilled in photography. Suddenly, she produced a DSLR camera with a lens resembling a Canon. Lin Hao was momentarily speechless. Rest assured, Lin Hao, I won't disturb your work. You do your job and I'll just follow you around taking pictures, Xia Momo assured. Go ahead and take your pictures, but do not edit my photos, change my face, or alter my clothes, Lin Hao cautioned. I wouldn't know how to do that. I'm completely unaware of those apps like ZA or AI face swapping, she replied. How can you articulate that so clearly if you know nothing about it? He thought. Thus, wherever Lin Hao patrolled, Xia Momo trailed behind, capturing him as the central subject of her photography. This was the third step of Xia Momo's plan. The first step was to acquire Lin Hao's contact information. The second was to ensure he didn't dislike her. And the third was to find various excuses to linger beside him, making him accustomed to her presence. As the day wore on, Lin Hao became almost a full-time model for Xia Momo. Not only did he fail to complete any special security tasks, but he was also unable to manage even the ordinary ones. Suddenly, while Xia Momo was snapping photos, she stifled a sneeze, her brows furrowing in discomfort. Realizing she had been without her mask while erasing her painting, panic set in. With a sudden struggle to breathe, her complexion turned pale and then bluish, her expression twisted in agony as she gasped for air, unable to find relief. Xia Momo, what is wrong? Lin Hao noticed her distress, hastily abandoning his bicycle to rush to her side. Huff! Huff! Xia Momo was unable to speak, clutching her chest in pain, one hand struggling to indicate her pocket. Without hesitation, Lin Hao rummaged through her pocket and found an inhaler. Upon reading the label, he understood instantly. An acute asthma attack. No wonder she always wore a mask. It must have been her lack of it that triggered this crisis. Quickly, he administered the inhaler, spraying it into her mouth. Soon, Xia Momo's breathing began to stabilize, her pallor gradually returning to a healthy hue. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief as he returned the inhaler to her pocket and carefully adjusted her mask. "Thank you, Lin Hao," she eventually managed to say after regaining her composure. "It's all right. Just remember to wear your mask in the future," he advised. "Lin Hao, you saved my life. How can I ever repay you?" she asked. "No need for thanks," he laughed. "You must. I insist." She insisted. "Then perhaps treat me to a meal someday," Lin Hao suggested. "A meal? Is that appropriate?" she questioned. "Inappropriate? What do you consider appropriate?" he replied. "I think offering oneself would be more fitting." Xia Momo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, the LV security uniforms he had whimsically provided for the community's security team had unintended yet remarkable consequences. The team transformed, exuding a renewed spirit and sense of pride, each member feeling as if they were defending a vital stronghold. Within just a day, property prices in the community surged by 5,000 per square meter, and the trend showed no signs of abating. Prospective buyers flocked to view the second-hand homes, often placing deposits at lightning speed upon availability. The allure of the LV handcrafted uniforms had proven incredibly effective. After all, wealthy individuals purchase homes for quality. And if the security's quality was this high, what could be said about the community itself? As the property prices in the community surged, Lin Hao's lakeside villa appreciated by several million as well. However, he had no time to ponder this, for he was already en route to the airport. His parents and aunt's family had arrived, and he needed to pick them up. The group consisted of 6 individuals. Lin Hao's father, Lin Mingqiang. His mother, Wang Shuyun. His aunt, Wang Shuyun. His uncle, Zhang Huaibing. His cousin, Zhang Xing. And Zhang Xing's girlfriend, Qiu Yan. "Dad, Mom, over here." Lin Hao called out loudly as he spotted his family at the airport exit and rushed over. "Xiao Hao." Lin Mingqiang and Wang Shuyun's faces lit up with joy upon seeing their son. Lin Hao greeted his aunt and uncle. "Aunt, uncle. Xiao Hao, we'll be relying on you this time," his aunt and uncle remarked. "Did you come alone? Where's your girlfriend?" At that moment, his cousin Zhang Xing approached, smugly addressing Lin Hao. "I don't have a girlfriend," Lin Hao replied coolly. "Haha, you little rascal. Still struggling to find one? Allow me to introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan, meet my cousin Lin Hao." Zhang Xing proudly pulled Qiu Yan closer, casting a triumphant glance at Lin Hao. Zhang Xing, being half a year older than Lin Hao, had always taken pleasure in belittling him. Now, accompanied by his girlfriend, he was determined to continue this trend. "Hello." Qiu Yan glanced at Lin Hao with indifference, offering a perfunctory greeting before turning her face away. Lin Hao smiled lightly, unfazed, as he took hold of his parents' luggage, one in each hand, leading everyone outside. Meanwhile, his aunt and uncle each carried their own bags, while Zhang Xing struggled with 2, leaving Qiu Yan empty-handed. "Hey Lin Hao, did you rent a car? You're not making us take a taxi, are you?" Zhang Xing started probing for opportunities to ridicule Lin Hao. "Rent a car? No, I arranged for a vehicle, so we won't need a taxi," Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. "A vehicle? With all of us here, what kind of car did you arrange? It wouldn't be a van, would it? We're not here often. You should have at least gotten a Mercedes business vehicle," Zhang Xing taunted. "I'd rather call for a ride than sit in a van." Qiu Yan chimed in quietly. "Xiao Hao, we don't mind. A van is fine. Your aunt and uncle are indifferent as well," Wang Shuyun interjected. "Regardless of how you find a car, it will incur expenses. A van will certainly cost less than a Mercedes." "Don't worry, Mom. It's not a van." Lin Hao glanced at Zhang Xing, adding, "And it's definitely not a Mercedes either." 5 minutes later, Lin Hao led everyone to a black vehicle. Upon seeing it, everyone was left speechless. Before them stood a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car exuded an imposing presence, grand and majestic, its length astonishing. "Mr. Lin, are these your guests?" A driver clad in white gloves hurriedly approached from the driver's seat, ready to assist with the luggage. This luxurious stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom was specially arranged by Yu Guoxiong, the general manager of the travel, valued at 150 million. It was the most extravagant vehicle in the company, typically reserved for foreign dignitaries. This time, Yu Guoxiong had unreservedly deployed it to curry favor with Lin Hao. Lin Hao had initially intended to drive himself, but the car was too long, over 6 meters, far beyond what an ordinary person could handle, so he had to accept the driver's assistance. Upon entering the car, everyone was further astonished. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The interior was remarkably spacious, adorned with opulent leather half-moon seats, a large LCD television, a refrigerator, and even a small bar. It could comfortably accommodate 10 people for a lively gathering. Chapter 44. Who can't afford a meal? With ample space in the back, Lin Hao settled into the rear seat alongside his parents. The professional driver gently started the vehicle. Dad, Mom, these seats can be transformed into massage chairs. Look, if you recline them like this, you can lie back and enjoy a massage. Lin Hao adjusted the massage functions for his aunt and uncle as well, before retrieving some chilled beverages from the refrigerator to offer Zhang Xing and Qiu Yan. Lin Hao's parents, Lin Mingxiang and Wang Shuyun, had a multitude of questions for him, such as why he had purchased first-class tickets for them, why he had rented such an expensive car, and how much it had cost. However, it was evidently not the right moment for inquiries, so they reclined and indulged in the massage. The elderly couple, already somewhat fatigued, soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing sipped his drink, his expression souring. Although he was unaware of the Phantom's exact worth, he knew it was certainly not cheap and that it brought Lin Hao considerable prestige. Lin Hao, you've really splurged this time. Renting such a car must have cost you a pretty penny. Zhang Xing expressed his dissatisfaction, suspecting Lin Hao was flaunting his wealth before him. It's not rented. I didn't spend any money, Lin Hao explained succinctly. Didn't spend any money? How can that be? A vehicle this luxurious. And you expect me to believe you didn't pay a dime? You must think I'm a 3-year-old. Zhang Xing scoffed. Mr. Lin uses his company's vehicle. There's no need for any expenditure, the driver interjected. This driver was a trusted aide of Yu Guoxiong, usually assigned to him, thus aware that Lin Hao was the second-largest shareholder of the travel. His comments were not without the intent of flattering Lin Hao. Your own company's vehicle? What does that mean? Zhang Xing furrowed his brow. Your own company? So, Lin Hao, do you run a company? Qiu Yan's interest was piqued, and she turned to look at Lin Hao with bright eyes. Qian, you overestimate him. How could he possibly run a company? Zhang Xing said, feeling a twinge of jealousy at how his girlfriend regarded Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, the driver, was about to speak again. All right, focus on driving. Don't let your attention wander, Lin Hao casually advised the driver. By the way, Lin Hao, where do you work in the capital? Do you really own a company? Qiu Yan pressed further. Me? I work as a security guard in a community, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. What? A security guard? Qiu Yan scoffed, turning her gaze away and falling silent. Lin Hao, what have you been up to in the capital all these years? How did you end up becoming a security guard? Zhang Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Professions shouldn't be judged by status, Lin Hao replied with a smile. After that, Qiu Yan ceased to acknowledge Lin Hao, while Zhang Xing proceeded to boast about his own accomplishments. Zhang Xing was currently employed in Shanghai as a wealth manager at a joint stock bank, and his girlfriend Qiu Yan worked alongside him in the same position. Alas, the bank's performance has been poor these past 2 years, and the salary hasn't improved. Last year I only made 500,000, which is rather meager. With housing prices in Shanghai soaring, and Qiu Yan wanting a spacious flat, it seems I'll have to work hard for another 2 or 3 years to afford the down payment, Zhang Xing lamented. Yet his tone was laced with pride. 40 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the parking lot of the Jiangnan food branch. As it was mealtime, Lin Hao was concerned about his parents getting hungry, so he decided to treat them to a meal before heading back. The door of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at a staggering 100 million, swung open as Lin Hao descended from the vehicle. The attendant responsible for directing the car's reverse maneuver, upon seeing the luxurious automobile, rushed over in a state of alarm. If this vehicle were to sustain even a minor scratch, the repercussions would be dire. As the attendant approached, he was taken aback to see Lin Hao emerge from the car, stuttering, "Lin, sir, Lin Hao recognized him instantly. He was the same individual who had urged him to apologize to the BMW owner on that fateful night when his bicycle had been struck. At that moment, the attendant was drenched in sweat, clearly flustered, pondering how this Lin Sir could transition from riding an unremarkable bicycle one moment to arriving in a lavish extended Rolls-Royce the next. Soon after, the branch manager arrived, exhibiting an attitude of utmost respect towards Lin Hao. Subsequently, the manager personally escorted Lin Hao and his companions into a grand private dining room at the restaurant, Jiangnan, and went to arrange the menu. Lin Hao's mother, Wang Shuyun, initially claimed she needed some fresh air and took a brief stroll outside. Upon re-entering the private room, she anxiously urged Lin Hao, "Xiao Hao, let us change places. I just inquired with the attendant, and here the average meal costs over 1,000. Your aunt and uncle are family. We could just grab takeout outside." Chapter 45. Must we really pretend? 55,000 in total, the cashier said, scrutinizing the bill. What kind of joke is this? 55,000 for a meal? Why not just rob a bank? Is it because we're from out of town that you're trying to fleece us? I'm calling to file a complaint. Zhang Xing shouted in anger, disregarding his phone on the ground. Sir, this amount has already excluded the minor charges, and the complimentary beverages haven't even been included yet. The cashier replied innocently. Show me the bill. This is a scam. Get your manager. Zhang Xing exclaimed, picking up his phone and banging it on the counter in fury. The cashier, still looking bewildered, retrieved the bill and called the manager. Zhang Xing, along with Zheng Huaibing, Wang Shuyun and Qiu Yan, gathered around to examine the bill. Yangtze crabs, quantity, unit price, total. Crocodile tail soup, quantity, unit price, total. Wild yellow croaker, quantity, unit price, total. Everyone was left dumbfounded. No wonder the food had tasted so exquisite. It was all high-priced delicacies. Truly, one cannot discern the value of goods without the right knowledge. The average dining expense was stated as 1,000, but that did not imply it was the cap. Calculating the costs revealed that, indeed, this meal would amount to 55,000. Just then, the manager arrived. Mr. Lin, let us waive this meal. The manager proposed. Lin Hao glanced at Zhang Xing with a nonchalant expression. Since Zhang Xing wished to flaunt his wealth, let him indulge in the pretense. Lin Hao had no intention of granting him an excuse. Due to Zhang Xing's earlier outburst, a crowd of curious diners had gathered, all eyes now fixed on Zhang Xing, catching Lin Hao's gaze, hoped for Lin Hao to request a complimentary meal, but found himself too proud to make such a request, especially with his girlfriend Qiu Yan watching. Complimentary? Settle the bill. Swipe the card. Zhang Xing finally gritted his teeth and with a decisive smack, he produced a credit card. Impressive. Lin Hao gave Zhang Xing a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, how about we apply a discount? Perhaps a 60% discount. The manager suggested kindly to Lin Hao. Hey, let us be clear. I'm the one paying here, not him. What discount? Are you looking down on me? No discounts are needed. Just swipe the card. Zhang Xing sneered. Though the meal had cost him 55,000, consuming 1/10 of his annual income, he had gained face. It mattered not whether in front of Lin Hao's family or his girlfriend, Qiu Yan. Perhaps this would even lead to a successful evening with Qiu Yan after they returned to the hotel. Mr. Lin. You see, the manager looked perplexed. Let him pay. I'm fine with it, Lin Hao replied casually. Oh, by the way, didn't you bring 2 bottles of wine earlier? I won tea, accept those as a complimentary gift. Let us add their cost to the bill. I'll cover it all. Just as the cashier was about to swipe the card, Zhang Xing suddenly turned to the manager. Thinking that since he had already spent 55,000 on the meal, he might as well splurge a little more on the wine to maintain his facade. Mr. Lin. The manager glanced at Lin Hao, his expression troubled. Hey, what is your point? I'm the one settling the bill. Why are you looking at him? Zhang Xing frowned. Just go along with him. Lin Hao chuckled and advised the manager. Since he has traveled all the way to the capital, let him enjoy his moment of grandeur. Very well. The meal costs 55,000, and the 2 bottles of wine total 400,000, summing up to 535,000. We'll waive the minor charges, so it will be 500,000. The manager sighed, shaking his head. Thud. The phone in Zhang Xing's hand fell to the floor once more. It's how much? Zhang Xing stammered, his lips quivering. After waiving the minor charges, it's 500,000. These 2 bottles of wine are vintage Lafite, priced at 40,000 each, totaling 400,000. The manager stated with a stern expression. He even had someone bring out the empty wine bottles for Zhang Xing to see. He realized that although this person was with Mr. Lin, he was deliberately opposing him. So Zhang Xing had no reason to hold back. He would treat him as he saw fit. Beep, beep, beep. Under the manager's signal, the cashier quickly entered the amount and swiped Zhang Xing's card, presenting the machine for him to input his PIN. Sir, please enter your password, the cashier said expressionlessly. This man had shown such a poor attitude towards Mr. Lin. He couldn't possibly be a good person. Gulp. Zhang Xing swallowed hard, trembling as he faced the prospect of inputting the password. Once he did, it would mean 500,000. Last year, he had worked tirelessly for nothing. Does he really want to maintain this pretense? Chapter 47. Is this your community's security dormitory? With trembling hands, Zhang Xing ultimately pressed the password on the machine. But, ding ding, the machine suddenly chimed with an error. Apologies, sir. Your card balance is insufficient. Would you like to use another card? The cashier inquired, looking up at Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing's face flushed crimson, but he soon released a long sigh of relief. Well, Lin Hao, I only brought a card for small change this time. Could you perhaps speak to the manager? Zhang Xing no longer dared to act superior, his tone now deferential towards Lin Hao. Indeed, Xiao Hao, didn't the manager mention waiving the bill? We are family. Aunt Wang Shuyun quickly chimed in. Xiao Hao, let us just forget it, Wang Shuyun added. Seeing his mother speak up, Lin Hao nodded and addressed the manager. My cousin was merely joking earlier. He loves to jest. Yes, manager, I was just kidding. Zhang Xing hastily chimed in, reclaiming his card and stowing it in his pocket. The manager, noticing Lin Hao's interjection, immediately wore a beaming smile. Understood, Mr. Lin. In truth, even if this gentleman had sufficient funds, we wouldn't have charged him anyway. The manager's words flowed smoothly, yet internally he held disdain for Zhang Xing. Some individuals, despite having their pride bruised, still wish to pretend. What a farce! The cashier, lacking the subtlety of the store manager, whispered in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. Zhang Xing's expression darkened, leaving him with no retort. All right, let's go. Lin Hao smiled and beckoned everyone to exit, not wishing to embarrass Zhang Xing further, since they were all relatives. Let's go, let's go. Wang Shuyun pulled her son Zhang Xing out, and the others followed suit. They all stepped outside and climbed into the elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom. However, Qiu Yan found an excuse to linger behind, and once everyone had exited, she quietly inquired of the store manager. Manager, could you tell me why Lin Hao was able to dine for free? Dining at one's own restaurant, why would it be free? The manager did not respond directly but alluded to something. Dining at one's own restaurant? Qiu Yan was taken aback, feeling a sense of déjà vu. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that the driver had previously remarked, Mr. Lin uses his company's car. Why would he need to pay? What could this possibly mean? Was it conceivable that not only was that extravagant car owned by the property company, but this restaurant was as well? How could that be? With her mind preoccupied with this puzzle, Qiu Yan was the last to board the vehicle. Yan, come sit here. Zhang Xing invited her to sit beside him. I feel a bit dizzy over there. I'll sit next to Lin Hao, Qiu Yan replied, plopping down next to Lin Hao. Zhang Xing, feeling somewhat slighted, opened his mouth but found no words, eventually lowering his head. Hey Lin Hao, that restaurant we just dined at, it was called Shi Jiangnan, right? It's one of the most renowned high-end dining chains in the capital. How could they have waived your bill? Qiu Yan whispered, her voice barely audible. Yet it piqued Zhang Xing's interest, prompting him to perk up his ears. The others held their breath in anticipation. Perhaps it's because I'm a shareholder, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. A shareholder? Qiu Yan's eyes brightened instantly. Oh, you are quite the smooth talker. You didn't happen to become a shareholder through stock trading, did you? Like if I bought 100 shares of a fruit company, could I then claim to be a shareholder of that company? Zhang Xing chimed in, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Well, theoretically, yes. Even if you only held a single share, you would still be a legitimate shareholder. Lin Hao acknowledged with a nod of approval. TCH, that's just semantics. Zhang Xing scoffed. Enough, you two brothers. There's no need to bicker after not seeing each other for so long. Xiao Hao, are we headed to the hotel now? Aunt Wang Shuyun interjected. No. I thought since we're all family, I wouldn't arrange for you to stay at a hotel. You can stay at my place instead, Lin Hao explained. If it were anyone else, Lin Hao would not have invited them to his home. But given the familial connection, he felt it was appropriate. What are you joking about? You didn't book us a hotel? Staying at your place? Don't tell me it's your security dormitory? Or a rented apartment? With so many of us, where would we sleep? Are we to sleep on the couch or on the floor? Zhang Xing exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. After a flurry of activity, everyone finally settled in. Zhang Xing, eager to share a room with Qiu Yan, found her resolute in her refusal. However, the villa was replete with rooms, leaving Zhang Xing without a suitable excuse. After everyone was settled, Lin Mingqiang and Wang Shuyun confronted Lin Hao. Xiao Hao, please be honest with us, what is going on? Wang Shuyun asked, her brow furrowed with concern. One moment you're in first class on a plane, the next you're in a luxury vehicle, then dining on meals that cost tens of thousands, and now you're in a lakeside villa. What is happening? And your job? Are you truly just a security guard? Are all these possessions yours? If they are, where did you acquire so much wealth? Have you engaged in any illicit activities? Lin Mingqiang's expression was grave, his tone serious. Dad, Mom, please don't worry. I'll explain everything slowly. The meal we had earlier, I have shares in that restaurant, hence I was able to dine for free. As for the first-class flight and the luxury car, they belong to a travel company, and since I am a shareholder, this lakeside villa is indeed mine. Look, here is the property deed. My job is indeed just a security guard, but that does not restrict me from pursuing other ventures. In short, you needn't worry. I assure you, I would never engage in illegal activities. Now that I have some financial resources, you can enjoy yourselves without concern. Lin Hao summarized, though he refrained from delving into excessive detail, recognizing that the existence of the system was inherently difficult to explain. Nevertheless, Lin Mingqiang remained uneasy. All right, my dear husband, our son has grown up and is successful now. You shouldn't pry so much, Wang Shuyun interrupted. I'm just concerned. Lin Mingqiang replied. The children have grown, and we are aging. It's time to let go. Remember, 30 years ago, you two kept secrets from your father and eloped with me. Wang Shuyun countered. Haha, that's true. It seems our son has inherited my traits. Lin Mingqiang chuckled. Subsequently, Lin Hao took out his phone, performed a few operations, and transferred 1 million to each of his parents' bank accounts. It wasn't that Lin Hao was unwilling to transfer more. He merely worried that an excessive amount could lead to them being scammed. He could always transfer more later if needed. Xiao Hao, why are you giving us so much money? Even if you have properties, cars, and shares, you must keep some money for yourself. Lin Mingqiang and Wang Shuyun protested. Dad, Mom, don't worry about me. Look, I still have nearly 100 million in my account, Lin Hao said with a smile, showing them his bank balance. Only then did Lin Mingqiang and Wang Shuyun accept Lin Hao's transfer without further inquiries, their hearts swelling with pride. That night, everyone enjoyed a splendid evening at Lin Hao's villa, engaging in activities like watching films, fishing, swimming, and barbecuing. Lin Hao, whose villa is this really? Lin Hao, I noticed a security uniform hanging outside the laundry room, and it has the LV logo on it. Is it really LV? Lin Hao, this pool is so large and comfortable. Lin Hao, I saw a cool supercar in the garage. Can I sit in it? All night long, Qiu Yan incessantly called out Lin Hao, while he paid her little mind, choosing instead to spend time with his parents. Zhang Xing, on the other hand, was visibly displeased. He simply could not fathom how Lin Hao, merely a security guard, could possess such a lavish and fantastical lifestyle. Even if the villa were rented, it would still require a significant expenditure. How could a security guard amass such wealth? The next day, everyone boarded the elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom to visit the Great Wall. Throughout the journey, Qiu Yan displayed a marked interest in Lin Hao, incessantly chatting away about her hobbies, her relatively recent acquaintance with Zhang Xing, and how she had struggled to sleep alone in an unfamiliar room the previous night. Lin Hao, disinterested, opted to close his eyes and rest. Zhang Xing, having grown more subdued, remained mostly silent during the ride. Upon arriving at the scenic area, Yu Guoxiong had already arranged for a VIP passage. Not far away, throngs of people crowded together, yet Lin Hao and his companions enjoyed a leisurely and spacious tour. Along the way, security personnel cleared the path, accompanied by several high-ranking tour guides providing commentary, all meticulously arranged by Yu Guoxiong to please Lin Hao. This was truly a treatment befitting a super VIP. Although Auntie's family relished this experience, their gaze towards Lin Hao was filled with uncertainty. It was evident that their privilege stemmed from Lin Hao's influence. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wang Xiuyun subtly inquired with Wang Shuyun about the situation. Being close sisters, after several probing questions, Wang Shuyun eventually revealed that Lin Hao had mentioned something to them the previous night. What? That villa truly belongs to Xiao Hao? He has over 100 million in bank savings? His shares are worth billions. He gifted you and Uncle Lin 1 million each? Wang Shuyun gasped in astonishment, her heart swelling with envy. Observing the contentment and happiness on Wang Shuyun's face, Wang Shuyun felt a pang of bitterness. Her son, Zhang Xing, had toiled for years in the bustling metropolis, finally securing a position as a financial manager at a bank with an annual salary of 500,000. She had once taken pride in this achievement, often using her son's success to belittle Wang Shuyun. But now, she felt like a mere joke. While her son earned a modest salary, Wang Shuyun's son, Lin Hao, was already worth billions. How could she have ever belittled Wang Shuyun? From the moment Wang Shuyun learned of Lin Hao's wealth, her mood soured, leaving her distracted throughout their excursion. As they returned to Lin Hao's lakeside villa after a day of touring, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Dad, Mom, Auntie, Uncle, you all take a rest and have a nap. I'll patrol the community for a bit, Lin Hao said to everyone before cycling away. He felt no fatigue and welcomed the opportunity to patrol, hoping to trigger a special security task by chance. Dear, why do you look so unhappy today? In the villa, Zhang Huaibing noticed his wife's gloomy expression and inquired with concern. Do you know that Lin Hao gave Shuyun and Uncle Lin 1 million each yesterday? After that, he still has 100 million in his bank account, and that villa truly belongs to him. Shuyun has seen the property deed. This community is clearly upscale, and in such a precious location as the capital, that villa must be worth at least 100 million. Furthermore, Lin Hao holds shares in that restaurant company from yesterday and in the tourism company from today. Unlike Zhang Xing's mere stock trading, he is a true stakeholder, with a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Wang Shuyun could no longer contain herself and revealed the long-held secret. What? This child, Xiao Hao, has become so accomplished? That's wonderful! Zhang Huaibing exclaimed joyfully. Why are you so happy? Lin Hao isn't your son. Your son can't compare to Lin Hao's abilities. Wang Shuyun retorted with a tinge of bitterness. Cough, cough. Mom! Suddenly, a noise came from the room's entrance. It was Zhang Xing, accompanied by Qiu Yan. Mom, is what you just said true? Who told you this? Zhang Xing asked, somewhat incredulously. Who else? Your second aunt said it herself. Wang Shuyun replied enviously. Mom, it might not be true. Perhaps my second aunt said it on purpose since she's always felt inferior to you. Zhang Xing murmured. Humph, I've competed with your second aunt my entire life. I know her well. She never lies. Wang Shuyun scoffed. Zhang Xing fell silent, his expression disheartened. The cousin he had always looked down upon had suddenly transformed into someone he could only aspire to, becoming a wealthy individual he needed to respect. He found it difficult to accept this sudden shift. I'm going out for a breath of fresh air, Qiu Yan said quietly, not waiting for Zhang Xing's response before turning to leave the villa. After glancing around, she headed towards the lakeside island. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was cycling around the community, preparing to return when he noticed a young man wearing a cap, acting suspiciously, with a bag slung over his shoulder, heading towards the lobby of Building 3. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and quickly followed him. Upon entering the corridor of Building 3, the man in the cap opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, starting from the first floor and placing a flyer on the doorknobs of each apartment. After following him up 2 flights, Lin Hao realized he had encountered a flyer distributor. He swiftly removed all the flyers the man had posted and chased after him. "Hey, buddy, this community prohibits flyer distribution," Lin Hao called out, tapping the man on the shoulder. "Ah!" The man in the cap, startled, turned around to see Lin Hao alone and sneered. "What's it to you? I'm not distributing them at your place. You're just a lousy security guard. Mind your own business." With no other option, Lin Hao decided to take action. He grabbed the man in the cap and dragged him downstairs, outside the lobby. "Help! The security guard is attacking me. Help! The security guard is stealing my bag," the man shouted, spotting homeowners passing by and loudly accusing Lin Hao. At the same time, Qiu Yan had just exited the lakeside island when she encountered a young security guard. "Excuse me, do you know Lin Hao?" she asked sweetly. "What does this mean?" Everyone was taken aback, turning their attention to Lin Hao. Lin Hao maintained a smile, handing the man in the cap over to another security guard before pulling out his phone and opening an app, turning the screen towards the group. They watched as a video played, somewhat shaky as if filmed while walking. The video showed a furtive figure quickly pulling a flyer from his bag and slipping it onto a doorknob. "Hey, buddy, this community prohibits flyer distribution," a voice echoed. The man in the cap turned in panic, and the video continued, "What is it to you? I'm not distributing them at your place. You're just a lousy security guard. Mind your own business." The footage then shook as the man was grabbed and dragged outside. "Help! The security guard is attacking me. Help! The security guard is stealing my bag," he yelled. After watching the video, everyone understood. This was the entire sequence of events documenting Lin Hao apprehending the man in the cap. They leaned in closer to examine Lin Hao's chest, where a small hidden camera was discreetly placed. The camera's live feed transmitted everything it captured directly to Lin Hao's phone, providing the most compelling video evidence. The man in the cap was utterly dumbfounded, his head drooping in defeat. Faced with such advanced technology, he had no way to deny his actions. "Wow, Brother Lin, where did you acquire such sophisticated equipment?" Several security guards exclaimed in astonishment. "Hee, I just got it today. This is its first use, and I never expected it to be so effective. In a couple of days, I plan to procure a batch for every security guard in our community. As guardians of the neighborhood, we must not lack evidence." Lin Hao replied with a smile. In fact, Lin Hao had seen the security personnel at the Great Wall Scenic Area equipped with similar cameras earlier that day and decided to try one out. To his surprise, the results were impressive. "Look, I told you the quality of this community speaks for itself. Not only are the security uniforms LV, but even their equipment is cutting edge. Tell me, is it unreasonable for a square meter here to cost 10,000 more than the neighboring community?" A man resembling a real estate agent exclaimed to a group of prospective buyers. "Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable." The buyers shook their heads in unison. "Just an extra 10,000 per square meter. For that, you are purchasing quality, safety, peace of mind, and protection for yourself and your family. Wouldn't you say it's a worthwhile investment?" The agent continued. "Absolutely. It's a fantastic deal." The buyers nodded vigorously. "Then, shall we head to my office to sign the contract?" The agent inquired. Let's go. Time to sign the contract. I'm ready to make a deposit." The eager buyers hurriedly followed the agent. Meanwhile, the remaining homeowners stood tall, heads held high, proud to be part of this community. In just a few days, the property prices in this community had already surpassed the neighboring area by 10,000. Just days ago, it had only been a 5,000 increase. Lin Hao shook his head, finding the situation rather extraordinary, and decided to ride away on his bicycle. At that moment, a few security guards were preparing to escort the cap-wearing man away, but he turned back, glaring menacingly at Lin Hao. "Kid, remember this, you got lucky this time. Just make sure you don't step outside the community again. If I see you out there next time." "Heh?" Lin Hao paused, looking at the man, then turned to the security guard holding him. "Eru, call the police and report that we VE captured a member of a counterfeit currency gang." "What? Eru?" The security guard was taken aback. The other guards were equally astonished. "How dare you accuse me of being part of a counterfeit gang?" The cap-wearing man shouted angrily. "Your expression has already betrayed you. The stack of money in your bag isn't real. It's merely for intimidation." You've just shot yourself in the foot. Lin Hao replied calmly. Please, let me go. I was led astray. I promise I won't come back to your community. The man pleaded desperately. Take your appeal to the judge? Lin Hao replied with a slight smile as he mounted his bicycle and rode away. Behind him, Eru had already connected the call to the police. Ding! A system notification suddenly echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Chapter 53. The Materialistic Woman. Begin your performance. Ding. Detected host has completed a special security task. Reward: 1B Global Center Building. Ding. The electronic copy of the property document has been sent to the host's email. The physical document has been handed over to express delivery. The notifications filled Lin Hao with delight. He immediately understood the significance of this reward. The B Global Center is a renowned landmark in the capital, located in the prime B district. 3 years ago, it was sold by a wealthy individual for 100 billion. Now it was his. This represented a value of at least 100 billion. His net worth had just catapulted from 20 billion into the exclusive 100 billion club. This club, however, is not the same as the entertainment industry's 100 billion club, which refers to films grossing over 100 billion. Only a select few artists achieve this, but in the eyes of genuine tycoons, it holds little significance. In reality, there are only about 300 individuals in the country whose personal assets reach 100 billion, qualifying them for this prestigious club. Of course, the actual number is likely higher, as many individuals with substantial wealth operate behind the scenes. Regardless, on the surface, Lin Hao had now stepped into the ranks of the 300 richest individuals in the country. With a smile on his lips, Lin Hao turned his bicycle towards the community gate. As he arrived, a police car pulled up, and the officers quickly assessed the situation. Upon opening the cap-wearing man's bag, they discovered a thick stack of counterfeit bills. The man was swiftly taken away. Moments later, an imposing black SUV arrived. It was the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ha, brother. I was just waiting for you to deliver my package. Lin Hao grinned. The delivery driver jumped out, looking puzzled. Hey, how did you know about your delivery? I have my ways, Lin Hao replied with a chuckle. Impressive. Can you predict what I'll be doing next month? The driver asked, handing Lin Hao a package. Lin Hao quickly signed for it, then looked up at the driver and slowly said, You're not planning to drive for ride-hailing services, are you? What? No way. How did you know? I only just made that decision on the way here. The driver was utterly amazed. Ha, just a lucky guess. Lin Hao laughed. Even a guess like that is impressive. I'm in awe, the driver exclaimed. Honestly, with such a powerful Cullinan, it would be a shame not to use it for ride-hailing. Lin Hao said earnestly. Really? I was actually considering a Bentley Continental, but I'll take your suggestion into account. The driver replied with the same seriousness. Well, you could also think about driving something even flashier, Lin Hao suggested. True, maybe I should take the Pagani Huayra instead? The driver pondered. The surrounding security guards were utterly bewildered by their conversation, quickly pulling out their phones to research. Bentley Continental, worth 5 million. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth 10 million. Pagani Huayra, worth 90 million. Goodness, these two are debating which of these luxury cars to use for ride-hailing? Is this for real? This is outrageous. All right, I'll finish my last shift before the end of the month. See you later, brother. The delivery driver waved and jumped back into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Lin Hao opened the package, revealing the property documents for the B Global Center, along with a hefty stack of lease agreements. The Global Center, situated in the highly coveted B district, is an ultra-grade A office building. Many powerful enterprises have rented office space within its walls. Previously, Lin Hao's assets, whether it be the 3 million yuan bicycle, the 12 million yuan watch, the 150 million yuan Koenigsegg, the 300 million yuan villa on the lake, or the shares in Shijiangnan and Dadaoer, could not be sold due to system constraints, rendering them inaccessible for immediate cash conversion. Consequently, the only liquid asset Lin Hao possessed was a mere 100 million yuan in his bank account. However, upon glancing over a stack of contracts, he estimated that the annual rent for the Global Center building exceeded 1 billion yuan, an astonishing figure that rendered the building a veritable cash cow in his portfolio. As he pedaled swiftly back to the lakeside villa, he was greeted by his aunt, Wang Xiuyun, who approached him with a warm smile, inquiring about his patrol duties. His cousin, Zhang Xing, quickly offered him an ice-cold cola from the refrigerator, eager to please. The only member of the family who maintained a semblance of normalcy was his uncle, Zhang Huaibing, though even he seemed hesitant to meet Lin Hao's gaze. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Hao asked, feeling the weight of their collective attention. "Ahem. It's just that your mother has informed me about your recent accomplishments," Wang Shiyun exclaimed. "Now that you've become successful, why keep it a secret? Share your good fortune. It would bring me joy as well. Is that all?" Lin Hao replied, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "I have never hidden anything. You simply chose not to believe me. Let us not dwell on the past. Since you are flourishing now, could you assist your cousin? Zhang Xing is working as a financial manager. If you placed your funds in his bank and invested in the financial products he oversees, it would benefit both of you. Wouldn't that be marvelous?" Wang Shiyun suggested. "Indeed, cousin, you could invest a significant amount. Perhaps 5 or 6 million would suffice," Zhang Xing chimed in. During Lin Hao's patrol, Wang Shiyun and Zhang Xing had seemingly come to terms with his newfound wealth. Accepting this undeniable reality, they sought to extract some advantage for themselves. "You wish for me to purchase your investment products?" Lin Hao inquired, casting a discerning glance at Zhang Xing. "What's the product code? I shall review it first." Zhang Xing eagerly recited a series of numbers, prompting Lin Hao to open a financial app on his phone. Upon entering the code, he soon discovered that the product had a high-risk evaluation, with last year's interest rate disappointingly low. Current one-year fixed deposit rates hover around a certain percentage, and even more accessible investment products yield better returns. Yet, your product only managed to achieve a fraction of that. And now you expect me to invest 100 million? Are you certain you are not attempting to deceive me? Dear cousin, losses are merely temporary. Trust me, I would never lead you astray, Zhang Xing insisted. Please, help your cousin out. You have ample funds. Even if you do not invest the entire amount, a substantial sum would be beneficial, Wang Shiyun added, her tone pleading. I am afraid that I cannot assist you with this, Lin Hao firmly declined. I adhere to 2 principles when aiding others. First, I assist those in urgent need, not those who are simply impoverished. Second, I do not place myself at risk to help others. Currently, you are not in urgent need, and investing in your product poses a significant risk to my own finances. Therefore, I shall not help. Lin Hao's refusal was resolute. He would not succumb to moral coercion. Lin Hao Yu. Wang Xiaoyun and Zheng Xing were taken aback by his forthright rejection, left momentarily speechless. I suggest you focus on enhancing the returns of your financial products, as that should be your primary objective as a financial manager. If your offerings can attain the average returns of comparable products, I would consider investing, Lin Hao stated, shaking his head as he prepared to ascend the stairs. Just then, an agitated voice echoed from outside, calling for Zheng Xing, come help me. Your girlfriend is not as simple as you think, Lin Hao whispered as Zheng Xing moved to assist. Upon exiting, Zheng Xing encountered Xiao Yan, who appeared disheveled and limping. Are you all right? He asked, noticing her distress. I just tripped while walking, she replied, attempting to regain her composure. Later that afternoon, during dinner, Lin Hao discussed the following day's travel plans with his parents, while Wang Shiyun's family remained largely silent, with her announcing their early departure and the purchase of return tickets. It seemed that the continuation of their trip together was no longer feasible. That evening, Lin Hao took a swim in the pool as usual. While passing the living room, Qiu Yan suddenly emerged from her room, wearing her pajamas. Lin Hao, I forgot to close my window, and someone just climbed in, she exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, casually brushing his shirt before entering her room. To his surprise, the window was tightly shut, with the curtains drawn closed. But you said someone came through the window? Lin Hao queried, looking back at her. That person. Was you, wasn't he it? Qiu Yan replied, swiftly shutting the door and biting her lip with a flirtatious smile. Though she had initially intended to gradually win Lin Hao over, the news of her family's abrupt departure forced her to seize the moment. Qiu Yan, what are you implying? Lin Hao asked, maintaining an air of indifference. Lin Hao, I truly like you, Qiu Yan said, stepping closer. You like me? Or do you like my wealth? Lin Hao countered coolly. Of course, I like you. Lin Hao, I am enamored with the essence of who you are. Even in the absence of wealth, my affection for you remains steadfast. I truly experienced love at first sight, Qiu Yan professed with deep emotion. It seems you have forgotten your position. Are you not the girlfriend of Zheng Xing? Lin Hao replied, Did I not mention earlier today? My relationship with Zheng Xing is far from established. I have always regarded him as a childish younger brother. Look, we occupy separate rooms. I am still pure, Qiu Yan confessed, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. I must apologize. Allow me to reiterate, I harbor not a shred of interest in you. Lin Hao coldly shook his head. Lin Hao, please do not act this way, like a block of wood. Qiu Yan, biting her lip, took another step forward, reaching out to embrace Lin Hao. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the doorway. The door was flung open with great force, revealing Zheng Xing, his eyes red with fury, clutching a phone that was currently in conversation. Behind him stood Zhang Huaibing and Wang Xiuyun, their expressions dark and foreboding. What is happening? Qiu Yan was momentarily stunned, glancing between Zheng Xing and Lin Hao. Look, my phone is engaged in a call with your boyfriend's phone, Lin Hao stated, raising his device. It turned out that as Qiu Yan deceived Lin Hao into entering, he had dialed Zheng Xing's number. Everything Qiu Yan had just said was overheard by Zheng Xing. Qiu Yan, despite my sincere feelings for you, treating you as my girlfriend, I never imagined you to be such a woman. Zheng Xing nearly ground his teeth in rage. Zheng Xing, please, let me explain. It is not as it seems. Qiu Yan panicked, her voice trembling. It was Lin Hao who approached me first this afternoon. While he was out, he flirted with me, professed his affection, and attempted to entice me with money, claiming that if I yielded to him, he would lend us money to purchase your financial products. In her fluster, Qiu Yan spoke without thought. At this point, Lin Hao had no hope. She could only choose to protect Zheng Xing. What? Lin Hao, you must provide me with an explanation. Zheng Xing's bloodshot eyes bore into Lin Hao, teetering on the brink of madness. Such a situation could drive any man to insanity. Lin Hao, no wonder you refused to assist us this afternoon. It was clear you were after Qiu Yan. Lin Hao, are you even human? Wang Xiuyun shouted vehemently. The commotion soon attracted Lin Mingqiang and Wang Xiuyun from the second floor, who descended to investigate. Xiao Hao, what on earth is happening? Though Lin Mingqiang and Wang Xiuyun had faith in their son, without evidence, the situation appeared murky. Zheng Xing, as a woman, I have only sought to please you. I cannot believe you would suspect me. If you doubt me, then I shall take my leave. Qiu Yan, with tears welling up in her eyes, turned to exit. Yan, do not go. Zheng Xing's heart softened as he pulled her into his embrace, glaring at Lin Hao. In the next moment, under the scrutiny of all present, Lin Hao shook his head. This afternoon, I used this device to expose a petty advertisement. I never anticipated it would serve to unveil your deceitful nature. This time, Lin Hao spared no mercy. Chapter 57. Before the debut, starstruck in recent days, Yu Guoxiong had dispatched someone once more, delivering several hundred button cameras that could connect to mobile phones. Having finally procured something of interest to Lin Hao, he was eager to curry favor. Individuals like Yu Guoxiong excel at pleasing those in higher positions. Often, a mere glance from above suffices, and he knows precisely how to manage affairs adeptly. It must be said, such skills are essential in that line of work. Lin Hao instructed Captain Li Chong to distribute the button cameras, equipping each security team member with one on the front and back. This arrangement rendered each security officer a veritable walking recording device, capable of establishing a chain of evidence during their duties, thus alleviating concerns over disputes. With LV uniforms and front and back recording devices, the security personnel at Shuimu Tianchang transformed into the benchmark for property management in the capital. It was rumored that many high-end communities in the capital were contemplating organizing visits to Shuimu Tianchang for observation and learning. After spending a few days with his parents, Lin Hao intended to find time to visit B. As he was now the proprietor of the B Global Center, he ought to inspect his territory. Lin Gu, 2 homeowners just called, each lodging complaints against the other. Would you like to address the matter? Li Chong suddenly approached Lin Hao. To trigger more special security tasks, Lin Hao had previously instructed Li Chong to consult him regarding any difficult matters within the community. As it stood, Lin Hao had already completed one special security task. Upon completing 4 more, the system would upgrade. 2 homeowners? Leave it to me. I shall resolve it. Lin Hao, not one to overlook an opportunity, promptly replied. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao arrived at the homes of the complaining parties. Upon his arrival, the 2 parents were still embroiled in a heated dispute, utterly disregarding Lin Hao. My child's English lessons are conducted remotely by a foreign teacher, costing hundreds per class. Why should the schedule change? My child has been suffering from allergies and cannot exercise outdoors. What is wrong with skipping rope on the balcony? My child is about to undergo music examinations. Daily practice is essential. My child requires focus for painting lessons. Yet every time she begins, she is distracted by your child's piano playing. After listening for a while, Lin Hao grasped the situation. The 2 complaining families lived one above the other, and their children were both quite young, one in the 3rd grade and the other in the 4th. With many students attending online classes, these 2 little ones were no exception. However, their schedules conflicted. Whenever the child downstairs was attending English class, the child above was in physical education. Conversely, when the child above was in art class, the child downstairs was engaged in music. Thus, the child downstairs endured the thump-thump-thump of skipping rope while studying English, while the child upstairs listened to the ding-ding-ding of piano practice while attempting to paint. Both children happened to be young girls, and their parents were at an impasse, with neither child willing to yield. Yet upon seeing Lin Hao, both little girls' eyes lit up in unison. Wow! Security big brother. You are so handsome. Even more so than the most attractive boy in our class. Do you even understand? How could the boys in your class compare to this big brother? I think he is even more handsome than those on TV. Big brother, may I have your autograph? Big brother, you must be excellent at sports. Will you teach me to skip rope? Big brother, would you be my English teacher? 100 or so per hour. Big brother, can you draw? I struggle with character outlines. Will you teach me? Move aside. I spoke to Big Brother first. You claim Big Brother is the same as the boys in your class. You clearly look down on him. The 2 little girls flanked Lin Hao, each grasping a corner of his clothing, engaged in a spirited dispute. Lin Hao was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Have young girls become such avid fans? Although I may be somewhat handsome, I have yet to debut. At this moment, the 2 parents, sensing the situation was deteriorating, ceased their mutual bickering and reprimanded their children, casting unfriendly glances at Lin Hao. What brings you here? One of them inquired. I am the security guard of the community, Lin Hao replied, gesturing to his uniform. I am here to resolve the issues between you. And how do you intend to do that? The 2 parents asked in unison. By learning English, studying art, practicing jump rope, and playing the piano. Lin Hao pondered thoughtfully. I can indeed help you solve this problem. Chapter 59. Discovering new potential security locations. In truth, attending online classes from home is not necessarily due to the effectiveness of online education, but rather because it saves the hassle of commuting and conserves time. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Hao glanced at the 2 parents. Indeed, if we could attend face-to-face classes, who would prefer online learning? Exactly. Yet, the time spent traveling to those training institutions often exceeds the actual class time. Precisely. Moreover, one course is located in the east of the city and another in the south, causing us to waste an entire day on the road. The 2 parents nodded vigorously, instantly reaching consensus on this matter. If that is the case, then the problem can be easily addressed, Lin Hao said with a slight smile. How will you resolve it? They asked. It's simple. I will help your children find teachers within the community. They can learn and practice right here, resolving the interference issue between you, Lin Hao proposed. Find teachers within the community? Our community is upscale. It's not like those poorly managed neighborhoods that allow training classes. Exactly. If we could find training teachers here, we would have done so already. The 2 parents replied. Indeed, as a high-end community, Shui Mu Tiancheng prohibits the commercial use of residences and forbids any profit-oriented training institutions. In any case, I assure you that I can assist you, Lin Hao said with a gentle smile. 15 minutes later, Lin Hao brought the 2 little girls and their parents to the villa area and ascended to the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door. It opened. Oh, Lin, what a delightful surprise. Come in. Let us learn English and Chinese. Jessica, a blonde, immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace, speaking in her somewhat broken Mandarin. Clearly, Lin Hao's visit brought her great joy. Ahem. Jessica, I'm not here for my own English lessons. I've brought you 2 students, who are also 2 little teachers. Lin Hao coughed, presenting the 2 little girls. Xiao Shi, Meng Meng, come over. This is Jessica. Jessica, this is Zhang Xiao Shi and Su Meng Meng. They wish to learn English, and given their proficiency in Chinese, teaching you should pose no challenge. I believe you could complement each other perfectly. What do you think? Perhaps you could start with a trial lesson to get accustomed to one another? Sounds good. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jessica, Zhang Xiaoxi, and Su Mengmeng engaged in a trial lesson in the living room. Jessica taught the girls English while they taught her Chinese, with the 2 little ones correcting and teaching each other as well. All in all, the trial lesson was filled with joy and yielded excellent results. Jessica is indeed a genuine foreign teacher. The parents watched with approval and repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Hao. Before departing, they arranged the next lesson time and attempted to provide Jessica with payment. However, Jessica firmly declined, saying, I taught them, and they taught me. Besides, if it weren't for dear Lin, I wouldn't have agreed to this. After saying that, she looked at Lin Hao with a hint of longing. Dear Lin, I still prefer learning together with you. Ahem, I will definitely come by when I have time to study with you. Lin Hao coughed twice. Really? That's wonderful. Jessica and the 2 little girls exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up in cheer. Having secured an English teacher, Lin Hao next led the 4 of them to Li Qingya's doorstep. Meow. Even before knocking, a soft meow from a small white cat could be heard. Lin Hao was taken aback. Did only dogs possess keen noses? Was this little white cat truly becoming a spirit? He knocked on the door. It opened, revealing Li Qingya, who broke into a radiant smile upon seeing Lin Hao. He quickly explained his purpose. He wanted her to help the 2 little girls practice sports. As a yoga instructor, she would undoubtedly have no trouble teaching them jump rope. Furthermore, both Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng, being girls, would benefit from practicing yoga from a young age. Naturally, upon hearing Lin Hao's request, she readily agreed. After all, Lin Hao was her savior. A request from a benefactor is one that must be honored. Since Lin Hao saved her life, she had long sought an opportunity to repay him but had yet to find one. While agreeing to teach the 2 little girls sports may not fully repay her debt, it was a start. Moreover, as a yoga streamer, she intended to incorporate additional exercises anyway, and now was the perfect time to add jump rope to her repertoire. As for the 2 little girls, if they were unwilling to be on camera, it would be simple to keep them out of the frame during practice. Chapter 60. The owner of the Global Center building wants to be a security guard? What does that mean? Lin Hao was taken aback. Ding. Notification. A new potential security location has been identified. The system repeated. So, you mean I can also serve as a security guard in the Global Center building and trigger special security tasks to receive rewards? Lin Hao asked tentatively. Ding. Host comprehension is exemplary. Oh, have you learned to tease now? Lin Hao responded. Ding. Does the host wish to activate the security qualification for the Global Center building? Activate. Lin Hao answered without hesitation. However, after a pause, there was no response. System. Activate. Lin Hao reiterated. Ding. The host security qualification for the Global Center building has been activated, but acquiring the security identity requires the host's own efforts. So, you're saying you've merely activated my eligibility to trigger special security tasks here, and how to actually become a security guard is up to me. Lin Hao clarified. Ding. Host comprehension is exemplary. Lin Hao shook his head, allowing the system to have its fun, and took out his phone to dial a number. Meanwhile, at the Global Center building, the property manager, Han Qian, felt a sense of unease. He had been informed a few days prior that the building had changed ownership, with the new owner being a man named Lin Hao. In the days since, he had instructed all departments in the property management office to remain vigilant and prepared for the new owner's inspection. Logically, having acquired such a significant property, the new owner would undoubtedly wish to inspect it. Just as Han Qian was feeling anxious, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Lin Hao. A calm voice spoke from the other end. Hello, Mr. Lin. How may I assist you? Han Qian immediately stood upright from his relaxed position on the sofa. 2 minutes later, Han Qian arrived breathlessly at a corner on the first floor of the Global Center building. Mr. Lin, I am Han Qian, the property manager here. Please let me know if you have any instructions, he said, panting heavily. You are Han Qian? Do you know Han Sanqian? Lin Hao suddenly remarked peculiarly.
Han Sanqian.
I do not know him, Han Qian replied, baffled. That's good. Lin Hao shook his head. Mr. Lin, would you like me to give you a tour of the entire building? Han Qian asked cautiously. In this Global Center building, Lin Hao was the owner, and the property company where Han Qian worked merely managed the premises on his behalf. With just a word, Lin Hao could easily dismiss Han Qian from his position. Therefore, Han Qian had to be exceedingly vigilant in front of Lin Hao. No need for a tour. Just help me with one task, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. What task, Mr. Lin? Please instruct me. Han Qian lowered his head. Add me to your security team, Lin Hao stated. What? Han Qian questioned, somewhat doubting his hearing. I said, add me to your property security team, and also find me a set of security attire. I want to work as a security guard here. Lin Hao reiterated clearly. Mr. Lin, did one of our security personnel offend you inadvertently? I apologize. Which one was it? I will dismiss him immediately. Han Qian exclaimed in a fluster, his mind racing with anxiety. He thought, could I be so unfortunate? The new owner of the building visits for the first time and gets offended by a security guard? I do not wish to face the repercussions. Please do not dismiss me. I need this job. In mere seconds, Han Qian felt his legs weaken, his complexion pale, and beads of sweat began to fall. Do not overthink it. I genuinely just want to work as a security guard. Just register my name in the security team and get me a uniform. Lin Hao reassured him with a smile. Ah, Mr. Lin, you truly wish to be a security guard? Han Qian was taken aback, noticing that Lin Hao did not appear angry but serious instead. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded gently. Then, I shall fetch you a security uniform right away, Han Qian said cautiously. Be quick. I can hardly wait, Lin Hao urged, with a head full of questions and a bewildered expression. Han Qian hurried back to the property office, retrieved a set of security attire, and presented it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took the uniform to the restroom to change. Outside the restroom, Han Qian pinched his arm hard to confirm he was not dreaming. The new owner of the billion-dollar Global Center building, on his first visit, made the request to work as a security guard. Han Qian felt as if his entire worldview had been violently shaken. This world, it seemed, was utterly insane. After changing into the security uniform, Lin Hao emerged from the restroom. This uniform is a bit inferior to the one I wore in the community. I'll see if I can arrange for a custom batch for you, Lin Hao remarked as he assessed his attire. Understood, Mr. Lin. Han Qian dared not ask further and simply nodded, though he was even more astonished. Judging by Mr. Lin's words, he previously worked as a security guard in a community? What on earth was happening? Was it possible that the affluent now enjoyed such antics? Suddenly, Han Qian slapped his forehead in realization. He had heard that some wealthy individuals deliberately feigned poverty, waiting for others to belittle or undermine them, only to later reveal their true identity and turn the tables. What was that called? Ah yes, playing the fool to catch a tiger. Han Qian pondered whether he should find two people to pretend to look down on Mr. Lin, allowing him to relish a satisfying comeback. However, after much contemplation, he feared misjudging the situation and decided to hold off for the time being. Mr. Lin, do you require me to accompany you on a tour of the building now? Han Qian asked cautiously. No need, you go about your duties. I will explore on my own. And remember, if there are any pressing security tasks, do let me know. Lin Hao waved at Han Qian and walked into the building. The Global Center building is a comprehensive structure. The first 7 floors host a large shopping mall with retail stores, dining options, arcade games, and a cinema. The upper floors are predominantly leased out for office spaces, with a 5-star Sky Hotel occupying 1 floor, totaling 20 floors. The topmost floor features a luxurious revolving restaurant. The security operations for the entire Global Center building are managed by the property company. Hence, there were numerous security personnel, and naturally, no one would pay much attention to the newly arrived Lin Hao. As Lin Hao strolled through the first-floor lobby, A merchant was hosting an event featuring a wobbling lady, who spun continuously in front of the store's entrance. The wobbling lady's feet were fixed in a semicircular base, her body tilted at a slight angle to the ground, spinning in and out of the store. It appeared she might topple at any moment, yet she remained upright. She held a stack of flyers, presenting one to every passerby. In the mall, most people would face a high rejection rate when distributing flyers. Yet this wobbling lady had not received a single refusal. She had become a distinctive feature of the mall's first floor. Soon, Lin Hao reached the entrance of the store. The wobbling lady turned towards him, extending a flyer once more. Lin Hao, momentarily distracted, failed to take it. Huh? The wobbling lady was taken aback by someone not accepting her flyer, momentarily stunned. But her body continued spinning away. A few seconds later, having completed her spin, she returned to Lin Hao's front, again defiantly offering the flyer. Lin Hao accepted it. In truth, he had not intentionally ignored her. Perhaps juggling the identities of a billionaire and a security guard made him respect hardworking individuals. My apologies for the oversight. Lin Hao smiled gently at the wobbling lady as he took the flyer. However, his smile triggered an unforeseen reaction. Although the wobbling lady was accustomed to distributing flyers at the store entrance, she had never focused on anyone's face due to the demands of her task. Yet, after being rejected by Lin Hao and hearing his gentle voice, she couldn't help but look up at him. Upon seeing his face, her eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the new security guard? My goodness, he is so handsome. How can he be so striking? The wobbling lady's gaze became fixated on Lin Hao's face, unable to look away. As her body continued spinning, she drifted away from him, only to return to his front once more. Is something the matter? Lin Hao inquired, noticing her dazed expression. My goodness, this handsome security guard just spoke to me, she thought. I've never conversed with someone so dashing before. What should I do? How should I respond? The wobbling lady's mind suddenly began to wander. She relaxed her control over her feet. The reason she remained upright was due to her feet firmly pressing against the semicircular base. However, now, distracted by gazing at Lin Hao, she felt her footing weaken, causing her to lose grip on the base. Ah! The wobbling lady exclaimed, toppling over from her base. Quick, come see. The wobbling lady has fallen, an unknown voice shouted, and soon a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Chapter 63. He has arrived, dressed in a security uniform. Is it bigger than this piece? The saleswoman glanced at Lin Hao's wrist where a Patek Philippe watch rested, then earnestly began searching within the display case. She had only started working at the watch shop a few days ago and had not recognized the exquisite timepiece on Lin Hao's wrist. Although Lin Hao was not particularly appreciative, she still aimed to select a watch that met his requirements while being the most affordable. At that moment, the store manager, driven by professional instinct, cast a glance at the watch on Lin Hao's wrist. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and he rushed over. Sir, is that watch on your wrist? Could it be the legendary Patek Philippe's most complex timepiece since its founding, the Patek Philippe Starry Sky Tourbillon? The manager exclaimed in awe. Ah, you recognize this watch? Lin Hao inquired. Of course, sir. If I were unaware of such a prestigious watch, how would I differ from these inexperienced salespeople? The manager replied with a flattering smile, continuing to boast. The movement of this watch consists of numerous components that create its most intricate functions. Due to its technical complexity and ingenious design, only one master at Patek Philippe can craft such a model. Indeed, quite professional, Lin Hao nodded. What the manager described was nearly identical to the System S introduction. Sir, may I ask what you require during your visit today? The manager lowered his voice, adopting the softest tone. Oh, I came to purchase 2 watches. I've already instructed your staff to assist me. Lin Hao indicated towards the saleswoman. Young man, I've picked one. The saleswoman chimed in. This watch has a sufficiently large dial, and it's the most affordable in its category, but it still costs over 20,000. Would that be acceptable for you? Otherwise, I could ask the manager for a discount. At that moment, the saleswoman suddenly retrieved a watch from the display case, presenting it to Lin Hao. What? You selected a watch worth over 20,000 for this gentleman? The manager glared at the saleswoman. What's wrong, manager? Is there an issue? The saleswoman asked, bewildered. Do you realize that the watch on this gentleman's wrist is valued at 12 million? How could you present a watch worth over 20,000 to him? Are you insulting him? The manager's voice rose in anger. With so few people purchasing watches these days, when we finally encounter a low-key billionaire, shouldn't we be showcasing our finest pieces? At the very least, we should sell a watch worth over $1 million. The saleswoman was stunned by the manager's outburst. What? His watch is worth 12 million. But this young man is clearly a security guard. He's wearing a security uniform. The saleswoman thought nervously, shrinking back from Lin Hao as she clutched the selected watch. It's all right. I don't particularly wish to purchase anything excessively expensive. I mainly require a watch with a large dial. Lin Hao shook his head and took the watch from the saleswoman's hands. The dial is large, the hands are thick, and the numbers are clear. This will do. Lin Hao nodded in approval. This watch is large enough. My parents should be able to see it without difficulty. Sir, this watch does not match your status. Shall I help you select another? The manager interjected hastily. No need, this one will suffice. Please wrap it up. Oh right, I'll take two. Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. Certainly, young man. Seeing Lin Hao's approval of her selection and recognizing that he was not in a position to refuse, the saleswoman happily nodded and prepared both watches for him. Thank you. Lin Hao nodded, swiped his card, and exited with the watches. What a handsome young man, and so mysterious and low-key. On the surface, he appears to be merely an ordinary security guard, yet in reality he is a billionaire. TSK. The saleswoman mused, watching Lin Hao's retreating figure. Go tidy up your things. The manager's cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Huh? Manager, what is wrong? The saleswoman was taken aback. You're fired, the manager said expressionlessly. Why? The saleswoman stammered, confused. After all this time, a wealthy client finally visits our store, and instead of suggesting a watch worth hundreds of thousands, you only offered him one worth over 20,000? You clearly lack judgment. The manager sneered. I cannot keep an employee like you. But, the saleswoman attempted to argue. There's no but. Don't forget, you are still on probation, and I can let you go at any time. Hurry up and pack your things. The manager ordered without reservation. The saleswoman's expression fell, and she silently walked into the store to gather her personal belongings. Unbeknownst to all this, Lin Hao continued his patrol upstairs. However, he did not linger in the shopping center on the 7th floor but proceeded directly to the office building above. He felt that patrolling within the office might more easily trigger special security tasks. At that moment, the property manager of the Global Center Tower, Han Qian, was urgently sending a group text message. The recipients of this message were all the heads of tenants within the building. The entire building was under Lin Hao's ownership. All businesses, companies, and enterprises were merely tenants. The content of Han Qian's message informed them. The owner of the building, Lin Hao, has arrived. He has arrived, dressed in a security uniform. Chapter 65. Truly the inherent flaws of the wealthy. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Lin Hao, clad in his security uniform, stepped onto the 10th floor. There were two tenants on the 10th floor, each occupying half of the space. One was a small-scale IT enterprise, and the other was a trading company. With the intention of triggering a special security task, Lin Hao began to stroll around the 10th floor. You must be Mr. Lin. A young man suddenly emerged from an office, hastily approaching Lin Hao with outstretched hands and utmost respect. Lin Hao was taken aback but still extended his hand to shake the young man's. Mr. Lin, I am the chairman of Chuanglei Technology Company, Limited. Here is my business card. Would you be interested in visiting our company? The young man offered respectfully. You know who I am? Lin Hao asked, puzzled. Well, Mr. Lin, I was informed by Manager Han that you would be visiting incognito. The young man replied, slightly embarrassed. This Han Qian. Lin Hao felt somewhat speechless, realizing he had forgotten to instruct Han Qian to keep things confidential. However, upon reflection, why should he conceal his identity? He was here to trigger special security tasks, not to play the role of a hidden expert. If there was no confidentiality, so be it. Mr. Lin, our company's lease will expire in 2 months. Should we consider renewing it in advance? The young man inquired cautiously. Renew the lease? Oh, there's no rush. Let's discuss it in a few days. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Very well, we can wait until Mr. Lin has time. The young man nodded eagerly. The Global Center building is situated in the B-Core area. Although the rent is exorbitant, securing an office space here is a testament to a company's strength. Thus, spaces in the Global Center have always been in high demand. The young man's startup, Chuanglei Technology, is currently seeking venture capital. If they cannot continue operating here, it would indicate significant trouble for the company, making it exceedingly difficult to attract investors. Hence, it is imperative for the young man to curry favor with Lin Hao, the owner of the Global Center, especially considering the likelihood of a rent increase upon renewal. In this day and age, it is almost a given that lease renewals come with higher rents. Even a modest increase of 1 or 2 percentage points could translate to tens of thousands, or even millions in rental costs for tenants. After a brief tour on the 10th floor, the young man carefully followed Lin Hao, inadvertently failing to trigger any special security tasks. Lin Hao eventually gestured for him to stop trailing behind, opting to take the elevator to another floor alone. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 15th floor. As the doors opened, a middle-aged man rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin? I didn't expect you to come. What an honor. I am Niu Menglon, the general manager of Aniu Company. Here is my business card. I look forward to your guidance." The man extended his card and hand in a display of utmost respect, akin to that of a devoted acolyte before a benefactor. "You know who I am?" Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Of course. Mr. Lin's remarkable presence makes it hard not to recognize you," Niu Menglon flattered. A handsome young man, clad in a security uniform, exuding confidence and charisma, a description recently shared in a message from Han Qian. Hence, upon seeing Lin Hao, Niu Menglon recognized him instantly. Lin Hao found the overt flattery rather tedious, suspecting it was information divulged by Han Qian. Meanwhile, a few passing employees from Aniu Company exchanged astonished glances, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The typically haughty general manager was exhibiting such deference before a mere security guard? Was it not a tad subservient? Manager Niu. What's going on with this security guard? One bold employee ventured to ask. Nonsense. What do you mean, security guard? This gentleman is. Niu Menglon snapped back at the employee. Cough, cough. Manager Niu, Lin Hao interjected, clearing his throat to prevent Niu Menglon from revealing his identity. It was not that Lin Hao wished to conceal his status or flaunt it. Rather, if everyone in the building became aware of his identity, how could he trigger any special security tasks? Manager Niu, is he not a security guard, but rather a discreetly affluent individual? The perceptive employee speculated, connecting the dots rapidly. Cough, cough, who said that? He is merely a security guard. Niu Menglon, seasoned in his dealings, quickly grasped the situation from Lin Hao's expression and realized he must not disclose Lin Hao's identity. Manager Niu, he truly is just a security guard? The employee questioned, bewildered. Certainly, he is indeed just a security guard, Niu Menglon insisted, holding on to one of Lin Hao's hands, slightly bowing, his face adorned with a respectful, cautious, and obsequious expression. Already expired? Ah, I see. Well then, let's discuss it. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Since the hotel lease had lapsed, there was no point in further delay. After all, the Crown Sky Hotel occupies a substantial 20 floors and is considered a significant client. Mr. Lin, how about this? I can arrange a presidential suite for us to discuss in comfort. He Zhiguang proposed. All right, Lin Hao nodded. Although he was now a billionaire, everything had come so swiftly that he had yet to acclimate to his newfound wealth. For instance, he had never even seen a presidential suite. 5 minutes later, in the presidential suite, Mr. Lin, as you are aware of our hotel's circumstances, I shall be direct. We hope to renew our lease for 10 years, with an annual rent increase of. How does that sound? He Zhiguang spoke cautiously. Is this your sincerity? Lin Hao frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, the current economic climate isn't favorable, making business challenging, compounded by fierce competition. If the rent increase is too steep, our hotel will struggle to sustain itself. He Zhiguang lamented. The lease contract is signed for 5 years, with an annual rent increase of 4. This is my bottom line. If you disagree, I can provide you with a month's notice to vacate, and I am certain we will find someone eager to rent it soon. Lin Hao stated calmly. What? Mr. Lin, this. He Zhiguang's face fell, visibly distressed, before he finally gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lin, could we possibly reconsider the 4 increase? After all, it's an unfortunate number for our people. Is it not? The number 4 is unappealing? Very well, then let us adjust it to an increase of annually. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. What? Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. He Zhiguang was left flabbergasted, wishing he could slap himself. Manager, perhaps you think I lack experience and aim to ask for an exorbitant price during negotiations. However, do not forget, while I may not have rental experience, the trends in capital returns are undeniable. I may not grasp the nuances of rental rates, but I trust that the growth of my assets must surpass the inflation rate. Approaching the GP growth, wouldn't you agree? Besides, this is the B-Core area. Leasing 20 floors as a single entity is undoubtedly more advantageous than renting them out piecemeal. Lin Hao remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. In essence, Lin Hao's lengthy discourse conveyed a singular message. Though I may be inexperienced, I am not to be trifled with. Mr. Lin. Then, how about we stick with a 4 increase? He Zhiguang's lips twitched as he lamented. For annually is my final concession. Lin Hao stood up, preparing to leave. Mr. Lin, please don't go, for it's settled. He Zhiguang hurriedly grasped Lin Hao's arm, reiterating his agreement. Consequently, He Zhiguang swiftly finalized a 5-year lease renewal contract with Lin Hao, stipulating an annual rent increase of 4. Additionally, he transferred the upcoming quarter's rent to Lin Hao's bank account, totaling approximately 40,000, roughly 40,000 monthly. Mr. Lin, I now understand. Our hotel essentially operates to serve you, the landlord. He Zhiguang chuckled, feeling relieved after signing the contract. Let us not overstress it. This amount is but a trifle for you. The most basic room in your hotel charges nearly 2,000 per night, while the presidential suite must be well over 10,000, assuming an average room rate of 3,000 per night. With 20 floors and an average of 50 rooms per floor, that totals 1,500,000 per night across 20 floors, reaching 3 million. Even with a conservative occupancy rate of, that still yields over 60 million in revenue monthly. Moreover, the average housing price you mentioned is unlikely to be merely 3,000, and the number of rooms in a single floor surely exceeds 50. In this prime B-Core area, the occupancy rate could hardly be below a certain percentage. Therefore, I am merely collecting the rent that is rightfully due to me. You will earn your share and we shall not impede one another. Lin Hao chuckled softly, calculating the figures one by one. After all, even if one has never eaten pork, one has certainly seen a pig run. A mere glance at the lobby allowed Lin Hao to make an educated guess. Ahem. Mr. Lin, perhaps we should refrain from discussing this further. Additionally, as a token of gratitude towards you, this presidential suite shall be permanently reserved for your use. Whenever you wish to stay, you may do so free of charge. He Zhiguang chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ingratiate himself. After all, Lin Hao is the proprietor of this building, and it is indeed essential to maintain a harmonious relationship by keeping a vacant presidential suite at his disposal. Very well. Lin Hao nodded without hesitation. Then, Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave. By the way, please do not vacate this room, as a special gift will soon be delivered to you, one that is sure to satisfy. He Zhiguang rose to take his leave, flashing Lin Hao a suggestive smile. Once He Zhiguang departed, Lin Hao began to explore the presidential suite, testing the comfort of the bed against that of the waterbed in his villa. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed through the room. Lin Hao opened the door to find a striking woman clad in a high-slit cheongsam, her high heels accentuating her figure, greeting him with a charming smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. May I come in? I am here to deliver a gift. A gift? Lin Hao recalled He Zhiguang mentioning earlier that someone would be bringing a present, assuring him it would be to his satisfaction. Indeed, Mr. Lin, may I enter? The woman smiled alluringly. Come in, just place the gift on the coffee table. Lin Hao replied, gesturing for her to enter. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The woman smiled again, swaying her hips as she walked in, and, whether by intention or coincidence, she closed the door with a soft click as she passed through. Lin Hao scrutinized her, furrowing his brow. The woman was dressed in a high-slit cheongsam, which naturally lacked pockets, and she was not carrying any bag. Her hands were completely empty. Where, then, would this gift materialize from? As Lin Hao pondered her presence, the woman glided over to the coffee table and sat atop it sideways. "What are you doing?" Lin Hao inquired. "Did you not say to place the gift on the coffee table?" "I am the gift," she replied softly, biting her lip. Lin Hao was taken aback, his expression darkening. Had he truly been ensnared in such a manner? However, he had no interest in being treated as a mere recipient of such a gift. "Very well. Then you may remain on the coffee table," he nodded curtly, turning to leave. Click. He opened the door and stepped outside. "Mr. Lin?" Now, the woman seated on the coffee table was bewildered. What was happening? Had she been outmaneuvered? Or perhaps ignored? Did he truly regard her as an object, merely placing her on the coffee table and walking away? Was this seemingly unassuming wealthy man truly so discerning? "Mr. Lin." The woman hurriedly rose, pursuing him. This was a task assigned by He Zhiguang, and failing to accomplish it meant she would not receive her payment. "Mr. Lin." As she chased after him, a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and rather portly, stumbled into view, swaying as he approached. A nearby waiter was desperately attempting to explain to him, "Sir, I am terribly sorry, but we do not have any presidential suites available today. Would you prefer an executive luxury suite?" The inebriated man, his face flushed and neck taut, paid no heed to the waiteress' attempts at clarification, grumbling, "Damn it, I stay at your hotel out of respect. When have I not occupied a presidential suite? Do you think I cannot afford it? I have plenty of money. Isn't this the room I stayed in last time? Yes, this is it. The presidential suite. You dare to deceive me about availability?" As the middle-aged man reached the door of Lin Hao's room, his eyes lit up, and he attempted to barge in. Lin Hao stood at the threshold. There was no way he would allow it. The intoxicated man collided with Lin Hao, who stood steadfast, causing the drunken man to stumble and fall to the ground. "Security?" The middle-aged man groaned, rubbing his eyes. "Indeed, security," Lin Hao replied with a smile, secretly elated. What a splendid opportunity. It seemed he had triggered a unique security-related task. "Then step aside and let me in," the middle-aged man bellowed, no longer daring to charge directly forward. "Sir, this room is already occupied," the waiter exclaimed in alarm, stepping forward to block the middle-aged man. He Zhiguang had just informed all hotel staff that the man residing in this presidential suite, despite his security attire, was the hotel's most esteemed guest. Anyone who provoked him would be dismissed immediately. "Occupied? Is it you, beautiful lady?" The drunken man slurred, casting his gaze at the woman in the cheongsam, who was emerging from the room. He mistakenly assumed she was the guest while Lin Hao was merely a security guard. "What nonsense are you spouting? The guest in this room is Mr. Lin," the woman exclaimed, aiming to please Lin Hao as she pointed at the middle-aged man and raised her voice. "Sir, although this gentleman is in security attire, he is our hotel's most distinguished guest," the waiter added hastily. "What utter nonsense! A mere security guard occupying my presidential suite? And a distinguished guest at that? Are you out of your mind?" The middle-aged man looked incredulous. "Sir, there is no mistake. Please do not harass this esteemed guest," the waiter insisted sternly. "Harass? I would never." The middle-aged man shook his head, then pulled out a thick wad of cash from his bag, thrusting it towards Lin Hao. "Here, 30,000. Just let me have the room, and this is yours. You think you can buy my room with 30,000? Lin Hao regarded the middle-aged man coolly. "Oh? How much do you want?" The man scoffed. "If you truly wish to purchase the rights to this room, I suppose it is possible," Lin Hao pondered, responding earnestly. "Ah, fine, I'll buy it. Name your price." The middle-aged man beamed with triumph. Indeed, in this world, everyone has their price. Where there is money, nothing is beyond reach. "Sir?" The waiter looked at Lin Hao in confusion. According to He Zhiguang's instructions, this man in security attire was the hotel's most esteemed guest. Now, this distinguished guest was seemingly willing to relinquish his room for a mere sum of money? "Mr. Lin." The woman in the cheongsam, too, regarded Lin Hao in disbelief. She had been specifically arranged by He Zhiguang to deliver a gift to him. Only He Zhiguang had agreed to her request, and the compensation he would provide her afterward would undoubtedly exceed the tens of thousands of dollars that this middle-aged, inebriated man had just offered. Mr. Lin, what is happening here? Are you truly willing to relinquish your presidential suite for a mere few tens of thousands? In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of the three, Lin Hao slowly began to speak. Since the contract is signed for a duration of 5 years, let us consider this room reserved for that period. The nightly rate shall be calculated at the hotel's listed price, rounded down, which amounts to approximately 10,000 per day. Over the span of a year, that totals to 365 days, and for 5 years it would be 1,825 days, plus an additional day for the leap year, bringing it to 1,826 days. 1,000 per day over that duration yields a grand total of 18 million. I shall even discount a few figures, so let us say it is merely 17 million. Now, all you need to do is provide me with 17 million, and this presidential suite shall be yours. Lin Hao finished his statement, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the middle-aged man. Chapter 69. The cheapao-clad beautician, have you heard? Up on the upper floors, there is a stunning woman in a cheapao and high heels cleaning the stairwell. A beautiful woman in a cheapao and high heels cleaning the stairwell? What of it? I suspect it is merely a punishment for some employees from the company above. How cruelly amusing. Not quite. This cheapao-clad beauty has not limited her cleaning to just one floor. Reports suggest that she has been working her way down from the Sky Garden Hotel above, cleaning 2 to 3 dozen floors. No way. A cheapao beauty cleaning 2 to 3 dozen floors? Are you serious? Absolutely. Everyone is now speculating whether this cheapao beauty is a newly hired cleaner from the property management. Look, someone even managed to sneak a photo. Wow, she is so beautiful. Such a fine figure, and a hint of allure. How can such a woman be a cleaner? What has become of this world? Let us head to the stairwell for a smoke and perhaps catch a glimpse of this cheapao beauty. Haha, sounds good. We can also ask if she needs any assistance. Similar conversations echoed throughout the floors of the Global Center Tower. Countless single men from various companies concocted excuses to linger in their respective stairwells. Some kind-hearted souls tidied up their floor stairwells spotless before the cheapao woman arrived, while others, less benevolent, deliberately littered their stairwells with cigarette butts to prolong her cleaning efforts. Naturally, there were also those eager to lend a helping hand, inquiring if the cheapao woman was facing any financial difficulties and if she required monetary assistance. In any case, news of the new cheapao beauty cleaner spread like wildfire throughout the Global Center Tower. The 13th A floor of the Global Center Tower was originally designated as the 14th floor. However, during construction, it was altered to accommodate certain superstitions, thus becoming the 13th A floor. Similar adjustments were made for the 24th floor, which became the 23rd A floor, and the 34th, which became the 33rd A floor, among others. Despite these changes, the rental prices for these floors remained slightly lower than those of standard floors. At this moment, in a corner of the 13th A floor, a company named Revelation International Consulting Company Limited was bustling with activity. This company, not particularly large, boasted only a few dozen employees and an estimated asset valuation of around 100 million. To facilitate its business growth, it relocated to the Global Center Tower, as being in the B-Core area lends a significant advantage when hosting clients. Today marks the first day of Revelation International's occupancy. The lease agreement with the building was established prior to Lin Hao's takeover, with payment due the day before formal occupancy. However, since the building had changed ownership, the rent had yet to be paid. The owner of Revelation International was somewhat apprehensive, uncertain whether the new proprietor would honor the previous lease agreement. Alright, from today onward, our company is officially in the B-Core area. Everyone, please maintain your spirits. Pay attention to your attire and grooming. Furthermore, each of you needs to adopt an English name. We must embody the spirit of an international company. Additionally, I expect confidence in our company. Let's refrain from making careless comments about our organization. For instance, the talk about Su Wanchio's boyfriend having a car worth more than our company should cease immediately. I personally inquired with Su Wanchio, and there's no truth to it. The young, affluent owner of the company, Lu Hong, delivered this address to his subordinates. Following his speech, The colleagues began to murmur among themselves. Recent events had stirred quite a commotion regarding Su Wanchio's rumored relationship with a super-rich boyfriend whose car was supposedly worth more than their company. One new employee, Xiaona, had even attempted to pursue Su Wanchio, but after that, Xiaona had never returned to the office. This incident had negatively impacted the morale of the employees. Thus, Lu Hong sought out Su Wanchio to confirm the rumors, to which she vehemently denied, asserting that Lin Hao was not her boyfriend. The employees observed that the extravagant, billion-yuan Koenigsegg hypercar had not been seen picking up Su Wanchio in recent days. Perhaps the mysterious wealthy man in a security uniform was not her boyfriend after all? Or was it merely a prank? Or had Xiaona succeeded in her pursuit? Meanwhile, as the employees busied themselves with organizing the office and its supplies, the young tycoon Lu Hong dialed the phone number of Lin Hao, the new owner of the building. Since Lu Hong was a new tenant, property manager Han Qian had inadvertently omitted him from the group notifications, thus neglecting to inform him. Lin Hao had also bypassed the 13th floor during his earlier explorations. Lu Hong had just acquired Lin Hao's phone number from the former owner of the building, thanks to the omnipotent system that facilitated such transactions. In any case, the system operated flawlessly. Lu Hong, possessing only a phone number, knew nothing else about Lin Hao. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin? Greetings. My name is Lu Hong, the new tenant on the 13th floor. As the contract was signed before your acquisition of the building, you may not be familiar with me yet. Today marks our company's first day of occupancy, and I was wondering if I could transfer the first quarter's rent to you? What? You are in the building? That's splendid. May I ask which floor you are on? I would like to visit you. You will come down personally? Excellent. I will await you at the elevator. After ending the call, Lu Hong hurried to the elevator, using the stainless steel doors as a mirror to adjust his collar. A few minutes later, ding, the elevator doors opened, revealing Lin Hao, clad in a security uniform, stepping out. Lu Hong's face immediately broke into a smile as he approached, but as he uttered the word Lin, he quickly swallowed it back. Internally, he chastised himself for being so hasty, almost mistaking a security guard for Mr. Lin. Fortunately, he had refrained from calling out, or it would have been quite the embarrassment. Chapter 71. Rewards a University. Are you Lu Hong? Lin Hao stepped out of the elevator and heard Lu Hong call out a fragment of his name, prompting him to inquire further. Indeed, that is I. How do you know my name? Lu Hong was taken aback, realizing that this upscale building, the global center, truly lived up to its reputation. Even a security guard possessed such high standards. It was only his first day moving in, yet this guard was already acquainted with his name. How do I know your name? Did you not just call to inform me? Lin Hao replied. I called to inform Mr. Lin. How could that be? Lu Hong frowned, confused, for he had only contacted the building's owner, Mr. Lin, and had not spoken to anyone else. Could it be? Was it Mr. Lin who sent you? Lu Hong asked. Mr. Lin sent me? Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Well, one could say that. After all, I did summon myself. With a smile. He was about to clarify the situation to Lu Hong when a sudden exclamation from a woman interrupted him. A woman with her long hair tied up, wearing black-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and high heels appeared beside them. Lin Hao turned to see it was Su Wanchio.
Su Wanchio?
What brings you here? Lin Hao asked, unable to suppress his surprise. He recalled the last time he had taken Su Wanchio out for a meal. No, for beef noodles. He had picked her up from her office building, which made her presence here even more perplexing. Our company has relocated to this office, she explained. Are you working as a security guard here now? Su Wanchio looked at Lin Hao with a peculiar expression, secretly thinking, could it be that wealth truly alters a person? She was aware of Lin Hao's financial situation. Being a security guard in a residential community could be seen as a humble experience, but working as a guard in an office building was another matter entirely. It's not that I'm merely a security guard here. I'm actually working both places, Lin Hao coughed, trying to clarify. However, he understood that explaining working part-time as a security guard in both locations wouldn't be straightforward. Part-time at both? Su Wanchio was utterly astonished. Indeed, Lin Hao smiled.
MS. Su.
Is this your friend? Why don't you both chat over there while I await an important guest? After exchanging a few words, Lu Hong cast an annoyed glance at Su Wanxiu. Internally, he shook his head. Rumors had it that Su Wanxiu was a goddess in the company and had a wealthy boyfriend, with tales suggesting that a single car of his could rival her entire company. It seemed that the rumors were indeed exaggerated. How could she befriend a mere security guard? Perhaps her standards weren't as high as they seemed. Lu Hong had already categorized Lin Hao as an ordinary security guard, albeit one with a bit more savvy than the average. After all, how else could he know his name? Surely, he must have seen it registered in the property management's computer system. My apologies, Mr. Lu, Su Wanxiu said, nodding and pulling Lin Hao aside to converse quietly. However, she found herself at a loss for topics, so she resorted to asking about the duties of a security guard. Yet Lin Hao was no imposter. He was a genuine security guard, well-versed in the intricacies of his role, and he spoke fluently about it. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, overhearing their discussion on the specifics of security work, shook his head in disbelief. He had resolved to abandon any thoughts of promoting Su Wanxiu. As the minutes ticked by, Lu Hong lingered at the elevator entrance, waiting. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. A half hour slipped away. Su Wanxiu was aware that conversing with Lin Hao in front of her boss, Lu Hong, for such a duration was inappropriate. Yet she was reluctant to squander the opportunity to speak with him. Since the incident involving Xiao Na, it had been ages since she last conversed with Lin Hao. Lu Hong, having endured their discussion for 30 minutes, could no longer contain himself. He retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Hao once more. The phone rang. Lin Hao answered. Hello? Is this Mr. Lin? This is Lu Hong who just called you. I was wondering when you might be coming down? I've been down for quite some time, Lin Hao replied. What? You've been down already? Lu Hong was taken aback and began to scan the area. Spotting Lin Hao standing with Su Wanxiu, phone in hand, Lu Hong felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Mr. Lin, you wouldn't happen to be standing next to a woman, would you?
Liu Hong venture cautiously.
Are you referring to Su Wanxiu? Yes, Lin Hao confirmed. Lu Hong was stunned, nearly choking. He quickly approached Lin Hao, his expression one of disbelief. You are Lin Hao, Mr. Lin? Indeed, Lin Hao nodded. But how is it that you? Lu Hong gestured towards Lin Hao's security uniform, his lips twitching in astonishment. I am a security guard. Is there a problem? Lin Hao replied. And no problem. Lu Hong stammered, his mind racing with shock. The owner of the Bicor Global Center, a billionaire, was actually dressed in a security uniform and claiming to be just a guard? Furthermore, he had just spent half an hour discussing the specifics of security work with him. What on earth was happening? Was this the chasm separating someone like Mr. Lin, a super-rich individual, from an ordinary affluent person like himself? The young scion, Lu Hong, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Did you not mention wanting to discuss the leasing contract? Lin Hao's voice snapped Lu Hong from his reverie. Mr. Lin. Please, Lu Hong urged, striving to regain his composure. Lin Hao and Lu Hong entered the office of the company chairman, while Su Wanxiu returned to her desk. 20 minutes later, Lin Hao exited the Xinshe International Company, his account enriched by over $1 million in rent. The company was modest, occupying only a small corner of the 13th floor, so the quarterly rent was not substantial. Wanxiu, what are you still doing there? Hurry and see Mr. Lin off. Lu Hong rushed to Su Wanxiu, who remained in her office. But I have a meeting to attend.
Su Wanxiu hesitated.
What meeting? Go see Mr. Lin off. If you don't hurry, he'll be long gone.
Liu Hong insisted.
In fact, don't return to the company today. Consider it a half-day off. Go on, go. This is work, he urged anxiously. Chapter 72. I swear to be a glorious people's security guard. At this moment, in the heart of the CBD of the imperial capital, within the opulent confines of the Global Center Tower's top-floor revolving restaurant, a stunningly beautiful woman clutched a lavish bouquet of flowers, extending them towards a man clad in a security uniform across from her. This extraordinary scene rendered all present in disbelief, prompting many onlookers to hastily retrieve their phones to capture the moment. Predominantly aimed at the enchanting piano goddess, Su Wanxiu. How enviable! What extraordinary fortune must this man possess to be pursued by such a flawless woman? If I were the man being courted by the piano goddess, I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. Alas, what jealousy! What heartache! Is this truly the bitter taste of heartbreak? Why would the piano goddess express her affections to a mere security guard? Why, oh why? If a security guard could win the affection of a goddess, I too shall become a security guard. It is settled. Upon finishing this meal, I will head to the property management office to apply for a position. I, Zhang Erniu, hereby vow to dedicate the latter half of my life to the noble profession of security guard. Inside the restaurant, a chorus of lamentations arose from the male patrons, some vowing in envy and resentment to devote their lives to the esteemed vocation of security. At this juncture, Su Wanqiu gazed at the dashing Lin Hao, her heart fluttering like a fawn's, beating incessantly. Moments earlier, when Lin Hao had stepped away to the restroom, the restaurant manager had inquired if anyone could play the piano, offering a complimentary meal in exchange for a performance. Consequently, Su Wanqiu ascended the stage, delivering a breathtaking piano piece, after which an unexpected influx of admirers showered her with flowers. Resolute, she bit her lip, steeling her courage, and approached Lin Hao, intending to place the flowers in his hands. Just as the words formed on her lips, a sudden ringtone interrupted the moment. Her phone. Excuse me, Lin Hao, could you hold these flowers for me? I need to take this call. Su Wanqiu coughed lightly, the courage she had painstakingly mustered evaporating in an instant. Indeed, it is often only when cornered that one finds the audacity to act. Were there even a sliver of an escape route, one would hesitate. Lin Hao nodded, accepting the bouquet from her. Hello? Mom, why are you calling me now? Su Wanqiu answered, her tone a mixture of reproach and gratitude. Why am I calling you now? My dear child, why are you speaking so strangely? Am I supposed to select an auspicious date and time for our conversation? Her mother, Su Qin, replied with mild confusion. It's not, Su Wanqiu stammered, whispering to Su Qin for an extended moment before finally hanging up. Sir, madam, your meals are ready. Additionally, as this lady has just graced us with a splendid musical performance, your meal is complimentary. Please enjoy. The restaurant manager approached with a smile. Thank you. Su Wanqiu felt her cheeks flush. Impressive. You have the talent to earn a free meal. Lin Hao marveled. Lin Hao frequently indulged in web novels, particularly enamored with scenes where protagonists showcased their musical prowess, be it through singing or playing instruments like the piano or violin. Perhaps one longs for what they lack. While Lin Hao excelled in many areas, his musical abilities were somewhat lacking. In karaoke sessions, while others dominated the microphone, he often resorted to playing the piano, resulting in an empty room as soon as he began. Returning to their table, Su Wanqiu proudly showcased her delicate hands. See how deft I am? Would you like to learn? Learn? Well, you could indeed teach me, Lin Hao mused thoughtfully. Are you serious about wanting me to teach you? Su Wanqiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Lin Hao truly wished to learn, might they not find themselves spending countless moments together? Oh, it's not for me. It's for two little girls from the community, Lin Hao explained, mentioning Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng. Sure, I have free time on weekends and evenings. I can teach them. I know how to play the piano, music theory, and violin. Oh, and I can also play the eru.
Su Wanqiu readily agreed.
While she could not instruct Lin Hao directly, this connection still tied them together in some manner. The eru? Surely you jest. Lin Hao laughed. Stop that. You're the one who is jesting.
Su Wanqiu playfully retorted.
After their meal, the pair exited the revolving restaurant, with the manager honoring his word and waiving their bill. As it was not yet time to collect rent, Lin Hao refrained from disclosing his identity to the manager. Meanwhile, the male diners watched in wistful dismay as the piano goddess departed. One enthusiastic individual shared a video of Su Wanqiu playing the piano and presenting flowers to Lin Hao on social media, captioned, "Shocking! The piano goddess publicly confesses her feelings to a security guard in the revolving restaurant. Is this a decline of morals or a breaking of societal chains? For more details, please send flowers, monthly tickets, or comments. Tips would be even better." After leaving the revolving restaurant, Su Wanqiu returned to her company, while Lin Hao descended to the first floor, contemplating a stroll around Tsinghua University. After all, his alma mater had now become his asset. Indeed, I could take a leisurely walk. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the nearby stairwell. The woman's tone was faint, as if she had just completed a half-marathon, lacking energy. Lin Hao turned and smiled. "SNT that the woman in the Qipao? Why haven't you left yet? Mr. Lin, didn't you ask me to clean the stairwell of the entire building?" The Qipao-clad woman replied, a hint of lamentation in her voice. "Are you here to plead for leniency? There's no need for that. I wouldn't force you to do anything. You're free to leave whenever you wish," Lin Hao said, shaking his head. "Not at all, Mr. Lin. I have finished cleaning." The woman's expression was a mix of pride and disbelief. "You completed the cleaning of all 88 floors in just one morning?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Indeed, it's all done," the Qipao woman affirmed, patting her chest, still slightly shaken. "You possess such talent? Well done." Lin Hao nodded in appreciation. "Mr. Lin, is there anything else you require of me?" she asked, suppressing her excitement. "Would you be interested in working with me?" Lin Hao inquired thoughtfully. "Mr. Lin, were you testing me just now?" The Qipao woman's eyes lit up with surprise. "Well, it could be considered a test, and you've passed," Lin Hao affirmed with a nod. "I, of course, would be more than willing to follow you, Mr. Lin," she replied earnestly. She was well aware of Lin Hao's true identity. Although he appeared to be a mere security guard, he was, in reality, the owner of the building with a fortune in the billions. The opportunity to work alongside such an individual was nothing short of a fortuitous chance. "Willing? Very well. Go to the property management office and speak with Han Qian about your new role as my cleaning assistant. From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the stairwell of the entire building daily." Lin Hao replied, his expression one of satisfaction. Chapter 76. The academic guardian. With Lin Hao's directive, Han Qian dared not voice any dissent. Swiftly, she drafted the responsibilities for the position of security encourager at the Global Center building, inspired by the role of a programmer encourager. Position title: Security Encourager. Responsibilities: to stand or sit beside security personnel during their patrols, tasks, or breaks, offering them encouragement and support. Requirements: 1. A fresh appearance, a melodious voice, a constant smile, and an endearing presence. 2. Proficient in listening and communication, engaging in conversations with security personnel for over 8 hours each day. 3. Capable of uncovering the genuine nature of each security guard. 4. Knowledgeable about security work and the interests of the guards. 5. Fashionably dressed with a preference for singles. Very well, Chun Qiu, from this day forth, you shall be the inaugural security encourager of the Global Center building. I hope you can fulfill this unprecedented role with dedication and contribute significantly to the harmony of the building. Behind every security guard, your efforts will be recognized. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the responsibilities and gently patted Chun Qiu on the shoulder. Chun Qiu was the girl with a sprinkle of freckles, previously a sales assistant in a watch store. "Wait, are you the owner of this property management company?" The surprise overwhelmed Chun Qiu, leaving her momentarily speechless as she speculated about Lin Hao's identity. "Mr. Lin is indeed the owner of the Global Center building," Han Qian quickly interjected. "Really?" Chun Qiu covered her mouth in disbelief, finally realizing that the watch store manager had a far keener insight than she had given credit for. The man in the security uniform, Mr. Lin, was truly an understated billionaire. "My name is Lin Hao. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said with a slight smile. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will not let you down." Chun Qiu nodded earnestly. "Then I shall take my leave." Lin Hao acknowledged both Chun Qiu and Han Qian with a nod before making his way out. Halfway through, he paused and casually remarked, "By the way, have the watch store on the first floor vacate the premises. Let them pay the breach of contract fine as stipulated. They must be out by the end of today." Han Qian supervised the security team personally. "Chun Qiu, you can commence your duties there as the security encourager." With that, Lin Hao departed without looking back. Half an hour later, at the watch store on the first floor, several security personnel lined up to assist in relocating the store. The store manager was distraught, and the owner, upon hearing the news, berated the manager in vain. Meanwhile, Chun Qiu, the security encourager, diligently fulfilled her role. "What is instant karma?" "This is instant karma. The retribution should not arrive too swiftly. Hey bro, another delivery of yours is leaving the building. Lin Hao received a call from the discreet delivery courier. Thank you, my friend. Please leave it in the security room. I will collect it later, Lin Hao replied. Sure thing. The courier responded before ending the call. Lin Hao then drove his Koenigsegg 1 towards Tsinghua University, reminiscing about his alma mater. Tsinghua University is renowned as the premier private university in the country. Classified as a second-tier institution due to its private nature, it does not qualify for the 211 or 985 lists. Yet, among nearly 300 second-tier universities nationwide, it undoubtedly stands as the finest. Tsinghua University holds the titles of strongest private university and strongest second-tier university in the nation. The university boasts 8 campuses, covering over 600 acres with a construction area exceeding 500,000 square meters. It comprises 15 secondary colleges, offers 64 undergraduate programs, and possesses 18 master's degree authorization disciplines and 8 doctoral degree authorization points, with more than 1,000 full-time faculty members and over 20,000 full-time students. What value could such a university possess? It is truly priceless. Soon, Lin Hao's Koenigsegg 1 gracefully entered the university gates. Wow, what a cool supercar. Is that the legendary Koenigsegg 1? Incredible. I never expected to see one here. Let me check. Oh my goodness. This car is worth 100 million. After taxes, it's 150 million. Wow. I wonder who drives this supercar? If it's a handsome guy, I must pursue him. Ha! Just because someone drives a supercar, you think you can chase them? They wouldn't want a gold digger like you. What do you know? Maybe someone who drives a supercar likes gold diggers. They have plenty of money and wouldn't mind your intentions. Wow, when did you become so bold? The university students at the entrance were equally astonished by the sight of the Koenigsegg 1, eagerly snapping photos and recording videos. As Lin Hao drove through the gates, he continued along the main road, each sight evoking memories. The lotus pond, the soccer field, the library, the first cafeteria, the science and education building, the second cafeteria, the first teaching building, the second teaching building, the male dormitory, the female dormitory, the water room, the auditorium, and the administration building. Finally, the car came to a stop at the administration building. Amid the astonished gazes of faculty and students nearby, Lin Hao exited the vehicle and ascended to the top floor of the administration building. Principal Lin, the second vice president, Su Jianhua, a man in his 50s, regarded Lin Hao with a neutral expression, though his heart was laden with sentiment. The world had changed too rapidly. Just yesterday, everything was as it should be. Yet this morning, the former principal announced that the ownership of the university had transferred to a young man named Lin Hao. Naturally, the principal's position now belonged to this youthful individual. A man in his 20s as the principal of a university? How absurd. In fact, Vice President Su Jianhua had prepared to resign. If the new, young principal were to cause upheaval, he would simply resign. After all, there were decent schools in the south inviting him to join. Principal Lin, how do you do? The first vice president, Yuan Ding, also over 50, greeted Lin Hao with a warm smile and extended his hand for a handshake. Although Yuan Ding's gaze was kind, it concealed many unspoken thoughts. Lin Hao observed the two vice presidents with their contrasting attitudes and smiled slightly. It seemed that taking over a university was far more intricate than managing a building worth billions. Chapter 78. Being materialistic is not wrong, but being brainless is your fault. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, Lin Hao gracefully approached the Koenigsegg 1, preparing to slip into the vehicle. Hey, don't touch my boyfriend's car. The girl in the dress suddenly shouted, turning to the tall, thin boy beside her. Darling, didn't you say we'd walk together? Why did you open the car? Did you accidentally press the key fob? The tall boy's face paled slightly. Well, Lin Wu shook his head and entered the car, shutting the door. Hey, darling, that person is stealing your car. The girl in the dress was instantly frantic. The tall boy, visibly anxious, dared not speak. Darling, the girl in the dress finally sensed something amiss, casting a dubious glance at the tall boy. The window of the Koenigsegg 1 rolled down, and Lin Hao slightly leaned out, addressing the girl, my dear classmate, Being materialistic is not a flaw. However, lacking intelligence is indeed your misstep. What do you mean? The girl in the dress glanced at Lin Hao inside the car, then at the tall boy beside her who looked like he had seen a ghost, and finally realized she had been deceived. You fraud. Scum. She shoved the tall boy away and slapped him across the face in a fit of rage. She was infuriated at nearly being duped. How could the tall boy allow her to slap him? He seized her wrist, fuming with embarrassment. You were the one being materialistic. It was offered to you. Me being materialistic? You'd better have some wealth for me to admire. You're just a pauper, pretending to be a big shot. Disgusting. The girl in the dress shouted in fury. In an instant, the couple, who had been lovingly entwined only a moment ago, erupted into a quarrel in the middle of the street. Beep. Lin Hao pressed the horn. You two are blocking my way. Can you take your fight to the side of the road? The honking startled them. The tall boy, losing face, turned and scurried away. The girl in the dress, gritting her teeth, decided to press on. She sashayed over to Lin Hao's window. Hey, handsome. I thought you were the owner of this car. Could you take me for a ride? Next time I catch you in a similar situation, consider yourself expelled. Lin Hao replied expressionlessly, stepping on the gas. Virum, the Koenigsegg one sped away. How arrogant. Just because you have money, you think you're superior? Expelling me? What gives you the right? Do you think you're the principal? The girl in the dress shouted angrily at the exhaust fumes. Inside the car, Lin Hao retrieved his phone, sending the video of the girl and the tall boy to Vice Principal Su Jianhua, accompanied by a message. Earlier, while changing his clothes, he had discreetly attached a button camera, which now proved to be quite useful. Half an hour later, in the administrative building S office, the tall boy and the girl in the dress encountered each other once more. Given your behavior, which has violated school rules, the school has decided to issue you both a serious reprimand and place you on probation for 6 months. Any further infractions will result in expulsion. Vice Principal Su Jianhua announced sternly. Vice Principal, this is unjust. We're innocent. They both cried in unison. Is that so?
Su Jianhua sneered.
And the large screen on the office wall instantly projected the earlier scene from downstairs. Oh no, that guy set us up. How shameless, they exclaimed in outrage upon realizing they had been recorded. Humph, you two should show some respect. The newly appointed Principal Lin has shown you extraordinary leniency by not expelling you outright.
Su Jianhua replied coldly.
What? The new principal? That guy was the new principal? The tall boy and the girl in the dress's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape in shock, their expressions resembling that of a dog that had been scolded. Returning to the Shuemu Tiancheng community, Lin Hao collected a package from the security office. Upon opening it, he discovered a thick stack of documents pertaining to Tsinghua University's rights and ownership. Upon arriving home, his father, Lin Xianming, was fishing, while his mother, Wang Shuyun, was cooking, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lin Hao presented a watch he had purchased to both of them, but they insisted he should not waste money. No matter how wealthy he had become, the older generation always adhered to frugality. Later that evening, Su Wanqiu sent a WeChat message. Thank you for lunch today. I didn't spend anything. You played a piano piece, so it's as if you treated me. Then will you treat me next time? Sure. After putting down his phone, Su Wanqiu reminisced about their time together in the restaurant, feeling a mix of shyness and regret. Yet, the thought of Lin Hao's promise to treat her next time brought a smile to her face. The first meal was beef noodles. The second meal was a complimentary one. As for the third, it would be like borrowing books between friends endlessly exchanged. Before going to bed that night, Lin Hao habitually browsed through his WeChat moments. To his surprise, he stumbled upon himself. More precisely, it was a sketch of him. It was the very sketch that Xia Momo had sent to Lin Hao for her little friends to see a few days ago. However, this version had evidently undergone meticulous retouching, with numerous details carefully refined, making the image significantly better than the last. In the illustration, Lin Hao was riding a bicycle, one foot on the ground, the other on the pedal, one hand in his pocket, and the other gripping the handlebars, wearing a radiant smile that exuded warmth. This, naturally, was posted by Xia Momo on her Moments. Beneath the post, Lin Hao could not see other people's comments but noticed Xia Momo's uniform response. To all of you, don't waste your efforts. No matter how you tempt me, I will never reveal my handsome brother's phone number. Lin Hao chuckled and tapped the like button on the post. Ding! A few seconds later, Lin Hao received a private message from Xia Momo. Lin Hao, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Will you agree first? I can't. You need to tell me what it is first. You see, I'm an art major, and I need a model for my graduation project. Model? Yes, I'd like you to be my model. What kind of model? Have you seen the movie Titanic? Yes. It's like the scene in the carriage on the cruise ship, where Rose poses for Jack. Ah. Chapter 82. Are security guards inferior? I have no difficulties, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. All right, Lin Hao, we're old classmates. There's no need to feel embarrassed. If you have no difficulties, why would you take a job as a security guard? Yi Xiaojing said sternly. I truly have no difficulties. Being a security guard is merely a pastime, a sort of part-time job, Lin Hao explained. If you ever face any troubles, do tell me. We're all classmates. Although we weren't particularly close in school, we still had a decent relationship. Don't be so distant. By the way, I heard the hospital's logistics department was hiring recently. It's a formal position with a much higher salary than that of a security guard. I can inquire about it for you later, Yi Xiaojing said, echoing the sentiments of Wang Lei, who also doubted Lin Hao's claims and was eager to help him find work. Really, there's no need. I'm not doing this job for the money, Lin Hao said with a wry smile, unsure of how to explain his reasons for being a security guard. After all, he couldn't reveal the existence of the system, could he? Don't be shy. By the way, what's your phone number? WeChat. You disappeared right after graduation. Luckily, I spotted you today, Yi Xiaojing said, pulling out her phone to exchange contact information with Lin Hao. Dr. He, it's time for surgery, a nurse interrupted, rushing over to Yi Xiaojing. Lin Hao, I have to go for a C-section now, just a minor procedure. I'll be done shortly. Would you like to wait for me? I can treat you to a meal afterwards, Yi Xiaojing said, glancing at her watch. That's all right. You should focus on your work. Don't let time constraints affect the surgery. Lin Hao shook his head. That's fine then. We can chat more tomorrow at the class reunion. You are coming, right? You absolutely must be there, Yi Xiaojing said cheerfully before hurriedly following the nurse into the operating room. What a coincidence, Lin Hao thought, smiling as he left the obstetrics and gynecology department. That evening, the university class group chat was buzzing with activity. This group had been established while they were still in school, and initially it was lively right after graduation. However, as time passed, participation dwindled, and Lin Hao had become a perennial lurker. The upcoming 3-year anniversary reunion reignited the chat's energy. Interestingly, the organizer of this reunion was not the class leader, Yi Xiaojing, but a classmate named Pan Xiaojin, who had managed to carve out a successful business as a result of his family's support, establishing a small company in the capital worth several million. Another enthusiastic classmate, Zhang Mingshi, had pursued a career in civil service and had risen to the position of deputy director at a certain agency, successfully navigating the bureaucratic landscape. As with most class reunions, the initiators were often those who had found success in business or politics. Pan Xiaojin was currently outlining plans for the reunion in the group chat. Ding! A private message from Wang Lei popped up. Lin Hao, you must come tomorrow. I didn't get a chance to chat with you in detail last time. Don't worry, I'll help you with your job situation. I won't tell anyone else. Let us save this for tomorrow, Lin Hao replied with a smile, just as another notification chimed in. This time it was Yi Xiaojing messaging. Lin Hao, I inquired about the logistics department's hiring. They said you would definitely qualify. Send me your resume, and I'll submit it for you. Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Both Wang Lei and Yi Xiaojing were genuinely eager to assist, yet he truly did not require their help. Thank you, but I don't need it. Even your hospital's director must heed my words, Lin Hao replied. You were never this boastful in school. Let's discuss this at the reunion tomorrow. You must attend, Yi Xiaojing insisted in her final message. The following day, Lin Hao checked the arrangements Pan Xiaojin had made for the reunion. It was set to commence at noon, followed by a visit to their alma mater in the afternoon, then dinner and karaoke in the evening. Overall, it was a rather unoriginal plan. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Hao noticed that the lunch venue was none other than the Jiangnan restaurant. What a coincidence! Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Hao glanced at the time and decided to drive his Koenigsegg 1 to the restaurant. At the Jiangnan restaurant, in a luxurious private room, 3 round tables were set up with a total of 36 chairs. The class had 36 members, but not everyone would attend. Perhaps only 20 or so would show up, primarily those who remained in the capital or nearby cities. Nevertheless, organizer Pan Xiaojin insisted that no one would be left out, so even those who could not attend had a chair reserved for them. The menu was prepared for 36 people, with 3 tables laid out. By now, most of the 20 or so attendees had arrived, and the classmates were mingling and chatting in small groups. Pan Xiaojin had a cluster of admirers gathered around him, while another group surrounded Zhang Mingshi. Among the classmates, Pan Xiaojin had achieved the most in the business world, while Zhang Mingshi had found success in his political career. Consequently, those gathered around Pan Xiaojin were primarily interested in financial matters, while those around Zhang Mingshi were more inclined towards power. Meanwhile, Wang Lei and He Xiaojing were conversing amiably, given that one was at Capital University and the other at its affiliated hospital. Then there was the class beauty Jiang Man, who had several admirers around her. By the way, isn't Lin Hao supposed to come to this reunion? He was the most outstanding person in our class, scoring over 600 on the college entrance exam. He had the highest score among all the freshmen. As they chatted, Pan Xiaojin suddenly exclaimed, "Indeed, it's been 3 years since graduation, and I wonder how Lin Hao is doing now. I really want to see him. I remember Lin Hao was exceptionally handsome. Many girls liked him. Didn't our class beauty, Jiang Man, pursue him back then?" Zhang Mingshi chimed in with a smile. During their university days, Lin Hao had been a figure of admiration for both Pan Xiaojin and Zhang Mingshi. He excelled in academics, sports, looks, and had a way with women, overshadowing both of them. Now, feeling that they had finally made a name for themselves, they were eager to compare their progress with Lin Hao at the reunion. "Hey, Jiang Man, confess honestly. Did you and Lin Hao date? After graduation, did you keep in touch?" As soon as this gossip surfaced, the other classmates expressed keen interest, turning their attention to the class beauty Jiang Man. With her remarkable looks and figure, Jiang Man was the third focal point in the room, aside from Pan Xiaojin and Zhang Mingshi. Moreover, it seemed that Pan Xiaojin and Zhang Mingshi were subtly trying to outshine one another in her presence. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Lin Hao entered. Chapter 84. You want to keep a low profile, yet I must expose you. The private room erupted into a cacophony. A bottle of red wine priced at 240,000 had never been tasted by anyone present, not even Pan Xiaojin or Zhang Mingshi. Zhang Mingshi, who navigated the political sphere, had certainly indulged in fine wines with his superiors, but given his rank and experience, he had only ever sampled mutai priced in the thousands. Pan Xiaojin, despite having assets amounting to 2 or 3 million, had most of his wealth tied up in his company, encompassing fixed and intangible assets, along with receivables. His actual liquid funds were quite limited. For a bottle costing 240,000, he mustered his resolve to partake. Yet, the dilemma was that there were 12 bottles amounting to a staggering 288 million, a tenth of his total assets. To consume such a sum in one meal seemed excessive. Pan Xiaojin instinctively shook his head, pondering the exorbitant price of the wine and questioning its authenticity. Is this truly the case? Or are you mere servers pretending to be knowledgeable? Fetch your manager. I must inquire. His expression shifted as he attempted to maintain composure. No need to call the manager. This is our young master, a server pointed at Lu Xiaoxiao. Ah, you? The young master of Shijiangnan? Pan Xiaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were equally astonished. Shijiangnan, the largest upscale dining chain in the empire, was renowned and well-known. Many classmates had expressed a preference for Shijiangnan's dishes over beer. The company's valuation exceeded 3 billion. Rumor had it the owner had only one daughter. Could it be this unassuming girl in a white t-shirt and suspenders? She must be worth at least 1 billion. While the others were merely shocked, Pan Xiaojin was utterly astounded. As a businessman with a company valued at 2 or 3 million, facing someone of such wealth left him feeling weak at the knees. He hastily approached Lu Xiaoxiao, slightly bowing as he extended his hands. Miss Zhang, What a pleasure to meet you. I am Pan, my mother's surname is Zhang, while I go by Lu. Lu Xiaoxiao frowned, clearly displeased, and showed no intention of shaking hands. Pan Xiaojin's hands hovered awkwardly in the air before he retracted them. Yet he did not give up. He quickly donned a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself with Lu Xiaoxiao. My apologies, Miss Lu. Today has been quite the misunderstanding. But no matter, since there has been a misunderstanding, let us consider it a stroke of fate. Once clarified, we can all become friends. Rest assured, I will cover the wine expenses. Pan Xiaojin gritted his teeth, determined to forge a connection with the young master of Shijiangnan, Lu Xiaoxiao. Do not concern yourself with the wine expenses. Lin Hao has already stated he will cover them. Lu Xiaoxiao coldly interrupted. What? Lin Hao will cover the wine expenses? Pan Xiaojin was momentarily taken aback. How is that possible? The others were equally perplexed. Miss Lu, are you mistaken? While Lin Hao is indeed our classmate, he is merely a security guard. Such an extravagant wine bill would surely cost him dearly. Oh, I know he is a security guard, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, momentarily surprised before recollecting her mother's words about Lin Hao, nearly forgetting. Miss Lu, you are aware he is a security guard? Did you know him before?
Pan Xiaojin inquired eagerly.
Of course, I not only know him, but I also know he is not just a security guard. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lin Hao and then surveyed the room, declaring, he is also a shareholder of Shijiangnan. The room fell silent, akin to a drop of water in a boiling pot, as everyone processed Lu Xiaoxiao's revelation. Pan Xiaojin, Zhang Mingshi, Zhang Man, Wang Lei, and He Xiaojing stared at Lin Hao in disbelief, their mouths agape. Did I hear correctly? She just said Lin Hao is a shareholder of Shijiangnan, not merely a security guard? Could it be a slip of the tongue? Perhaps she meant to say guard but mistakenly uttered shareholder? Could it be that she meant he bought a mere $100 worth of stock? Amidst the murmurs, Lu Xiaoxiao frowned and declared, it appears you are not well acquainted with your classmate. Allow me to introduce him properly. Lin Hao is our second largest shareholder of Shijiangnan, holding 35 of the shares, valued over 1 billion. As the second largest shareholder, Lin Hao typically dines at all Shijiangnan locations free of charge. However, he mentioned earlier that the wine expenses would be deducted from his year-end dividends. So, feel free to indulge. If he finishes his year-end dividends in wine, consider it my loss. With a wink at Lin Hao, Lu Xiaoxiao turned and exited. The room was filled with gasps. A pin drop could be heard. The question lingered, should they open the wine? The servers looked to Lin Hao for guidance. Let us open 3 bottles to start. A bottle for each table to sample. If anyone finds it unsatisfactory, we can switch, Lin Hao suggested. The servers nodded, taking the wine outside to uncork and aerate it. The classmates regarded Lin Hao as if seeing him for the first time, their gazes filled with awe. Pan Xiaojin's face twitched. He had thought of Lin Hao as an insignificant ant, but now realized he was the one who needed to look up to an elephant. Zhang Mingshi's expression darkened. He wished he could retract everything he had said about Lin Hao. Zhang Man was flabbergasted, her face alternating from red to pale, wishing she could slap herself for her earlier judgments. Let us sit down and begin our meal, Lin Hao said, shaking his head as he returned to his seat. Everyone resumed their places. Wow, Lin Hao, you truly are something. So, when you said you didn't need me to help you find a job, you meant it.
Wing Lei exclaimed in astonishment.
Hey, just a bit of gossip. Did you perhaps win over the heiress of Shijiangnan, thus becoming the second largest shareholder? Otherwise, why would Miss Lu wink at you as she left? He Xiaojing chimed in teasingly. Ahem, I have no idea why, Lin Hao shrugged. Ding. At that moment, Lin Hao's phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Lu Xiaoxiao. You want to keep a low profile, yet I must expose you. Hee. Chapter 88. The humor of obstetrics and gynecology. A car priced at 150 million? Is such extravagance truly necessary? I must admit, I have never encountered a vehicle valued in such astronomical figures before. Who possesses the means to drive such an opulent automobile? Could it be that a super-rich individual is dining at Shijiangnan today? The reactions among the girls varied. While not all were materialistic, their expressions of astonishment were unmistakable. Particularly, Zhang Man, whether due to the wine she had consumed or some other reason, appeared flustered, her breath quickening and a rosy blush emerging on her cheeks. Meanwhile, several other car enthusiasts had already rushed to the corner of the parking lot, joining the initial admirer, and were captivated by the Koenigsegg 1-1, their lips emitting sounds of awe. Indeed, for men, the allure of a car rivals that of a beautiful woman. And this particular Koenigsegg 1-1 is akin to an exquisite beauty, captivating all who behold it. In an instant, regardless of their enthusiasm for cars, nearly all the students were drawn to the mesmerizing vehicle. As for Pan Xiaojin's Porsche 911, who would care to glance at it when a Koenigsegg 1-1 worth 150 million stands nearby? Hey, be careful, everyone, such an expensive car. Don't accidentally damage it. You wouldn't want to owe hundreds of thousands, He Xiaojing exclaimed, feeling a surge of anxiety as she noticed several classmates crowding around. After all, she was the class monitor. The car enthusiasts, having indulged in alcohol, particularly the one named Zhang Kuan, appeared somewhat inebriated, and she feared they might unintentionally harm the vehicle. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Lin Hao reassured her. How can you say that? They just mentioned the price, 150 million. Even as the second largest shareholder of Shijiangnan, wouldn't you feel the sting if something were to happen? He Xiaojing retorted, exasperated. Her point was valid. If Lin Hao only held 35% of Shijiangnan, he might not afford such a lavish car. After all, shares must be liquidated to yield tangible funds. However, Lin Hao possessed far more than mere shares in Shijiangnan. Really, there's no need for concern. It's not so easy to damage, he replied nonchalantly. Easy for you to say. Come over here. Let us bring them back. He Xiaojing shook her head and led a few classmates toward the parking lot corner, intent on retrieving the car enthusiasts. Zhang Man, wearing high heels, followed suit. I absolutely refuse to leave today. I must wait for the owner to arrive. I must ask to sit inside and experience it. At that moment, Zhang Kuan, the initial car enthusiast who had stumbled over, was now too intoxicated to move, sitting beside the Koenigsegg 1-1, gripping the door handle tightly. He Xiaojing directed the other boys to help pull Zhang Kuan away, but he resisted fiercely, his drunken state causing him to kick out and struggle. The group hesitated to intervene, fearing they might inadvertently scratch the car. As they stood there, perplexed, He Xiaojing grew increasingly anxious. Seeing the scene unfold, Lin Hao sighed, realizing this was not his design to show off. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the car key, pressing it gently. Beep, beep, the Koenigsegg 1-1 responded with 2 beeps, its lights illuminating as the doors opened like butterfly wings. Zhang Kuan, startled, quickly released the handle, sobering up considerably. The others froze, scanning the area for the car's owner.
Elle l'a là-haut?
It was Zhang Man who first recognized the keys in his hand. This car is yours? Her voice quivered with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Hao confirmed with a nod, stepping forward to assist Zhang Kuan to his feet. If you wish to experience it, feel free to sit inside. But remember, no igniting the engine since you've been drinking. Me? Zhang Kuan shook his head vigorously, the remnants of his intoxication fading away. After receiving Lin Hao's approval, he eagerly climbed into the vehicle. The other car enthusiasts gasped in envy, gathering around once again. Don't rush. Take your time to enjoy the experience one at a time, Lin Hao chuckled, shaking his head. At that moment, the gazes of the other students toward Lin Hao were filled with astonishment and a myriad of complex emotions. Earlier, when they learned that Lin Hao was the second largest shareholder of Shijiangnan, the realization had not struck them as deeply. However, witnessing this 150 million supercar made it abundantly clear what kind of individual Lin Hao truly was. Wang Lei and He Xiaojing exchanged glances, both sharing a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having previously attempted to introduce Lin Hao to jobs that paid mere thousands a month. Lin Hao's status as a super-rich individual rendered such efforts laughable. Pan Xiaojin looked from his Porsche 911 to Lin Hao's Koenigsegg 1-1, for the first time feeling that his once prized possession now paled in comparison. Zhang Mingshir's lips twitched as he contemplated approaching the legendary supercar but hesitated, caught between pride and curiosity. Meanwhile, Zhang Man trembled slightly, unable to contain her excitement or nervousness. Her gaze at Lin Hao filled with an extraordinary glow. After lingering for a good half hour, the group proceeded to their alma mater, Jinghua University. Come, let us take a group photo at the school gate, Pan Xiaojin called out, organizing the classmates into 2 rows. Zhang Mingshi, confident in his status, positioned himself in the center of the front row. Lin Hao, showing little interest, stood at the edge of the second row. Wang Lei and He Xiaojing joined him, engaged in conversation. Jiang Man, gathering her courage, stood beside Lin Hao, urging, No. Lin Hao, why are you standing at the edge? You must be in the center of the front row. After setting up the tripod and camera, Pan Xiaojin suddenly looked up, hastily moving to Lin Hao's side, pulling him into the center of the front row. Zhang Mingshi, who had originally stood there, was immediately pushed aside. Chapter 90. Principal Lin's female guard. Principal Yuan. You must uphold justice for our school students. Just look at these individuals. None of them appear to be students. How can such a sacred place as a school tolerate the unruly behavior of these outsiders? Principal Yuan. I suggest we call security. Indeed, Principal Yuan, they are taking advantage of their numbers to bully us. You must help us. Sun Ping and the others, noticing Principal Yuan lost in thought while staring at Lin Hao and his companions, quickly interjected. Principal Yuan, we are not outsiders. We are alumni of the school. We are from the class of 2017, merely visiting our alma mater. We happened upon this situation where a male student was bullying a female student, prompting us to intervene. It is they who are bullying this girl, and then she came to Lin Hao for help. They are slandering us. Lin Hao's classmates hurriedly explained to Principal Yuan. Principal Yuan, I am Wang Lei, a lecturer from the School of Management. They are my classmates, not outsiders. Wang Lei, a faculty member, quickly approached to clarify. However, Principal Yuan was hardly listening to their explanations. He instinctively walked briskly to stand before Lin Hao. In front of the gathered crowd, he respectfully called out, Principal Lin. As soon as the words left Yuan Ding's lips, the scene fell into an abrupt silence. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What did this mean? Wasn't Principal Yuan himself the principal? Why was he addressing someone else as principal? What was happening? The classmates surrounding Lin Hao, He Xiaojing, Wang Lei, Pan Xiaojin, Zhang Kuan, Zhang Mingshi, were equally astonished, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost as they stared at Lin Hao. They had clearly seen and heard it. Principal Yuan stood before Lin Hao, referring to him as Principal Lin. Lin Hao, taken aback, felt a sense of disbelief. Even Xiaomo instinctively took a couple of steps back, her surprise evident as she gazed at Lin Hao. Principal Lin, is this a gathering of classmates? Yuan Ding cautiously inquired again. Yes, we just arrived and encountered a situation, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. He had not intended to reveal his identity as the president of Jinghua University in front of his classmates. But who could have foreseen this encounter with Xiaomo, and then running into Yuan Ding? It wasn't as if he had sought to flaunt his status. If the first utterance of Principal Lin had left room for doubt, the second left no one questioning their ears. Sun Ping wore an expression of disbelief. Yuan Ding's 2 calls of Principal Lin reminded him of the recent rumors circulating the school regarding a change in leadership, though the specifics remained undisclosed. So, Xiaomo's boyfriend is the new principal? And here he was, competing for her affections? What a predicament! Was he truly courting trouble? The gazes of his classmates toward Lin Hao resembled that of encountering extraterrestrial beings from the Centaurus constellation. Initially, he was a security guard, then the second-largest shareholder of a restaurant, and now he had transformed into the principal of their alma mater, Jinghua University. How had Lin Hao achieved this? He had graduated only 3 years ago, and yet he had become a principal. Moreover, he was in his 20s. A principal at such a young age must be unprecedented in the country. Even Zhang Mingshi, who had previously held doubts about Lin Hao, could no longer entertain any rebellious thoughts. The position of a university president in China carried significant prestige. It was a status that individuals like Zhang Mingshi could only admire from a distance. To put it bluntly, if one were to rank positions, it would take several levels of hierarchy above Zhang Mingshi's superior to sit at the same table as Lin Hao. Wang Lei and He Xiaojing exchanged glances, suddenly realizing why Lin Hao had appeared in a security uniform at the school and hospital. Surely, he had been conducting a discreet visit in his capacity as principal. Jiang Man's face flushed with excitement, her teeth biting into her lip as her hands clenched tightly, almost digging into her flesh. Principal Lin, why don't you take your classmates to tour the campus while I handle this situation? Yuan Ding suggested cautiously. All right, then we shall take our leave. Lin Hao nodded, preparing to escort his companions away before pausing to glance at Sun Ping, who had been pursuing Xiaomo Principal Yuan. The entrance to the library was once pristine, but now it's littered with petals. They should be responsible for cleaning it up. With that, Lin Hao led his classmates away. Xiaomo quickly followed suit. After watching Lin and his group depart, Yuan Ding turned coldly to Sun Ping and the others, declaring, "You are to clean the library for an entire semester. Do you accept this punishment?" "Absolutely." Sun Ping and the others nodded vigorously, fearing that any hesitation might lead Yuan Ding to think they were not genuinely compliant. What a farce. Competing with the new principal over a girl, and they were fortunate not to be expelled on the spot. Yuan Ding cautioned everyone not to spread rumors about today's events. As he surveyed the crowd of onlookers, he departed, deep in thought. Wing Lei, the lecturer from the School of Management, is actually a classmate of Principal Lin? This warrants serious consideration. The deputy head of the School of Management is nearing retirement, and a young teacher like Wang Lei deserves to be promoted. Furthermore, that girl seems to be from the Fine Arts Department. Her case demands equal attention. After Yuan Ding left, the remaining students buzzed with astonishment. Wow, our new principal is so young. He can't be much older than us. Perhaps just 3 to 5 years. My goodness, such a youthful principal must be breaking records. Male students exchanged incredulous glances. Aren't principals usually elderly, like Vice Principal Yuan? How can our principal be so young and handsome? Absolutely. I was just thinking how handsome our new principal is. I can't believe it. From today onward, I am a devoted fan of Principal Lin. Anyone who dares speak ill of him will face my wrath. Count me in. I'm a fan of Principal Lin too. How about we form a female guard for Principal Lin? Wow, what a brilliant idea. I want to sign up. Count me in. The female students among the onlookers chimed in, their conversations taking a distinctly different direction. Chapter 94. A moment of leisure 5 minutes later. Zhao Songpu approached Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, shall we discuss matters in my office? He suggested courteously. The ticket counter of the cinema was bustling with a multitude of patrons, creating a cacophony that was hardly conducive to business discussions. The cinema occupied the entire 7th floor of the Global Center building, with an annual rental fee exceeding 10 million. Thus, a more formal setting was warranted. Let us converse here. I still have to catch a movie with my classmates after this. We are having a reunion today. Lin Hao replied. Oh, what film do you and your classmates wish to see? I can arrange complimentary tickets for you. Zhao Songpu offered eagerly. Unfortunately, the movie we want to see is not available here. Lin Hao responded, shaking his head. Not available? How can that be? Zhao Songpu exclaimed, bewildered. The Yida Cinema at the Global Center, occupying an entire floor, boasted dozens of screening rooms, and was reputed to have the most comprehensive collection of films in the capital. It seemed implausible that a desired film would be absent. May I inquire which film it is that you and your classmates wish to view? Zhao Songpu asked cautiously. Battle Tiger 2, Lin Hao stated. Zhao Songpu was momentarily speechless. Battle Tiger 2? That film was released 3 years ago and has long since left theaters. It is unlikely that any cinema nationwide still screens it. He lamented. The film industry is like that. It only exhibits new releases. No one shows old films. Hear us the deal. If you can procure a copy of Battle Tiger 2, we can discuss the lease renewal. If not, we shall revisit the matter later. Lin Hao suggested nonchalantly. All right, please hold on for a moment. Zhao Songpu replied, gritting his teeth. Despite being the general manager of Yida Cinema, the prospect of failing to secure the lease was unacceptable to him. As Zhao Songpu sought a way to obtain Battle Tiger 2, Lin Hao returned to his classmates. What happened, Lin Hao? Who was that person looking for you? Someone inquired. The cinema manager. I asked him if he could arrange for Battle Tiger 2 to be shown, and he said he would try, Lin Hao explained. Wow, Lin Hao, you can actually get a 3-year-old film re-released? That's impressive. Another classmate exclaimed. You don't happen to have shares in Yida Cinema, do you? Or are you the owner? The classmates, having been bitten by the snake, were now wary of the well, often leaping to grand conclusions whenever Lin Hao was involved. That's absurd. There's nothing of the sort. I merely suggested it to the manager. It's not guaranteed he can make it happen. Lin Hao waved off their speculations, acknowledging their vivid imaginations. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhao Songpu returned. Mr. Lin, I leveraged numerous connections and finally persuaded the copyright holder. However, it will take a little time for the copy to arrive, likely around an hour. Would you and your classmates like to rest in my office for a while? He said, visibly relieved. That's all right. We can chat out here for a bit, Lin Hao replied. Then, Mr. Lin, shall we discuss the lease renewal in my office? Zhao Songpu suggested again. No need to go inside, we can discuss it here. It's quite simple, just like the Crown Hotel upstairs. A 5-year lease with a 4.5 annual increase. Lin Hao articulated. Mr. Lin, as cinema operators, we cannot compare ourselves to a 5-star hotel. The number of blockbuster films is dwindling, and attendance has been persistently low. We truly have no funds. Zhao Songpu began to lament his financial woes. Well, considering your efforts to secure Battle Tiger 2, if you don't mind the number 4 being considered inauspicious, let us agree on that for the annual rental increase, Lin Hao contemplated. Being a person of reciprocity, he deemed the annual rental increase of a cinema not a significant concern for him at this stage. Not at all. 4% is perfectly acceptable. Zhao Songpu exclaimed repeatedly, elated. What a joke. A mere 0.5 reduction translates into a substantial difference in performance. Within less than 2 minutes, the lease renewal terms were verbally agreed upon, and Zhao Songpu rushed back to his office to draft the contract for Lin Hao's signature. Once everything was settled, it wasn't too long before the copy of Battle Tiger 2 arrived. Alright, classmates, we can now enjoy the movie, Lin Hao announced, leading everyone into the screening room. Wait, Lin Hao, you actually managed to get Battle Tiger 2? And you insist you're not the owner of Yida Cinema? I just saw the manager treating you with utmost respect. If you're not the owner, then I'll flip my surname. One classmate exclaimed, marveling. Goodness, what other secrets are you hiding from us? As they entered the screening room, the classmates were astonished to find that it was not a typical theater with rows of seats, but rather a unique arrangement of double sofas, allowing pairs to recline side by side. The layout resembled a net configuration, with spacious double sofas in the center, flanked by thick partitions. The openings faced the grand screen, providing an unparalleled viewing experience. Ha! Watching a movie while reclining on a sofa is delightful, they cheered. Given that the venue was exclusively reserved, the theater was quite spacious, and everyone rushed in to select their seats. Some friends quickly paired up on the sofas, while others, who had previously shared a hint of romantic tension, took advantage of the dim lighting to sit together. Most of the girls naturally chose to sit with their female friends. He Xiaojing initially wanted to share a sofa with Lin Hao, but, seeing that he had not yet arrived, hesitated to call out loudly for him and eventually settled on a sofa alone. Similarly, Jiang Man, after waiting for a while with no sign of Lin Hao, also chose a sofa for herself. Finally, Lin Hao entered the screening room and casually chose an empty sofa in the back row to recline on, immersing himself in the film. The high partitions surrounding each double sofa ensured that no disturbances occurred, allowing everyone to focus solely on the grand screen. Battle Tiger 2, though 3 years old, held a special place in their hearts, and they watched with rapt attention, deeply engrossed. Just as Lin Hao was lost in the film, a petite shadow suddenly bent down and slipped through the opening in the net configuration, swiftly climbing onto the double sofa beside him. Who's there? Chapter 96. The System. Is there an incomplete task? After parting ways with He Xiaojing, Lin Hao returned to the Zhao Shijian South restaurant. He had indulged in some drinks the previous night, and his Koenigsegg 11 was still parked in the restaurant's lot. Hey, Lin Hao! Just as he entered his car, a voice called out from nearby. A girl clad in a white t-shirt and overalls approached Lu Xiaoxiao, the young owner of the restaurant. How did it feel when I exposed your identity yesterday? Did your classmates immediately feel the sting of your pretentiousness? Lu Xiaoxiao asked with an air of camaraderie. You little heiress, Lin Hao chuckled, shaking his head. By the way, there's a shareholders meeting coming up at the company. You must attend. Lu Xiaoxiao continued. A shareholders meeting? I'll see how things go. I'm quite busy these days, Lin Hao replied noncommittally. Busy? Busy being a security guard? Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening. Indeed, busy being a security guard. Until next time, Lin Hao laughed, waving goodbye as he drove off. That guy is truly peculiar, Lu Xiaoxiao murmured, watching Lin Hao's departing figure. Hey system, if you reward me next time, could you refrain from solely bestowing monetary rewards? Perhaps grant me some abilities in combat? For instance, the super soldiers from the movie Battle Tiger 2. Lin Hao complained to the system as he drove home. Ding! The current system level is merely a C-level system, and the rewards it can provide are primarily monetary, items, shares, and other external possessions. When the system upgrades to B-level, the rewards will no longer be confined to these external possessions, but will include personal attributes up to 3 times the normal human limit, cutting-edge technology from the near future, and some extraordinary skills beyond the realm of reason. The system promptly replied, I understand, but since I received the university reward last time, I haven't been able to complete any special security tasks for a long time. Lin Hao lamented. Ding! The host has completed 9 special security tasks, and needs to complete 3 more to upgrade. Ding! The host's chances of triggering special security tasks are currently reduced due to the existence of incomplete tasks. The system clarified. What? My chances of triggering special tasks are diminished because of unfinished tasks. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Quickly tell me what are the tasks I haven't completed. Lin Hao felt a surge of frustration. Ding! You didn't inquire earlier. Ding! The incomplete tasks are assist Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng in finding teachers for English, music, art, and physical education, and accompany them to complete a class each. The system responded. Oh, so that's where I'm stuck, Lin Hao realized. Previously, he had taken Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng to attend a lesson with Jessica for English and another with Li Qingya for physical education. They had also found Xia Momo, but they hadn't yet attended the art class. Furthermore, he had arranged for Su Wanqiu to teach the 2 children music. Naturally, the art and music classes remained uncompleted. Now that he had identified the problem, it was simple to resolve. Lin Hao quickly took out his phone. It was the weekend, perfect timing to check if Xia Momo, Su Wanqiu, and the 2 children Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng were available.
Hello, Lin Ye.
As he drove through the community gate, the security guard snapped to attention and saluted. There's no need for that. We're all brothers. Lin Hao smiled as he continued inside. After parking, Lin Hao visited Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng's homes as previously arranged and took the 2 children to learn piano from Su Wanqiu. The parents of Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng were exceedingly polite, expressing their gratitude, and they trusted Lin Hao enough to let him take the children without accompanying them. Big brother Lin Hao, it's wonderful. You finally came to take us out to play, exclaimed the children. Big brother Lin Hao, I've been looking forward to this day. Let us go play, they chirped, like monkeys released from their cages. Ahem, remember we are going to learn, so you 2 must keep that in mind, Lin Hao reminded, as their parents were still present. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao led the 2 youngsters to Su Wanqiu's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. To his surprise, it was not Su Wanqiu who opened the door, but her mother, Su Qin. Oh, you're that young man from last time.
Su Qin recognized Lin Hao instantly.
Recalling the incident when Lin Hao had come to fix a pipe at their home, only to be drenched in water and mistaken for Su Wanqiu's boyfriend. Hello? Is Su Wanqiu home? Lin Hao asked politely, having arranged this with her beforehand. Wait, do you already have children?
Su Qin interjected,
her gaze shifting to the 2 children behind Lin Hao, her expression morphing into one of shock, disappointment, and even sorrow. What? Lin Hao was taken aback, not expecting such a response. But that's all right. As long as you and Wanqiu are truly in love, even if you have 2 children, it doesn't matter. Look at these 2 girls. They're so well-behaved and adorable. Come here. Let Grandma give you a hug, Su Qin said, momentarily recovering, as she crouched down with open arms toward Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng. The 2 children were utterly bewildered, instinctively retreating behind Lin Hao. Auntie, they're not my children, Lin Hao quickly clarified. Huh? They're not yours? Oh my goodness. You scared me. That's a relief. I was just worried.
Su Qin exclaimed.
patting her chest in relief. Lin Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What was Su Wanchio's mother thinking? Mom! What on earth are you talking about? Just then, Su Wanchio dashed out of her room, her face flushed red as an apple. Hey, it's the piano goddess. Wow, it's really the piano goddess. Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng exclaimed in unison as Su Wanchio reached the doorway. Chapter 100. Xia Momo, woe is me. I have been defeated by a rival. Lin Hao, dear brother, will you marry Sister Wanchio in the future? Outside Su Wanchio's home, while strolling through the neighborhood, Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng inquired. Having become familiar with Su Wanchio, the two little ones now addressed her as Sister Wanchio. Ahem, you two little rascals, what nonsense is this about marriage? Do you even know what marriage means? Lin Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. How could we not know? Marriage, after all, is the grave of love, isn't it? Zhang Xiaoxi declared with a precocious air. Therefore, dear brother Lin Hao, even though Sister Wanchio adores you, you mustn't marry her. Otherwise, she will sooner or later become plain rice and mosquito blood.
Su Mengmeng kaim din, feigning maturity.
You two little ones, what do you know about the grave of love? Or about plain rice and mosquito blood? If you don't understand, then refrain from parroting adult conversations, all right? Lin Hao was utterly astonished. Are children nowadays so precocious? Dear brother Lin Hao, it seems you still harbor illusions about love. Zhang Xiaoxi spoke as if she had experienced it all. You don't even know what plain rice and mosquito blood are? Dear brother Lin Hao, allow me to enlighten you. Plain rice refers to white roses and mosquito blood, naturally, signifies red roses. Su Mengmeng added in her endearing tone. Where on earth did you learn such nonsense? Lin Hao could only chuckle helplessly. Maintaining distance is the secret to preserving love. Zhang Xiaoxi proclaimed with an air of imparting wisdom. Rest assured, a man will inevitably encounter both a white rose and a red rose throughout his life. Su Mengmeng advised earnestly. Lin Hao could only listen in silence, relieved that they soon arrived at Xia Momo's residence. Welcome, welcome, little friend Zhang Xiaoxi, little friend Su Mengmeng, and esteemed Principal Lin Hao. Xia Momo exclaimed as she opened the door, greeted by cheers. Hello, Sister Momo. Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng chorused. Prior to their arrival, Lin Hao had already introduced them to one another. As they entered, Xia Momo guided everyone to a spacious terrace where 3 easels had been prepared, 1 large and 2 small. A wicker chair was placed in front of the easels. Sister Momo, you seem like a beautiful girl straight out of a comic, exclaimed one of the little ones. Yes. When I grow up, I want to be a beautiful girl like Sister Momo. They both praised enthusiastically. Today, Xia Momo had not donned a mask, and she resembled a comic-style beauty. Mengmeng, who do you think is more beautiful, Sister Momo or Sister Wanchio? It doesn't count what we say. It must be what dear brother Lin Hao thinks. Zhang Xiaoxi reasoned. Indeed, there is always a difference between how women view women and how men perceive them. The two little ones earnestly compared Xia Momo and Su Wanchio. Who is Sister Wanchio? Xia Momo inquired curiously. Sister Wanchio is the piano goddess. Just now, dear brother Lin Hao brought us back from her house. Sister Wanchio's mother even tried to matchmake dear brother Lin Hao and Sister Wanchio. However, we have already advised dear brother Lin Hao to keep his distance from Sister Wanchio. Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng spoke in turns. Lin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment. While Xia Momo's curiosity deepened, her gaze towards Lin Hao growing increasingly peculiar. After some playful banter, Xia Momo clapped her hands and said, All right, let us begin. Leading Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng to the easels, she then turned to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you should join us. What for? I can just watch from the side. Lin Hao shook his head. That won't do. Today, I am teaching them how to draw figures. I cannot do so without a model. Xia Momo insisted. Model? Upon hearing this word, Lin Hao instinctively thought of Jack and Rose from Titanic, shaking his head repeatedly. Fear not. It is not what you think. Look at how frightened you are. Xia Momo laughed as she pulled Lin Hao to the wicker chair and seated him. All right, the model is ready. Let us commence. With that, Xia Momo returned to the easel, picked up a brush, and began. First, we shall draw the outline. Observe the proportions of dear brother Lin Hao's head and body, the ratio of his hair to his face, the nose positioned centrally, and the eyes located at 1/3 along the way. Very well, after outlining the head, we will proceed to draw the clothing. Remarkable. You two have only just begun learning to draw, yet you have reached this level already. Xia Momo guided the little ones, encouraging them to carefully observe the details of Lin Hao, their model, and sketch these details on paper. Meanwhile, Lin Hao simply sat in the wicker chair, basking in the sun. In truth, being a model was quite leisurely, though the restriction of movement was somewhat vexing. Nevertheless, for the sake of completing this task, he endured it. Time passed without notice, and eventually the art lesson concluded. Thank you, Sister Momo. Goodbye, Sister Momo. See you next week. Lin Hao led the two little ones in expressing their gratitude as they departed from Xia Momo's home. Dear brother Lin Hao, who do you prefer more, Sister Wanqiu or Sister Momo? They pressed. Yes, dear brother Lin Hao, in your heart which one is the red rose and which is the white rose? On the way home, Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng bombarded him with questions. Enough with your nonsense. If you keep it up, I shall report that you are secretly hiding phones. Lin Hao warned sternly. Humph, how dull. A big brother who gets shy. The two little ones pouted. I must tell you both. While at school, you must never play with your phones. Moreover, much of what is on those devices can be deceptive. You must learn to discern, Lin Hao advised, somewhat concerned. All right, dear brother Lin Hao, worry about your own white and red roses instead. Don't lecture us. We are friends. Zhang Xiaoxi and Su Mengmeng retorted. Faced with the two little ones, Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. However, he had successfully completed this lesson and safely escorted them home. Their parents, naturally, expressed heartfelt gratitude, offering Lin Hao a reward, which he politely declined. They then promised to present him with a banner of appreciation at the property management office in the future. Finally, after returning the two little ones, Lin Hao exited the corridor. As anticipated, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Special security task completed. Reward. Chapter 102. Facts are irrelevant. What matters is the speaker's identity and status. Who are you? Another security guard? Director Li gazed at Lin Hao with a hint of gloom in his eyes. This is not your concern, Xiao Lin. The head of security also frowned and cast a glance at Lin Hao. When Lin Hao arrived at the hospital to work as a security guard, Yuan Ding had informed the local security team. However, Yuan Ding assumed Lin Hao wished to visit incognito, not wanting to reveal his identity. So he merely had the head of the security team at Jinghua University call the head of the hospital's security. Consequently, the hospital's head of security mistakenly believed Lin Hao was an associate of the university's security chief, and thus was reluctant to let Lin Hao meddle in this affair. After hearing both sides' accounts, the head of security had already formed an opinion. Coupled with Director Li's character and the rumors surrounding him, the head of security could ascertain that De Zhuang and Xiao Mei were indeed telling the truth. Yet sometimes, the veracity of the statement is not as significant as the identity and status of the speaker. A mere security guard and an ordinary nurse could never outweigh a director. Not to mention, even he, as the head of security, would not dare provoke a director. I can testify that this bald man attempted to bully the nurse. This security brother came to rescue his nurse girlfriend. Lin Hao ignored the head of security's words and his insinuating glance, calmly replying, Brother, thank you for testifying on our behalf. De Zhuang and Xiao Mei immediately expressed their gratitude to Lin Hao. So you are another accomplice in this scheme? What grounds do you have to testify? I suggest you join them in getting dismissed. Director Li scoffed at Lin Hao. Xiao Lin, please step outside. The head of security stepped forward, once more signaling Lin Hao with his eyes. I have already stated my intention to testify. Until this matter is resolved, how could I possibly leave? Lin Hao replied coolly, casting a glance at the head of security. You. The head of security shook his head, realizing that although Lin Hao was introduced by the university security chief, his lack of awareness was not his fault. Why haven't you dragged them out yet? I will contact the dean to have all three of them dismissed. Director Li shot a cold glance at the head of security.
Understood, Director Li.
The head of security nodded, waving his hand to signal several guards to take action and drag Lin Hao, De Zhuang, and Xiao Mei out. Stop. A woman's voice rang out from outside. Following that, the sound of high heels echoed as a doctor in a white coat entered. It was He Xiaojing, who happened to be passing by. Are you planning to drag Lin Hao out? You want to dismiss him? He Xiaojing looked at everyone with incredulity, pointing at Lin Hao. She had overheard the argument while passing by and was astonished to find Lin Hao inside. Dr. He, do you know this security guard? Director Li furrowed his brow. He Xiaojing, being an exceptionally skilled obstetrician, would certainly stand by Lin Hao if she chose to do so. Not only do I know this security guard, but he is also my classmate. He Xiaojing shook her head emphatically. The emphasis on the word security guard was palpable. Simultaneously, He Xiaojing turned to Lin Hao, her expression remarkably peculiar. Just 2 days had passed since their class reunion, and she was fully aware of Lin Hao's multifaceted identity. A milionaire, a principal, and a security guard. He is your classmate? This security guard and this nurse colluding in a scheme shouldn't involve your classmate. Dr. He, please ask your classmate what he truly witnessed. Don't impulsively testify without understanding the facts. Director Li's brow furrowed deeply, hinting at something. The head of security also frowned. Dr. He, we are innocent. Please do not trust Director Li. De Zhuang and Xiao Mei exclaimed in unison. He Xiaojing shook her head, shrugging, and pointed at Lin Hao. You should speak with him. He is not only my classmate, but also the principal. The principal? What principal? Everyone was taken aback. The principal of Jinghua University. He Xiaojing replied. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. If Lin Hao were the principal of another institution, even if it were Tsinghua or Peking University, it would not concern the hospital. But as the principal of Jinghua University, he could indeed influence hospital matters. This is because the affiliated hospital is directly subordinate to Jinghua University. It is simple. The dean and vice dean of the affiliated hospital are directly appointed by the principal of Jinghua University. How is that possible? He is merely a security guard. He is an associate sent in by the university's security chief. How could he possibly be the principal? The head of security expressed disbelief. The principal? Ha! I have lived over half my life and have never heard of a young man like this being a principal. Dr. He, your joke is hardly amusing.
Director Li,
After a moment of stunned silence, quickly regained his composure. Not only did the head of security and Director Li doubt it, but De Zhuang, Xiao Mei, and several other guards also found it hard to believe. It was utterly absurd. To convince me that he is the principal? Unless you bring the dean to confirm it. Dr. He, as long as you ensure your classmate does not interfere in this matter, I will not make things difficult for him. But why fabricate such illogical lies? Additionally, I must say, Dr. He, if your classmate has fallen to the point of being a security guard, I would advise against associating with him. Director Li looked at He Xiaojing with a half-smile and shook his head. All right, since you wish for your dean to come, I shall call for him. Lin Hao shook his head and took out his phone, dialing the hospital's dean, Zhu Chongyu. After all, he had no intention of keeping his identity a secret any longer. Yuan Ding and Su Jianhua had likely already informed the responsible parties at the university and the hospital about his status. After all, the affiliated hospital is of equal standing with the university's departments. The call connected. Hello? Who is this? This is Lin Hao. Lin Hao. Principal Lin. Hello? Principal Lin. What can I do for you? I am currently in an office on the 5th floor of the inpatient department. Please come over quickly within 5 minutes. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Pfft. Ha ha ha. You really are putting on quite the act.
Director Li Scufa.
The head of security also shook his head. De Zhuang and Xiao Mei looked at Lin Hao with a glimmer of hope, fully aware that this was their only lifeline. Meanwhile, He Xiaojing leaned closer to Lin Hao, winking at him and whispering, So, you are eager to reveal your identity for this little nurse? No more incognito visits? Don't be ridiculous. That little nurse is in a relationship with that security guard. De Zhuang. Lin Hao chuckled softly. Oh, I thought perhaps you had taken a liking to her. He Xiaojing teased. What are you even thinking about? Lin Hao replied, speechless. In 5 minutes, I shall see how you will handle this. Director Li sneered as he observed the two whispering. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, a figure burst through the door, panting heavily. Clad in a suit with a hint of gray in his hair, The man in his 40s was none other than Dean Zhu Chongyu. Dean. Director Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped. The dean. The others echoed his astonishment. In the next moment, Zhu Chongyu disregarded the crowd, swiftly surveying the office before hastening to stand before Lin Hao. His gaze filled with incredulity. You are Principal Lin Hao? Zhu Chongyu stammered, uncertainty lacing his words. Although he had received notification from Vice Principal Yuan Ding days prior, and had even discreetly requested Lin Hao's photograph, Yuan had failed to mention that Lin Hao would be clad in a security uniform. 4 days, Zhu Chongyu had been preparing for the new principal's inspection, fully aware that such a significant institution as the first affiliated hospital would inevitably attract the attention of its new leader. However, despite his meticulous preparations, Zhu Chongyu could never have anticipated that the new principal would present himself in this manner. I am Lin Hao, he affirmed with a nod. Principal Lin. Zhu Chongyu stepped closer, extending his hands to firmly grasp Lin Hao's. You have finally come to inspect the hospital's operations. Shall we proceed to the conference room? I have much to report to you. Zhu Chongyu's reaction left all present, save for He Xiaojing, utterly astonished. From the dean's words and his humble tone, it became abundantly clear to everyone that this young man in a security uniform was indeed the principal of their institution. His superior's superior. Let us not rush into reports. First, we must address the matters at hand. Lin Hao interjected, raising his hand to signal for calm. Principal Lin, you must advocate for us, cried De Zhuang and Xiao Mei, their eyes brimming with tears.
Principal Elena, y.
I was wrong. Could you grant me another chance? Director Li lamented, his face drawn with despair, his legs trembling as if he might kneel. Very well, Dean Zhu, you may handle this first. I shall wait outside, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. He presumed that Zhu Chongyu had a clear understanding of how to manage the situation. Otherwise, his tenure as dean would likely reach its conclusion. After Lin Hao exited the office, He Xiaojing also turned to follow him. Chapter 106. Observe a person by observing their friends. As Lin Hao prepared to depart, the green-haired individual immediately pressed the horn incessantly, simultaneously communicating over the intercom with his companions. Block him, young Master Chun. This vehicle is a phantom racer. Do we truly wish to provoke its driver? If young Master Chun has spoken, why fear anything? Besides, we are merely obstructing him. We won't harm him. Indeed, we shall simply hinder his path. If we drive slowly, he certainly wouldn't dare to collide with us. If he does, he would be liable for damages to our car. The group of racers chuckled amongst themselves over the intercom. Subsequently, 2 or 3 sports cars, already positioned diagonally ahead of Lin Hao, sharply turned their steering wheels, swerving into his lane and blocking his path. These cars danced provocatively in front of Lin Hao, deliberately taunting him. Hey, buddy, how about we become friends? Let us swap vehicles. I'd like to take your car for a spin, the green-haired man shouted again at Lin Hao. This green-haired individual was none other than the so-called young Master Chun among the racing group. In the capital city, young Master Chun and his crew were considered affluent, possibly second-generation wealthy. Each family possessed assets worth no less than $1 billion, or had someone in a position of power. Consequently, they acted with reckless abandon, paying little heed to others. Naturally, they were not entirely devoid of sense. They had their own criteria for assessing vehicles. Check the license plates. They were well acquainted with the plates of several renowned families and elite cars. Additionally, they avoided provoking vehicles with special plates, such as military, black, or white plates or those with unique permits. In their eyes, Lin Hao's Koenigsegg one bore only a standard plate, and thus, irrespective of its exorbitant value, they felt no trepidation toward it. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. He found it hard to believe that such a wide road could be entirely blocked by this group. Just as he moved to shift gears and overtake, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Hao? A woman's voice inquired upon connection. Yes, this is Lin Hao, he replied. Mr. Lin, greetings. My name is Li Qing, the general manager of Didi Company. I am reaching out to inquire if you have any requests or suggestions for the company, considering you hold 20 of the shares and are the largest individual shareholder. Closely rivaling the consortium with SoftBank and Uber, Li Qing's voice conveyed utmost respect. DD Company? How fortuitous. I do have a matter to discuss, Lin Hao said with a slight smile. Please, Mr. Lin, go ahead. Li Qing's voice brightened, clearly relieved that he had something to discuss. Half a minute later, the call concluded. A minute thereafter, all DD drivers within a 5-kilometer radius of Lin Hao received a message. An urgent task has been issued. Location: Huangshan Avenue East. Based on real-time GPS coordinates. Task objective: protection. Number of participants: unlimited. Reward: elevate driver level to the highest rank, City Hero. The nearby DD drivers erupted in excitement within their respective WeChat groups. What on earth is happening? The platform suddenly issues an urgent task? I've been driving for DD for 6 months and have never received an urgent task. 6 months? I've been driving for 2 years, and this is my first encounter with such an urgent task. This task objective is peculiar. We are to protect a vehicle? This is a first. It's not a person calling for a ride. It's the car summoning assistance. And what a magnificent car it is. The Koenigsegg 1-1, a phantom racer. Even without the task, I'd love to witness this vehicle. Forget it. I'm accepting this task. The reward is too tempting. Upgrading to the highest level. City Hero. After 2 years of driving for DD, I'm still only a city traveler. If I can attain the City Hero level, it will significantly enhance my commission rates and priority for dispatches and large orders. Count me in. I'll take one too. After all, there's no limit on participants. The drivers eagerly discussed the task in their DD driver groups, swiftly accepting the mission and steering their vehicles toward the designated objective. DD Company's driver levels are categorized as Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, City Traveler, City Pioneer, and City Hero, with City Hero being the highest tier, offering unparalleled benefits across all aspects. Thus, it is no wonder that these drivers were enticed. At that moment, Lin Hao remained composed, leisurely driving his Koenigsegg 1-1 along the road. In a matter of minutes, he had exited the ring road and arrived at a sparsely trafficked suburban road. This road was wide, with 8 lanes, yet newly constructed, rarely seeing any vehicles. At this time, apart from Lin Hao's car and the dozen or so sports cars, there were no other vehicles in sight. The racers, emboldened by the absence of other traffic, revved their engines, joyfully overtaking Lin Hao, then weaving in serpentine patterns ahead of him. Hey, buddy, let us be friends and swap cars for a bit. I promise I won't damage your vehicle. If you refuse, don't think you can escape today. The green-haired young Master Chun once again maneuvered his Ferrari parallel to Lin Hao's car, lowering his window to shout. Lin Hao merely cast a glance at him, maintaining his steady speed without a hint of concern. Ahead lay an intersection, and seeing Lin Hao's indifference, young Master Chan sneered, warning his fellow racers over the intercom. Everyone, be cautious. He might escape through the intersection. Stay alert and prevent him from turning. As he finished speaking, he set down the intercom, focusing ahead, only to suddenly furrow his brow. Before him, at the intersection, several vehicles suddenly surged forth from both sides, hesitating briefly before shifting direction, reducing speed, and blocking the intersection, nearly sealing off the road ahead. What's happening? Who dares obstruct our path? Have these cars lost their minds? The racing group erupted in anger over the intercom. They were all driving sports cars, accustomed to being the ones blocking others, never having faced anyone daring enough to impede their progress. Reluctantly, the racers decelerated, cautiously approaching the intersection. However, soon after, dozens more cars appeared on either side of the intersection, halting directly at the left and right sides, effectively sealing off all 3 directions of the intersection. What on earth is going on? The racers were left bewildered, forced to come to a stop. Young Master Chin, that guy has escaped, a voice suddenly exclaimed over the intercom. Escaped? The intersection is completely blocked. Does he intend to fly over? Someone queried in confusion. He has stopped. He has backed away. The previous voice responded. The gathering of speedsters turned their heads, and indeed, the silver Koenigsegg 1-1 had quietly positioned itself several hundred meters behind them. Humph! Let's turn back. Young Master Chun scoffed, about to command his companions to reverse. Suddenly, a cacophony of honking erupted from behind. Beep, beep, beep. In tandem with this blaring, Dozens of vehicles sped towards them from the distance, overtaking Lin Hao's Koenigsegg one before halting directly in front, effectively obstructing all paths for the dozen or so racing cars. Now, at the intersection, all four directions were sealed off by vehicles. Only the racing cars remained trapped in the center of the crossroads. With a rhythmic clatter, hundreds of cars encircled the racing vehicles from all sides, their hazard lights flashing in unison. These countless vehicles were dispatched in response to an urgent task posted on the Didi platform. Wow, we've managed to trap these racing cars. How impressive! One exclaimed. Aha! I never thought we could force these dozen racing cars to a standstill today. Is there any chance of a problem arising? We're just sitting still. What could go wrong? Do they dare to crash into us? Someone shot back. Moreover, this is an urgent task issued by Didi. Perhaps those racing cars harbor fugitives? Another chimed in. Thinking about it, we are heroes now, aren't we? Haha. Indeed. The urgent task stated that upon completion, our levels would be elevated to city hero status. The drivers of the hundreds of Didi cars engaged in animated discussions within their WeChat group. With a crisp sound, Lin Hao parked, opened the door, and stepped out. Hands tucked into his pockets, he surveyed the scene before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sight of countless flashing hazard lights was indeed quite spectacular. At this moment, the intersection had transformed into a sprawling parking lot, the racing cars thoroughly cornered. Young Master Chun, furious, leaped from his vehicle, accompanied by a dozen of his fellow speedsters, striding towards Lin Hao. You've got quite the clout, Haven to you? How did you gather so many cars so quickly? Where do you hail from? Young Master Chun managed to restrain his anger, his expression darkening. Where do I hail from? The community, the office building, the school, the hospital. Lin Hao enumerated, raising his fingers. What do you mean? Young Master Chun was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Hao's words. However, given Lin Hao's ability to mobilize such a considerable number of vehicles in such a short span, he could not afford to underestimate him. Chun, these cars are all Didi vehicles. Suddenly, one of the speedsters realized the significance and shouted, What? Didi cars? The gathering of speedsters first fell silent. Then, uproarious laughter erupted, filling the air with their mirth. Chapter 108. The 12th Special Security Mission. Hey, be careful! Lin Hao shouted as he saw a girl with long hair about to fall. He swiftly extended his hand and caught her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Thank you. The girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly expressed her gratitude, her face turning crimson. It's no trouble. Let me help you gather your papers, Lin Hao said, gesturing toward the scattered documents. No, it's fine, I can do it myself. The girl replied shyly, hurriedly bending down to pick up her resumes. Lin Hao glanced at the documents. They were all resumes neatly bound. Oh, are you already looking for jobs this early in the year? He inquired. Yes, the job fair is a bit earlier this year, she replied, cradling the resumes in her arms and casting a bashful glance at him before lowering her head again. The school hosts a job fair every year, but this year is indeed a bit early. Are you busy submitting applications? Lin Hao asked. The girl murmured softly, overwhelmed by shyness. Then hurry along. Submit your resumes early to seize the opportunity. Good luck. Lin Hao encouraged with a smile. The girl's cheeks flushed again, and she replied with a gentle before quickly retreating, clutching her resumes. A typical Na'vi university girl. Even though she had instinctively been captivated by Lin Hao's charm, her innate shyness compelled her to run away without daring to meet his gaze. In any other setting, it would be rare to encounter such a girl. If it were on the street, perhaps a girl enchanted by Lin Hao's looks would boldly flirt with him. Lin Hao shook his head and continued his patrol along the original route, eventually turning back through another path. He soon passed the grand auditorium of the school, where a considerable number of students had gathered, each clutching a stack of resumes, clearly all fourth-year students seeking jobs. I might as well go in and take a look, Lin Hao thought, stepping towards the auditorium. Once inside, Lin Hao observed that the auditorium was divided into numerous sections, each partitioned into varying sizes of makeshift booths. Each booth represented a company recruiting candidates. The larger the company, the bigger their booth and the more students surrounding it. Conversely, smaller companies had smaller booths and attracted fewer students. Some companies, overwhelmed by the number of students inquiring, even conducted preliminary interviews on site. Only those who passed these initial interviews would have their resumes accepted. Otherwise, not even the resumes would be collected. As Lin Hao wandered through, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own graduation experience. He also took the opportunity to help maintain order, ensuring that students queued properly for submissions and interviews. Perhaps he might trigger a special security mission. Suddenly, from a sizable booth not far ahead, a commotion erupted. What does your company mean by this? If you accepted our resumes, why are you throwing them in the trash? A female student exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Yes, if you're here to recruit, can you show some sincerity? Accepting resumes only to discard them is unacceptable. Many of us are financially strained. The money for printing these resumes comes from our breakfast funds. Throwing away our resumes is an insult. You could choose not to accept them, but you cannot accept them and then toss them aside. Other students echoed, their voices filled with outrage. It turned out that this company had collected numerous resumes from students but, while their backs were turned, had discarded them into a large trash bin, which a female student discovered and confronted them about. We threw away your resumes because you do not meet our recruitment criteria. If you fit our requirements, we would never discard them, stated a somewhat plump, middle-aged woman, the recruitment officer for the company, with a scowl. Then what are your company's recruitment criteria? The students demanded defiantly. Our recruitment criteria? Ha! None of you here meet the first requirement. You must be a graduate of a top-tier university. How could anyone from your second-tier institution fulfill that? The woman scoffed. Although Tsinghua University is a second-tier institution, our students are not inferior. Whether it be academic performance, skill certifications, or overall quality, our students excel. The previously outspoken girl argued. Indeed, the merit of a candidate lies in their professional abilities and overall qualities, not their university's name. The other students chimed in, equally indignant. You people, it's pointless to argue. You are merely low-end job seekers. The middle-aged woman retorted with a derisive laugh. At that moment, Lin Hao happened to pass by, overhearing the heated debate. He shook his head and pushed through the crowd. Hey, security officer, it's you? The girl, who had previously bumped into Lin Hao, recognized him instantly. Lin Hao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Security, you've arrived just in time. Please maintain order and drive away these unruly students. The middle-aged woman commanded, pointing at the crowd. Why should we leave? This is our school. The students protested vehemently. Lin Hao shook his head, extending his hands to calm the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. Then he turned to the middle-aged woman, glancing at the sign behind her, and spoke. Your company is called Chidu Space Network Technology Company. Limited? Yes. Our company is a high-tech enterprise, rapidly developing and planning to go public within 3 years. The woman declared proudly. Whether or not you go public is of no concern to me. What I want to know is, if your company only hires graduates from top-tier universities, why are you recruiting at Tsinghua University? Are you not aware that Tsinghua University is a second-tier institution? Lin Hao challenged. Hey, why are you, a mere security guard, asking so many questions? Just do your job. The middle-aged woman sneered. What of being a security guard? Security is also part of the school. If there are questions, it is only right to inquire. But your company, if you don't recruit graduates from second-tier schools, why are you here? Before Lin Hao could respond, the long-haired girl had already gathered her courage and retorted angrily. Seeing Lin Hao being spoken down to made her even more upset than when she herself had been scolded. Yes, if you don't intend to hire our students, why come here? Are you here to toy with us? You can't just stand there and do nothing. Our school does not welcome you. Exactly. We do not welcome your company. Please leave our school. The students shouted in unison, their anger palpable. Although Tsinghua University is a private second-tier institution, it is commendable in numerous aspects. Be it classrooms, dormitories, cafeterias, teaching and research facilities, or faculty quality, cultural activities, and assistance for underprivileged students, Tsinghua University stands on par with many top-tier universities. Thus, the students of Tsinghua University have never felt ashamed of their alma mater being a private second-tier institution. Instead, they take immense pride in it. What are you all clamoring about? To speak frankly, If it weren't for your principal inviting our company, we wouldn't be here at all. However, even with your principal's invitation, do not harbor hopes of joining our company," the middle-aged woman declared with unwavering confidence. "Your principal invited our company? How could that be possible?" Although the students voiced their disbelief, deep down they were already convinced. In order to successfully organize the job fair, the school might indeed reach out to various companies, inviting them to participate. Even if the companies had no intention of recruiting from the school, they could still come to maintain appearances. As for your company, which shows no genuine interest in hiring students from our institution, please take your leave and free up space for companies that truly seek talent." Lin Hao shook his head and addressed the middle-aged woman. Based on his understanding of the two influential vice principals, the first vice principal, Yuan Ding, could certainly engage in such actions. "Leave? Your principal invited our company. Why should we depart? Besides, with a school like yours, what other companies would come to recruit? If there were indeed numerous companies interested in hiring, your principal wouldn't have felt compelled to invite us." The middle-aged woman scoffed but remained reluctant to leave. In truth, she was merely a minor figure in the human resources department of the seven-dimensional space company. Even if Yuan Ding had indeed invited their company, it would have been done in discussions with their HR director, and she wouldn't dare to depart prematurely. Nonetheless, her assertion regarding the lack of many other recruiting companies was indeed accurate. The grand auditorium, upon closer inspection, revealed several vacant spots. Most of the companies attending this job fair were relatively small, often consisting of merely a handful of employees. This issue had already been communicated to Lin Hao by Vice Principals Yuan Ding and Su Jianhua. However, Lin Hao had not anticipated that this year's job fair would take place so early. This matter was inherently within Lin Hao's purview, and now that he had encountered it, there was even less reason to disregard it. Chapter 112. The 12th Special Mission. Accomplished. Soon, Lin Hao finished his phone call and returned to the crowd. "Principal Lin, how about I contact a few more organizations to have them come over immediately?" Yuan Ding whispered to Lin Wu. "Oh, what kind of organizations?" Lin Hao inquired. "Just some smaller entities, a few dozen people, valued at around 20 to 30 million. Yuan Ding replied quietly. "Is that so? Never mind. It's unnecessary." Lin Hao shook his head. However, Yuan Ding gestured discreetly toward a middle-aged woman from the 7 Degrees Space Company nearby. "Never mind, in that case. Please find someone to quickly set up a few large platforms in the remaining space of the auditorium. The bigger, the better. We may have quite a crowd later." Lin Hao instructed. "Huh?" Yuan Ding was taken aback. "Go on, quickly," Lin Hao urged without further explanation. "Understood, Principal Lin." Yuan Ding nodded and turned to leave, pondering in his heart what Principal Lin was truly up to. Yet, if he were to embarrass himself in front of so many people, it may not necessarily be a bad thing for Yuan Ding. Not long after Yuan Ding departed, he returned with a group of people, diligently directing them to construct several large platforms according to Lin Hao's request. Meanwhile, Lin Hao walked back among the students. "Are you really the principal?" the long-haired girl asked. Her face flushed as she glanced at Lin Hao. "Indeed," Lin Hao nodded. "Does that mean I accidentally bumped into the principal?" The long-haired girl covered her mouth in surprise. "The principal is not a monster. Would I eat you just because you bumped into me?" Lin Hao chuckled. "Pfft, Principal. You're quite humorous." The long-haired girl couldn't help but laugh, her gaze towards Lin Hao now less tense and more amiable. "Brother Lin, you really are the principal?" The aspiring security guard bravely approached. "Yes," Lin Hao confirmed with a nod. "Then why were you pretending to be a security guard?" the aspiring security guard asked. "I'm not pretending. I'm a bona fide security guard. We've patrolled together so many times. And you still don't know?" Lin Hao laughed. "Well, that's true." The aspiring security guard scratched his head in embarrassment. "How's your preparation for the graduate entrance exam?" "The exam is just 2 months away. You must succeed. I promised you that as long as you meet the minimum score for each subject, you would be admitted." "Don't let me down," Lin Hao inquired. "Principal, please rest assured. I assure you I will pass." The aspiring security guard nodded earnestly. If even the security personnel could transform into a university principal, what else could be deemed impossible? This world is teeming with infinite possibilities. As time ticked away, Nearly all the students in the auditorium became aware of this situation and gathered around, chattering excitedly. What does the new Principal Lin mean by all this? What is he trying to accomplish? Why is Vice Principal Yuan setting up those platforms? Are they so large because the new Principal Lin intends to speak from them? Does he really need such a large platform for a speech? It seems more like a stage for dancing. Dancing? Are you saying the new Principal Lin is going to dance on that platform? Hey, I was just joking. By the way, have you noticed how handsome the new Principal Lin is? If I didn't have a boyfriend, I would definitely pursue him. Cut it out. The school strictly prohibits relationships between teachers and students. Do you understand? That violates school rules. What do I have to fear? I'm graduating soon. After graduation, it won't be considered a teacher-student relationship, right? Never mind, there are still a few months before graduation. By then, Principal Lin will have likely been snatched up by someone else. Alright, if that's the case, can I send my sister to pursue Principal Lin? She is a teacher at the school. This way, it won't violate school rules. Wow, you really are trying to keep the good stuff in the family. While students engaged in their discussions, the topics of interest diverged between the boys and the girls. The boys were primarily focused on what Lin Hao intended to do, whereas the girls soon shifted their attention to Lin Hao's looks. Observing the crowd with a cold gaze from a corner, the middle-aged woman grew increasingly impatient, rising to stretch and exclaiming loudly, "Your Principal Lin just made such grandiose declarations that I almost believed him. I genuinely thought some companies would be coming." Before her words had fully settled, several individuals suddenly entered through the auditorium's main entrance. Among them was a striking woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, whose beauty was remarkable, dressed in a white blouse and a form-fitting skirt, gracefully striding in high heels, embodying femininity, elegance, and intellect. It was none other than Su Wanqiu. In front of Su Wanqiu was a young man, who intentionally maintained a certain distance from her. He was Lu Hong, the owner of the Qishir International Consulting Company. Behind them trailed several men and women dressed in suits or professional attire, presumably employees of Qishir International. "Mr. Lin." "Hello." From a distance, Lu Hong spotted Lin Hao and quickly jogged over, leaning slightly forward as he extended his hand to shake Lin Hao's firmly. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Lin Hao smiled, then called out to Yuan Ding nearby, "Vice Principal Yuan, let me introduce you. This is our school's Vice Principal Yuan." "Mr. Lu." "Hello." "Vice Principal Yuan." "Hello." The two exchanged pleasantries as they shook hands. "Lin Hao, what brings you here?" Su Wanqiu asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she lowered her voice. "Just working as a security guard." Lin Hao winked at Su Wanqiu, grinning. "Principal Lin, where should Mr. Lu and the others be seated?" Yuan Ding inquired. "What? Mr. Lin, you are the principal of Jinghua University?" Lu Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. Lu Hong was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had received a call from Lin Hao, who mentioned that Jinghua University was hosting a campus recruitment fair and inquired if Lu Hong's company needed to recruit university students and if they were willing to participate. Lu Hong had recently relocated his company's offices to the Global Center Tower, aiming to expand and elevate their standards, and was indeed looking for talent, but preferred not to hire overly expensive experienced employees. Thus, he was contemplating campus recruitment. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Hao's invitation, he promptly brought his team over. Firstly, they genuinely needed to recruit personnel. Secondly, it was to show respect to Lin Hao. Lu Hong was no fool. Since Lin Hao specifically called him, it was evident that he hoped Lu Hong would attend this campus recruitment fair. However, Lu Hong had initially thought that Lin Hao was merely acting on behalf of the university's recruitment officers in reaching out to organizations. He never anticipated that Lin Hao, the owner of the Global Center Tower, was also the principal of Jinghua University. The status of a university principal, to be fair, is not lower than that of the owner of the Global Center Tower. "Lin Hao, you truly are the principal of Jinghua University?"
Su Wanqiu gasped.
Covering her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, her expression more astonished than when she first discovered Lin Hao was a billionaire. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded. "Then does that mean you still want me to teach you piano?" Su Wanqiu inexplicably recalled this matter. What does that have to do with anything? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Why not simply find a female music teacher at the school?
Su Yanji remarqued, Her çeksflushet.
Ahem, let us focus on the matter at hand. Lin Hao interjected with a cough. Soon, Lin Hao instructed Yuan Ding to arrange for the Insight International Consulting Company to be positioned at a booth. Lu Hong, having long contemplated a campus recruitment drive, had already prepared promotional materials, which he swiftly set up at the booth. Insight International Consulting Company is dedicated to the field of domestic enterprise consultancy, serving esteemed clients including major banks and telecommunications companies. The company, boasting a valuation of approximately 300 million and nearly 200 employees, is headquartered in the core CBD at the Global Center Tower. The detailed company introduction immediately captivated numerous students. Lu Hong, of course, had made certain embellishments regarding the company's valuation and employee count, likely exaggerating them by more than double. Yet, even after stripping away the embellishments, Insight International stood as a prominent contender among the companies present at the recruitment fair. A throng of students surged forward, submitting their resumes.
Liu Hon, Subankyu.
And others busily engaged in the selection and preliminary interviews. The atmosphere at the Insight International booth was vibrant and bustling. Humph! It's merely a company of comparable scale to ours. After all this fuss, they only managed to invite such an establishment? A middle-aged woman grumbled in the empty cubicle of the 7 degrees space. Another new company has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance of the grand auditorium. Everyone turned to see a well-dressed middle-aged woman entering, accompanied by a young lady donned in a white blazer. Following them were several individuals carrying promotional materials for their company. It's Shijiangnan, the most prestigious chain restaurant in the capital, Shijiangnan, exclaimed someone who noticed the name on the promotional materials, excitement palpable in their voice. Goodness, Shijiangnan, valued at over 3 billion, has come to our school to recruit? Students gasped in astonishment. However, given that Shijiangnan is a restaurant, some voiced their concerns. Surely they aren't here to hire waitstaff and chefs from our company, are they? Chapter 114. The new courier, the campus recruitment fair in the grand auditorium, is drawing to a close once again. Students from other prestigious universities in the capital have submitted their resumes and participated in preliminary interviews, leaving satisfied. Yuan Ding has remained in the auditorium, intending to treat all the companies participating in the fair to a meal after its conclusion. At this moment, a large group of people is exiting the school. Leading the way is Director Niu from the admissions office of Tsinghua University, followed by several teachers from the office. Behind them is a throng of middle-aged individuals, each accompanied by a youthful companion, whose faces bear the innocence of youth, appearing even less mature than the first-year students of Tsinghua University. Today is not only the day of Tsinghua University's campus recruitment fair, but also an annual open day for the university. The open day is aimed at high school seniors and their parents, during which the school organizes a visit for them, hoping to promote the university upon their return to their respective schools. Thus, the open day holds significant importance for Tsinghua University, akin to the critical matters of graduate employment and new student admissions that any university must prioritize. As these parents and high school seniors pass by the grand auditorium, one of them raises an eyebrow, questioning the presence of the recruitment personnel exiting the building, each still clutching unhanded promotional materials. "Oh, today is our school's recruitment fair," Director Niu replies somewhat hesitantly. Unbeknownst to him, the recruitment office has traditionally invited a handful of companies to create an illusion of abundance at the fair, but this year, they have unexpectedly secured the participation of a heavyweight like Defei Drone Company, which raises concerns about the implications of such a significant presence. "Are you from Defei Drone Company?" A few eager parents rush towards the recruitment personnel. Upon closer inspection, the parents struggle to recognize the company, but the high school seniors do not. They are acutely aware of Defei, a leading player in the global drone market. "Are you truly here to recruit graduates from Tsinghua University?" One student inquires. Director Niu's heart sinks at the question. He is well aware of the tactics employed by the employment office in previous years, which typically involved inviting seemingly reputable companies that rarely hired anyone. However, he never anticipated that this year would feature a company of such stature. Today, over 50 students passed our preliminary interview, and after the first round of reevaluations, only 13 remain. In a few days, we will invite these 13 to visit our headquarters in the capital for the second round of interviews. Ultimately, We expect to hire around 6 or 7 graduates from Tsinghua University, smiles Xiong-jun, the general manager of Defei Drone Company. Wow, so you are hiring 6 or 7 fresh graduates from Tsinghua University this year. A high school senior exclaims. Indeed, that is correct, Xiong nods. That's quite a number. My cousin graduated from the Capital Aerospace University last year, and he mentioned only 4 from his cohort secured positions with your company. Does that mean Tsinghua University is even more impressive? The student gasps. While Capital Aerospace University is a prestigious institution, both a 211 and a 985 university, Xiong replies, I cannot make such judgments lightly. However, I must say that my visit to Tsinghua University has genuinely surprised me. The students here do not exhibit the common pitfalls of those from so-called elite schools. Their thinking is not mechanical, they are not constrained, nor do they blindly follow authority. Their willingness to question is precisely the holistic quality we seek. May I interpret that to mean Tsinghua University graduates are, in some respects, on par with those from Capital Aerospace University? Parent presses. Not quite, Xiong contemplates before shaking his head. To be precise, Tsinghua University graduates, in terms of overall quality, are comparable to graduates from any 211 or 985 university in the country, not limited to a comparison with Capital Aerospace University. Is that so remarkable? The parents collectively exclaim in astonishment. Actually, this is not solely my conclusion. You may also inquire with representatives from other companies present. As far as I know, companies like Didi and Penguin share a similar perspective. Xiong adds with a smile. What? Didi and Penguin are here too? Parents' eyes light up as they turn towards the back of the auditorium. While the parents may not be familiar with Defei Drone Company, they certainly recognize Didi and Penguin, 2 of the most prestigious companies in the nation. Securing a position with either would undoubtedly be a source of pride for any family. Everyone, please welcome Chun Wei, the chairman of Didi, and Li Qing, the renowned female chairman from Didi, and from Penguin's North Research Institute. The salary packages are outstanding, with a minimum annual salary of 300,000. High school seniors and their parents are engulfed in excitement, rushing toward the representatives. Dad, I've made my decision. I will apply to Tsinghua University. No matter what, I'm going there. Another student declares. Son, you must strive hard. Your grades might barely meet the second-tier university threshold, but the admission line for Tsinghua University will likely soar above that, a parent cautions. As the discussions of high school students and parents swirl around him, Director Nyo stands in disbelief. When did the employment prospects for Tsinghua University graduates become so promising? What enchantment have this year's graduates discovered regarding employment? I must investigate thoroughly once the parents and senior students have departed. Such knowledge would undoubtedly bolster my future recruitment endeavors. At last, the crowd dispersed and the various companies departed from Tsinghua University. The earliest arrivals, Qishir International and Shijiangnan, lingered the longest. Among the throng, Su Wanqiu and Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly turned to face one another, their beautiful eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding before they nonchalantly turned away. Hello, this is Shunfeng Express. May I speak with Mr. Lin Hao? Your package has arrived. Would you prefer to collect it at the community entrance or shall I deliver it to your home? Lin Hao had just organized the upgraded system and was contemplating how to initiate his first B-level task when he received a call. The voice on the line belonged to a woman, not the previously understated and affluent delivery man. It appears that after assisting the deliverman with his Didi application, he had indeed chosen to forsake his promising career in delivery for the even more promising venture of driving for Didi. Please deliver it to my home, Lin Hao replied. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Please hold for a moment. The caller concluded the conversation and hung up. A few minutes later, the distant roar of an engine grew nearer. Lin Hao peered down from the rooftop of his villa, astonished. A sleek black motorcycle sped towards him, piloted by a striking woman clad in tight black leather attire, complete with a matching helmet that exuded an air of confidence and prowess. The motorcycle itself was imposing, boasting a pure black exterior and 4 wheels. The front wheels were mere centimeters apart, resembling a pair rather than 2 separate entities, while the rear wheels mirrored this arrangement. This motorcycle was extraordinarily large, easily twice the size of a conventional motorcycle. Its design was imbued with a futuristic essence, with two black headlights at the front resembling laser cannons from a science fiction film. Even having witnessed the impressive Rolls-Royce Cullinan driven by the understated delivery man and the flamboyant Pagani Huayra, Lin Hao could not suppress a gasp of admiration. If memory served him correctly, this motorcycle was none other than the illustrious Dodge Tomahawk. Chapter 118. Walking Beyond the Pagani Wind God. Who exactly are you? And Chen Shui's gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through Lin Hao. Who am I? I truly am a security guard. Didn't they inform you? Lin Hao replied. Even if you are a security guard, I must ask you, why would a guard appear in my backyard at 2 in the morning? Don't tell me you were on patrol. And Chen Shui scoffed. Lin Hao fell into an awkward silence, contemplating what excuse he could fabricate to appease the situation.
Li Qiang.
De Xiong, Air Hu, Chen Xiaochan, and the other security guards directed their bewildered gazes at Lin Hao. The confusion in Li Chong, De Xiong, and Air Hu's eyes was palpable, while Chen Xiaochan blinked rapidly at Lin Hao and exclaimed, Brother Lin, just tell her the truth. Otherwise, she might really mistake you for a thief. Everyone turned to Chen Xiaochan, perplexed, including Lin Hao. Miss, Brother Lin is lying in wait here to catch a thief. Chen Xiaochan fabricated a story without a hint of embarrassment. Lying in wait? Catching a thief? What do you mean? And Chen Shui inquired, puzzled. To tell you the truth, our security team received wind of a thief scouting your home, expected to strike in the coming days. Brother Lin wished to avoid alerting the thief. Hence he lay in wait in your backyard, ready to capture the intruder. Chen Xiaochan continued weaving her tale. What? You received this news earlier? Why didn't you inform me? And Chen Shui frowned. Miss, think about it. Had we told you beforehand, you would have acted unusually, right? If you did, the thief might have refrained from coming for a while, but he certainly wouldn't give up easily and would return after some time. It would be troublesome then, after all. One cannot guard against a thief forever, can they? Chen Xiaochan spoke inventively, finally managing to convince herself, letting out a sigh of relief. Is that truly the case? Though the logic seemed somewhat sound, and Chen Shui felt something was amiss, casting a doubtful glance at Chen Xiaochan, then at the other security guards, her gaze finally locking onto Lin Hao. She sought the truth in his eyes. Ahem. Lin Hao coughed lightly, a faint smile emerging on his lips, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, and Chen Shui felt as though her heart had been struck by something, hastily averting her gaze, her face blooming with a flush. That mere smile from Lin Hao nearly caused her to lose composure. Previously consumed by anger, she had not closely examined Lin Hao's face, but upon a closer look, she realized the security guard was remarkably handsome, exuding a masculine charm. If only I were a few years younger. Nu. And Chen Shui, you are 28 this year. How can you still be so naive? Men's appearances? Aren't they just a means to extract women's intelligence taxes? And Chen Shui vigorously shook her head, striving to maintain her composure, redirecting her attention to the team leader, Li Chong. On which day did you first notice someone scouting my house? With that question, and Chen Shui indicated her acceptance of Chen Xiaochan's fanciful narrative. Just yesterday afternoon, Chen Xiaochan interjected eagerly. Yesterday afternoon, and Chen Shui fell into contemplation. It seemed merely a misunderstanding. The thief likely did not come tonight. Chen Xiaochan hastily added, No, if he is not the thief, then the real thief remains in this courtyard. And Chen Shui shook her head, her brow furrowed. Even if this Lin is indeed lying in wait in the backyard, the shadow I saw by the study door was undoubtedly not an illusion. Shaoli, take everyone and conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unchecked. Lin Hao stated gravely. From Chen Shui's demeanor, it seemed there truly was a thief present. Yes.
Li Qiang responda ludli,
leading the other security guards as they began a meticulous search of the villa's grounds. The villa's yard was quite expansive, with corners featuring a small bamboo grove and a pond. As they searched, it wasn't long before they discovered someone in the pond. The individual lay submerged, covered in mud, holding their breath, but was swiftly pulled out by the keen-eyed De Xiong. Caught him. The security guards bound the individual and brought them before Chen Shui. Upon inspection, she noted that the figure closely resembled the shadow she had seen near her study door moments prior. Subsequently, the guards escorted the thief away. This thief, Daring to steal from Shui Mu Tiancheng would likely face severe consequences. Here, the electric baton is yours. Lin Hao returned the baton to Chen. I apologize. I mistakenly accused you earlier, she said, somewhat sheepishly accepting it. No worries, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. My name is Chen. What is yours? She inquired. I am Lin Hao, he responded. Do you truly own a lakeside villa in the community? And Chen questioned curiously. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. So you are indeed a security guard? She asked again. Yes, Lin Hao affirmed. Why? And Chen asked, perplexed. Because from this job as a guard, I have gained much more than mere monetary compensation. Lin Hao pondered, stating earnestly, is the salary for security guards that high? A sky-high salary? And Chen questioned, bewildered. No, money is just one aspect. In truth, I have acquired far more than what can be measured in currency. It is something that could be described as priceless. Lin Hao reflected for a moment before speaking gravely. Having spoken, he strode out of the villa. What did his words imply? Did he mean to suggest that through being a guard, he achieved a spiritual elevation? Is there truly someone in this society with such a pure heart? No wonder he appeared so radiant. Could it be that a sunlit visage also reflects a sunlit soul? What an eccentric individual! And Chen observed Lin Hao's silhouette vanish into the darkness, muttering to herself before turning around and entering the house, closing the door. Lin Hao had not spoken lightly. The rewards he derived from his role as a security guard truly exceeded mere financial gain. It was something beyond any monetary measure. Priceless. Just moments ago, after capturing the thief, he had heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Detected host has completed a B-level special security task. Reward: a vial of Captain America's serum. Ding! Captain America's serum has been placed in the host's pocket. Captain America's serum. As a film enthusiast, Lin Hao had watched numerous Marvel blockbusters. He was quite familiar with Captain America, a notable figure in Marvel's universe. The serum, also known as the Super Soldier Serum, enhances the user's metabolic functions and all physical capabilities, achieving 100 brain utilization, thus reaching the pinnacle of human potential. After the system upgraded to B-level, Lin Hao had speculated about the kinds of rewards he might receive upon triggering a B-level special security task. Yet he had never anticipated receiving something as extraordinary as Captain America's serum. Therefore, Lin Hao had indeed not lied to Chen. Isn't the serum obtained through his security work an invaluable treasure beyond monetary measure? Upon returning to his lakeside villa, Lin Hao retrieved the serum from his pocket. It was a slender, azure vial, approximately the thickness of his thumb, containing what he presumed to be the serum. Instructions on the vial indicated, inject directly. Upon opening one end of the vial, a small sharp tip was revealed. Lin Hao gripped the vial firmly, gritting his teeth as he plunged it into his arm, injecting the entire contents. His breaths gradually grew heavier, and he felt an intense, searing warmth surging recklessly within his body. It began from his arm, racing towards his heart, then coursing through his veins, swiftly enveloping his entire being, penetrating every organ, limb, and pore. It felt as though his body were on the verge of being torn asunder. Lin Hao could not suppress a low groan. Xiao Hao, what's wrong? A voice suddenly called from outside the room. It was his mother, Wang Shuyun. It's nothing. Lin Hao replied hastily, fearing that his parents might worry, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. It's quite late. You should get some rest, Wang Shuyun advised. All right, Mom. You too? Lin Hao responded in a hushed tone, feigning weariness. In truth, his body was in such agony that he felt like screaming. After pacifying Wang Shuyun, Lin Hao could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he opened the window and leaped from the second floor. Thud! A soft thump echoed as Lin Hao landed on the ground. If this had been in the past, such a fall from the second floor might have resulted in broken bones. Yet now, he felt no pain upon landing. Compared to the tearing agony within, it was as trivial as an ant's scratch. Quickly rising to his feet, Lin Hao sprinted towards the nameless hill at the northernmost edge of the community. There was no one around, and given the late hour, any noise he made would likely go unnoticed. That night, at the foot of the nameless hill, muffled cries of suppressed anguish occasionally echoed. Fortunately, As there were no residents nearby, no one discovered the source of the sounds. The following morning, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes on the grassy ground at the foot of the hill. Chapter 120. Those who offend our security team shall be punished, no matter how far. At this moment, in the open space in front of the security room, two groups faced off against each other. One side consisted of a dozen individuals clad in white taekwondo uniforms, while the other featured a similar number of bodyguards from the prestigious Shui Mu Tiancheng, attired in LV security uniforms. Among them were Li Chong, De Xiong, Er Hu, and Chun Xiaoqin. Initially, Li Chong intended to summon all the security personnel on patrol or resting, but Lin Wu intervened. There is no need to call so many for a few troublemakers. They merely seek to challenge us. We cannot disrupt the normal order of life. Dear Lin, are you sure this is wise? Perhaps we should call the police? Jessica anxiously suggested to Lin Hao, having witnessed his prowess against a single adversary, but now faced with over a dozen skilled taekwondo practitioners. Fear not, trust me. Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. How shall we proceed? Will you face us one by one, or will you all come at once? The injured Park Yung-yong, who had suffered previously at Lin Hao's hands, glared viciously at him. One-on-one will suffice, right? One-on-one. Very well, Lin Hao stepped forward calmly. Park Yung-yong then turned to the leader among his group, Jin Yong-jun. Brother, this kid has some strength. I may need your assistance. All right. I will take care of this personally. Jin Yong-jun arrogantly nodded and took a step forward. No, I shall go solo. You need not join in. Lin Hao interjected, shaking his head. What do you mean? Jin Yong-jun was taken aback. I will face all of you alone, Lin Hao declared. You insolent fool. Are you insulting us? Jin Yong-jun exclaimed in anger. Indeed, I am insulting you, Lin Hao affirmed with a nod. Everyone, attack together.
Jin Yong-jun bellowed, incensed.
With a simultaneous roar, the group of taekwondo practitioners surged forward, their momentum palpable. Brother Lin, let's join in. Li Chong expressed concern. There's no need. You all may observe, Lin Hao replied, unfazed as he approached the oncoming opponents. Go Lin. Jessica cheered, unable to restrain herself, while Chun Xiaoqin joined in the encouragement along with the other security guards. Now, Jin Yong-jun shouted, charging ahead with a running leap, executing a spinning kick. Lin Hao, however, nonchalantly responded with a single slap. With a resounding thud, Jin Yong-jun was sent flying like a rag doll. The remaining taekwondo practitioners were momentarily stunned before they all charged at Lin Hao. Back kick, spinning kick, jumping split, aerial back kick,
Jumping lateral kick.
They unleashed their most formidable taekwondo techniques upon him. Yet, Lin Hao carefully controlled his strength, dispatching each attacker with a single punch. In less than 2 minutes, the assailants lay sprawled on the ground, their once pristine white uniforms now disheveled and dirted. The only remaining standing figure was the battered Park Yung-yong. The defeated group groaned in pain, while Jin Yong-jun, looking utterly defeated, clambered back to his feet. Park Yung-yong, panicked, abandoned his mentor and fled the premises. The other taekwondo practitioners, tails tucked between their legs, struggled to rise and hastily exited. In mere moments, the once formidable group had vanished like drowned rats. The security personnel stared at Lin Hao in disbelief, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Brother Lin, it turns out you are not only a billionaire but also a hidden martial arts master. Who are you really, Brother Lin? What makes you so extraordinary? I see now, Brother Lin, with your wealth and strength, you must be an undercover agent, akin to 007. They chattered excitedly. Jessica rushed to Lin Hao, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. Dear Lin, you are my gallant protector. Ahem. Everyone, please resume your patrols. Those not on duty should return to rest and not linger here, Li Chong tactfully suggested, attempting to disperse the crowd. Not yet. Lin Hao gently patted Jessica's back and turned to Li Chong. This matter is not yet resolved. Huh? Brother Lin, do you mean they dare return? Are they seeking another confrontation? Li Chong asked in astonishment. I cannot say if they will return, but we certainly must pay them a visit. Are they not from the Jin Family Taekwondo Academy? They dared to challenge our security team, so we must retaliate by visiting their academy. We shall not only confront them but shatter their establishment. They must understand that those who offend our security team shall face dire consequences, regardless of distance. Lin Hao stated calmly. Indeed, Brother Lin is right. Those who offend our security team shall face dire consequences. The crowd chorused in unison. Half an hour later, at the Jin Family Taekwondo Academy, situated in the heart of a bustling pedestrian street, one could see numerous individuals in white Taekwondo uniforms. Naturally, not all were practitioners from the Republic of Korea. Many students were locals, as Taekwondo was quite popular among affluent families in the capital. Suddenly, a group of Taekwondo practitioners from the Republic of Korea rushed in, heads bowed low, revealing bruised faces. Isn't that my coach? What happened? Did they lose a match elsewhere? A student wondered. Which academy did they challenge? Should we check it out? I think the leader is Coach Jin Yong-jun, rumored to be among the top 3 in skill here. If he lost, does that mean our training has been ineffective? While Taekwondo is primarily for fitness, witnessing one's coach defeated was unsettling. Perhaps we should consider switching academies, murmured the students. Observing the commotion, a voice interrupted. No, please refrain from speculating. Our coaches did not engage in a match with another academy. They merely sparred amongst themselves. It is indeed a commendable tradition at our Jin's Taekwondo Academy that all instructors engage in internal sparring sessions with one another from time to time. A charming lady from Korea, responsible for welcoming prospective students, hastily elaborated on this to everyone present. Of course, her explanation was merely a spur-of-the-moment fabrication. Although she was unaware of why her senior, Jin Yong-jun, returned battered and bruised, it was essential to uphold the academy's reputation. For who else would pay her salary? Internal sparring between instructors? If that is the case, the notion of winning or losing becomes irrelevant. Regardless of the outcome, it is always one of their own who triumphs. Indeed, this is a splendid tradition, as it surely ensures that the instructors maintain formidable combat skills, thereby guaranteeing that their teachings are far from mere showy techniques. How splendid! The Jin's Taekwondo Academy truly stands out. Perhaps we should enroll right here. Numerous students and prospective students nodded in agreement, smiling at the Korean lady in understanding. She reciprocated with a smile, secretly congratulating herself for her cleverness. However, just as the smile on her face had yet to fade, a group of unexpected guests entered the academy. There were about 10 of them, each clad in impeccably tailored uniforms. Upon closer inspection, the insignia of LV adorned their attire. LV uniforms? The students and prospective students exchanged puzzled glances. The Korean lady, equally bewildered, looked over. Being quite the fashionista herself, she had never seen LV produce such uniforms. Yet, they undeniably exuded style. Even an ordinary young man would appear dashing in such attire. Especially the young man at the forefront, whose looks were utterly exceptional. Radiant, handsome, and striking, he embodied the essence of masculinity. Coupled with a physique that even the uniform could not conceal, those muscles, that build. The Korean lady could not help but swallow hard. If only this young man were here to study Taekwondo, it would be magnificent. She would absolutely devote herself to winning his heart. Chapter 124. The venue for the third special mission, the obstetrics and gynecology operating room. The attempt to endure punishment is worthwhile only once. To continue attempting would be akin to self-inflicted suffering, a habit that Lin Hao does not indulge in. After enduring the kick that Jin Mingjung delivered to his neck, Lin Hao had already gauged his own body's resilience. Therefore, Jin Mingjung would have no further opportunities. With a swift motion, Jin Mingjung unleashed a whip-like kick aimed at Lin Hao's head. In response, Lin Hao clenched his fist and met the impending kick with a powerful punch. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Jin Mingjung let out a pitiful scream as he was sent soaring through the air like a kite with its string severed, spinning uncontrollably before crashing down with a thud outside the ring, landing in a most undignified manner. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators, all of whom stood frozen in disbelief. They looked at the agonized Jin Mingjung sprawled on the ground and then at Lin Hao, who appeared completely unfazed, not even taking a single step back. Everyone questioned their own perception. Despite the varied opinions regarding this match, the consensus was that it would at least span several rounds. To their astonishment, the outcome was decided in a mere instant, with a single move. Even the security team, while confident in Lin Hao's victory, had not anticipated such a swift defeat of their opponent. Wow, today has truly broadened my horizons. I initially thought the master was akin to a Shaolin abbot, only to discover that this security fellow is a seasoned monk, exclaimed one onlooker. Incredible, truly remarkable. This security guy must be a retired super soldier. Unfortunately, many had prepared to record the moment, only to find it concluded almost as soon as they had retrieved their phones. The aspiring students were all astonished. Lin brother, no words are needed, just one word. Amazing. Fool. Amazing is 2 words. In my view, it should be 3 words. Lin brother is amazing. For words. Lin brother is the most amazing. The security personnel finally snapped back to reality, erupting in cheers. Dear Lin, you are extraordinary, Jessica exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The American girl instinctively wished to cheer but quickly realized her position as the headmaster. The coaches from America then rushed over to assist Jean Mingjing in standing up. Once he was on his feet, Jean Mingjing's expression was grim as he stepped back onto the stage, bowing deeply before Lin Hao. I concede, he declared bitterly, aware that had Lin Hao not shown restraint, he might have lost his leg. Taekwondo relies heavily on the legs. Should one be broken, even if healed, the practitioner could never regain their former prowess. Thank you for your mercy, Jean Mingjing added with another bow. No need for thanks, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Below the stage, the American coaches displayed expressions of disbelief. Despite Lin Hao sending Jean Mingjing flying and humiliating him publicly, Jean Mingjing felt compelled to express his gratitude. If you feel unsatisfied, you are welcome to challenge me together, Lin Hao said, casting a glance at the coaches below. The coaches stirred uneasily. Stop! Jean Mingjing suddenly turned, shouting in anger. Headmaster! Sir! The coaches protested. You fools! Do you believe that this gentleman can be defeated by sheer numbers? You are gravely mistaken. He is a true master. In the presence of a genuine master, no matter how many of you there are, you stand no chance. Now, all of you come forward to apologize and concede defeat to this gentleman. Jean Mingjing thundered. The coaches exchanged glances, ultimately stepping onto the stage, where dozens of instructors clad in white taekwondo uniforms bowed toward Lin Hao and the security team, proclaiming loudly, "We concede. We sincerely apologize for our intrusion into your community and for challenging your security team." Lin Wu nodded slightly.
Li Qiang, Da Xiong, Arhu, Chen Xiao Chen.
And the others in the security team felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Jessica's eyes sparkled with admiration. She never expected Lin Hao would force the Taekwondo master to publicly admit defeat and apologize. Jean Mingjing bowed once more to Lin Hao before confronting 2 individuals from the crowd, kicking Park Zhengyong out and then kicking Jin Yongjun as well. You 2 lack the spirit of Taekwondo, disturbing the residents and injuring the security personnel. One of you, oblivious to the consequences, led the coaches into this community to challenge the security team. You both are unworthy of practicing Taekwondo. From this moment, I will expel you from the Jin Taekwondo Academy for good. I will inform the Taekwondo Association in America of your disgraceful conduct and recommend that your coaching credentials be permanently revoked. Jean Mingjing shouted vehemently. What? Headmaster, please. Jin Yongjun and Park Zhangyong pleaded desperately, clinging to Jean Mingjing's legs. If he followed through with his threats, their careers would be over. Someone, drag them out. Jean Mingjing commanded again. Immediately, several American coaches stepped forward to forcibly remove the 2. If time could rewind, Park Zhengyong would never have dared to strike Lin Hao, and Jin Yongjun would never have brought his coaches to challenge the security team. However, time does not reverse, and their fates were sealed. Sir, our Jin Taekwondo Academy has always welcomed the strong. With your remarkable abilities, would you consider serving as our honorary vice director? Rest assured, we will provide you with a monthly stipend, Jean Mingjing said as he approached Lin Hao, lowering his voice. No need, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. He understood Jean Mingjing's intentions well. Having lost before so many students, if he could recruit Lin Hao into the academy, today's match could be framed as an internal competition, thus sparing the academy any damage to its reputation. Otherwise, the implications would be dire. The news of the Jin Taekwondo Academy publicly challenged, with the master personally defeated, would surely deter potential new students. But what did this matter to Lin Hao? He had never been one to play the Good Samaritan. To draw him into the academy? Apologies, but he had no interest. Let us go, Lin Hao called out, leading Jessica and the security team away from the academy. Goodbye, Appa, an American girl whispered, waving at Lin Hao as he exited. Meanwhile, Jean Mingzheng gazed after Lin Hao's departing figure, filled with regret. Had he known that he should have simply apologized before the fight, it would have been far better than the humiliation he now faced. Now, he found himself grappling with the reality that the Jean Taekwondo Academy had lost, and so terribly at that. Was it that the security guard was too formidable or that the master was too weak? Suddenly, he pondered whether he should switch to another Taekwondo academy. A traditional martial arts school, perhaps? That seemed reasonable, but what about the year's tuition he had already paid? Could he demand a refund? They were merely flashy fighters. Surely they would refund him. They must. Listening to the raucous chatter of the students and prospective students, a tidal wave of regret surged once more within Jean Mingzheng's heart. Upon exiting the Taekwondo studio, the security guards each departed in their vehicles back to the community, while Lin Hao drove his Koenigsegg 1-1. In the passenger seat sat Jessica. My dear Lin, I cannot thank you enough for today. You truly are like my Prince Charming. How about we indulge in a candlelit dinner? She suggested. Dear Lin, I have made up my mind. I must learn martial arts from you. Would you kindly accept me as your disciple? Do not assume that I, being a foreigner, am incapable of learning. I assure you, my flexibility is quite remarkable. If you doubt me, you may test it. Jessica continued to chatter incessantly throughout the journey. However, it was unclear whether it was Jessica's imperfect Chinese or some other reason, but the conversation soon veered off course. Fortunately, a sudden ringtone interrupted her. Lin Hao answered the call, switching to hands-free mode since he was driving. Hello? Xiao Hao, your mother went to the Temple of Heaven Park alone this morning. Now, her phone is off, and I'm worried she may not know her way back. Could you go look for her? It was his father, Lin Xianming, whose tone was laced with concern. Don't worry, Dad. I'll head to the Temple of Heaven Park right away. Lin Hao replied promptly. After hanging up, he turned to Jessica. Jessica, how about I drop you off nearby so you can take a cab home? Is your mother missing? I'll accompany you to search for her. Having an extra pair of hands might be helpful, Jessica exclaimed, having overheard the conversation. All right, Lin Hao nodded, turning the steering wheel towards the Temple of Heaven Park. Ding! Host has completed a B-level special security task. Reward: General Medical Skills. Ding! General Medical Skills have been acquired by the host. Before reaching the Temple of Heaven Park, Lin Hao heard the system's notification in his mind. A second B-level special security task has been triggered, and I've received a reward. General Medical Skills? Lin Hao was taken aback. It seemed this special security task referred to the incident at the Taekwondo studio. But system, didn't you say you would notify me about the next special security task? Why was there no prompt this time? Lin Hao silently inquired. Ding! The system only provides random notifications for the next special security task and not every time. Please be advised, host. The system's voice echoed again in Lin Hao's mind. Random? So you're saying whether I receive a reminder depends on your mood? Lin Hao shook his head and continued, will heading to the Temple of Heaven Park trigger any special tasks? Although I now possess general medical skills, I must clarify that I do not wish to find myself in a cliché scenario of rescuing an elderly gentleman who suddenly faints. Chapter 126. He Xiaojing's method of stress relief. Stepping out of the operating room, Lin Hao exhaled deeply. Is this the power of the system's B-class reward? The prowess of comprehensive medical skills? It is truly astonishing. This is akin to the resurrection of the living, the restoration of flesh and bone. Principal Lin, how is it? Did we manage to save her? The doctors from the departments of thoracic surgery, respiratory medicine, and urology, who had been on standby at the door, eagerly inquired. The operating room was small, leaving them in suspense about the situation inside. She has been saved, Lin Hao replied with a slight nod. Saved? Wonderful. I knew our hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department was the best. Even in the face of an emergency like amniotic fluid embolism, we can prevail, proving we are no less capable than those top-tier hospitals. It must have been Dr. He Xiaojing leading the rescue, right? I have faith in her expertise. We need not worry. Perhaps the old director's experience also played a role. After all, he has more extensive experience. The crowd began to chatter. At that moment, the operating room door swung open once more and Dean Zhu Changyu, along with the old director of obstetrics and gynecology, and He Xiaojing, emerged. The patient was now entirely out of danger, and only the finishing touches remained for the other doctors to complete. Principal Lin, we truly owe this to your intervention. Had it not been for your timely action, this patient would not have fared so well. She might have even lost her life. In that case, not only would a vibrant life be extinguished, but the child would also be left motherless. The old director of obstetrics and gynecology expressed gratefully. Indeed, Principal Lin, if such an unfortunate event had occurred, our hospital would have faced a significant upheaval. News of a maternal death would spread, and those unaware of the dangers of amniotic fluid embolism would only think that childbirth at our hospital is perilous. Dean Zhu Changyu added earnestly. What, Director, Dean Zhu, are you implying that the patient inside was saved by Principal Lin? The doctors from thoracic surgery, urology, and respiratory medicine were taken aback. Absolutely. If Principal Lin had not intervened, I would not be smiling right now. I would be too distraught to even cry. Zhu Changyu replied with a grin. By the way, Principal Lin, as the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department, may I request that you conduct a training session for our doctors when you have some time? The old director asked sincerely. Very well. I will find time in the future to conduct a training session for everyone. Lin Hao coughed lightly. Having him train a group of obstetricians on childbirth was indeed a bit daunting for him. At that moment, the doctors from thoracic surgery, urology, and respiratory medicine had no doubts left and began to applaud enthusiastically. Previously, they had harbored some skepticism about Lin Hao rushing into the operating room, considering he was the principal without any clinical experience. They had thought he would only complicate matters during the rescue. Now, however, they felt nothing but profound admiration for him. With such a principal at the helm, the affiliated hospital of Tsinghua University would undoubtedly flourish. Principal Lin, after such an intense rescue, you must be exhausted. Shall I arrange a reservation at a restaurant? Zhu Changyu cautiously suggested. Glancing at the time, Lin Hao realized that the rescue had taken an astonishing 6 or 7 hours. All right, but let's not dine out today. Let us eat at the hospital cafeteria. Once this patient fully recovers and is discharged, I will treat everyone to a feast. Lin Hao replied with a smile. Very well, Principal Lin. I will make arrangements at the cafeteria, Zhu Changyu said. Dr. He, since Principal Lin has never been to our cafeteria, please show him the way. Zhu Changyu casually pointed out He Xiaojing's name. Lin Hao, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I would have been finished. He Xiaojing said earnestly on their way to the cafeteria. Do not mention it. As the principal, if anything had gone awry, the blame would rightfully fall upon me. Lin Hao shook his head. No, it's not the same. Lin Hao, you cannot comprehend the feeling of watching a patient on the brink of death while being utterly helpless. It felt as if the disease was mocking my incompetence, an affront to my abilities. If that patient had truly died on my operating table, I fear I would never have the courage to step into the operating room again. He Xiaojing said somberly. Having been an obstetrician for 3 years, this was the first time she encountered such a perilous situation, and the impact was profound. Obstetrics, in essence, often deals with life rather than death, unlike oncology or critical care, where one frequently faces the mortality of patients. Thus, in a certain sense, He Xiaojing's vulnerability revealed her compassionate nature. Rest assured, everything will be fine. The occurrence of amniotic fluid embolism is less than 1 in 10,000, Lin Hao reassured her. But, it is better to be safe than sorry. What if I encounter a similar situation and you are not around? He Xiaojing expressed her fears. Very well, Lin Hao nodded. In the hospital cafeteria, as everyone dined, perhaps influenced by Zhu Changyu's subtle hints, they ate hastily and soon found various excuses to leave. Before long, only Lin Hao and He Xiaojing remained at the table. Do doctors always eat this quickly? Lin Hao inquired with curiosity. Sometimes we eat quickly when rushing to surgeries, but we just finished a busy day, so perhaps they are eager to rest. He Xiaojing replied with a shake of her head. After their meal, time had flown, and Lin Hao drove He Xiaojing home. Although she referred to it as going home, she merely rented a small apartment near the hospital. Having graduated merely 3 years ago, as an ordinary doctor, how could she afford a home in the capital? Lin Hao, is this car really worth 150 million? This is my first time riding in such an expensive vehicle. He Xiaojing marveled as she sat in the Koenigsegg 1-1. About that, if you enjoy riding in it, feel free to come aboard often, Lin Hao replied, although he was uncertain of the exact price, as the figure he mentioned was merely an estimate from the past. What if I accidentally damage your car? I could never afford to compensate you, He Xiaojing said, playfully tapping the dashboard with her finger. It's fine. Feel free to tap away. If anything happens, it will be on me. Lin Hao chuckled. That sounds wonderful. He Xiaojing laughed and began to playfully drum on the dashboard like a percussionist. After a considerable amount of time, she finally ceased her drumming. Only then did she truly relax from the tension of the earlier rescue. The playful tapping was merely her way of relieving stress. Doctors often bear immense pressure. If not alleviated, it can lead to significant issues. Observing He Xiaojing's antics, Lin Hao smiled gently. Soon, they arrived at the apartment complex where He Xiaojing rented. Just as she opened the car door to exit, someone called out to her. Xiaojing. He Xiaojing turned to see her mother. Feng Min mom, He Xiaojing exclaimed. However, Feng Min's gaze bypassed her daughter and fixated intently on Lin Hao. Mom, what is the matter? This is my classmate, Lin Hao. Lin Hao, this is my mother. He Xiaojing introduced the two. Hello, auntie. Lin Hao greeted politely. Hello. Feng Min merely nodded, then tugged at He Xiaojing and turned to leave. Mom, what is wrong? You look rather strange, He Xiaojing remarked upon returning to their rented home. Xiaojing, your classmate wouldn't he happen to be Li Mingfang, would he? Feng Min inquired, her tone peculiar. Mom, what are you talking about? He and I are merely classmates, He Xiaojing responded. Oh, that's a relief. Let me tell you, that classmate of yours already has a girlfriend, and she is a blonde foreign woman. You mustn't be lured by his wealth to become his mistress. Feng Min said sternly. What? Mom, how do you know this? He Xiaojing was taken aback. I happened to run into them once on the street. Anyway, you needn't worry about it. I know. Feng Min refused to elaborate. Unbeknownst to He Xiaojing, her mother, Feng Min, was the very woman who had held a sign at the marriage corner in Tianzitan Park the previous day, seeking suitors for her daughter. At that time, Lin Hao's mother, Wang Shuyun, had taken an interest in the photo and information on her sign, but was unable to approach her due to being surrounded by others. Feng Min had witnessed Lin Hao's arrival, the recognition of his extravagant watch, the ensuing crowd, and Jessica's later approach. Thus, Feng Min felt compelled to caution He Xiaojing. Although their family was not affluent, she would never want her daughter to become a kept woman for a wealthy man. Naturally, she would never disclose her frequent trips to the marriage corner to arrange suitors for He Xiaojing, as that was a secret kept from her daughter. The following day, Lin Hao returned to the hospital, still concerned about the mother he had saved the previous day. Generally speaking, even if a patient survives amniotic fluid embolism, could still lead to multiple organ failure. Hence, he arrived early at the obstetrics and gynecology department. Principal Lin. Before Lin Hao could step through the door, Zhu Chongyu came rushing towards him, panting yet visibly excited. What's the rush? Lin Hao asked. Principal Lin, do you know who the patient you saved yesterday was? Zhu Chongyu inquired eagerly. Who? She is the daughter-in-law of the director of the medical association in the capital. Zhu Chongyu exclaimed. Note: to avoid any issues, the term medical association here refers to the hospital's governing body, akin to the health bureau. Chapter 130. Security guard, anchor, or chairman. This time, many property management companies found themselves restless, particularly those ranked second, third, and fourth. Just because of the striking appearance of a security guard, numerous communities contemplated switching their property management to a competitor. That simply wouldn't do. Consequently, various property companies began to showcase their own handsome security guards, launching their respective topics on Weibo. Yuanjing Property unveiled the most impressive security guard ever, featuring a muscular man akin to a bodybuilding champion. Heping Property introduced a once-in-3,000-year security guard, presenting an exceptionally delicate young man. Xingli Property announced the most handsome security guard in the capital, showcasing a decent-looking youth. In an instant, A chaotic competition erupted among the myriad of security guards on Weibo, each taking turns to present their own contenders, with some even engaging in strategic alliances. Amidst this spectacle, a video quietly surfaced on the internet's most popular short video platform, Duel. In the video, Lin Hao donned an LV security uniform, flanked by a dozen others in identical attire, alongside a stunning blonde beauty, as they confidently strode into a taekwondo studio. With a flash, Lin Wu appeared on the taekwondo ring, facing a man clad in a white taekwondo uniform, his black belt accentuating his stance. The ensuing scene was dramatic, as the black belt leapt high, delivering a spinning kick towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao absorbed the blow, then retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the taekwondo expert soaring through the air, crashing heavily outside the ring, unable to rise. It was unclear who filmed the video in the taekwondo studio, likely inspired by the ongoing battles among the security guards on Weibo. Once uploaded, the video spread like wildfire, catapulting Lin Hao's topic, the chief instructor of 800,000 security guards, to the top of the trending list. All other security guards were swiftly outmatched. There was no denying Lin Hao's extraordinary skills. The other property companies' featured security guards could only concede defeat with respect. Days passed, and the woman who had given birth had nearly recovered. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a B-level special security task. Reward: 51 shares of Duel Company. Ability fluent in animal language. Ding! Duel Company has been spun off from its parent company, Jumping Byte. Ding! The electronic version of the share transfer document has been sent to the host's email. The paper version has been dispatched via Shunfeng Express. Ding! As the host now owns 51 of Duel Company, the host becomes the chairman of Duel Company. Ding! The host has acquired the fluent in animal language ability. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Hao's mind. He was taken aback. This reward combined both company shares and an extraordinary ability. Duel Company was currently the most popular short video platform, after all. It was worth noting that Lin Hao's video, the chief instructor of 800,000 security guards, had also gained traction on the Duel platform. Even after its separation from the parent company, Duel's market value had soared beyond 200 billion and continued to expand rapidly. It is notable that Duel's products were not confined to domestic popularity like WeChat or QQ. Duel was thriving globally. Duel Company, along with Dafei Drones, stood as one of the two domestic companies monopolizing the global market. However, while Dafei dealt with hardware, Duel focused on software. The influence of such software was, in fact, more potent. Many abroad had even proclaimed, Duel is a cultural invasion. In summary, Duel Company could be regarded as one of the most explosive companies worldwide. Now, Lin Hao had unexpectedly acquired 51 of the shares, becoming the chairman. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao contemplated the other reward. Fluent in animal language? What purpose could this ability serve? Moreover, the first reward upon upgrading to B-level was Captain America's serum, the second being comprehensive medical skills, both as separate rewards. Yet, the third reward combined two. Did the system perceive fluent in animal language as weak, thus compensating with 51 shares of Duel? Or did it deem the shares insufficient? Hence the addition of this peculiar ability. Shaking his head, Lin Hao found himself unable to discern the utility of this ability in the urban jungle of steel and concrete. He was a security guard, not a hunter. Why would he need to communicate with animals? With a resolute shake of his head, Lin Hao drove straight to the headquarters of Duel Company. Having acquired 51 of the shares and assumed the role of chairman, it was imperative to conduct some inspections. Not long after departing, Lin Wu received a phone call. "Hello? Mr. Lin? Please stop," a voice exclaimed urgently over the line. What happened? Lin Hao slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt.
Moments later.
Accompanied by the roar of engines, a futuristic motorcycle sped into view. It was the extravagant delivery girl on her Dodge. With a swift maneuver, the motorcycle skidded to a stop before Lin Hao's car. "Mr. Lin, your package." The delivery girl, clad in a sleek black outfit, elegantly dismounted, retrieving a parcel from her bike storage to hand to Lin Hao. Earlier, while en route to Shui Mu Tiancheng community, she had spotted a Koenigsegg 11, which she recognized from her previous visit to Lin Hao's residence, prompting her to call him immediately. Next time, Just leave the package at the community security office. I thought something had gone wrong. Lin Hao replied, accepting the parcel, which contained the share transfer documents for Dual Company. That's not acceptable. A responsible courier must deliver the package directly to the customer. The delivery girl insisted, closing the trunk of her bike, swinging her long leg back over the motorcycle, and waving goodbye to Lin Hao. See you. With that, the engine roared as the Dodge Axe vanished into the distance. Lin Hao shook his head, about to get back into his car when he heard a voice calling from nearby. Lin Hao? Turning, he recognized his high school classmate Song Peng, standing by the entrance of a CAF. Song Peng? It's been ages, Lin Hao exclaimed. Indeed, how about we grab a coffee together? Song Peng warmly invited. Sure. Lin Hao nodded, realizing he was in no rush to reach Dual Company. Shortly thereafter, they were seated in the CAF. Were you admiring that car earlier? It's indeed stunning. The Koenigsegg one. One costs a whopping 15 million. Song Peng remarked, his envy palpable. He had just arrived and hadn't witnessed Lin Hao parking, merely observing him standing in front of the vehicle, leading him to assume Lin Hao was admiring it up close. Yes, it is quite impressive, Lin Hao replied, maintaining a low profile. Sigh, when will I ever afford such a car? Right now, I can only drive a BMW. It's truly disheartening. Song Peng lamented, half-jokingly feigning poverty. Who knows, you might be able to afford it soon. Lin Hao chuckled. Not a chance for me. But you, Lin Hao, should have that opportunity. By the way, what are you up to these days? Song Peng inquired. I work as a security guard, Lin Hao remarked. What? A security guard? Song Peng responded incredulously. Indeed. Lin Hao nodded. Oh, Lin Hao, how did you end up in such a position? Listen, I have established a small company in the capital. If you're interested, I could offer you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Surely that would be a significant improvement over your current role as a security guard? You need not worry about your capabilities. I wouldn't require you to perform any demanding tasks. Just blend in with my employees and discreetly observe their daily activities. Upon hearing this, Song Peng immediately began to express his excitement. It would be impossible to claim he felt no sense of pride. No, thank you. I am quite satisfied with my current position as a security guard. Lin Hao replied with a smile. Are you truly not considering it? We are old classmates. Do not let pride stand in the way. I must emphasize which is more important, pride or substance. We are both navigating life in the capital. It's essential to be clear about such matters. Song Peng insisted, unwilling to concede. Really, I appreciate the offer. But by the way, what brings you here? Lin Hao inquired nonchalantly. Ah, I am here on a date with my girlfriend. You see, my girlfriend is a streamer and exceptionally beautiful. Song Peng's enthusiasm was renewed. Is that so? Well then, I shall not intrude on your date any longer. Farewell. Lin Hao began to rise to leave. Wait, don't go. My girlfriend will arrive shortly. Let me introduce you. Song Peng exclaimed, pulling Lin Hao back. Just then, the safe door swung open, and a stylishly dressed woman walked in. Bailey, over here. Song Peng immediately stood up and waved at her. Peng Peng. The woman hurried over. While her looks could be rated around 80 out of 100, her makeup was somewhat heavy, and although her figure appeared decent, there was an underlying sense of artificiality to her appearance, suggesting possible enhancements. Bailey, allow me to introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Lin Hao. Lin Hao, this is my girlfriend, Yu Bailey. Song Peng introduced them. Hello, Lin Hao. Yu Bailey extended her left hand toward him. It felt somewhat odd to extend the left hand during a handshake, yet Lin Hao courteously reciprocated. Pleasure to meet you. As they shook hands, Yu Bailey's eyes suddenly lit up. Her pupils constricted slightly as she fixated on the exquisite Patek Philippe watch adorning Lin Hao's left wrist, unable to avert her gaze. Chapter 132. Xia Momo, do you wish to become famous? I'm afraid I cannot assist you with this matter. Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Lin Hao, aren't we classmates? Even if our previous relationship was mediocre, we are still classmates. Song Peng's face darkened. It is precisely because we are classmates that I cannot allow the company to sign a contract with her. Lin Hao retorted coldly. Lin Hao, true, you have become successful, but you cannot turn your back on those you once knew. Signing a contract is not a monumental issue, is it? Even if you are not the chairman of Dual Company, Bailey might still secure favorable terms with them. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Song Peng's anger flared. Enough, Song Peng. If she is not signing, then let us leave, Bailey said, feeling somewhat guilty, fearing Lin Hao would reveal what had just transpired. Lin Hao, don't think that just because you are wealthy and successful now, you are something extraordinary. Yes, you may be richer than I, but I do not need to live like you. Losing face in front of my girlfriend has infuriated Song Peng. Out of respect for our past as classmates, I shall not hold this against you this time. Lin Hao shook his head, choosing not to expose Bailey publicly, merely to spare Song Peng some dignity. What do you mean you won't hold it against me? I see you are doing this on purpose. Lin Hao, I never expected you to be such a person. Just wait. I will expose your actions to our classmates. I will let everyone see what kind of person you have become. Song Peng declared, his anger unabated. Security, security. Come and remove these two. The two high-ranking executives shouted, their brows furrowed. Meanwhile, the receptionist, Chu Xiaochun, could no longer hold back and approached Song Peng, speaking bluntly. Sir, you may not be aware of what just transpired. Allow me to enlighten you. The moment you entered the elevator, your girlfriend attempted to lure our chairman into a secluded area for a private discussion. When he refused, she moved closer, trying every means to entice him. Our chairman is acting in your best interest by refusing to sign a contract with this woman. What? Song Peng was momentarily stunned. You are slandering me. On what grounds do you defame me? How dare you tarnish my reputation? I will file a complaint. I will sue you. I will take legal action against Dual Company. Bailey, in a state of panic, pointed at Chu Xiaochun, insisting, you must not believe this vile woman. Song Peng, I have always been yours. How could you doubt me? Sue me? I welcome your lawsuit. Let me remind you, every corner of our company is equipped with surveillance. Those disgraceful antics you displayed in front of our chairman were not witnessed by me alone. The cameras captured everything, Chu Xiaochun said with a cold laugh. Ah! Bailey's face turned pale, and she dared not speak further, fearing that Chu Xiaochun would indeed call up the footage. Bailey, is this true? Song Peng's expression also turned grim. No, it's not. Song Peng, you must believe me. Bailey pleaded anxiously. Lin Hao, is what the receptionist said true? Song Peng turned to Lin Hao. Considering our past as classmates, I did not wish to say anything, but I advise you to find a different girlfriend. Lin Hao said indifferently. With the situation laid bare, Song Peng could no longer feign ignorance. Slap! He raised his hand and struck Bailey across the face. He could tolerate many things, but not betrayal. Even if it were an attempted betrayal, he could not endure it. Song Peng, you hit me? I did this because of your poverty. You were so stingy about buying me a Mercedes. And now you dare to hit me? Are you even a man? What if I hit you? You put a green hat on me, and you think I shouldn't retaliate? Haha, a green hat? Let me tell you, there are plenty of green hats atop your head. You just don't realize it. I was merely toying with you. If I encountered a truly wealthy man, I would kick you to the curb. You wretched woman. Today I will make you pay. Help, help. Soon, the company reception transformed into a chaotic battleground. Lin Hao shook his head, instructing the two executives to call security to handle the situation properly, and he descended the elevator to leave. He truly did not wish to get entangled in such troubles. Hey, Chief Instructor, what are you up to? Upon exiting Dual Company, Lin Hao received a WeChat message from Xiaomomo. Lin Hao, I just took a tour of the Dual headquarters. Xiaomomo? Oh, Chief Instructor, has your newfound fame even reached Dual's headquarters? Or are you planning to abandon your role as principal to focus on becoming an internet celebrity? Lin Hao, that's not the case. I merely went to take over Dual Company. Xiaomomo. Principal, as a role model you shouldn't be boasting. Lin Hao, I am not exaggerating. Xiaomomo. Not exaggerating? So, does that mean you have a say in Dual Company now? Lin Hao, pretty much. Xiaomomo. Unless you let your security chief gain fame for another month, I won't believe you. Lin Hao. Let me gain fame for another month? Let's skip that. Today's incident with Song Peng and Bailey was sparked by that video of the 800,000 security chief. If it gains more traction, Who knows what further troubles it might provoke. Lin Hao, how about this? I will help you gain some fame. What do you think? Xiaomomo. Hehe. Sure. If you can make me more famous than you, I will believe you. Lin Hao, then first send me some material. Xiaomomo. What material? Lin Hao, your photos, videos, and such. Xiaomomo. Haha. Just wait. A few minutes later, Lin Hao received dozens of selfies and several video clips from Xiaomomo. Such content. Every girl undoubtedly has plenty on her phone. Xiaomomo filtered through and sent Lin Hao only her most satisfactory ones. Xiaomomo. I also have even more explosive benefits. Do you want me to send those too? Lin Hao. If you dare to send them, I dare to view. Xiaomomo. Haha. I wouldn't dare. Lin Hao. Let me ask you one more time. Do you truly wish to become famous? Xiaomomo. If it is you who makes me famous, then yes. Otherwise, no. Lin Hao. Alright. After their conversation, Lin Hao selected a few of the more modestly dressed photos and sent them via WeChat to General Manager Dai Jinwei with a message. Utilize all company resources to expedite this girl's rise to fame. Chapter 134. Is the cat god appearing? I'm sorry, but I truly cannot assist you with this matter. Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? Lin Hao, aren't we classmates? Even if our friendship has been mediocre at best, we are still classmates. Song Peng's expression darkened. Precisely because we are classmates, I cannot allow the company to sign a contract with her. Lin Hao responded coldly. Lin Hao, you may have become successful, but that doesn't give you the right to turn your back on people. Signing a contract is not a significant issue, is it? Even if you, Lin Hao, are not the chairman of Dual Company, Beilei could still potentially secure a favorable agreement. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Song Peng was instantly enraged. Enough. Song Peng. If she doesn't sign, then she doesn't. Let us go. Yu Beilei, who had been listening nearby, felt somewhat guilty, fearing Lin Hao would reveal what had transpired earlier. Lin Hao, don't think that just because you have money now and are thriving, you're something special. Yes, you are wealthier than I am, but I'm not asking for your charity. I can live just fine. Song Peng, humiliated in front of his girlfriend, was furious. In light of our past as classmates, I won't hold this against you this time. Lin Hao shook his head. The reason he refrained from exposing Yu Beilei publicly was merely out of respect for their shared history as classmates, to spare Song Peng some dignity. What do you mean you won't hold it against me? I see you are doing this on purpose. Lin Hao, I never expected you to turn out to be such a person. Just wait. I will share your actions with our classmates. I will let everyone see what kind of person you are now. Song Peng seethed with anger. Security, security, come and throw these two out. The two executives frowned and shouted for security. At the front desk, Chu Xiaochun could no longer contain herself and approached Song Peng, speaking bluntly. Sir, you may not be aware of what just transpired, so let me enlighten you. As soon as you entered the elevator, your girlfriend attempted to drag our chairman to a secluded area for a private chat. When our chairman refused, she moved closer, trying every trick to seduce him. Our chairman is doing this for your sake, which is why he won't sign a contract with that woman. What? Song Peng was taken aback. You're slandering me. How dare you defame my character? I will file a complaint. I will sue you. I will take legal action against Dual Company. Yu Beilei, panicking, pointed at Chu Xiaochun repeatedly, then turned to Song Peng. You mustn't believe this despicable woman. I have always been yours. How could you ever doubt me? Feel free to sue. But let me remind you, every corner of our company is monitored. Those disgraceful antics you displayed in front of our chairman were not just witnessed by me. The cameras recorded everything. Chu Xiaochun smirked. What? Yu Beilei's face turned pale, and she dared not speak further, fearing that Chu Xiaochun would indeed pull up the footage. Beilei, is this true? Song Peng's expression also turned a ghastly shade. No, it's not. Song Peng, you have to trust me. Yu Beilei hurriedly insisted. Lin Hao, is what this front desk attendant said true? Song Peng turned to Lin Hao. Considering our past as classmates, I initially did not wish to say anything. Nevertheless, I advise you to find a different girlfriend. Lin Hao replied calmly. Given the circumstances, Song Peng could hardly remain oblivious. With a swift motion, He raised his hand and struck Yu Beilei across the face. He could tolerate many things, but not the humiliation of being cuckolded. Even if it was unintentional, he could not bear it. Song Pong, you dare hit me? I did all this because you're poor. You hesitate to buy me a Mercedes. Now you have the audacity to hit me? Are you even a man? What gives you the right to strike me when you've brought shame upon yourself? Ha! Shame? Let me tell you. You wear a green hat without even realizing it. I was merely playing with you. If I encountered a real wealthy man, I would have kicked you to the curb. You filthy wretch. I'll make you pay for this. Help. Someone. Soon, the company front desk devolved into a chaotic scene. Lin Hao shook his head and instructed the two executives to call security to handle the situation properly before he stepped into the elevator and descended. He truly did not wish to get embroiled in such troubles. Hey, Chief Instructor, what are you up to? Upon exiting Dual Company, Lin Hao received a WeChat message from Xiaomo. Lin Hao, I just took a tour of the Dual headquarters. Xiaomo, oh, Chief Instructor, your rising fame has even reached Dual headquarters? Or are you planning to step down as principal and focus on becoming an influencer or streamer? Lin Hao, that's not the case. I'm merely taking over Dual Company. Xiaomo, principal as a role model you shouldn't boast. Lin Hao, I'm not bragging. Xiaomo, not bragging? So, does that mean you now have the final say at Dual Company? Lin Hao, pretty much. Xiaomo, unless you let your security chief be famous for another month, I won't believe you. Lin Hao, let me be famous for another month? I think I'll pass. The incident with Song Pong and Yu Beilei stemmed from that 80,000 security chief video, and if it escalates, who knows what other troubles it might bring. Lin Hao, how about this? I can help you gain some fame too. What do you think? Xiaomo, hee. Sure. If you can make me more famous than you, I'll believe you. Lin Hao, then send me some material first. Xiaomo, what kind of material? Lin Hao, your photos, videos, and such. Xiaomo, haha, wait a moment. A few minutes later, Lin Hao received dozens of selfies and several short videos from Xiaomo. Such material, every girl has an abundance of on her phone. Xiaomo simply selected the ones she was particularly satisfied with to send to Lin Hao.
Xia Montag. Hehe.
I have even more explosive content. Want me to send it to you? Lin Hao, if you dare to send it, I'll dare to watch. Xiaomo, haha, I wouldn't dare. Lin Hao, let me ask you again, do you truly want to become famous? Xiaomo, if it's you helping me, then yes. Otherwise, not really. Lin Hao, alright. After their chat, Lin Hao selected some of the more modestly dressed photos and videos Xiaomo had sent him and forwarded them to General Manager Dai Jinwei, leaving a message. Utilize all company resources to ensure this girl rises to fame as swiftly as possible. Ultimately, the fans weighed their capabilities and refrained from storming in. After all, they didn't consider themselves more formidable than the Taekwondo black belt from the previous video. Once the crowd reluctantly dispersed, Xiaomo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hao, what on earth is going on? She inquired. This was your request for fame. Lin Hao pulled out his phone and opened Xiaomo's homepage on the Dual platform, allowing her to see for herself. Earlier, Xiaomo had merely glanced at the boys' phones outside. Now, upon closer inspection, she was utterly captivated. Wow, Lin Hao, do you really think I'm this attractive? She blushed at her own reflection. Having studied art, she had never imagined that her image could look so appealing when transformed into a two-dimensional form. At that moment, under the fervent promotion of Dual's official recommendations, two-dimensional MOMO had already amassed over 20 million fans. What does it mean to have over 20 million fans on the Dual platform? To put it in perspective, the renowned first-tier actress Yang Mi has a fan count of less than 18 million, while Naza boasts 14 million. The highest fan count on the entire Dual platform hovers around 50 to 60 million. Thus, the current popularity of Xiaomomo is indeed comparable to that of first-tier female stars. How about that? You are far more famous than I am now, right? 967? Lin Hao chuckled. It was then that Xiaomomo recalled her playful banter with Lin Hao the previous day. Surely, my fan count cannot be fabricated. Can it? Xiaomomo couldn't help but inquire. What do you think? Lin Hao countered. So, does that mean you Dual Company, you truly have the final say? Xiaomomo stammered. Well, if you still doubt it, I could elevate your fan count to the highest on Dual, Lin Hao suggested. No, no, no. Please do not increase my fan count any further. Could we perhaps reduce it a bit? I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. Xia Momo quickly replied. Aha. A decrease is out of the question. At most, it will just grow at a slower pace. Lin Hao chuckled as he sent a message to Dai Jinwei, requesting the removal of resource allocation for second dimension Momo and to restore everything to normal. However, even without the platform's resource allocation, the existing fan count of over 20 million cannot simply vanish. If I encounter a situation like today again, and you are not there to protect me, what will I do? Xia Momo expressed her concerns, as she was an art student without any intention of becoming a streamer, and was genuinely apprehensive. After all, being recognized everywhere could indeed pose a nuisance. Alright, Lin Hao, I understand now. You are seeking revenge. Xia Momo suddenly realized that her prior upload of Lin Hao's photo, which led to his newfound fame as the commander of 800,000 security guards, might have prompted this retaliation. Revenge? Absolutely not. Lin Hao shook his head in denial. Just wait, Lin Hao. I will return to my live stream and showcase all your photos and videos, telling my 20 million fans that this man is my favorite. She teased. Imagining the scenario where 20 million fans were fixated on him sent chills down Lin Hao's spine, prompting him to threaten, if you dare to do that, I will inflate your fan count to 80 million, making you the #1 on Duel. Oh, how delightful. In that case, you will be the one with 80 million fans keeping an eye on you. Xia Momo laughed even more joyously. Hey, little missy, you think I can't handle you? Once your fans reach 80 million, I will apply a reverse filter to all your videos, transforming you into an unsightly creature. Lin Hao replied earnestly. Ah, no, please, Xia Momo exclaimed in a panic. Indeed, regardless of the type of woman, this vulnerability seemed to be universal. Xia Momo quickly returned home to focus on her graduation project, while Lin Hao resumed his routine patrol of the community. Upon reaching an unoccupied lawn, Lin Hao encountered Li Qingya, who was live streaming. As before, she had a yoga mat spread beneath her and her phone set up on a stand, conducting an outdoor yoga session. Meanwhile, her little white cat lounged lazily on the grass, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Li Qingya eagerly invited him to join her live stream. However, Lin Hao declined, preoccupied with thoughts on how to reduce the commander of 800,000 security guards' fervor. With no choice but to continue solo on the lawn, Li Qingya resumed her yoga poses while Lin Hao remained just outside the camera's view, preventing her fans from noticing him. Otherwise, they would likely bombard her with gifts in an effort to keep him around. After observing Li Qingya's yoga practice for a while, Lin Hao couldn't help but admire the impressive physique of women who practiced yoga. Just as he was about to leave, the little white cat, perhaps tired of sunbathing, suddenly stood up, shook its body, and fixed its gaze on Lin Hao, letting out a long meow. What was that? Lin Hao remembered he had acquired a skill called animal language proficiency as a reward. Suddenly inspired, he approached the little white cat, crouched down, and focused intently on it. Meow. The cat called again, baring its teeth. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a cat as beautiful as me? While others merely heard a cat's meow, Lin Hao instantaneously deciphered the meaning in his mind. What? Lin Hao was taken aback. It turned out this was the essence of animal language proficiency? The little white cat meowed again, waving its paw in front of its head, as if to say, are you still looking? Keep staring, and I will teach you a lesson. In Lin Hao's mind, the translation of this feline utterance appeared once more. Clearly, the little white cat harbored substantial animosity toward him. After contemplating, Lin Hao cautiously replied, meow. On the surface, he merely mimicked a cat's call, but in cat language, it translated to, what's wrong? Does looking cost you a piece of meat? Meow meow. The little white cat's face displayed surprise as it meowed in response. Translation. You can understand cat language? This is simply unbelievable. You can even speak cat language? Is the cat god manifesting before me? Chapter 137. The Banana Woman and the Dog Ahem. Well, don't look at me. I truly have no idea what's going on, Lin Hao said, shaking his head repeatedly as Li Qingya stared at him. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao Bai, mimicking Lin Wu, vigorously shook its head. At this point, even without a cat language translator, it was clear that Xiao Bai's message was, I don't know, I don't know. Do you two really not know? Li Qingya, filled with suspicion, glanced between Lin Hao and Xiao Bai. Both Lin Hao and Xiao Bai shook their heads in unison once more. All right, I'll check myself, Li Qingya said, turning her attention back to her phone screen, planning to scroll through the comments or inquire with the fans in the live stream. Suddenly, a large black dog, nearly human-sized, came sprinting toward her. The dog, with its mouth agape and tongue lolling, drooled profusely as it lunged at Li Qingya, rearing up on its hind legs and attempting to snap at her phone perched on the stand. Ah! Li Qingya gasped in fright, quickly spinning around to dash behind Lin Hao. Meanwhile, the dog seized the phone in its mouth, evidently mistaking it for a juicy bone. Meow! As Li Qingya screamed, Xiao Bai let out a loud cry. How dare this big black dog intimidate my mother? Xiao Bai could not tolerate this. In an instant, while the dog clamped its jaws around the phone, Xiao Bai transformed into a white streak, leaping forward with a fierce swipe of its paw that struck the dog squarely on the face. Smack! The black dog yelped in pain, releasing the phone, which fell to the ground and sparked, damaged beyond repair. Woof! Enraged, the black dog bared its teeth, growling threateningly as it lunged at Xiao Bai. Fortunately, Xiao Bai was agile, twisting midair as the dog's teeth barely grazed it, snagging only a few tufts of fur. Meow woof! The cat and dog stood in a standoff. The black dog snarled with bared fangs, saliva dripping, looking ferocious. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai arched its back, tail raised high, fur bristling in defiance. Xiao Bai, come back! Li Qingya cried out, rushing forward to protect Xiao Bai. Let me handle this. Lin Hao pulled Li Qingya back, stepping boldly between the cat and dog to shield Xiao Bai. If it came to blows, even if Xiao Bai had become quite formidable, could not hope to match the size and strength of the black dog, given their inherent differences. Step aside. Lin Wu waved a hand at the black dog, which instinctively took a few steps back, lowering its body into a predatory stance before suddenly rearing up and lunging at Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned. What a temper this dog has. There was no time for contemplation as he swung his palm toward the creature. Having been injected with the Captain America serum, even with just a fraction of his strength, the black dog yelped in pain and was sent reeling, whimpering and tucking its tail. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman wearing sunglasses rushed over. "Dehei, what happened to you, Dehei?" she exclaimed, rushing to the dog's side with concern. The black dog seemed somewhat aggrieved, licking the woman's hand with its tongue. The woman quickly turned her gaze to Lin Hao, striding toward him in anger. "Security, did you hit my dog?" "Yes, it was me who struck it," Lin Hao replied, nodding. "Why did you hit my dog? You filthy security guard. Can you afford to compensate for the injury you've caused? Let me tell you, my Dehei is worth hundreds of thousands. You can't even afford to replace a single hair." The woman fumed. "Is it your dog? I thought it was a stray. The community has regulations requiring large dogs to be leashed and muzzled when out." Lin Hao responded nonchalantly. "What nonsense regulations? I don't know. I just returned from abroad. Who knew your property management had so many ridiculous rules?" The woman retorted obstinately. "These are not just property regulations. There are national laws." Lin Hao countered. "According to the Tort Liability Law of Huagua, Article 79, those who fail to take safety measures for animals and cause harm to others shall bear tort liability. Article 80, owners of dangerous animals that cause harm shall also bear liability. Article 81. Furthermore, the city has enacted a civilized dog-keeping regulation, which includes specific rules for large dogs regarding leashing and muzzling. In fact, if anyone should be discussing compensation, it would be for your dog damaging this lady's phone, as you are its owner." Lin Hao finished coldly, fixing a steely gaze on the woman. "Who cares about all those rules? I didn't know about them. I just came back from America. As an American, how would I understand your local regulations?" She scoffed. "Oh, you're an American citizen?" Lin Hao frowned. "Humph. Now you know," the woman declared with unwarranted superiority. "Regardless of your nationality, you are currently on the soil of Huagua, and thus must adhere to its laws," Lin Hao stated calmly. "Ha! Security guard. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Dehei, let us go." The woman, not expecting her American nationality to carry weight, scoffed and beckoned for the dog to leave. "Compensate this lady for her phone? Leash your dog and muzzle it, and then you may depart, Lin Hao said, stepping to block her path. Get out of my way, filthy security guard. Dai. Bite him, she shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Hao. Woof, woof. The black dog charged forward, but still wary from its earlier encounter with Lin Hao, it hesitated to truly attack. Lin Hao, possessing the ability to understand animal speech, discerned the dog's thoughts. Move aside, or I might actually leap and bite you. The black dog's threat held little weight. If you're not afraid of a beating, feel free to leap. Lin Hao smiled at the dog. Of course, he spoke in a manner the dog could comprehend. Woof. Translation. Can you understand? As Lin Hao finished speaking, the black dog's eyes widened in disbelief, looking utterly astonished, reminiscent of Xiao Bai's reaction when it first heard Lin Hao speak in cat language. Chapter 139. The peculiar scent of Li Qingya ahem. Please don't look at me. I genuinely have no idea what's going on. Lin Hao stammered, feeling the weight of Li Qingya's gaze upon him, shaking his head vigorously. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Xiaobai mimicked Lin Wu, shaking its head incessantly. Even without the need for feline translation, it was clear that Xiaobai was expressing, I don't know either. I have no clue. Are you two truly unaware? Li Qingya scrutinized Lin Hao and then Xiaobai with suspicion. Both Lin Hao and Xiaobai shook their heads once more in unison. All right, I shall investigate myself, Li Qingya declared, turning her attention back to her phone screen, intending to scroll through comments or inquire among the fans in the live stream. At that moment, a massive black dog, nearly the height of a person, came barreling towards them. The dog bared its teeth, its tongue lolling out as drool dripped incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged at Li Qingya, standing on its hind legs and snapping at the phone perched on the stand. Ah! Li Qingya yelped in fright, swiftly turning and dashing behind Lin Hao. The phone was caught in the dog's mouth, which evidently mistook it for a piece of meat. Meow. In response to Li Qingya's scream, Xiaobai let out a loud cry. How could this large dog intimidate its mother? Xiaobai could not tolerate it. As the black dog clamped down on the phone, Xiaobai transformed into a streak of white lightning, darting forward. Leaping high, it delivered a fierce claw swipe to the dog's face. Smack! The black dog yelped in pain, releasing Li Qingya's phone, which fell to the ground, sparking as it broke. Woof! The enraged black dog opened its mouth wide, growling fiercely as it lunged at Xiaobai. Fortunately, Xiaobai was nimble. Twisting midair, it narrowly avoided the dog's teeth, which only snagged a small tuft of its fur. Meow. Woof woof. The cat and dog confronted each other, the black dog baring its teeth, drool dripping, exuding a menacing presence. Xiaobai arched its back, tail erect, its fur standing on end. Xiaobai, come back, Li Qingya exclaimed, rushing forward to protect Xiaobai. Allow me, Lin Hao interjected, stepping decisively between the cat and dog, shielding Xiaobai behind him. In a confrontation, even if Xiaobai had attained a certain level of prowess, it could not possibly match the might of the large black dog. After all, there was an inherent difference in their species. Stand down. Lin Wu waved a hand dismissively at the black dog. Instinctively, the dog took 2 steps back, lowering its body, preparing to attack, before suddenly rearing up and lunging at Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned, perplexed by the dog's aggressive demeanor. Without time for further contemplation, he swung a hand toward the black dog. Although this strike contained less than 1/10 of his strength, it caused the dog to recoil in pain, whimpering as it tucked its tail between its legs. At that moment, a woman, stylishly dressed and wearing sunglasses, rushed over. Dahai! Dahai, what happened? She cried. The black dog appeared somewhat aggrieved, licking the woman's hand with its tongue. The woman quickly turned her attention to Lin Hao, striding over with indignation. Security. Did you strike my dog? Yes, I did, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Why did you harm my dog? You filthy security guard. Can you afford to compensate for its injuries? My Dahai is worth hundreds of thousands. You wouldn't even be able to pay for a single hair. The woman fumed. Is it your dog? I thought it was a stray, Lin Hao remarked coolly. There are regulations in this community that require large dogs to be leashed and muzzled when taken outside. What nonsense regulations? I just returned from abroad. How was I to know your property management had so many ridiculous rules? The woman retorted defiantly. These are not property management rules. They are national laws. Lin Hao countered. According to the Tort Liability Law of Huagua, Article 79 states, those who fail to take safety measures for animals and cause harm to others shall bear liability. Article 80 states, animal owners shall bear liability for harm caused by dangerous animals. Additionally, the city has enacted the Civility in Dog Ownership Ordinance, which includes specific regulations for large dogs, including leashing and muzzling requirements. In fact, if we discuss compensation, your dog has damaged this lady's phone, and as its owner, you should compensate her for it. Lin Hao concluded with a cold gaze directed at the woman. Who knows about such regulations? I just returned from the United States. I'm an American citizen. How would I understand your local rules? The woman huffed dismissively. Oh, you are a U.S. citizen? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Good that you know. The woman declared with a sense of superiority evident in her expression. Regardless of your nationality, you are on Huagua soil and must abide by its laws. Lin Hao stated matter-of-factly. Ha! Security guard, I don't have time for your nonsense. Dahai, let us go. The woman, taken aback that her nationality did not afford her an upper hand, sneered and called for her dog to leave. Compensate the lady for her phone, leash your dog, and muzzle it, and then you may depart, Lin Hao said, stepping sideways to block her path. Move aside, filthy security guard. Dahai, attack him. The woman shouted furiously, pointing at Lin Hao. Woof, 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 woof. The black dog charged forward. However, having recently suffered at Lin Hao's hands, it hesitated to truly pounce. Lin Hao, possessing the ability to understand animal speech, deciphered the black dog's thoughts. Step aside, or I might really leap at you. The dog's threat was feeble at best. If you're not afraid of a beating, feel free to come at me, Lin Hao said with a smile, communicating in a language the dog could comprehend. Woof. Dog language translation. Can you understand? As Lin Hao's words fell, the black dog's eyes widened in shock, its expression akin to that of Xiaobai when it first heard Lin Hao speak in cat language. Chapter 141. The Soft-Hearted Man vs. The Mistress. Ultimately, the woman in sunglasses reluctantly compensated Li Qingya with several thousand yuan, and only then did the large black dog relent and release her. You foolish dog! The woman in sunglasses exclaimed, stamping her foot angrily before hastily retreating in her high heels. Woof! Woof! Translation. I'm leaving. The large black dog barked twice at Lin Hao and then swiftly took off, chasing after the woman in sunglasses, barking as it ran. Translation. Master. Wait for me. Please wait. Heaven knows how the woman would treat the large black dog upon her return. But Lin Hao felt no concern, as it was clear she could never overpower it. What on earth just happened? Li Qingya asked, utterly perplexed as she watched the black dog dash away. Meow? Meow meow meow? Translation. Oh, great feline deity. Have you completely conquered the canine race? It was merely that this large black dog was more communicative and capable of understanding reason. Lin Hao chuckled softly. Are you implying that you were just reasoning with that large black dog? It can comprehend? Li Qingya expressed her skepticism. Who knows? Animals like dogs and cats possess great sensitivity and are quite communicative, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Then your sudden closeness with Xiaobai is also due to your communication with it? Li Qingya questioned with a hint of disbelief. Of course. Xiaobai, come here, Lin Hao said, extending his hand with a grin. Meow meow? Translation. Oh, great feline deity. Can I really come to you? Meow. Translation. Certainly. In an instant, Xiaobai transformed into a white blur and leaped into Lin Hao's hands. See? Isn't it easy to communicate? Lin Hao stroked the cat while smiling at Li Qingya. Wow. Can you teach me? Li Qingya's eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at him. This requires heartfelt understanding. The ability to communicate with animals is a reward from the system. I have no idea how to teach it, Lin Hao confessed. Heartfelt understanding? Like this? Li Qingya placed a hand over her heart. Yes. It's something that can only be intuitively grasped, Lin Hao remarked, glancing at the placement of her hand, his eyelids twitching slightly. Then could you guide me? Li Qingya blinked innocently. Ahem, it's not easy to guide, Lin Hao coughed. We're in a public place. How could I guide you? Alright, then will you accompany me to buy a phone? Li Qingya suddenly changed the subject. Her phone had been bitten by the large black dog and had fallen to the ground, rendering it useless. Sure, Lin Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wonderful. Let's go. I'll drive, Li Qingya exclaimed with delight, tugging at Lin Hao's sleeve as they made their way to the parking lot, as if afraid he might change his mind. Meow meow meow. Xiao Bai, nestled in Lin Hao's arms, looked from Li Qingya to Lin Hao, letting out a sound. Translation. Why has Mama suddenly become so strange? She also has this odd scent about her. Li Qingya's car was a Mini Cooper, a compact vehicle known for its petite design, ideal for women. Lin Hao, shall we head towards the CBD? I've heard there are more phone models available there, Li Qingya suggested as they exited the community. In truth, buying a phone was essentially the same anywhere. If one truly wanted, they could simply place an order on Jingdong or Tmall, and it would arrive within half a day. However, Li Qingya was not merely interested in the acquisition of a phone. She cherished the experience of the purchase itself. Thus, she naturally opted for a longer route, one that would likely lead to traffic congestion, especially towards the grand shopping malls in the CBD. Alright, Lin Hao nodded, as he had no pressing matters today. He considered it a way to express gratitude for Li Qingya's assistance in completing several special tasks in the past. After all, at least 2 of those special security tasks had been accomplished directly because of her. So it was only fitting to return the favor. As they drove along, chatting amiably, Li Qingya appeared exceedingly cheerful. Xiao Bai, curled up in Lin Hao's embrace, increasingly sensed the peculiar scent emanating from her mother. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Lin Hao's face brightened as he recognized the Global Center building. After parking, they entered the shopping mall on the first floor of the building. The previous watch store had relocated, now replaced by a mobile phone store. The 2 of them wandered inside, perusing the offerings. The salesgirl at the phone store eagerly recommended various models of fruit phones to Li Qingya, yet she ultimately opted for the latest domestic flagship model, the Mate XS. This was a foldable smartphone. When closed, it resembled a standard phone, but upon opening, the screens merged to form a tablet. Being a new release, it was somewhat pricey, retailing at over 20,000 yuan. What do you think, Lin Hao? Li Qingya inquired, handing the phone to him. Not bad. The large screen when open should be quite suitable for your live streaming, Lin Hao remarked as he toyed with the device. Let's buy 2, Li Qingya decided, encouraged by Lin Hao's approval, and addressed the salesgirl in the store. What's this? Afraid it might get damaged, so you're buying a spare? Lin Hao teased. Phones do get updated rather quickly. Not at all. I'm getting one for you as a token of gratitude. If it weren't for you today, I might not be here buying a phone, but rather in the hospital getting rabies shots. Besides, I received so many gifts in my live stream today, which must be related to you, Li Qingya insisted, her last words tinged with concern. All right, Lin Hao mused, deciding not to act coy, and nodded with a composed expression. Fantastic. Hurry. Let's get 2. Li Qingya exclaimed joyfully, addressing the salesgirl. Certainly, miss. Please hold on for a moment. The salesgirl replied cheerfully. At that moment, a couple entered the phone store. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was stylishly dressed. Relying on soft-hearted men? Impressive. The woman in the red dress sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Hao. As the woman finished speaking, Lin Hao remained unfazed, but Li Qingya immediately furrowed her brow and glared at the woman in red, ready to confront her. However, someone was quicker than Li Qingya. Chapter 143. The 4th B-Class Reward, 3 items. How many secrets do I possess? In truth, not many, aside from being a security guard and owning this building, alongside a few shares in several companies. Lin Hao stated earnestly. Is that so? You consider this merely a few? Li Qingya exclaimed. This building alone is worth over 100 billion. In reality, this building is not particularly significant, Lin Hao replied solemnly. For the current Lin Hao, this building valued at over 100 billion is truly inconsequential. Whether it be shares in the Dafei Drone Company, Didi Penguin Corporation, or Dual Company, each is worth several hundred billion, if not exceeding 1,000 billion. Then why do you choose to be a security guard? Li Qingya questioned, puzzled. Because being a security guard has brought me immense rewards. Lin Hao responded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Will you continue to be a security guard in the future? Li Qingya inquired. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I intend to remain in this role indefinitely, Lin Hao said with a slight smile. I find it utterly incomprehensible. Li Qingya shook her head. Meow. Cat's translation. Divine cat, I fail to comprehend. Aha. Is it not true that complete understanding between individuals is an impossibility? Lin Hao smiled gently, then playfully meowed at Xiaobai. That's true, Li Qingya quickly acquiesced, then asked, will you still consider me a friend? If I were merely an ordinary security guard, would you still regard me as a friend? Lin Hao countered. Well, that goes without saying. Li Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly. Since you have already stated it, why even ask? Lin Hao chuckled. Li Qingya blushed even deeper. Since we are here at the mall, could you assist me in selecting a few outfits? Lin Hao suggested. Of course. Li Qingya replied cheerfully. Meow. Xiaobai chimed in. Subsequently, Lin Hao and Li Qingya explored several stores together, purchasing numerous outfits for Lin Hao from head to toe, as well as several for his parents, and ultimately 2 for Li Qingya. Initially, she attempted to decline, but upon Lin Hao brandishing the foldable phone she had gifted him, she reluctantly accepted. After their shopping spree, Lin Hao contemplated for a moment, asking Li Qingya to wait outside while he ventured into the stairwell. Standing at the stairwell door, he observed Zhao Yuemei, adorned in a qipao and high heels, meticulously cleaning the stairs on the next floor. How is it? Are you accustomed to the work? Lin Hao inquired, glancing down at Zhao Yuemei in the stairwell below. Mr. Lin? Yes, I am quite accustomed, Zhao Yuemei replied, her body jolting slightly before she raised her head, her face displaying a look of incredulous delight. Who is Zhao Yuemei? Once, she relied on her beauty and figure for a living. For the past couple of weeks, she had risen each morning, carefully applying makeup, donning a qipao, and stepping into 10-centimeter heels to clean the stairwell of the building. She had contemplated giving up countless times, uncertain of when this routine would conclude. Yet, her unwavering faith in Lin Hao and her desire to soar to great heights sustained her perseverance. Do you have a dual account? Lin Hao asked. Huh? A dual account? Zhao Yuemei was taken aback. After so many days, encountering Mr. Lin, he unexpectedly inquired about her dual account. No, I don't, she answered honestly. In the past, she would often browse Duel without logging in, but in recent weeks, after cleaning the stairs of the 88th floor all day, she returned home utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to engage with Duel. Register an account. Have someone film your daily work, and upload the videos gradually to Duel. Then, contact Dai Jinwei from Duel and mention that I referred you to him for some resource support, Lin Hao instructed, providing Zhao Yuemei with a phone number before turning to leave. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Zhao Yuemei exclaimed repeatedly behind him. She realized she had finally broken through. I just visited an old acquaintance, someone I met while working as a security guard here. Lin Hao clarified as he settled into Li Qingya's Mini Cooper. An old acquaintance? Someone you met while working here? Li Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Oh, I forgot to mention that aside from being a security guard in the community, I often work part-time as a security guard in various places, such as the Global Center Building, universities, hospitals, and so forth, Lin Hao explained. Li Qingya was left speechless. Meow. Cat's translation. Divine cat, I fail to comprehend. Upon returning to the community, Lin Hao waved goodbye to Li Qingya and made his way back, laden with bags of clothing. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a B-class special security task, rewarding 100 shares of Dajing Property Company, a Squirrel S350 valued at 20 million, and the skill mastery of all driving categories. Ding. The relevant electronic documents have been sent to the host's email. The physical documents have been delivered via Shunfeng Express. Ding. As the host now possesses 100 shares of Dajing Property Company, the host is appointed as the chairman of Dajing Property Company. Ding. The Squirrel S350 has been parked in the host's villa backyard. Ding. The host has acquired the ability of mastery of all driving categories. A series of system notifications chimed incessantly. It appeared that this special task commenced when he encountered Li Qingya during her yoga livestream, progressed through Xiaobai's yoga session, and culminated in their shopping trip before returning home. Upon hearing the notifications, Lin Hao felt a wave of astonishment. This reward included 3 items. Receiving 100 shares of Dajing Property Company? Wasn't that the very property company where Lin Hao worked as a security guard? Dajing Property Company is the largest property company in the nation, valued at over 200 billion, managing thousands of communities across hundreds of cities nationwide, with a workforce exceeding 800,000. Thus, Lin Hao's earlier claim of being the commander of 800,000 security guards was no mere boast. Now that he possessed 100 shares of Dajing Property Company, he had indeed transformed into the authentic commander of 800,000 security guards. Setting aside that reward for the moment, the additional 2 rewards included the Squirrel S350 and the mastery of all driving skills. The latter was easily comprehensible, but the former, the Squirrel, what could that possibly be? Chapter 147. The Ultimate Technique of Shiranui Mai. How about it? Shall we begin? Inside the helicopter, Lin Hao donned his Bluetooth headset, maintaining a conversation with the delivery girl via his phone. Wait a moment, since we're racing, we should have some stakes, right? The delivery girl suggested. Sure. What do you want to wager? Lin Hao replied. Let's bet on a condition. The loser must agree to one request from the winner. How does that sound? She proposed. One condition. Any condition at all? Lin Hao smiled slightly. Of course, any condition goes.
No exceptions.
She confidently stated. Are we really betting such a significant thing? Lin Hao smiled. If you're afraid to bet, you can always fly back now, the delivery girl remarked. Let us get started, Lin Hao said calmly. 2, 1, go. The delivery girl counted down, and the Dodge chopper shot forward like an arrow. As Lin Hao piloted the Squirrel helicopter, he leaned forward, swiftly propelling himself ahead. Brother Lin is sure to win. How can a motorcycle compete with a helicopter? Ha ha ha. Isn't that obvious? Nothing on the ground can compare to something in the sky. The onlooking security guards discussed as they watched the helicopter and motorcycle disappear into the distance. However, among them, only Chen Xiaoqing appeared somewhat apprehensive. Unlike the others, Chen Xiaoqing had once been a street racer. Although he used to race cars, he was familiar with the renowned Dodge Chopper. He knew that the Dodge Chopper was reputed to be the fastest motorcycle in the world. With a top speed exceeding 600 km/h, it could accelerate to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds. The name of the Dodge Chopper was synonymous with the Tomahawk missile, and it could indeed rival cruise missiles. It was said that riding the Dodge Chopper felt as if one had sprouted wings. Although the helicopter could soar through the skies, its maximum speed was not particularly high, typically around 200 km/h. However, this did not imply that the Dodge Chopper would easily triumph over Lin Hao's Squirrel helicopter. Every competition must consider the road conditions. If the race took place on an ideal road, completely devoid of obstacles and perfectly straight, the Dodge Chopper would undoubtedly crush any helicopter. Yet, the current racing venue was an ordinary road in the capital. Even though it was not peak traffic time, how could the Dodge Chopper reach 600 km/h on a regular road? Thus, the outcome of this race remained uncertain. The Dodge Chopper weaved through traffic like a nimble water snake, darting through the sparse vehicle flow, transforming into a streak of black light when the road was clear. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's Squirrel helicopter maintained its position directly above the road, flying steadily and swiftly. This was one of the agreed-upon rules. The helicopter must remain airborne over the road. Otherwise, if it flew in a straight line, no motorcycle could ever catch up. Wow, that motorcycle is so cool. It's incredibly fast. I never knew motorcycles could go this fast, exclaimed one observer. What do you know? Motorcycles can indeed outrun cars. But what else with that helicopter up there? Why does it feel like they're racing? Incredible. A helicopter flying over the capital is truly impressive. What do you mean? Are you saying that helicopter is expensive? Expensive? Of course, it's costly, but that's not the point. The real question is, what kind of person can manage to fly a helicopter in the urban area of the capital? Think about it. Along the way, many vehicles simply pulled over, astonished, watching and discussing the spectacle. Some cars attempted to catch up with the two, but were swiftly left in the dust. It must be said that the Dodge Chopper was indeed remarkable, living up to its reputation of speed comparable to the Tomahawk missile. If it weren't for the traffic, it might have truly won. However, this was the capital's roadway, and even if it wasn't peak time, there were still plenty of cars. The delivery girl ultimately found herself in the wrong place at the wrong time, facing the wrong opponent. Upon reaching their destination, a green space in the city, Lin Hao steadily landed the helicopter and leisurely walked to the roadside. The roar of engines approached, and with a screech of tires, the Dodge chopper came to a dramatic halt in front of Lin Hao. With a click, the face shield of the delivery girl's helmet lifted, revealing her defiant expression. "You lost," Lin Hao said with a smirk. "Make your request." The delivery girl, ever bold, accepted her defeat. "Aren't you afraid I might ask for something outrageous?" Lin Hao scrutinized her. "What is there to fear? Go ahead and ask, and I will certainly fulfill your request. Just be prepared to face the consequences afterward," the delivery girl retorted, gritting her teeth. Although her expression was calm, who could tell how anxious she truly felt? "Let me think about what I should have you do. Call me daddy? Kneel before me? Or perhaps be my maid?" Lin Hao smiled, stating each suggestion one by one. With every proposal from Lin Hao, the delivery girl's face drained of color, turning pale as a sheet. "Hee, looks like you're scared," Lin Hao remarked with a slight smile. "Who, me? Scared? Go ahead, propose your terms. But if you dare to ask for something excessive, I will ensure you regret it afterward." The delivery girl shot back defiantly, though her quivering voice betrayed her bravado. Chapter 149. Ding! You have a new special mission. Shortly after, the meeting concluded. Lin Hao exited the security room. Following this meeting, Lin Hao had gained a general understanding of the executive team at Dajing Property Company. Certainly, he did not exhibit the impulsiveness that Yan Jinxiang and others had feared, opting instead to maintain the status quo. After all, as long as his subordinates remained loyal, Lin Hao was more than willing to relinquish power and share profits. "Let us proceed with the patrol." Lin Hao adjusted his security uniform and walked away leisurely. Behind him, General Manager Yan Jinxiang and other executives emerged from the security room, staring blankly at Lin Hao's retreating figure. After a long moment, Yan Jinxiang suddenly slapped his forehead and turned to his fellow executives, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Even Chairman Lin, with his esteemed position, personally engages with the grassroots. As executives of this company, how can we not learn from Chairman Lin? I have decided that from now on, every executive in our company must spend at least 1 week each month working as a security guard in our various communities. We must truly embody Chairman Lin's spirit of engaging with the grassroots and understanding frontline operations. The reason Dajing Property Company has achieved national prominence and a market value of 2 trillion is due to one community after another, supported by dedicated property personnel and security guards." Yan Zhenxiang's face flushed with excitement as he spoke, and the group of executives behind him mirrored his enthusiasm, all shouting that they too would go serve as security guards in various communities. This left Director Liu and Li Chong, among others, utterly astonished. From that day forward, in the thousands of communities under Dajing Property, executives from the headquarters and branch offices frequently took on the role of security guards. This initiative quickly became a hot topic throughout the national property industry. "Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable," Chun Xiaochun exclaimed, hardly able to contain his excitement as he had the rare opportunity to patrol alongside Lin Hao. Ding! Notification. You have a new special mission. Location: Shuimu Tiancheng Community Garage. Time: in 5 minutes. Suddenly, a system alert sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Ah, this is just as it should be. Special missions warrant prior notification. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy and hurriedly dashed towards the garage. "Brother Lin, wait for me." Chun Xiaochun quickly followed. Before long, the two arrived at the garage, where a middle-aged man was hastily exiting the elevator, rushing towards a Porsche Cayenne. "Mr. Lin?" The man's expression was quite anxious, but upon seeing Lin Hao, he paused to greet him. Lin Hao immediately recognized him as the individual he had encountered at the community entrance after receiving his first system reward. At that time, a Passat owner had clashed with Lin Hao, and this middle-aged man had come forward, recognizing Lin Hao's butterfly bicycle and confronting the Passat owner. "Indeed, you are Lu Guoming, the general manager of Victory Auto Sales, correct?" Lin Hao recalled. "Mr. Lin has a remarkable memory. You actually remember me." Lu Guoming replied earnestly. "What troubles you? You seem quite anxious," Lin Hao inquired. "My daughter is in trouble," I must go rescue her. Mr. Lin, I apologize, but we shall have to talk later, Lu Guoming said urgently. In trouble? Perhaps I could accompany you. Having another person might prove helpful, Lin Hao offered. The time and location aligned perfectly with the system's alert, indicating that this special mission was indeed connected to Lu Guoming. Very well. Lu Guoming nodded, understanding that Lin Hao's status was exceptional and not that of an ordinary security guard. Having Lin Hao alongside would provide him with some reassurance. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Lu Guoming hurriedly approached his Porsche Cayenne. All right, Lin Hao nodded. Brother Lin, let me join as well. I might be of assistance. Chun Xiaochun interjected eagerly. Fine, Lin Hao acquiesced, recognizing that Chun Xiaochun was the son of the chairman of Didi Company, and might indeed be of some help. Ultimately, anything that would facilitate the completion of this special mission was welcome. Soon, Lu Guoming drove them swiftly out of the community. As they sped along, Lu Guoming began to explain the situation. It turned out that Lu Guoming's daughter, Lu Moli, had called him to say she was at a racetrack in the outskirts of the city and had lost a race. The opposing party was refusing to let her go. Racing? Ha! Lin Hao smiled subtly to himself, brimming with confidence regarding the impending special security mission. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination, the Feiqi racetrack located in the outskirts of the capital. Feiqi racetrack is one of the largest racetracks in the city, featuring a 3-kilometer course designed for a maximum speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The track is notably more complex than typical racetracks, comprising 36 curves, including 6 continuous bends and 5 acute angles of less than 90 degrees. Additionally, there are numerous undulating surfaces and narrow passages that can only accommodate a single vehicle. It can be said that Feiqi racetrack is the most challenging racetrack in the entire capital. At that moment, a young man stood surrounded by 3 or 4 glamorous girls, addressing Lu Moli. I say, Lu Moli, a bet is a bet. Will you admit your defeat or not? The man taunted her. Hua Yaming, don't get too cocky. My father is on his way. Lu Moli retorted angrily. Indeed, she was Lu Guoming's daughter. Very well, I shall wait. Either you pay me 10 million, or you spend the night with me. I am eager to see how your father will choose. The young man sneered. This young man was none other than Hu Yaming, the heir of Feiqi racetrack. Lu Moli had initially engaged in racing for fun, but had been provoked by Hu Yaming into a bet. First, Hu Yaming had intentionally let her win several laps. The stakes had gradually escalated from 100,000 per lap to 500,000, then 1 million, and eventually up to 5 million. However, Lu Moli had been steadily losing, ultimately racking up losses of over 10 million. It was only at this point that Lu Moli realized Hu Yaming's driving skills far surpassed her own. His earlier losses had been a deliberate trap. After Lu Moli had lost a staggering 10 million, Hu Yaming proposed that she spend the night with him, and he would consider the debt settled. Clearly, this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Hu Yaming from the outset, solely aimed at Lu Moli. Chapter 153. Delivering packages by helicopter? What, Mr. Lin Lin? Lu Guoming was instantly taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Moli retorted angrily. Brother Lin, what is this? Chun Xiaocheng also appeared bewildered. Just moments ago, Hu Yaming mentioned wagering 100 million. Chun Xiaocheng was contemplating the possibility of having his father intervene if they lost. However, to wager 1 billion was unfathomable. Not only was the sum staggering, but he dared not even consider it. Pfft. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Truly hilarious. A mere security guard dares to utter such words? Surely the 100 billion you speak of must be in Zimbabwean dollars. Hu Yaming burst into laughter. The currency he referred to, the Zimbabwean dollar, belonged to a nation called Zimbabwe, where the highest denomination was 100 billion, roughly equivalent to 2.5 yuan. I hold a 20% stake in Didi Company, and according to its current valuation of approximately 457 billion, my shares are worth around 700 billion. Thus, you need not worry about my ability to cover the loss should I fail. Lin Hao replied with nonchalance. Didi's market value is currently 360 billion, meaning that with just 3% of my shares, I could easily cover 100 billion. What absurdity are you spouting? Hu Yaming looked at Lin Hao with suspicion. Lu Guoming and Lu Moli were both wide-eyed in astonishment. Although Lu Guoming had long known Lin Hao to be genuinely wealthy, he had not anticipated the extent of his wealth. Lu Moli, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend how this man in a security uniform could possibly possess such considerable shares in Didi Company, making him a bona fide billionaire. I can attest that Brother Lin indeed possesses 20% of Didi Company, Chun Xiaocheng confirmed. How is that even possible? Hu Yaming still struggled to accept it. How could a security guard transform into a billionaire shareholder of Didi Company? As for my identity, I can have Xiaocheng's father send over a verification document right now. Of course, you can also conduct your own investigation. In any case, the question remains, do you dare to wager? If I am not mistaken, this racetrack, along with this substantial piece of land, must be worth close to 100 billion. So what do you say? Shall we wager? I will stake 3% of my shares in Didi against your racetrack. Lin Hao stated calmly. Just wait. Hu Yaming shot Lin Hao a penetrating glance, stepped aside, and made a phone call. The content of the call was naturally to confirm Lin Hao's identity. The fact that Lin Hao owned 20% of Didi Company was not a closely guarded secret. While the general public may be unaware, those in the upper echelons of society in the capital could easily verify it if they chose to dig a little. Approximately half an hour later, Hu Yaming confirmed from 3 separate sources that Lin Hao indeed owned 20% of Didi Company. Coupled with the endorsement from Chun Xiaocheng, son of Didi's chairman, Hu Yaming was now convinced that this man in a security uniform truly possessed a significant stake in Didi Company. Well then, shall we wager? I will stake 3% of my shares in Didi against your racetrack. Do we have a deal? Lin Hao asked with an even tone. I accept. Hu Yaming gritted his teeth. Upon learning that Lin Hao owned 20% of Didi Company, he also discovered that Lin Hao had no established roots in the capital. If he were up against other wealthy individuals who had long been entrenched in the capital's elite, Hu Yaming might have thought twice. After all, the upper echelons of society valued connections and networks. However, Lin Hao had recently emerged on the scene, lacking any foundation in the capital, which emboldened Hu Yaming. In truth, even Chun Xiaocheng's father, Chairman Qin Wei of Didi Company, had only just begun to penetrate the upper echelons of society. As for Lu Guoming, with a net worth of around 100 million, he had not even grazed the periphery of the elite circle, which is why Hu Yaming felt so brazen in his dealings with Lu Moli. In the true upper echelons of the capital, mere wealth was insufficient. Following this, Lin Hao and Hu Yaming drafted a wager agreement, signed it, and pressed their fingerprints. Throughout this process, Lu Guoming persistently urged Lin Hao not to gamble such a vast sum, offering to cover half of the stakes, amounting to 40 million, to Hu Yaming instead. Yet Lin Hao merely smiled, reassuring Lu Guoming not to worry, for Xiaocheng was an exceptional driver. Lin Hao's words left Chun Xiaocheng feeling uneasy. His legs felt weak. He enjoyed racing and was reasonably skilled, having previously engaged in races, but he had never participated in stakes this high. Best 2 out of 3. With a wager of 100 billion. My goodness! If we lose, it would mean losing 100 billion. Chun Xiaocheng whispered, pulling Lin Hao aside, expressing his concern. Don't fret, you go ahead and take a lap. If it comes to it, I'll take over. Lin Hao patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. No, I should go. Lu Moli interjected boldly. If we lose, I'll just spend the night with him. Just pretend you were a dog. The first race commenced. Hu Yaming drove a Ferrari worth about 30 million, while Chun Xiaocheng drove the only supercar available from Lu Guoming's dealership, a McLaren P1 valued at 12 million. Given that Lu Guoming's dealership was not exclusively focused on supercars, locating a McLaren P1 was quite commendable. The engines of the 2 supercars roared to life as they sped off. Chun Xiaocheng, a wealthy second-generation driver accustomed to racing, showcased impressive skills. However, the pressure of the 100 billion wager severely impacted his performance. Furthermore, as the scion of the racetrack, Hu Yaming, even if Chun Xiaocheng performed exceptionally, would easily outpace him. After a minute and a half, the first lap concluded, and Chun Xiaocheng lost without any surprise. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, he said, stepping out of the car, his face drained of color. Not to worry, it's just best 2 out of 3, right? I'll take the next lap. Lin Hao said indifferently. It seemed to Lin Hao that in order to fulfill this unusual security task, He would have to take matters into his own hands. How about I take over? Lu Moli hesitated. Although Lin Hao was a billionaire, racing was not something that would take wealth into consideration. I'll go unless you're already prepared to entertain Hu Yaming, Lin Hao replied coolly. Lu Moli's face paled, and she fell silent. Next, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Hao approached the McLaren P1, ready to climb inside, but Hu Yaming emerged from the Ferrari. Since it's best 2 out of 3 for fairness, let us switch cars for each round, Hu Yaming said with a smug grin. With an array of supercars at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to win regardless of the vehicle. Yet he relished the opportunity to toy with his opponent. Chapter 154. The debt of honor. Objectively speaking, the racing circuit is ill-suited for motorcycles. The multitude of bends severely limits the performance of the bikes. However, Lin Hao's mastery of diverse driving techniques compensates for the motorcycle's shortcomings in navigating curves. The Dodge Tomahawk seems to be an extension of Lin Hao's own body, slithering through the tight turns with remarkable agility. The angle of the bike against the ground is minimized to the extreme. On this 3-kilometer track, Lin Hao previously clocked in at 1 minute and 10 seconds. This time, he completed the course in a mere 59 seconds, crossing the finish line with a flourish. A full 15 seconds later, Hu Yaming arrived in his Porsche 918. Lin Hao had left him in the dust, an unmistakable testament to the chasm between a master and an amateur. Once the Porsche 918 came to a halt, Hu Yaming stormed out, furiously kicking his vehicle while cursing incessantly. He could not fathom losing to a motorcycle on such a twisty circuit, a humiliation of epic proportions. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaochan, Lu Guoming, Lu Moli, and the security personnel erupted in cheers. Having concluded the best-of-3 contest, it was now time for Hu Yaming to honor the wager. Lin Hao parked the Dodge Tomahawk and approached Hu Yaming, coldly asserting that according to their previous bet, he had staked a 3-share in Didi Company against Hu Yaming's racing circuit. With his victory, the circuit now rightfully belonged to Lin Hao. Lu Moli, you certainly found a formidable opponent to outsmart me. You may leave now, Hu Yaming declared ominously. What do you mean you may leave? You lost. Don't you need to fulfill the wager? Lu Moli retorted angrily. What nonsense. This racing circuit is worth billions. You lot have colluded to seize my family's property? There is no way I will let that happen. Hu Yaming scoffed, clearly intent on reneging on the agreement. Are you suggesting that you plan to welch on the bet? Lin Hao inquired, his tone calm. What welch? Get out of my racing circuit at once. Hu Yaming sneered, gesturing for a group of men in black to approach. These imposing figures, fierce and ready for a confrontation, were Hu Yaming's hired goons. What are you doing? Li Chong shouted as he and several security personnel quickly formed a protective barrier around Lin Hao and his companions. You intend to resort to violence? Lin Hao chuckled. This racing circuit does not welcome you. Throw them out, Hu Yaming commanded, crossing his arms defiantly. What a farce. Here, it was always his word that held sway. He could win against others, but he would never allow anyone to triumph over him. If the stakes had been anything less, it would have been one matter. Yet, the stakes were the circuit itself. Advance, Hu Yaming bellowed. With a rush, the group of men in black surged forward. Although Lin Hao had Li Chong and his security team, they were outnumbered by nearly 2-to-1, and the opposing goons were evidently stronger. A chaotic brawl erupted. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Hao moved through the fray with astonishing speed, delivering seemingly casual punches and slaps that sent the black-clad men reeling, each collapsing helplessly to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, the once menacing thugs lay scattered like fallen leaves. Lu Guoming, Lu Moli, Chen Xiaochan, and the security personnel exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Hao. The security team was somewhat accustomed to Lin Hao's prowess from their previous sparring sessions, but this was an entirely different level of melee. Lu Guoming and Lu Moli, however, were utterly astounded. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will call the police. Hu Yaming, once so self-assured, now wore a mask of terror. Call the police? Be my guest, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. How audacious of Hu Yaming to have so many goons at the racing circuit and still dare to threaten the police. At that moment, regret consumed Hu Yaming. If only he could rewind time a few hours, he would have gladly accepted Lu Guoming's offer of 10 million to let Lu Moli go. Little did he know that Lin Hao, who had accompanied Lu Guoming, was such an extraordinary figure. With his immense financial backing, he effortlessly staked shares worth billions. And his driving skills were exceptional, not to mention his terrifying combat abilities, having single-handedly taken down the throngs of hired muscle. Just you wait. I'll call my father. Hu Yaming, realizing the dire situation, reluctantly conceded. At this point, he had no choice but to invoke his father's authority. All right, a child has made a mistake. It is only right to call for his father, Lin Hao acknowledged. Lu Moli shot Lin Hao an irritated glance. Though she understood he was trying to help her, his words felt particularly jarring. Moli, show Mr. Lin some respect, Lu Guoming interjected, slapping Lu Moli on the forehead. But Dad, I am your daughter. Why are you siding with him? Lu Moli pouted. Ha, little girl, consider yourself fortunate this time. Otherwise, you can only imagine the consequences of your actions. In the future, try to avoid such trouble. Lin Hao remarked, shaking his head at Lu Moli. Had it not been for the system alerting him to a special mission, Lu Moli might have already fallen prey to Hu Yaming. Even if Lu Guoming had arrived, it would have been futile unless he were prepared to stake everything he owned. Lu Moli appeared unconvinced and poised to retort, but words escaped her. After a pause, she settled on, I am not a little girl. Lin Hao chuckled, choosing not to engage further. Before long, a car sped toward them and screeched to a halt. A middle-aged man emerged and hurried over. Dad, Hu Yaming called out as he rushed to greet him. The newcomer was none other than Hu Yaming's father, Hu Wei. What on earth happened? Hu Wei's expression darkened as he glared at his son. Dad, it's like this. Hu Yaming quickly recounted the situation. Though he twisted the narrative to portray Lin Hao and his companions as unscrupulous gamblers who had cheated him out of his fortune. Ultimately, whether Hu Yaming spoke the truth mattered little. Although Hu Yaming managed the racing circuit day to day, the true owner was Hu Wei. How could Hu Wei permit his nearly billion-dollar asset to be won away in a mere race? Gentlemen, my son has acted thoughtlessly and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. As for the wager, it is merely a misunderstanding. I hope you can extend me the courtesy of leniency, Hu Wei said gravely as he approached Lin Hao and his companions. Chapter 156. The fifth B-level reward. A new type. Item. A misunderstanding? What nonsense is this? If he wins, we must compensate him. If he loses, it's a misunderstanding? What kind of logic is that? Lu Moli was infuriated. Ha! The wager was signed and sealed by both parties. If this can be deemed a misunderstanding, then how shameless can one be? Chen Xiaochun couldn't help but chime in. Mr. Lin, regarding the misunderstanding between your son and me, I am willing to apologize on his behalf. However, such a wager is utterly frivolous. I hope you, Mr. Lin, can overlook this matter. I see, so you consider this a misunderstanding? No worries. The wager bears signatures and seals, and I intend to make it public on the dual platform, Lin Hao said, nodding nonchalantly. Public? Hu Wei furrowed his brow. By the way, I forgot to mention that I am the chairman of Dual, holding 51 of its shares. I believe that, with Dual's traffic support, soon everyone nationwide will know about your refusal to honor the bet. Lin Hao remarked with an air of indifference, as if discussing an unrelated matter. You, Hu Wei's muscles twitched in agitation. Lin Hao's words struck at the core of his fears. If Hu Wei and Hu Yaming truly decided to default, there was a chance they could escape accountability. Even if it went to court, such a wager exists in a gray area, making it difficult to adjudicate, and could even be dismissed. This was the very reason Hu Wei felt emboldened to renege. As a prominent figure in high society, Hu Wei had a certain reputation among the wealthy elite. The racetrack he owned, valued at billions, was only a fraction of his assets. For a man like him, reputation is paramount. If Lin Hao were merely an average wealthy individual, even if he uploaded the wager to the dual platform, Hu Wei could pay someone to have it removed. But now, Lin Hao is the chairman of Dual, and if he is determined to upload the wager, leveraging Dual's influence could indeed broadcast this matter across the nation. Nay, the entire world. It is known that Dual's market extends far beyond domestic borders. Even internationally, this reach is vast. The overseas version of Dual is viewed by many Western nations as a cultural invasion. If Lin Hao is resolute, he could tarnish the Hu family's reputation globally. The expressions of Hu Wei and Hu Yaming darkened significantly. Hu Wei had initially believed Lin Hao was merely a minor shareholder of Didi, not realizing he was the esteemed chairman and majority shareholder of Dual. This complicates matters tremendously. Hu Wei shot a fierce glare at Hu Yaming, deliberating before speaking again. Mr. Lin, while we are willing to honor the wager, such a grand racetrack must first be organized and prepared for transfer, considering its valuation in the billions. Surely it cannot be so simple. What if you grant us a week? One day I shall give you a day. By this time tomorrow, if the transfer is not complete, I will publicize the wager on the Dual platform and utilize all Dual's resources to promote it, Lin Hao stated calmly. Lin Hao, you are being excessively unreasonable, Hu Yaming exclaimed in anger. Excessively unreasonable? You are correct, Lin Hao nodded. Mr. Lin, very well, one day it is, Hu Wei hastily interjected to silence Hu Yaming. His regard for Lin Hao had shifted from disdain to deep apprehension. Very well, let us depart, Lin Hao acknowledged, turning to address the crowd. Subsequently, everyone cheered and exited the racetrack. Watching the retreating figures, the expressions of the Hu father and son turned grim. Father, shall I send someone to follow him and teach him a lesson tonight? A hint of malice crossed Hu Yaming's face. Slap! Hu Wei struck Hu Yaming across the face with a resounding blow. Fool! Can't you think? The man possesses substantial shares in Didi and holds the majority in Dual. His fortune exceeds 1,000 billion. Such a person cannot be dealt with by merely gathering a few people. If you wish to court disaster, do not drag me down with you, desiring praise. All day long you only think of racing, only know how to exploit women. Now that you've hit a brick wall, huh? Fool! Hu Wei berated, his anger unresolved as he kicked Hu Yaming to the ground. Father, I was wrong. But what shall we do now? Do we truly have to relinquish the racetrack to him? Hu Yaming curled up on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes. At this juncture, we can only seek mediation. Hu Wei pondered, muttering. Yet, he could not fathom when this Lin Hao emerged on the scene. The upper echelons of the capital had not whispered a word about him. One must understand. A fortune reaching thousands of billions should certainly secure a position in the upper echelons of the capital. Shaking his head, Hu Wei took out his phone and began dialing one number after another. Hello? Is this Brother Ma? It's Xiao Hu. The thing is. Hello, Brother Lu. Our last meeting was in America, right? I have a favor to ask of you. Brother Wang. It's Hu Wei. I had drinks with Xiao Wang a few days ago. I am currently facing a dilemma. Big Brother Ma, it's Hu Wei. I wonder if you remember me? I once attended that Lakeside University you established. Yes. There is something I need your help with. It must be said that Hu Wei had established quite a network within the upper echelons of the capital, managing to connect with top-tier tycoons like Ma Ludong and Wang Jian. Now, he was making calls in hopes of enlisting their assistance to mediate this matter. After all, this involved a racetrack valued at 100 billion. Of course, this was also due to Hu Wei's considerable strength. However, most of his assets were based in America. Hu Wei's primary assets were consolidated within the Hu Group, which is listed in the United States with a market value of approximately 20 billion US dollars, equivalent to over 1,000 billion in domestic currency. Therefore, these top-tier tycoons would afford him a measure of respect. Chapter 157. Will you stay and be my maid? The rhythmic thrum of helicopter blades interrupted Lin Hao's contemplation. Soon, a striking red and black helicopter emblazoned with the letters SF appeared overhead, gradually descending. It landed gracefully on the open space next to Lin Hao's villa. A girl clad in a form-fitting black outfit leaped from the helicopter, revealing herself as the affluent courier. Mr. Lin, I have your package, she announced, retrieving a small parcel from the helicopter's cabin. Lin Hao descended the stairs, accepting the package and opening it to find documents pertaining to the Roland Golf Resort. From now on, you may call me Lin Hao. Thank you for the motorcycle, he said, pushing her Dodge Tomahawk forward. The helicopter was quite elevated, and the courier intended to lower the ramp for Lin Hao to push the motorcycle aboard. However, Lin Hao surprised her by lifting the heavy motorcycle effortlessly and placing it inside the cabin. Wow, Lin Hao, I didn't realize you had such strength. The courier's eyes widened in astonishment. The Dodge Tomahawk was a heavyweight motorcycle, weighing over a ton, yet he had lifted it with ease. "Ah, I suppose it's a bit of brute strength," Lin Hao chuckled. "Impressive," the courier exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Once Lin Hao secured the motorcycle, she added, "By the way, this time borrowing the bike was too simple. It doesn't count as fulfilling the terms I promised you." "Oh, do you mean you wish to satisfy my other conditions?" Lin Hao inquired curiously. "What I mean is, since I lost to you, the wager was to fulfill one of your conditions. It shouldn't be something as trivial as borrowing a motorcycle. Otherwise, it would imply that you look down on me." She replied earnestly. "Understood. Then why not stay and be my maid?" Lin Hao suggested with a serious expression. "Are you serious?" The courier's face darkened as she scrutinized Lin Hao. "Course not," he laughed. "If you propose such an outrageous condition, you will surely regret it." The courier visibly relaxed and replied with the same seriousness. "You, this guy, always dissatisfied with one condition while finding another too excessive. What a hassle. Women are inherently troublesome, aren't they? I haven't set a deadline for you. Take your time to think of a suitable condition," she retorted, her long hair flowing as she leaped back into the helicopter, pulling the control lever. With a whirring sound, the helicopter ascended swiftly, disappearing into the distance. "Indeed, women are quite troublesome," Lin Hao mused as he returned to the villa. He glanced through the documents related to the golf resort before casually placing them aside. From his pocket, he retrieved a box of black cards, which resembled a deck of playing cards, containing several thin cards nestled within a small box. He drew one out, observing the intricate patterns on the back, which seemed to depict some design yet conveyed an air of profound mystery. On the front, a large downward-facing arrow filled with black ink commanded attention. At the bottom, a small inscription read, "Fall. Keep falling. Intriguing. Should I give it a try?" Lin Hao pondered while toying with the card. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Hao? This is Ma Tenghua." The voice on the other end introduced itself. Ma Tenghua, the founder of Penguin Group. Recently, when Lin Hao acquired a 3-stake and an independent board seat at Penguin, Ma had attempted to arrange a meeting, but their schedules had not aligned. "I wonder what brings you to call, Mr. Ma?" Lin Hao inquired. "Mr. Lin, I won beat around the bush. I am here at the request of Hu Wei to mediate," Ma Tenghua stated directly. "The racetrack, valued at 10 billion, may seem significant to others, but I believe it is a trivial matter for you." Ma Tenghua, as the founder of Penguin, was well aware that Lin Hao's 3-stake in the company was worth 9 billion. "Mr. Ma, you should know that is not the case," Lin Hao replied coolly. "I cannot simply overlook someone defaulting on their obligations because of my wealth. Not to mention, we have no familial ties and indeed have enmities. I understand that, but Hu Wei believes that if you let this matter slide, he will find a way to repay you," Ma Tenghua articulated carefully. "I do not require his repayment," Lin Hao stated plainly. Taken aback by Lin Hao's unequivocal refusal, Ma Tenghua hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Or perhaps, Mr. Ma, are you here representing a personal favor? Do you wish to lend your goodwill to endorse this matter?" Lin Hao countered. "Oh, no. That's not what I meant. I'm merely acting as an intermediary for Hu Wei. Ultimately, how to proceed depends on your own intentions, Mr. Lin," Ma Tenghua quickly clarified. Offering a few words on Hu Wei's behalf was already a significant concession. Expecting him to vouch for Hu Wei was out of the question. "In that case, there is no need for further discussion, Mr. Ma. If there are other matters, we can converse further. But this issue need not be revisited," Lin Hao concluded. "Oh, certainly. The primary reason for my call was not solely about this issue. I have long wanted to consult you regarding the development strategy of our Penguin Group. I also wish to share some of my thoughts with you. Given that you now occupy one of the 8 board seats," Ma Tenghua smoothly transitioned. Between the moderately familiar Hu Wei and Lin Hao, who held a 3-stake in the company and wielded a considerable influence as one of the 8 board members, Ma Tenghua understood how to navigate the situation. His earlier attempt had merely been a test. If mediation could be achieved easily, it would be ideal. Now that Lin Hao's stance was firm, he would certainly avoid provoking him. Holding one of the 8 pivotal board seats at Penguin was not something to be trifled with. Chapter 159. This wealthy woman actually wants to pursue our chairman? After conversing for over half an hour, Ma Tenghua finally ended the call. During their discussion, He shared an array of thoughts regarding the development of Penguin Company, as well as the proposal set to be voted on in the board meeting. According to the bylaws of Penguin Company, if 2 out of the 8 board seats cast a veto, no proposal can be passed. Thus, despite being the founder and leader of Penguin, Ma Tenghua could neither overlook nor dismiss Lin Hao. Shortly after hanging up with Ma Tenghua, another call came in. It was Chun Wei, the chairman of Didi Company. "Mr. Lin, are you still awake?" Chun Wei inquired cautiously. "Not yet. Is there something you need?" Lin Hao replied, "I heard about the incident at the racing circuit earlier today. Hu Wei just called me," Chun Wei said. "Did he send you to persuade me?" Lin Hao asked. "That's the essence of it," Chun Wei replied carefully. "Just before your call, I had to decline someone who was also trying to act as a go-between for Hu Wei, wanting to convince me to let the matter slide. Do you know who it was?" Lin Hao inquired. "Who?" Chun Wei asked. "Ma Tenghua from Penguin Company," Lin Hao responded. "Understood." Chun Wei nodded, his tone tinged with bitterness. If Lin Hao was unwilling to entertain even a titan like Ma Tenghua, what more could be said? That night, Lin Hao received several more calls. The callers included familiar names like Ma Tenghua and Chun Wei, as well as unfamiliar moguls whose fortunes ranged from hundreds of millions to billions. Notable figures included Lu Shidong from a certain Eastern company, former tycoon Wang Jiansen, the newly emerged Huang Zhang from Pinduoduo, and Li Hongyan from a certain Baidu company. It must be said that Hu Wei's network was indeed impressive, akin to a social butterfly. Having so many affluent individuals reach out to him for mediation was not something that could be easily achieved. Receiving calls from these influential figures, who he had only seen in the news before, left Lin Hao contemplative. He held an entirely different perspective on the notion of connections. When one lacks strength, no amount of networking is of any use. Yet, once one possesses capability, connections that were previously non-existent can suddenly manifest. Thus, having already firmly declined both Ma Tenghua and Chun Wei, it was improbable that he would extend any courtesies to those unfamiliar moguls. Moreover, most of those who called shared similar intentions as Ma Tenghua. They hoped for an easy resolution, but upon recognizing Lin Hao's resolute stance, they would naturally refrain from offending him. They had already gathered some understanding of Lin Hao's formidable strength before reaching out, which, while perhaps not comprehensive, was sufficient to leave them pondering how such a powerful figure had previously escaped their notice. Consequently, whether it was Lu Shidong from the Eastern Company, the former tycoon Wang Jiansen, the rising Huang Zhang from Pinduoduo, or the seasoned Li Hongyan from Baidu, none reacted with anger or discontent when Lin Hao firmly rejected their mediation. Instead, they casually set the matter aside and engaged in light conversation with him. The following morning, Lin Hao was awakened by a sudden system notification in his mind. Ding! Alert! You have a new special mission. Location: Roland Golf Resort. Time: 3 hours from now. Curious about this new special mission, Lin Hao quickly got out of bed, finished his breakfast, and opened his phone's map to check the route to Roland Golf Resort. Situated over 200 kilometers from the capital, the resort lay by the seaside. Given the morning rush hour, it was possible that a traffic jam could prevent him from arriving within the 3-hour time frame. Fortunately, among his previous rewards was a helicopter. With a faint smile, Lin Hao boarded the Squirrel helicopter, grasped the control stick, and ascended slowly towards the Roland Golf Resort, over 200 kilometers away. This morning's traffic is unbearable. I've been stuck for 30 minutes and have only moved 500 meters. Is this going to drive me mad? The traffic in the capital is infuriating. I have a meeting in half an hour. If this continues, I'll have to resort to a video call. Oh no, I'm going to be late. My perfect attendance record is doomed. The capital's morning traffic was as congested as ever, with the roads resembling a vast parking lot. Cars moved a mere 200 meters and then halted for 3 minutes. At that moment, Lin Hao's Squirrel S-350 helicopter glided gracefully overhead. Wow, a helicopter. Is there a kind soul up there who could give me a ride? I want a helicopter too. I can't endure this traffic anymore. I'm so envious. Where can I get a helicopter license? I want to get one. Those caught in the gridlock gazed skyward as Lin Hao's helicopter flew past, filled with envy and admiration. After an hour of flight in a straight line, the helicopter reached the skies above Roland Golf Resort. It descended gently onto a clearing at the entrance, where Lin Hao disembarked. At that moment, the resort's entrance was relatively quiet, with only a few receptionists present. Roland Golf Resort was an upscale establishment, and the receptionists had encountered many affluent clients arriving in luxury vehicles. However, they had never seen anyone arrive by helicopter. It wasn't that helicopters were unaffordable. Even the cheapest models cost $1 million or $2 million. The true challenge lay in obtaining a pilot's license. Acquiring a helicopter license is not a pursuit for the average person. Even if one could hire a pilot, how would they manage the flight permissions? China has stringent airspace regulations. Flying a helicopter, let alone a drone, in public areas is strictly prohibited. Obtaining a flying permit is not something that can be achieved simply with wealth. While it may be less rigorous in smaller locales, securing a flight permit near the capital without special connections is nearly impossible. Chapter 160. The ambitions of the wealthy woman. What are you laughing at? Is it truly that amusing? You young girls, so naive and inexperienced, will understand in due time. The wealthy woman chuckled at the receptionists without a hint of anger, speaking with the wisdom of someone who has experienced life. Afterward, she took a couple of steps toward Lin Hao, saying, "Young man, in this modern age, you mustn't harbor such restrictive thoughts. Let me tell you, one must earn as much as possible while young. Otherwise, when age creeps in and vitality wanes, the pursuit of wealth becomes a futile endeavor." With a beaming smile, the wealthy woman scrutinized Lin Hao, seemingly very pleased with him. Lin Hao, however, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Suddenly, the tall receptionist who had previously attended to Lin Hao could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Gasping for breath, she addressed the wealthy woman, "Madam, I apologize, but you are mistaken. This gentleman is not a security guard. He is our chairman." "What? He is your chairman?" The wealthy woman scoffed, unable to believe it. "He is clearly dressed in a security uniform." "Madam, I assure you, he is indeed our chairman. He merely donned the security attire to experience life from a different perspective," the receptionist explained, with others chiming in to confirm her words. "Is that true?" the wealthy woman asked, her skepticism lingering. "Indeed. We are not deceiving you. Look, the helicopter at the entrance is the one our chairman arrived in." Another receptionist added, "Yes, madam, he is truly our chairman. Our general manager was just here to report to Chairman Lin. Shall I assist you with parking, madam?" Several receptionists offered, eager to support their claim. "Well, I never expected you to be the chairman." The wealthy woman's disbelief began to fade as she gazed at Lin Hao with renewed interest. "Madam, please follow me. I shall escort you inside." One of the receptionists, displaying her professionalism, stepped forward to lead the wealthy woman away. As she walked off, the wealthy woman glanced back at Lin Hao repeatedly, her eyes filled with admiration. "Goodness, I never imagined your chairman could be so handsome. Could you perhaps help me find your chairman's contact number? While he is undoubtedly wealthy, he may be open to friendship. Not all men are captivated solely by young girls. Many appreciate age gap relationships." The wealthy woman continued to chatter animatedly with the receptionist. The receptionist bit her lip, stifling her laughter with remarkable restraint. "Chairman Lin, would you like to explore the resort? Would you like me to guide you?" Once the wealthy woman had distanced herself, the receptionist who had initially greeted Lin Hao stepped forward eagerly. "All right." Lin Hao contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you, Chairman Lin, for this opportunity. My name is Feng Weiwei," she said, her face lighting up with excitement. For her, engaging with Lin Hao was indeed a significant opportunity, one that could potentially alter the course of her life. Feng Weiwei, dressed in the resort's receptionist uniform, which accentuated her figure, stood out among her peers due to her striking appearance. "I am Lin Hao," he replied nonchalantly. Lin Hao perceived Feng Weiwei's intentions clearly. He believed that if he expressed genuine interest in her, she would not refuse him. However, he pondered, how would that differ from the wealthy woman he had just encountered? The reason for giving Feng Weiwei an opportunity was not solely for guidance. He considered the possibility of needing someone to shield him from other wealthy women he might encounter at the resort. "Mr. Lin, let me drive the golf cart," Feng Weiwei suggested as she led him into the resort, choosing a compact two-seater electric cart. The resort was expansive, and traversing it on foot would take an eternity, making the electric cart indispensable. The resort, a 4A-rated tourist destination, boasted breathtaking natural scenery. Lush greenery enveloped the area, with vibrant grass, meandering streams, wooden bridges, and serene lakes nestled among hills. A gentle breeze rustled the flowers and trees, while a beautiful woman provided commentary, making the experience utterly delightful. As they journeyed, Feng Weiwei elaborated on the resort's flora and fauna, and Lin Hao found himself enjoying their conversation, shedding the demeanor expected of a chairman. Initially, Feng Weiwei felt a tinge of nervousness, but soon she relaxed, her mind brimming with bold thoughts. Confident in her beauty and physique, she wondered if this approachable new chairman might offer her a chance. Suddenly, while they leisurely traversed the resort in the golf cart, a golf ball whizzed past them with a whoosh. A group of men appeared atop a nearby hill. "Hey, security, can you help retrieve that ball?" one man called out, brandishing a golf club, evidently a guest at the resort. Feng Weiwei quickly turned, halting the golf cart, and addressed the man with boldness. "Sir, this is our resort's chairman, Mr. Lin. Given your attire, I assume you are one of the receptionists here, correct? What nonsense are you spouting? Why don't you ask your security guard to fetch the ball?" The man paid little heed to Feng Weiwei's words. Lin Hao shook his head, disembarking from the cart and leisurely making his way toward the hilltop. "Chairman Lin, I will call Mr. Ho," Feng Weiwei exclaimed, but Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. His eyes narrowed as he observed the distant crowd, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, as if he had spotted something intriguing. "Chairman Lin, wait for me." Feng Weiwei hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 162. A gamble again, a $1 trillion bet. Atop the hill lies a relatively even expanse of grass. At this moment, aside from a man holding a golf club who has walked to the edge, the others stand in the midst of the grassy knoll. Though each holds a golf club, their intentions are far removed from the sport. Their discourse revolves around commercial matters. Were someone to appear in the air and capture a photograph of this gathering, it would undoubtedly become an instant sensation online, for this assembly comprises magnates. Chen Wei from Didi, Ma Tenghua from the Penguin Company, Lu Shidong from a certain Eastern enterprise, the former tycoon Wang Jiansen, the rising star Huang Zhang from Pinduoduo, and Li Hongyan from Baidu are all present. At this moment, Feng Weiwei, accompanying Lin Hao, possesses the perspective of an ordinary person and cannot discern the identities of these individuals from such a distance. However, due to his injection of Captain America's serum, Lin Hao's vision surpasses that of an ordinary human, allowing him to recognize everyone at a glance. Upon his first observation, Lin Hao felt a twinge of confusion. Why were most of these individuals, who had called him the previous night seeking to persuade Hu Wei, gathered here? Upon a second look, as he spotted Hu Wei flitting through the crowd like a butterfly, Lin Hao's understanding crystallized. Hu Wei truly is an unadulterated social butterfly. It seems that when they called him last night, Chen Wei, Ma Tenghua, Lu Shidong, Wang Jiansen, Huang Zhang, and Li Hongyan had indeed convened together. After Lin Hao departed from the racetrack yesterday, Hu Wei urgently reached out to numerous magnates, inviting those willing to advocate on his behalf to this resort, urging them one by one to mediate with Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao had declined every call the previous night, Hu Wei did not relent. This morning, he used golf as a pretext to gather these titans, seeking to strategize against Lin Hao. "Hey, what's the meaning of this security? You can't even pick up a ball? Why are you coming over here? Get out of my sight. If you so much as overhear a word of this conversation and let it slip, you'll be in deep trouble." The man outside with the golf club frowned at Lin Hao. His name is Tang Changming, a billionaire, though among this group atop the hill, he is considered the weakest. "I've already told you, this gentleman is Chairman Lin of our resort. Can you show some respect?" Feng Weiwei could no longer contain herself at Tang Changming's continued reference to Lin Hao's security, and retorted loudly. In her previous demeanor, she would have never dared to speak to a guest in such a manner, as she understood the importance of decorum. Yet, in this instance, she could not permit anyone to insult Lin Hao, regardless of the circumstances. "Oh, you, the receptionist, and you, the security, do you both wish to be dismissed? Very well. I shall arrange for your manager to fire you immediately." Tang Changming scoffed, pulling out his phone to make a call. Wait, a sudden shout rang out from the hilltop, followed by a figure sprinting towards them. "Mr. Lin, the figure exclaimed as he approached. Lin Hao looked up to see Chun Wei from Didi. What's going on? Tang Changming was momentarily stunned. Mr. Lin? Soon. Another figure strode over, extending both hands to firmly shake Lin Hao's. It was Ma Tenghua from the Penguin Company. Lin Hao's arrival left Tang Changming agape. How had Lin Hao come to be here? Amidst the gathering, Hu Wei also turned to look, his eyebrows knitting together in surprise and his expression darkening. What? He is Lin Hao? Tang Changming's eyes twitched. From last night until this morning, the discussions among the magnates had predominantly centered around Lin Hao, and now he stood before them, having mistaken him for security. But why was he clad in a security uniform? Previously, Chun Wei had mentioned that Lin Hao could not be viewed through the lens of an ordinary individual, and now it was evidently true. Though Lu Shidong, Wang Jiansen, Huang Zheng, and Li Hongyan had spoken with Lin Hao over the phone, they had never met him in person. Now that they finally saw him, their eyes widened in astonishment. However, being men of significant means, they were not easily swayed by appearances and would not be misled by mere externalities. After a brief moment of surprise, they approached Lin Hao with smiles. Mr. Lin, what did that lady mean when she said you are the chairman of this resort? Is this resort one of your ventures? Chun Wei inquired with curiosity. Throughout Lin Hao's conflict with Hu Wei, Chun Wei had firmly sided with Lin Hao, yet he had still come at Hu Wei's invitation, seeking to expand his network within this circle. Yes, I have just taken over this resort, Lin Hao affirmed with a nod. Oh, Mr. Lin is embarking on a buying spree. Ma Tenghua immediately grasped the implications behind Lin Hao's words. Previously, he and Chun Wei had exchanged insights and discovered that Lin Hao had surreptitiously acquired shares in both Didi and the Penguin Company in an astonishingly short time frame. Now, Lin Hao's admission confirmed that he had indeed just acquired this resort, valued in the billions. With Didi's 20 stake worth over 70 billion and the Penguin Company's 3 stake valued at 9 billion, just these 3 assets alone would elevate Lin Hao's wealth to an astounding 170 billion. Not to mention the rumored extensive assets and shares he purportedly holds. The individuals present had learned that Lin Hao also possessed substantial shares in companies such as Defei Drones, Dual, and Dajing Property. If all these stakes were accounted for, Lin Hao's power would be nothing short of formidable. At this moment, the magnates surrounded Lin Hao, engaging in pleasantries, while Hu Wei stood aside, his expression darkening. He never anticipated that after exhausting all his connections and incurring countless favors to bring these titans to the resort, it would turn out to be Lin Hao's enterprise. Now, the very magnates he had summoned were gathered around Lin Hao, leaving him feeling utterly futile and as if he had unwittingly dressed Lin Hao in the finest garb. Chapter 163. The richest man in Huagua? I have long been one. Didi's market value stands at approximately 360 billion, with Lin Hao owning 20 of the shares, worth around 72 billion. The market value of Penguin Corporation is roughly 3 trillion, with Lin Hao holding 3 of the shares, valued at about 90 billion. This golf resort spans around 30 square kilometers, and the combined worth of its various buildings, facilities, brands, and land amounts to about 10 billion. In total, these 3 assets sum up to 172 billion. On the other hand, the Hu family group is valued at about 340 billion, with Hu Wei possessing 50 of the shares, amounting to around 170 billion. At first glance, it appears that Lin Hao's assets, valued at 172 billion, are nearly equivalent to Hu Wei's 170 billion shares, suggesting that both sides are placing equal bets. However, the influential figures present are acutely aware that the two are not comparable. The shares Lin Hao holds in Didi and Penguin Corporation cannot be discussed in the same breath as Hu's family group. The Hu family group is publicly listed on the U.S. stock market, allowing for free circulation of shares. One can buy them whenever desired, as Hu Wei controls 50 of the shares. He can easily acquire an additional one to secure absolute control. Conversely, the shares of Penguin Corporation and Didi are far more elusive. Although Lin Hao possesses only 3 of Penguin Corporation, this stake places him among the leading shareholders, as even Ma Tenghua himself holds a mere 8 stake. Moreover, Lin Hao's 3 comes with one of the 8 board seats, granting him significant power akin to a veto. As for Didi, its shares are even more scarce. Didi is not a publicly traded company, and its shares are virtually unattainable for any amount of money. To acquire them, one must negotiate a premium purchase from current holders. It is uncertain whether anyone is willing to sell such high-quality shares, and if they are, the price will undoubtedly soar with any premium. Thus, the two situations are fundamentally unequal. Old Hu, why the need for such a gamble? This is a colossal risk. Perhaps you should reconsider. Indeed, Old Hu, must you dive into a billion-dollar wager right after your son just set up a 100 billion bet? Let us not act impulsively at our age. Many prominent figures among them urged Hu Wei to reconsider. Mr. Lin, you should contemplate this wager with great care. Regardless of the odds, the stakes seem rather inappropriate. Chen Wei, Ma Tenghua, and others quietly cautioned Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, have you made your decision? Hu Wei's eyes glimmered slightly red as he gazed at Lin Hao, resembling a gambler on the brink of a fateful wager. This is an unprecedented billion-dollar gamble. If you partake, Mr. Lin, your name will surely be etched in history. Mr. Lin, you are still young. Even if you lose, you have the chance to start anew. But should you win, you will become the richest man in Huagua. Tang Changming interjected, stoking the excitement. The phrase richest man in Huagua exploded like a bomb among the small assembly atop the hill. All the prominent figures present experienced a slight tremor. According to last year's Forbes list, the wealthiest among them was Ma Tenghua of Penguin Corporation, with assets exceeding 250 billion. Yet, he was not the richest man in Huagua. That title belonged to another Ma. Not present here, Ma Tian, the head of Alibaba Group, with personal assets surpassing 270 billion. Undeniably the richest man in Huagua. Lin Hao's 20 stake in Didi, combined with his 3 in Penguin and the resort, totaled 170 billion. Hu Wei's 50 stake in his family group also reached 170 billion. If Lin Hao wins, his assets will soar to 340 billion, surpassing Ma Tian's 270 billion, making him the new richest man in Huagua. Conversely, if Hu Wei wins, he too would possess 340 billion, claiming the title of Huagua's richest. This wager has evolved into a contest to determine the richest man in Huagua. In an instant, the atmosphere atop the hill became charged, with breaths growing heavier. Even with their composure, the influential figures could not suppress the flush of excitement on their faces and the gleam of exhilaration in their eyes. In a fleeting thought, they pondered the prospect of becoming the richest man in Huagua. At this moment, no one dared to interject further, falling into a contemplative silence as they scrutinized the two men, awaiting their final decision. Feng Weiwei stood beside Lin Hao, her mind nearly overwhelmed. The concepts of 100 billion, 1,000 billion, and the title of Huagua's richest felt utterly surreal to her. In the past 20 years, even in her wildest dreams, she had never encountered such figures. Unconsciously, Feng Weiwei's gaze grew dreamy as she looked into Lin Hao's eyes. She suddenly questioned whether she had been dreaming all along. Mr. Lin, what do you say? Shall we wager? Whoever wins becomes the richest man in Huagua. At this moment, seeing Lin Hao remain silent, Hu Wei's lips trembled slightly. Very well, I shall accept your wager. However, there is one matter I wish to clarify first. Lin Hao looked at Hu Wei, then raised his head, surveying the prominent figures before him. Chen Wei of Didi with a fortune of 50 billion, Ma Tenghua of Penguin with 250 billion, Lu Shidong of a prominent company with 100 billion, former richest Wang Jianxin with 120 billion, the newly rising Huang Zhang of Pinduoduo with 60 billion, and Li Hongyan of another leading company with 80 billion. After a long pause, Lin Hao slowly began to speak. In addition to my 20 stake in Didi and 3 in Penguin, valued at a total of 160 billion, I also possess a 30 stake in Dafei Drone, worth approximately 50 billion. Furthermore, I own 51 of Dual Corporation, valued at over 100 billion. Lastly, I hold 100 of Dajing Property, valued at over 100 billion. If we truly calculate, my assets have long surpassed 400 billion. The richest man in Huagua? I have long been one. As Lin Hao's words echoed through the air, the top-tier magnates of Huagua seemed struck by lightning. Each person raised their heads in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment as if they had witnessed a miraculous ascension. Chapter 165. A Bet Made with Tears. What? Mr. Lin, besides Didi and Penguin, you are also a major shareholder of Dual and Dajing Property? For trillion. This is simply terrifying. This figure truly surpasses all limits. So, Mr. Lin, have you long since become the wealthiest person in Huagua? It seems that I have indeed been like a frog at the bottom of a well. It's a pity that the great Ma Tiansn't here today. If he were, I would be quite curious to see his expression.
Ah, Mr. Elayena.
You are not merely a comet soaring into the sky. You are akin to a supernova exploding. Chen Wei from Didi, Ma Tenghua from Penguin, Lu Shidong from a certain Eastern company, the former richest Wang Jiansen, Huang Zhang from Pinduoduo, and Li Hongyan from a certain Baidu. All these formidable titans of the business world gasped in unison. Even Tang Changming and Hu Wei, who stood in stark opposition to Lin Hao, were taken aback, their mouths agape. What does 4 trillion even signify? The former richest person, Ma Tian, had assets totaling less than 3 trillion. Lin Hao not only seized the title of Huagua's richest, but also left the second place far behind. The gazes directed at Lin Hao were filled with astonishment, confusion, envy, jealousy, and admiration. Meanwhile, standing beside Lin Hao, Feng Weiwei's beautiful visage was utterly frozen, her delicate mind buzzing with thoughts. Lin Hao had repeatedly shattered her expectations, leaving her utterly bewildered. Initially, she thought he was merely a guest with a penchant for jokes. Then she learned he was the newly appointed chairman of their company. Following that, she heard that his assets had surpassed 1 trillion, and now, she was hearing firsthand that he had far exceeded the wealth of the former richest, becoming the new wealthiest in Huagua. Looks like my judgment was indeed astute. I've inadvertently chosen a future richest person in Huagua, Feng Weiwei mused, her mind consumed by this somewhat narcissistic thought. Lin Hao, regardless of how much wealth you possess, are you going to take me up on this bet or not? Hu Wei's expression darkened ominously, yet his eyes glimmered with an unmistakable red light, one filled with greed and ambition. What if Lin Hao has 4 trillion? If I win the wager of 1,700,000,000,000, he would be left with merely 2 trillion, and I would possess 3,400,000,000,000, thus becoming the new richest. Of course, let us gamble. Shall we begin now? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Ha, Mr. Lin, you jest. Such a significant wager requires both you and old Hu to make some preparations. Doesn't he it? While everyone can play golf, given the weight of this bet, you too should seek assistance. If you can enlist some external help, by all means do so. Tang Changming interjected with a smile. Fine. Feel free to find outside help. Whoever you bring, won't change much. Lin Hao nodded, speaking casually. Lin Hao, since you're so confident, why don't we increase the difficulty a bit? Hu Wei sneered. Oh, how shall we raise the stakes? Lin Hao inquired. Night battle, Hu Wei declared. At his words, the assembled magnates were collectively astonished. Golf at night? Although they were all enthusiasts, many regarded golf merely as a social tool, with their actual skills being quite amateurish. Yet, they understood the complexities of playing golf at night. Given the inherent unpredictability of golf due to environmental factors, the added challenge of nighttime would amplify the difficulty at least twofold. This high-stakes wager was becoming increasingly exhilarating. Very well, then we shall meet tonight. Lin Hao consented without hesitation to Hu Wei's night battle proposal. Setting aside his mastery of golf, the enhanced vision he gained from the serum he had injected ensured that night battles held no fear for him. After arranging the time and location for the match, Lin Hao bid farewell to the gathered crowd and turned to leave, with Feng Weiwei promptly following suit. However, this time, Lin Hao opted to walk rather than take a golf cart, leisurely strolling around the entire course. Mr. Lin, are you truly the wealthiest in Huagua? Feng Weiwei cautiously inquired, keeping pace behind him. Well, I only just found out myself, Lin Hao replied after a moment's contemplation. Huh? Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Feng Weiwei asked, puzzled. I had never calculated it before. I just did the math and it appears to be true. Unbeknownst to me, I've become the richest. Lin Hao shook his head, speaking earnestly. Mr. Lin, you are quite humorous. Feng Weiwei misinterpreted his sincerity as jest. Haha, alright, walking can be tiring. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to take the golf cart and head off. Lin Hao smiled, not offering any further explanation. I'm not tired. If you're not tired, how could I possibly be? Feng Weiwei quickly replied. Leaving Lin Hao behind would be sheer folly. Lin Hao shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He merely continued walking, appreciating the scenery while also taking note of the distribution of the 18 holes on the course. This was a standard 18-hole golf course, par 72. After a brief glance, Lin Hao grasped the layout and began to explore the resort. After Lin Hao departed, Hu Wei could no longer entertain the other magnates and hurriedly left with Tang Changming. This was not the time for networking. It was a race against time to find a golf expert. Since external help was permitted, he could not afford to play himself. Whoever could locate a more formidable golf player would seize victory in this monumental wager. Hello? Is this Mr. Tiger Woods? Hu Wei dialed a number. Yes, who is this? Came a perplexed voice from the other end. My name is Hu Wei, a businessman from Huagua. I wish to invite you to play a match in Huagua in 12 hours, Hu Wei stated. 12 hours? Huagua? Good grief. I'm currently basking in the sunset on a beach in Hawaii. I'm about to return to my hotel for a nice shower, followed by a grand feast. Then a good night's sleep. A match? No way, Woods retorted. I can offer you a substantial remuneration, Mr. Tiger Woods, Hu Wei pressed on. Remuneration? Ha! You want me to abandon the sun, sand, and beauty of Hawaii to fly to Huagua for a match? And in 12 hours? No amount of money would persuade me, Woods scoffed. 10 billion. Mr. Tiger Woods, if you come to assist me in this match, I will pay you 10 billion, Hu Wei declared. Oh, a generous Huagua gentleman. Please provide me with the specific address. I shall certainly arrive within 12 hours to help you win this match. Woods gasped in astonishment. The Universal Law of Allure. Chapter 166. Tiger Woods, the Paramount of Golf. By the time Lin Hao returned to the five-star hotel within the resort, evening had already descended. The resort's general manager, Ho Shibai, had received the news regarding the gambling match and approached Lin Hao, accompanied by several of the resort's finest golf instructors. Chairman Lin, these are the most skilled golf coaches in the resort. They are all retired professional players. Furthermore, I am in the process of contacting the Golf Association in the capital to seek assistance in finding some active golf experts, though I fear they may not arrive before the match begins. Ho Shibai spoke rapidly. Regardless of his sincerity, he felt compelled to display enthusiasm at this moment. No need for that. I shall manage without any golf experts. I will play the match myself, Lin Hao replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. What? You intend to play yourself? But, Chairman Lin, I had arranged for a staff member to overhear that Hu Wei has already contacted professional golfers from abroad, who are en route here on a transnational flight. You must not take this lightly, Ho Shibai exclaimed, his urgency palpable. As the general manager, he understood well that the business tycoons who frequented the resort were merely amateurs in golf. The stakes of this extravagant gamble, involving trillions and the title of the wealthiest individual in China, were monumental. Could it be that Chairman Lin had once played professional golf? Yet that seemed implausible. Ho Shibai, being a golf enthusiast himself, was well acquainted with notable domestic players, and he had never heard of a Lin Hao among them. Chairman Lin, please proceed with caution, Ho Shibai implored once more. Do not worry. My golfing skills are quite remarkable, Lin Hao reassured him, noting the genuine concern etched on Ho Shibai's face. Is that so? Ho Shibai attempted a smile, but it faltered. Indeed, if you wish to verify, you may inquire with Feng Weiwei, Lin Hao added. Director Ho, I just witnessed Chairman Lin's golf prowess. It is truly extraordinary. Not only does he surpass domestic professionals, but even international champions would surely fall short against him. Feng Weiwei chimed in enthusiastically. After Lin Hao had executed a hole-in-one from over 400 meters away, Feng Weiwei had initially thought it a mere stroke of luck. However, when Lin Hao proceeded to achieve 3 consecutive hole-in-ones, she was left in awe, as if witnessing a celestial being. Thus, Feng Weiwei's gaze toward Lin Hao was now filled with admiration and unwavering conviction of his impending victory. Yet Ho Shibai remained oblivious to these events. In his eyes, Feng Weiwei, as a mere receptionist, could only grasp the superficial aspects of golf. How could her opinion hold any weight? I appreciate your good intentions, but please take these coaches and depart for now, Lin Hao said with a smile. Very well, Chairman Lin. Ho Shibai, albeit reluctantly, led the coaches away. Once outside, he let out a deep sigh. If Lin Hao were to lose, he would soon need to find a new employer. Chairman, There are still a few hours before the scheduled match. Would you like to rest in your room for a while? Feng Weiwei inquired after they had finished dining. Sounds good, Lin Hao nodded. 15 minutes later, Feng Weiwei guided Lin Hao to a presidential suite. Chairman, allow me to prepare some tea for you. I also had some snacks sent from the front desk. I've drawn a hot bath for you as well, she busily informed him upon entering the room. After completing her tasks, she quietly approached the door. Chairman Lin, please enjoy a warm bath and rest. You'll need your energy for the match later. I will return in 2 hours to wake you. With that, Feng Weiwei stepped back and gently closed the door. As she stood before the closed door, she murmured to herself, Feng Weiwei, why did you leave? Since you've gone to the trouble of preparing the bath, why not inquire if he needs help with his back? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Lin Hao appeared at the threshold. Feng Weiwei's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, Chairman, you forgot your bag. As Lin Hao handed her the bag she had left behind. Thank you, Chairman, she stuttered, clutching the bag to her chest. What seems to be the matter? You appear rather flustered, Lin Hao observed, puzzled. And nothing, Chairman. Please rest well, she managed to say, her face still flushed as she hurriedly exited. As she ran, she reassured herself that Lin Hao had certainly not heard her. Moreover, with such an important match looming, it was essential that he conserve his energy. Had it not been for the imminent competition, she would have lingered longer. Next time, should the opportunity arise again, she would not leave so hastily. 2 hours later, Feng Weiwei returned to the door and knocked. Mr. Lin, how was your rest? She inquired as the door opened. Quite well, let us go, Lin Hao nodded. Meanwhile, at the starting point of the golf course within the resort, a host of influential business figures including Chen Wei, Ma Tenghua, Lu Shidong, Wang Jianxin, Huang Zhang, Li Hongyan and Tang Changming had already gathered. After all, this imminent wager would determine the wealthiest person in China, a spectacle not to be missed. Among the main players in this grand gamble was Hu Wei, who stood at the center of attention, flanked by an imposing foreign figure. This individual, a robust black man wearing a cap, exuded an air of confidence. Even the prominent businessmen dared not underestimate him. This man was none other than Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, whose name echoed the word tiger in English, was undeniably the foremost golfer in the world, with a career spanning decades. Mr. Woods, how do you find the course? Is it suitable for your play? Hu Wei asked, a hint of concern in his voice. For me, there is no course unsuitable for my performance, Tiger Woods declared with pride. Indeed, it is no wonder you are the illustrious Tiger Woods, the unrivaled king of golf. Hu Wei nodded vigorously. Chapter 168. I have never played a complete golf match. Tiger Woods, now 41 years of age, has been claiming championships in various global tournaments since he was 20. His illustrious career boasts victories in prestigious events such as the Disney Elite Championship, the Masters Tournament, the Motorola Western Open, the PGA Championship, the U.S. Open, the Eagle Country Open, the BMW Championship, the WGC Accenture Match Play Championship, the AT National, the Hero World Challenge, and the Masters Championship. Throughout his 2-decade-long professional journey, he has participated in countless golf competitions and amassed an innumerable collection of trophies. Indeed, in many circles, Tiger Woods is synonymous with the sport of golf. The prominent figures present expressed their astonishment, initially speculating that Hu Wei might invite a foreign golf ace. Yet they were taken aback to learn that Hu Wei had managed to secure the presence of the legendary Tiger Woods, a towering figure at the pinnacle of the golfing world. Upon discovering that Hu Wei had invested a staggering $1 billion as appearance fees to entice Woods, they marveled at Hu Wei's audacity. However, upon further reflection, they reasoned that if victory was within reach, it could lead to a reward of $17 billion, along with the title of the wealthiest individual. In light of this, the modest sum of $1 billion seemed insignificant. Thus, the assembled elite began to feel a sense of assurance that Hu Wei was poised for triumph. Now, the question remained, what kind of champion would Lin Hao enlist? Minutes later, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Lin Hao finally arrived, accompanied by a woman. It was now 9 in the evening, and although the venue's lights were ablaze, the distance obscured the details, prompting speculation among the onlookers. Could it be that Hu Wei had invited a male world champion in golf while Mr. Lin had sought out a female champion? Yet, The woman bore a striking resemblance to the girl Lin had introduced earlier that day, the resort's receptionist. This perplexity only deepened among the prominent figures. As Lin Hao and Feng Weiwei approached the gathering, the onlookers soon recognized the woman beside Lin Hao as the same receptionist from the resort. "Mr. Lin, has the golf expert you sought not yet arrived?" Chun Wei was the first to inquire. "Is the flight delayed? Or perhaps there was a traffic jam? Is there anything I can assist with?" Ma Tinghua also approached, speaking softly. In a sense, both Chun Wei and Ma Tinghua were stakeholders in this high-stakes gamble, as the shares Lin Hao had wagered belonged to their companies. Consequently, they naturally sided with Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, we agreed on a specific time for the match, and it cannot be altered. If the appointed time arrives and your chosen player is absent, then, regrettably, the match must commence as scheduled." Hu Wei interjected loudly, determined to press forward. Now was not the time for decorum. He was all in. "There's no need to wait. We can start the match immediately," Lin Hao replied with a slight smile. "Start immediately? Mr. Lin, what do you mean?" Chun Wei asked, perplexed. "Has the expert you invited already arrived?" Ma Tinghua glanced around, equally confused. The other business magnates looked around, but only their group was present, alongside a few caddies, staff members assisting with carts and clubs, and several referees. "I have not invited any experts. I will participate myself," Lin Hao stated calmly. "What?" exclaimed Chun Wei. "You will compete yourself? You must think this through. Hu Wei has brought in Tiger Woods, the world golf champion." Chun Wei's concern was palpable. "Mr. Lin, if you are facing difficulties, you should have mentioned it sooner. We could have helped," Ma Tinghua added, frowning. "Mr. Lin, this is a professional golf match, not a casual game. Are you not being overly confident? This is a wager of billions." The other dignitaries murmured in disbelief. Some urged caution, others expressed alarm, and some scoffed while others merely observed. "Actually, my golf skills are quite commendable, and I am confident in my ability to win this match," Lin Hao asserted, sweeping his gaze over the assembly with a subtle smile. "Ha! Well, Lin Hao, you have declared it, and you cannot backtrack now. You are a person of immense wealth, and your word must hold." Hu Wei laughed heartily, proclaiming loudly. In his pursuit of victory, he cared little for niceties or appearances. Standing beside Hu Wei, Tiger Woods furrowed his brow, regarding Lin Hao with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. "Tiger Woods, pleasure to meet you. Friendship is paramount. Competition comes second," Lin Hao said with a gentle smile as he extended his hand for a handshake. Despite being the foremost figure in global golf, Lin Hao held a genuine respect for Woods. "You are my opponent in this match?" Woods asked, taken aback as he noted Lin Hao still donned the resort's security uniform, glancing between Lin Hao and Hu Wei in confusion. Woods, having learned some Chinese in his youth, could manage basic conversation but struggled to comprehend why this individual had invested 10 billion merely to challenge him, an elite competitor, while dressed as a security guard. "Indeed, I look forward to your guidance during our match," Lin Hao replied humbly. "Woods, we have an ancient saying, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Since I have invested 10 billion to invite you, I must implore you to defeat your opponent without reservation," Hu Wei declared loudly. "All right, Mr. Hu. I am bound by my professional ethics." Woods nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let us not delay. We shall commence the match at once," Hu Wei urged, anxious to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Okay." Woods gestured affirmatively. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. The 5 international golf referees nodded in unison. Thus, the high-stakes golf match, with a wager amounting to 17 billion and the title of the wealthiest individual at stake, officially commenced. Chapter 169. The Vulture Ball. Woods concedes. What just happened? Did I just imagine it? Or did I really see the ball fly into the hole? Isn't that amusing? Tang Changming rubbed his eyes vigorously and forced a smile at Hu Wei beside him. "My vision is also a bit blurry. I didn't see clearly." Hu Wei was too stunned to comprehend. Chun Wei, Ma Tinghua, Wang Jiansen, Lu Shidong, and the others were momentarily frozen in disbelief, glancing towards the 3 referees stationed by the first hole. The referees simultaneously signaled, indicating that the ball had indeed gone in. Everyone was left dumbfounded. A hole-in-one from 450 meters away? How could such a feat be possible? With a determined stomp, Tiger Woods transformed into a whirlwind, racing towards the first hole, situated 450 meters away. Let us go check it out. The others quickly followed suit, eager to witness the miraculous event for themselves. Mr. Lin, shall we join them? Feng Weiwei looked at Lin Hao, her eyes brimming with admiration. Everyone else is going, we should go too, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Before long, they arrived at the first hole, crouching around the small cup. As they witnessed a referee retrieving the tiny golf ball from within the hole, disbelief turned to acceptance. Lin Hao had indeed scored a hole-in-one from a distance of 450 meters. What does it mean to achieve a hole-in-one from 450 meters away? In the realm of golf, different holes have varying standard par values based on their distances. Holes over 431 meters are classified as par 5 holes, with a standard par of 5 strokes. Holes ranging from 439 meters to 229. 1 meters are termed par 4 holes with a standard par of 4 strokes. Holes under 229 meters are considered par 3 holes, with a standard par of 3 strokes. If a golfer achieves a hole-in-one on a par 3 hole, it is termed a birdie, while a hole-in-one on a par 4 hole is called an eagle, and one on a par 5 hole is referred to as a vulture ball. Lin Hao's tee shot was from 450 meters away, clearly a par 5 hole, standard par 5. Yet, he managed to score the legendary vulture ball. Vulture balls are not officially recognized in golf, as historically, no one has ever made a vulture ball in a sanctioned tournament. The International Golf Association deems vulture balls non-existent, considering them impossible. Throughout golf history, there have been mere whispers of vulture ball legends with no substantiated evidence. Even the acknowledged greatest golfer, Tiger Woods, has only made 3 eagles in his 21-year career, never once achieving a vulture ball. At this moment, Tiger Woods fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, his expression reflecting a rare shock, as if he were facing a specter rather than a mere mortal. Didn't Lin Hao just claim he had never played a formal round of golf? And now he aces a vulture ball? Is this some sort of jest? Chen Wei, Ma Tenghua, Wang Jiansen, and Lu Shidong regarded Lin Hao as if he were an extraterrestrial. Among the crowd, the most animated was Hu Wei, whose complexion shifted dramatically from white to red, then to green, and finally to black. This is merely luck. After a long pause, Hu Wei shouted indignantly. Indeed, it's just luck. No one can achieve a vulture ball. He simply got lucky.
Tang Changming Eco Laoli.
Their remarks prompted the crowd to nod thoughtfully. Certainly, if it were not for luck, they found it hard to believe a vulture ball could occur. Tiger Woods, having regained his composure, reflected on the situation. Even if Lin Hao had relied on luck for his vulture ball, it still indicated that his opponent possessed significant skill. A smile crept across Woods' lips. He hadn't anticipated encountering a worthy adversary here. Mr. Woods, it's your turn. Lin Hao smiled at Tiger Woods. The match was set to be played in a match play format, where the outcome of each hole determined the overall winner. With 18 holes in total, the player with the lowest score on each hole would earn a point. Lin Hao had completed the first hole with a score of 1 stroke. Now it was Woods' turn to play the first hole, where the lower score would win. However, with Lin Hao having scored a hole-in-one, what was there left to play for? No need, Mr. Lin. I concede the first hole, Tiger Woods declared decisively. Had Lin Hao scored an eagle or even an albatross, Woods would have persisted in playing through. But with a vulture ball on the table, there was no point in prolonging the match. Mr. Woods. Upon hearing Woods concede, Hu Wei grew anxious. Mr. Woods, Lin's score was a vulture ball, but this is just 1 hole. A golf match consists of 18 holes. He can't achieve a vulture ball on every hole. Ultimately, it's genuine skill that determines the victor. Although Woods conceded, he maintained a gentlemanly smile and confidence. Hu Wei felt slightly reassured. For the second hole, Mr. Woods, would you like to go first? Lin Hao smiled at Woods. No worries, Mr. Lin. You should go first. Tiger Woods replied. Very well, Lin Hao nodded, stepping up to the tee for the second hole, gripping the club in his hands, swinging it a couple of times. Lin Hao still wielded the unsuitable 7-iron. Yet this time, no one dared to question or ridicule him. With a crisp sound mingled with a dull thud, Lin Hao swung the club with vigor. The golf ball soared high into the sky, reaching its apex before descending. The crowd collectively watched the small white ball, their necks craning in unison. In the next moment, with a satisfying thud, the ball flawlessly landed in the second hole. Lin Hao had once again scored a hole-in-one. Another vulture ball. Chapter 171. The Tiger's Apprenticeship. The atmosphere was enveloped in an uncanny silence. Every mouth gaped in astonishment, yet not a single sound escaped. The only audible noise was the heavy breathing of the onlookers. Subsequently, they exchanged glances filled with disbelief and horror. Tiger Woods exhibited a visage reminiscent of the classic meme of a perplexed African-American man. Hu Wei's facial muscles contorted in a series of spasms, while Chen Wei, Ma Tinghua, Wang Jianxin, Lu Shidong, and others opened their mouths, seemingly ready to speak but found themselves rendered speechless. Only Feng Weiwei, cradling her delicate face with her hands, gazed at Lin Hao with unabashed admiration, her eyes wide and unblinking. In the next moment, Tiger Woods, without uttering a word, sprinted towards the second hole, which lay over 400 meters away. The crowd followed suit. This second hole was even more daunting, stretching an impressive 470 meters. It was yet another par 5, and achieving an eagle was more challenging than the first hole. Upon their arrival at the second hole, the spectators watched, wide-eyed, as the referee retrieved a white golf ball from the hole, dispelling any lingering doubts. 2 eagles in a row? This was what Mr. Lin had claimed, despite having never played a complete round of golf prior to this day. Were it not for the multitude of eyes witnessing this, one might suspect foul play. How could one cheat? Could one manipulate the trajectory of a golf ball? In the realm of golf, cheating had never been heard of. Mr. Lin, truly a master of his craft. The influential figures began to exclaim and discuss amongst themselves. Although it was already nearing 9 in the evening, the golf course was illuminated by numerous powerful floodlights, ensuring clear visibility for all present. Mr. Woods, do you perceive any issues? Is there any sign of cheating from Lin Hao? Hu Wei asked darkly, pulling Tiger Woods aside. Mr. Hu, I can discern nothing amiss. I can only say that divine intervention is at play. Woods shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. I demand to review the surveillance. Hu Wei barked, his face darkening. Above the course, in addition to the floodlights, several high-definition cameras captured the entire event from various angles. As you wish, Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile, summoning the resort's general manager, Ho Shibai. Ho Shibai produced his phone, connected to the resort's monitoring room, and pulled up the recent footage. The video was divided into several small windows, showcasing Lin Hao's swings and tee shots from different perspectives. Each angle captured the golf ball soaring high, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing flawlessly in the hole. 2 angles featured close-ups of the second hole, revealing the white golf ball descending gracefully into the hole, a moment of pure perfection, much like a basketball swishing through the net. Remarkable, simply extraordinary. A celestial shot. Mr. Lin, this is nothing short of miraculous. The crowd marveled, their skepticism transformed into admiration. Upon viewing the footage, the influential figures were thoroughly convinced. However, Hu Wei's expression darkened ominously, as if he were on the verge of tears. If Hu Wei felt astonished by Lin Hao's first eagle, the second left him paralyzed with fear. The first eagle could be attributed to luck, but what explanation could there be for the second? Could lightning truly strike the same person twice? Goodness gracious! Woods shook his head vigorously, muttering in disbelief. Mr. Woods, it's your turn at the second hole. A nearby referee reminded. This match was a head-to-head competition, with each player taking turns to complete each hole, determining the victor based on the number of holes won. After the first hole, where Lin Hao achieved an eagle, Woods conceded defeat, resulting in a score of 1 o'clock. There's no need to continue. I concede the second hole as well, Woods declared, resolutely shaking his head in resignation. Mr. Woods, you haven't even played yet. How can you concede? Hu Wei retorted angrily. An eagle signifies a great deal, and I believe you understand that. Even if I were to play, it would only be a waste of time and energy. Rather than dwell on these first 2 holes, it's wiser to conserve my strength for the remaining 16. Woods replied calmly. Very well, Hu Wei sighed, defeated. The current score is 2 o'clock. Now let us proceed to the third hole. Which of you will play first? The referee inquired politely. Woods glanced at Lin Hao, who had just walked up, gritted his teeth, and gestured for Lin to go ahead. He could not believe that even if someone could achieve an eagle, they could maintain such a streak. Throughout golf's storied history, there had been fewer than 5 unverified eagles. Yet here was Lin Hao achieving 2 in succession. Woods was convinced that Lin could not possibly score a third. "Mr. Lin, please," Woods urged, determined to prove that luck could not favor one individual indefinitely. "If you always allow me to go first, Mr. Woods, I fear you may not have the opportunity to swing at all during this match," Lin Hao replied, shaking his head lightly before gracefully walking towards the tee of the third hole. The statuesque Feng Weiwei swiftly followed behind him, clutching a bag containing 14 clubs. Moments later, the spectators held their breath, their eyes fixated on the club in Lin Hao's hands. With a casual demeanor, Lin Hao gripped the club and made a few practice swings above the golf ball. Then, he raised the club high and swung down with vigor. Crack! The white golf ball soared into the heavens once more. After a tense silence, the crowd erupted as the ball, for the third time, landed perfectly in the hole. Lin Hao had executed a flawless eagle for the third time. Chapter 172. What kind of reputation is worth 1,700 billion? Mr. Woods, please rise before we continue. Lin Hao felt somewhat uncomfortable with Woods's kneeling gesture. "Mr. Lin, if you do not agree to accept me as your apprentice, I shall not rise." Woods clearly had witnessed the dramatic scenes of a master accepting a disciple. Please get up first. We can discuss golf at a later time." "There's no need for master-disciple formalities," Lin Hao replied. "Really? Mr. Lin, are you willing to teach me the art of golfing?" "That's splendid," Woods exclaimed with delight. "Let's talk after you stand up. If you remain kneeling, there is no point in further discussion." Lin Hao shook his head. He was not accustomed to someone kneeling before him, even partially, especially when that individual was the world's foremost golfer. "All right, Mr. Lin, I shall rise now. When will you be available to impart your golfing wisdom?" Woods slowly stood up, eagerly inquiring. "Let me resolve other matters first," Lin Hao said nonchalantly, glancing at Hu Wei. "Very well, Mr. Lin. Are you planning to settle your grievances with Mr. Hu first?" Woods asked. "Something like that," Lin Hao nodded. "Mr. Lin, I shall return the deposit that Mr. Hu gave me," Woods said in a flattering tone. After a swift maneuver on his phone, Woods soon put it away and addressed Hu Wei. "Mr. Hu, I sincerely apologize, but I have refunded the 100 million deposit you transferred to me back to your account." Hu Wei's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He had invited the world's #1 golfer, Tiger Woods, to deal with Lin Hao, only to be crushed by Lin Hao and witness Woods kneeling before him, seeking to be his disciple. Now, in an attempt to appease Lin Hao, Woods had even returned the deposit, drawing a clear line between them. This was nothing short of a slap in the face.
Meanwhile, Chen Wei, Ma Tengua, Wing Jansen, Liu Xidong, Wang Zheng,
and other prominent figures all turned their gazes toward Hu Wei. The monumental wager, a staggering 1,700 billion, had now concluded. Hu Wei had lost. His entire fortune, represented by the shares of the Hu Group worth 1,700 billion, would now transfer to Lin Hao. The looks from the other tycoons towards Hu Wei were filled with sympathy and pity. Having lost this sum, Hu Wei was left destitute, bereft of all he owned. Furthermore, he would no longer belong to their circle. From a wealth of 1,700 billion to having nothing, it all transpired within a mere half-day. This was the price of betting against Lin Hao. This was the cost of attempting to win the title of the richest. "Hu Wei, you have lost. When do you intend to fulfill your wager?" Lin Hao inquired with a bemused smile. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Hu Wei's audacity. To stake everything for the title of the richest was a bold move. Unfortunately, Hu Wei had chosen the wrong opponent. Having selected Lin Hao as his rival, his only path now lay in total loss. I. Hu Wei trembled, raising his gaze toward the tycoons, hoping someone would come to his aid. Yet, every time his eyes met someone else, they would look away, avoiding his gaze. Chen Wei, Ma Tenghua, Wang Jiansen, Liu Xidong, Huang Zhang, and all the other tycoons refused to meet his eyes. Even Tang Changming, who had previously stood by him, coughed a couple of times and bowed his head, pretending not to notice Hu Wei's plea for help. Hu Wei had lost. He had gambled everything in hopes of a grand win, only to lose it all. Hu Wei was no longer part of this circle. Thus, the tycoons had no reason to extend a helping hand. This circle, despite being composed of the elite, was driven by mutual interest unless genuine bonds of loyalty existed. Dad, you cannot do this. Why should our Hu family's assets be surrendered to him? Hu Wei's son, Hu Yaming exclaimed anxiously. Having been born with a silver spoon, he was accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy heir. If Hu Wei truly lost all their assets to Lin Hao, what would become of him? He might as well die. At that moment, beads of sweat formed on Hu Wei's forehead, and his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Nu, 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 Hu Wei muttered. No? Everyone turned their attention back to Hu Wei. I will not relinquish my assets. 1,700 billion is at stake. How could I possibly hand it over due to such a trivial wager? Lin Hao, you are truly naive. Hu Wei suddenly gritted his teeth, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Hu Wei, you wouldn't dare to back out, would you? Many of us witnessed this wager firsthand. Chun Wei frowned and inquired. Indeed, Chun Wei, Ma Tenghua, Wang Jiansen, and the other tycoons had been present throughout the wager, essentially serving as witnesses. Ha! What if I refuse to acknowledge it? Hu Wei scoffed repeatedly. For 1,700 billion, I would forsake my reputation in this circle without hesitation. After all, my Hu group is publicly listed in the U.S. I could simply exit the domestic wealthy elite scene. What does it matter? Hu Wei's words prompted the tycoons to exchange glances and murmur among themselves. Indeed, for 1,700 billion, what wouldn't one do? Not just Hu Wei. Even if any one of them were in his position, choosing between 1,700 billion and their reputation would likely lead them to choose the former without a second thought. So, you intend to renege on the deal? Lin Hao cast a calm glance at Hu Wei. Yes, I do intend to renege. So what? You can expose me on the dual platform, tarnish my name. But what of it? I care not for my reputation. All I desire is my 1,700 billion. Hu Wei laughed maniacally, having thrown caution to the wind. Throughout history, there have always been those willing to sacrifice for wealth. Moreover, he was merely trading reputation for riches. Reputation? What is it worth? What kind of reputation could possibly be valued at 1,700 billion? Lin Hao, what can you do to me? Chapter 174. Lin Hao, you cannot insult my intelligence. Though the crowd comprehended the absurdity of Hu Wei's actions, they could not help but empathize with him. After all, to wager such an exorbitant sum of 170 billion was indeed outrageous. Although it was Hu Wei who proposed this bet and suggested the staggering stakes, such an agreement could only be constrained by moral standards. There exists no legal support for this kind of wager. Haha, Lin Hao, even if you win the bet, what does it matter? The racetrack will not grant you shares of the Hu group. Dream on if you think you can seize our family's assets. Hu Yaming declared audaciously. Lin Hao, thank you for allowing me to witness a high-level golf match. Additionally, I must express my gratitude because of you. Woods returned the 100 million deposit to me. Thus, I have suffered no loss. Hu Wei added with a sneer. Having lowered his guard, he felt unrestrained, as he would no longer be part of this circle. Hu Wei, do you truly believe that I can only intimidate you through the dual platform? Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. What? Aside from scaring me, what else can you do? Are you going to hit me? Come on. With so many witnesses, I am eager to see how you intend to strike me. Hu Wei retorted with an air of defiance, displaying a demeanor of a pig unbothered by boiling water. Hit you? I would rather not dirty my hands. Your so-called Hu group is listed in the United States, right? Since you've chosen to renege on the bet, perhaps bankruptcy would be more appropriate. Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, you want me to go bankrupt? My company is listed in the U.S. If you can make me bankrupt, I will take your surname. Hu Wei laughed heartily. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile. He then reached into his pocket and produced a card adorned with intricate patterns. The back of the card emanated a mysterious aura, while the front displayed a large downward-pointing arrow. Below it, a line of small text read, Fall. Keep falling. The black card Lin Hao had retrieved was one of the rewards he had previously obtained. A card from a box of black cards. Fall. Keep falling, Lin Hao mused, a smile gracing his face. Suddenly, a black light, invisible to the naked eye, emanated from the base of the arrow and swiftly extended to its tip, flashing brightly before vanishing without a trace. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. From the indifferent expressions on the faces of the crowd, he realized that only he had witnessed that fleeting black light. After its disappearance, the enigmatic aura of the black card dissipated, rendering it indistinguishable from a mundane playing card or tarot card. Lin Hao, what are you doing? Are you trying to curse me with that peculiar card? Hu Wei laughed uproariously at Lin Hao's actions. The other prominent figures present wore complex expressions as they observed the exchange. With Hu Wei's antics, his reputation had undoubtedly plummeted. However, despite Lin Hao's victory in the match, it was inconceivable that he could compel Hu Wei to transfer shares of the Hu Group to him. Ultimately, while Hu Wei lost his reputation as a man devoid of integrity, making it unlikely for anyone in the circle to collaborate with him, Lin Hao, despite winning the wager, could not secure any tangible gains. At that moment, Hu Wei's phone rang suddenly. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from the general manager of the Hu Group. Hello? Hu Wei answered the phone. Mr. Hu, it's bad. The company's stock just plummeted 10%, came the frantic voice of the general manager. What? Stay calm. Let me check, Hu Wei replied, momentarily stunned. He hung up and opened the stock market application. The Hu Group was listed in the U.S., and it was around 11 p.m., precisely when the American stock market opened. Hu Wei clicked on the stock code for the Hu Group, and indeed, just a minute ago, the stock price had suddenly plunged as if it had taken a great leap downwards, crashing by 10%. The real-time chart displayed a steep decline, and the K-line graph transformed into a significant downward spike. Hu Wei's expression soured. A 10% drop in stock price meant a 10% reduction in assets. With the Hu Group's market value at 340 billion, and Hu Wei holding 50% of the shares, this translated to a loss of 170 billion. Typically, while the stock of the Hu Group fluctuated, the movements were relatively minor, rarely exceeding 1 or 2% in a day. Now, a sudden 10% drop, occurring instantaneously, was no trivial matter. Could someone be shorting the Hu Group? Or had a flaw in the company's performance come to light? The pallor on Hu Wei's face did not go unnoticed by the assembled dignitaries, some of whom began checking their own stock applications, while others shook their heads slightly. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Just as Hu Wei sought to renege on the bet, the stocks plummet? Serves you right. Feng Weiwei, standing beside Lin Hao, mustered the courage to whisper to Hu Wei and Hu Yaming. So what if it dropped 10%? No matter how much it falls, it has nothing to do with the Lin family. Hu Yaming scoffed. Is that so? I believe it has some relevance to me, Lin Hao replied with a subtle smile, gazing at the stock price trend of the Hu Group on his application. Since the effect of the black card was so immediate, perhaps it was time to utilize another? Lin Hao retrieved another black card, silently reciting, "Fall, keep falling." Another flash of invisible black light surged forth. Simultaneously, the stocks dropped again. A voice suddenly exclaimed, "Tang Changming. He holds 5% of the Hu Group's shares, making him a minor shareholder. Just moments ago, he was lamenting the 10% drop, and now, within 2 minutes, it has plummeted another 10%. Tang Changming's exclamation caused everyone present to look down at their phones once more. Indeed, following the initial steep drop, another equally sharp decline had occurred. In a matter of minutes, the Hu Group stock had fallen a staggering 20%, with Hu Wei's shares valued at 170 billion. A 20% drop meant a loss of 34 billion. Unlike the stock market in China, the U.S. market does not impose restrictions on trading limits, allowing the stacking effect of the black card to take hold. Hu Wei's heart raced, terror etched across his face, as he slowly lifted his gaze to Lin Hao. He recalled Lin Hao's earlier words, "I believe it has some relevance to me." Could it be that Lin Hao was shorting the Hu Group from behind the scenes? Yet, considering the Hu Group's market value of over 300 billion, how could one possibly short it? To short a stock, one must first acquire a significant quantity of shares and then sell them at a low price to effectively suppress the stock price. But why had he not noticed anyone accumulating a substantial amount of Hu Group stock beforehand? Who exactly is Lin Hao? What is his background? How is it that he can discreetly acquire so many shares of the Hu Group? And what are the true powers of the 2 cards he holds? Chapter 175. The background of Lin, how the stock price of the Hu Group continued to plummet. Hu Wei was overwhelmed, unable to utter a word to Lin, how his phone calls flooded in incessantly. There were irate small and medium shareholders questioning him, bank managers urging for loan repayments, distributors notifying him of suspended payments, competitors reveling in schadenfreude, executives resigning, and representatives from the Securities Association conducting business investigations. The dramatic decline in the Hu Group's stock price had triggered a cascade of catastrophic reactions. Numerous previously concealed issues were now laid bare. Even if Lin Hao ceased to exert any influence, the collapse of the Hu Group would merely be a matter of time. Yet, Lin Hao was devoid of patience. He retrieved a black card from his pocket once more. Let it fall, let it continue to fall. As his words echoed, the stock price of the Hu Group plunged into an abyss. Panic selling reached its zenith. A drop of 80, 85, 90, 95. Various factors compounded, and Lin Hao's black card merely played the role of the principal catalyst. The stock price of the Hu Group quickly plummeted by 99. The once valuable Hu Group, worth 340 billion, now possessed a mere 1. And that 1 was destined to decline further. The shares of the Hu Group had transformed into worthless scraps of paper. Rumors regarding the Hu Group spread like wildfire throughout the market. Conflicts within and outside the company erupted instantaneously. Partners defaulted. Banks withdrew loans. Business investigations commenced. Competitors poached employees. Staff members hastily resigned. Moreover, countless investors who had bought Hu Group shares, now facing devastating losses, stormed into the company's offices and factories, seizing everything that could be moved. Computers, desks, chairs, and various factory equipment were mercilessly stripped bare by the enraged small shareholders. Of course, such actions were technically unlawful. However, who dared intervene against these furious and desperate small shareholders? The Hu Group had collapsed. Just like that, it had ceased to exist. The market value of the Hu Group had plummeted to zero, or even below. From the moment Lin Hao revealed the first black card to the eventual downfall of the Hu Group, a mere few hours had elapsed. Hu Wei and his son Hu Yaming sat despondently on the ground, neglecting their image entirely. Meanwhile, business magnates such as Chun Wei, Ma Tenghua, Wang Jiansen, and Lu Shidong cast terrified glances at Lin Hao. By this point, they could hardly believe that Lin Hao had orchestrated the Hu Group's demise with merely 5 cards. They were more inclined to believe he had summoned unseen forces to bring the company down in such a short span of time. Fear gripped them as they glanced at Lin Hao. This time, his target was Hu Wei. Who could say he wouldn't choose one of them next? A chill ran down their spines. Some of them were even less powerful than Hu Wei. If Hu Wei was defenseless against Lin Hao's short-selling tactics, what would that mean for them? They silently vowed to never incur Lin Hao's wrath. This newly risen super-rich individual. Who knew what kind of background Lin Hao possessed? How could you have achieved this? Hu Wei, now slumped and gray-faced, gazed at Lin Hao, seeming to have aged 20 years in an instant. Once a vigorous middle-aged man, he now resembled a frail elder. I merely used these few cards. Lin Hao chuckled lightly. His words rang out as a profound mockery to Hu Wei, Hu Yaming, and the assembled magnates. No one believed Lin Hao's claim. They thought he was merely taunting Hu Wei. Hu Wei, you will compensate for my losses, shouted Tang Changming, red-eyed as he lunged at Hu Wei, gripping his collar. Tang Changming held a 5 stake in the Hu Group, which, at the group's former valuation of 340 billion, amounted to a loss of 17 billion. You are merely a minor shareholder. Your losses cannot compare to mine. Hu Wei bellowed in fury. I may be a minor shareholder, but I did not provoke anyone. Had you not tangled with Mr. Lin, would I have lost this 1 or 2 billion? Tang Changming roared in rage. Once inseparable allies, Tang Changming and Hu Wei's bond crumbled in the face of financial ruin. For the sake of money, what deeds would they not commit? Wait a moment. You still own a racetrack, don't you? Tang Changming suddenly brightened, swiftly pulling out his phone to instruct his assistant to seize the racetrack before anyone else could. Merely claiming the racetrack would not suffice to offset my losses. Didn't Woods just return you $1 billion as a deposit? You must use that $1 billion to compensate for my losses. All my losses stem from your arrogance in provoking Mr. Lin. Tang Changming glared at the Hu father and son. his eyes flickering as he plotted to extract that billion from Hu Wei. At this point, he could only devise every possible means to mitigate his losses. The other magnates observed the unfolding drama with a mix of astonishment and pity, yet none extended a helping hand to Hu Wei. What? The racetrack is surrounded by many people? Not long after, Tang Changming received a call from his subordinate. It turned out that he was not the only one aware of Hu Wei's racetrack. Others had already rushed there, eager to seize it to recover their losses. Damn it! Tang Changming angrily hung up the phone and rushed out. He knew the racetrack housed several supercars, and he needed to acquire those vehicles. Meanwhile, Hu Wei and Hu Yaming, utterly disheveled, staggered to their feet and made their way out of the resort. At this juncture, they had no face left to remain there. Lin Hao, just you wait. I will ensure you pay for all you have done to me. As they departed, Hu Wei cast a cold, venomous glare at Lin Hao, his eyes glinting like a viper ready to strike. Chapter 177. A beauty by nature, yet a thief by choice? Mr. Lin, have you truly allowed Hu Wei to depart? Chun Wei and others gazed at the retreating figures of the father and son, Hu Wei and Hu Yaming, in bewilderment. What else could I do? We live in a society governed by law. I cannot unlawfully restrain their freedom, Lin Hao replied with a smile. He made no effort to impede the departure of Hu Wei and Hu Yaming. The two had already lost everything. Despite still possessing a racetrack worth billions and 100 million in cash, numerous individuals were undoubtedly waiting to confront Hu Wei, much like Tang Changming had experienced. Merely dealing with these adversaries would likely be a daunting task for the Hu duo. If Lin Hao had chosen to intervene, he could have ensured that the Hu family would never leave this resort. But what purpose would that serve? Furthermore, such actions would have been illegal, and with so many witnesses present, who could guarantee that someone wouldn't report him? If he were to confront the Hu family, it was not necessary to act at this moment. But Hu Wei has indeed lost the gamble, Ma Tenghua lamented. Indeed, the Hu group, valued at 170 billion, would have made Mr. Lin's wealth truly terrifying had Hu Wei adhered to the wager and conceded to Mr. Lin, another magnate remarked. Quite so. It is indeed a pity. The other tycoons nodded in agreement, expressing their dismay. A pity? What is there to lament? Lin Hao smiled faintly. That is, after all, 170 billion. The former tycoon Wang Jianxin interjected. Although he once considered 100 million a mere trifle, after facing setbacks in recent years, his total wealth had dwindled to about 1,000 such trifles. And what of 170 billion? It is merely a figure. Lin Hao shook his head. This was not a display of arrogance. For Lin Hao, wealth had become nothing more than a number. The financial rewards bestowed upon him by the system, money, real estate, shares, held little allure for him now. What Lin Hao sought was something that transcended monetary value. The serum of Captain America, universal medical knowledge, mastery of all types of driving, golf proficiency, and the privilege of a black card, none of which could be purchased with money. However, the tycoons around him failed to grasp Lin Hao's perspective. They assumed he was merely putting on a fade, as many affluent individuals tend to do when they reach a certain status. I cannot discern beauty. I am with her not for her looks, as I cannot tell whether she is beautiful or not. Many young individuals have their aspirations, such as becoming the wealthiest person. This is commendable and provides direction. Yet, it is wise to first establish a modest goal like earning 100 million. I do not consider myself particularly affluent. I come from an ordinary family, and our lifestyle has not changed significantly over the years. Perhaps our house is slightly larger. In truth, money holds little significance for me. I have worked for years without drawing a salary. I have never touched a penny. My greatest folly was founding Alibaba. I am not interested in wealth. My happiest moments were when I earned 91 yuan a month as a teacher. These pretentious quotes are the hallmark of the four kings of pretentiousness among the affluent, three of whom were present today: Lu Shidong, Wang Jianxin, and Ma Tenghua. The only one absent was the former tycoon Ma Tian. Now, even without Hu Wei's 170 billion shares, Lin Hao's wealth surpassed 400 billion. By any calculation, he was undoubtedly the new tycoon. All right, everyone, after a long night of exertion, it is late. Let us retire for the evening. Lin Hao understood the thoughts of these business magnates but chose not to elaborate. After bidding them farewell, he turned and walked back to the hotel. Feng Weiwei promptly followed, with Ho Shibai also hastening behind Lin Hao, while Woods endeavored to keep pace, hoping to become Lin Hao's disciple. As they observed Lin Hao's receding figure, the magnates collectively sighed, recognizing that this newly minted tycoon, like a supernova, was destined to illuminate the entire business world. Yet, how exactly did this new magnate amass his fortune? Mr. Lin, regarding the vulture ball you just hit, I have several hypotheses and wonder if they are correct. I wish to discuss this with you in depth, if you have the time, Woods eagerly suggested upon reaching the hotel entrance. Woods, it is already past midnight. Perhaps we should allow Chairman Lin to rest. Any discussions can wait until tomorrow. Ho Shibai interjected, eager to flatter. My apologies. My apologies. Mr. Lin, I shall return to my room now, Woods quickly responded, casting a furtive glance at Lin Hao and Feng Weiwei before hastily retreating to his room. Chairman Lin, I will not disturb your rest, Ho Shibai remarked, glancing between Lin Hao and Feng Weiwei before swiftly exiting. Chairman Lin. Feng Weiwei's cheeks flushed as she stammered. All right, you should also return to rest. Lin Hao nodded, assuming Feng Weiwei wanted to leave. He pondered why the special task remained unfulfilled as he walked towards his room. Foolish Feng Weiwei, weren't you intending to offer yourself? Watching Lin Hao's figure grow distant, Feng Weiwei's lips quivered. She contemplated shouting, but ultimately bit her lip, remaining silent. Upon returning to his hotel room, Lin Hao began to reflect. He had arrived here based on the system's designated time and location. The only event that could be deemed a special task was the wager with Hu Wei. Yet, now that the wager had concluded, why had the system not indicated the completion of a special task? Was there another task altogether, or had this one not been fully resolved? Lost in contemplation, Lin Hao gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and in the darkness, the room was silent save for Lin Hao's steady breathing. A barely audible sound echoed as the door creaked open. Moments later, a slender woman stealthily entered the room, her footsteps soundless. She approached Lin Hao's bedside, raising a hand that grasped a syringe. Moonlight streamed through the window, glinting ominously off the syringe. In the next instant, the woman thrust the syringe toward the slumbering Lin Hao. Chapter 178. Lin Hao's abduction. In the midst of their mutual disdain, Lu Cece bound Lin Hao tightly with ropes. The ropes were thick and securely tied, leaving Lin Hao's hands twisted behind his back. After fastening him, Lu Cece playfully wielded an electric baton. Unable to resist the urge to jab it at Lin Hao, she found it peculiar that she had been knocked unconscious earlier. After all, it was she who had used the baton on this man, yet she ended up the one incapacitated. Do you wish to experience that sensation again? Lin Hao cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Cece. You and I, forget it. I adhere to a code of ethics and never mistreat captives.
Liu Cece hesitated,
then shook her head. Captive? You genuinely consider me a captive? How amusing. Your intellect is quite pitiable, Lin Hao sighed, exasperated by Lu Cece's lack of reasoning. You feel pity for me? Ha! I am the one who pities you. Despite your eagerness for me to bind you, you remain my captive. I must insist that when we return, you answer any inquiries truthfully to avoid further discomfort. Lu Cece retorted with a cold smile as she led Lin Hao out of the room. They swiftly descended the stairs and cautiously exited through the hotel's back door. Soon, in a secluded area, she shoved Lin Hao into a car and took the driver's seat. With the ignition turned on, the chairman of the Roland Golf Resort, Lin Hao, was abducted from his own territory by this bumbling thief Lu Cece. As they departed, the security at the resort failed to inspect the vehicle, allowing them to pass without hindrance. In the car, tightly bound, Lin Hao began to contemplate whether to have Li Chong bring a few individuals for specialized training for the resort's security personnel. Some time later, as dawn broke, the car halted before a standalone villa on the outskirts of the capital. Lu Cece honked the horn, prompting the rolling shutter of the adjacent garage to rise slowly, allowing the vehicle to enter. Be compliant and answer any questions honestly. Do not resist. One must bow their head beneath the eaves, lest one suffers the consequences. Lu Cece turned to Lin Hao. Wait, is this kidnapper actually concerned for my well-being? Lin Hao chuckled, as if, I'm merely worried that your mind is muddled and you're helping your captors count their money. I've never encountered someone so foolish. You could escape yet choose to remain bound. Truly a simpleton. Lu Cece exclaimed. You dare call me foolish? Lin Hao was at a loss for words, feeling the sting of Lu Cece's disdain. Enough! I cannot explain this to you. Just remember what I've said. Cooperate and answer any questions posed. It won't be too difficult. They may only ask you a few things, and then I'll return you home. Lu Cece stated impatiently. You actually plan to return me? Is this the level of service offered by modern-day kidnappers? A full package service? Lin Hao was taken aback. What did you expect? Abducting you is a crime, but returning you would merely be a prank, which is not illegal. Do you understand? Lu Cece explained with a tone suggesting she was revealing the wonders of the outside world. What a twisted logic. Remarkable. If only my hands weren't bound. I would have given Lu Cece a thumbs up. It appears that even a thief has their own code of conduct. Perhaps this bumbling thief Lu Cece is not as dim-witted as she appears. Suddenly, the garage door swung open, and two men entered, Hu Wei and Hu Yaming. Lu Cece exited the car and addressed Hu Wei. I've brought the person you requested. Please conclude your business swiftly, as I need to return him. Hu Wei grinned sinisterly. Miss Lu, you need not wait for us. You may leave now. That won't do. I am responsible for the person I brought, Lu Cece insisted, shaking her head. Let me wait outside so you can converse without my knowledge. With that, Lu Cece stepped outside the garage and thoughtfully pressed the button to lower the shutter. As the door descended, she took out a slender cigarette, lit it with a snap, and called back, remember to cooperate. Just answer whatever they ask. With a thud, the shutter closed completely. Lin Hao, you never expected this, did you? Look at your current predicament. Hu Yaming sneered as he yanked Lin Hao from the vehicle. You, a prominent tycoon, have fallen to such a lowly state, venturing out without a single bodyguard? How pitiful. Perhaps next time you will learn your lesson. Oh, wait. There may not be a next time since you are in our clutches. Hu Wei, Hu Yaming, what is your purpose in abducting me? Lin Hao inquired, his expression unreadable. Our purpose? Naturally, it is revenge. You are the reason the Hu family went bankrupt. I shall end your life. Hu Yaming roared, gripping Lin Hao's collar in fury. Fear not, Lin Hao. We will not truly kill you. However, you will shed some blood. You are responsible for the downfall of the Hu Corporation, which turned my 170 billion into mere vapor. It cannot simply be forgiven. You must compensate, Hu Wei stated coldly. Oh, compensation? How do you propose I do that? Lin Hao replied with a hint of skepticism. Simple. Transfer 100 billion to my account at the Swiss bank, and I shall release you, Hu Wei declared. 100 billion is an exorbitant amount. Lin Hao protested. Ha! Even if you lack such liquidity at present, it matters not. You can always borrow. As the newly crowned richest individual in China, you need only ask. And with your shares in Didi and Tencent as collateral, securing such a sum should be effortless. Hu Wei mocked, having already devised a plan. No, that is not my concern. My point is that 100 billion is an astronomically large figure and would constitute extreme extortion under the law. Such an act could lead to life imprisonment. Furthermore, your son's previous threat to kill me shifts the situation entirely. That constitutes murder, which could very well lead to the death penalty. Lin Hao stated earnestly. Chapter 180. According to the evidence you provided, the worst-case scenario is life imprisonment. Ah! Hu Yaming burst into uncontrollable laughter. Hey, Lin Hao, you must be out of your mind. You really think someone will come to rescue you? Dream on. Come. Let me show you if anyone is coming to save you. With a triumphant grin, Hu Yaming pulled out his phone and tapped a few times before presenting the screen to Lin Hao. The display was divided into several small windows, each showing different angles of video feeds from cameras installed around the villa. One of the feeds captured Lu Cece, anxiously pacing while smoking a slender cigarette, while other feeds displayed men in suits, presumably the Hu family's bodyguards, walking about. See? Wake up, Lin Hao. No one is coming to save you. Right now, transfer all your money to my father's account in a Swiss bank, or I will kill you, Hu Yaming declared, retracting his phone and brandishing a knife in the air as a means of intimidation. Using a knife? Ha ha ha. Lin Hao, you truly are amusing. Not just a knife. I possess a gun as well. Hu Yaming laughed maniacally as he drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Lin Hao's head. Another weapon? Your situation is dire, Lin Hao remarked with a tone of regret, shaking his head. Are you brain dead? I demand you transfer the money immediately, Hu Yaming screamed, pressing the gun to Lin Hao's forehead. Suddenly, a faint thud-thud sound echoed, reminiscent of helicopter blades. What's happening? Hu Wei frowned, pulling out his phone to check the villa's surveillance. On the balcony, Hu Wei's voice rang through the camera, and a suited bodyguard rushed to him, reporting, a helicopter has arrived. What? A helicopter? Hu Wei was momentarily stunned, quickly adjusting the camera angle to look skyward. A red and black helicopter hovered 100 meters above the villa. See? Is that Shunfeng Express? Hu Wei pondered, recognizing the logo on the helicopter. In the next moment, the helicopter's door swung open, and several small drones emerged, rapidly descending towards the villa. Buzzing, the drones hovered around the villa, and suddenly, barrels extended from them, firing tranquilizer darts. One by one, the suited bodyguards fell incapacitated. Lu Sisi, outside the villa, looked up in shock, tossing her cigarette aside and sprinting away. Soon, the Hu family's bodyguards patrolling the vicinity were subdued by the drone's tranquilizer darts. The drones surrounded the villa and announced, "Listen, you are surrounded. Release the hostage and come out with your hands up." As the drones issued their demands, the helicopter swiftly lowered a rope ladder, and a fully armed SWAT team descended onto the villa's rooftop, swiftly breaching the interior. Within minutes, they had secured the entire villa except for the garage. A cacophony of police sirens echoed as vehicles surrounded the villa. Damn it, Lin Wu. When did you call the police? Hu Yaming roared in fury. Do you truly wish to perish along with me? You are the wealthiest man in the country. If you've called the police, I will not hesitate to kill you. I've lost everything, and I will take you down with me. Hu Wei's face twisted with rage, unable to fathom when Lin Hao had contacted the authorities. Was it possible that they had been betrayed by that Lu woman? Yet it made no sense. Lin Hao was bound tightly. Besides, Lu's organization had always maintained a stellar reputation. As Hu Wei's expression shifted, he finally drew a handgun, aiming at Lin Hao. You will order that helicopter to land on the villa's rooftop and demand that all SWAT officers leave. With that, Hu Wei opened the app on his phone that controlled the surveillance cameras, thrusting the device towards Lin Hao. Are you suggesting I become a hostage and leave in that helicopter? Lin Hao looked at Hu Wei as if he were a fool. What? As a hostage? You have no objections? Hu Wei sneered. Lin Wu, he continued, you still have a chance to survive. Since you've called the police, we cannot be held responsible. Very well. Lin Wu nodded and addressed Hu Wei's phone. The Hu family, consisting of Hu Wei and Hu Yaming, demands that you land the helicopter on the rooftop and withdraw all personnel from the villa. They will take me as a hostage and leave. Oh, and you must leave a pilot. I doubt these two imbeciles can operate a helicopter. Lin Hao's voice resonated through the loudspeakers attached to the villa's cameras, causing the surrounding SWAT officers to hesitate. The helicopter began to descend slowly. Damn it, Lin Wu, you insolent wretch. How dare you call us fools? Hu Yaming yelled from the garage, raising his gun to strike Lin Hao. In the next moment, a series of muffled explosions echoed as the ropes binding Lin Hao's hands suddenly broke free. Chapter 181. The 6th B-level reward, cutting-edge technology. A few hours later, as Lin Wu exited the police station, the sky had brightened considerably. The female captain escorted him out. As for the Hu Wei father and son, they would likely serve a lengthy prison sentence. Goodbye, Lin Wu said. It would be best if we never meet again, the female captain responded sternly. After all, she was the captain of the special police, and encounters with her seldom bode well. Then let it be so, Lin Wu smiled, waving at the captain. Outside the police station, Chun Wei awaited at the entrance, alongside the extravagant delivery girl who had also been there. Previously, the special police had commandeered her helicopter for delivering packages, along with tactical drones, allowing them to arrive undetected at the Hu Wei villa and swiftly incapacitate the bodyguards present. Of course, even without the special police's intervention, Lin Hao could have dealt with the Hu Wei father and son, along with their bodyguards. After all, Lin Hao had been injected with Captain America's serum. However, since the Hu Wei father and son resorted to such underhanded tactics as kidnapping, Lin Wu could not simply let them off lightly. Should I kill them? No, life imprisonment would be far more torturous. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Chun Wei inquired with concern. I'm fine. Thanks to you this time, Lin Wu replied with a smile. I merely reported the crime, Chun Wei said modestly. Mr. Lin, I truly didn't expect that. Aside from your prowess in golf, you are also quite skilled in handling such matters. The Hu Wei father and son are utterly despicable, lacking any sense of decency. The law will not spare them. Chun Wei exclaimed indignantly. All right, you've worked hard all night. You should return and rest. By the way, could you help me find someone to retrieve my helicopter parked at the entrance of the golf resort and bring it back home? Also, please inform Woods and the others that I won't be returning. I have some other matters to attend to. Next time, I shall discuss golf techniques with Woods. Lin Wu chuckled. Understood, Mr. Lin. Chun Wei nodded, turning to leave. As the chairman of Didi with a fortune worth billions, Chun Wei felt elated to assist Lin Wu with even the smallest of tasks. In his eyes, the fact that Mr. Lin trusted him to report the kidnapping, and now to handle matters with Woods and other influential figures, indicated that Mr. Lin regarded him with newfound respect. Ah, just in time. I have your package, Chun Wei exclaimed as he departed. After Chun Wei left, the extravagant delivery girl approached Lin Wu with a parcel. Upon receiving the package, a system notification echoed in Lin Wu's mind. Detected that the host has completed a B-level special security mission. Rewards: cutting-edge mobile technology, basic artificial intelligence technology, God-tier programming skills, and samples of cutting-edge mobile devices. Rewards of cutting-edge mobile technology and basic artificial intelligence technology have been sent to the host's email in electronic format. The physical documents and sample mobile device have been delivered via express delivery. The host has mastered God-tier programming skills. As the system's notification concluded, Lin Wu's face brightened with excitement. Cutting-edge technology, the ultimate delight for any man. Lin Wu had previously been a fan of science fiction films, enamored with the cutting-edge technologies portrayed within them. Iron Man's suit, the AI Jarvis, the propulsion systems from Wandering Earth and faster-than-light spaceships. Every man is, at heart, still a boy enamored with toys, and cutting-edge technology is the most cherished of them all. Would you mind giving me a ride home? Lin Wu inquired after signing for his parcel. Huh? You a man? Want me a woman to take you home? The delivery girl was momentarily taken aback. Is that inconvenient? Lin Wu asked. While it is convenient, I must clarify that you should not interpret my assistance as an invitation, she replied. Rest assured, I'm merely eager to get home. Lin Wu reassured her with a shake of his head. Soon, the helicopter emblazoned with the letters SE ascended slowly from beside the police station. Inside the cockpit, the delivery girl nervously glanced at Lin Wu, who was preoccupied with a peculiar-looking phone he had just retrieved from the parcel. This phone was indeed the cutting-edge mobile device awarded by the system, while the accompanying thick stack of papers contained the relevant technology and artificial intelligence documentation. However, Lin Wu did not instantly grasp the intricate details of the cutting-edge mobile technology and basic artificial intelligence. Rather, he had been provided with the corresponding documentation. The stack in his hands was merely a brief overview of the actual technology, while the complete contents were available electronically, far too extensive to print in full. Hey, what brand is that phone? I've never seen it before. The delivery girl, intrigued by Lin Wu's fascination with the device, couldn't help but ask. It appears to have no brand. I'm not sure, Lin Wu replied, examining it closely for any logos. No brand? That's impossible. Even a knockoff would have a label. The delivery girl was bewildered at first, then quickly speculated that Lin Wu might have been offended by her earlier remark about not taking advantage of the situation. Despite his handsome appearance, wealth, and impressive physique, why was he so petty? Hadn't he heard that when women say no, they often mean the opposite? Of course, she never intended to imply that he should pursue her. Before she could ponder further, the helicopter smoothly landed beside Lin Wu's lakeside villa. Thank you for the ride. Consider it a fulfillment of your promise, Lin Wu said as he disembarked. Such a simple condition? Absolutely not. The delivery girl shook her head without hesitation, pulling the control stick to ascend once more. Remember to be more open-minded next time. As the helicopter lifted a few meters off the ground, she poked her head out of the cockpit, addressing Lin Wu below. After her words, she quickly withdrew, navigating the helicopter skyward. What did she just say? Lin Wu wondered, shaking his head. The whirring of the helicopter blades had drowned out her voice, leaving him in confusion. Chapter 183. The Deceptive Tactics of Unethical Social Media. Upon returning home, Lin Hao eagerly entered his room to delve into the system rewards he had received. First and foremost was the prototype of the cutting-edge smartphone. Previously, the phone he owned had been a gift from Li Qingya during their shopping excursion. But now it served as crucial evidence for the special police unit, as it contained footage of Hu Wei and his son. Thus, this advanced smartphone arrived at an opportune moment. The device was compact, comparable in size to an ordinary phone, yet when in lock screen mode, it resembled a mere sheet of transparent glass. Once the screen was activated, not only did the content appear on the display, but it could also project images into the air above, creating a three-dimensional effect. This method of expanding the display area far surpassed Lin Wu's previous foldable screen phone, which was already considered a pinnacle of technology in the current smartphone market. Truly, it was a marvel of black technology. Lin Hao marveled inwardly and swiftly perused the technical documentation for the black technology smartphone. The term black technology does not refer to unattainable supersciences, such as two-dimensional foil, light-speed spacecraft, or seven-dimensional spaces, which remain beyond our reach. Instead, black technology signifies advancements that, while theoretically feasible based on existing scientific principles, have yet to be realized in practical terms. In the past century, foundational scientific breakthroughs have been scarce, with significant theories such as relativity and quantum mechanics originating over 100 years ago. However, in applied technology, humanity has made revolutionary progress: electronic computers, lunar landers, nuclear weapons, and the internet, all grounded in the scientific theories of a century past. Thus, the black technology Lin Hao acquired from the system, including the smartphone and artificial intelligence technologies, was indeed attainable. According to the system's documentation, Lin Hao found himself capable of comprehending the principles and implementation processes step by step. For instance, the technology utilized in the black technology smartphone was not non-existent. It merely had not been conceived in such a manner before. The preliminary artificial intelligence documentation included a new programming language, yet the system had equipped Lin Hao with godly programming skills, enabling him to grasp the essential components with ease. However, understanding the theory was one thing, actual implementation was another matter entirely. Whether it was the black technology smartphone or the nascent artificial intelligence, the workload involved was immense. The smartphone project encompassed chips, software, systems, batteries, screens, cameras, and more, and although it was only palm-sized, it represented a monumental engineering endeavor. As for the preliminary artificial intelligence, despite being labeled basic, it far surpassed the most advanced AI systems currently available, rivaling the likes of Jarvis or Friday from Iron Man. In the presence of such an intelligence, existing systems like AlphaGo appeared trivial. Of course, to bring this artificial intelligence to fruition, Lin Hao would need to meticulously input code into the computer. Though he had not majored in computer science during his academic years, he had developed an interest in programming, initially aspiring to create video games and insert backdoors for shared enjoyment. However, after investing significant effort into developing a simple game, he abandoned the endeavor due to financial constraints in promoting it. Now, it seemed he had a renewed opportunity. With divine programming skills and a fortune of 400 billion at his disposal, he could certainly promote a game successfully. Lin Hao, brimming with excitement, opened his computer and immersed himself in the world of programming. First, he resolved to implement the preliminary artificial intelligence. For the next several days, Lin Hao sequestered himself in his room, typing away at the keyboard with fervor. He only emerged for meals. His parents, Lin Xianming and Wang Shuyun, grew increasingly concerned, urging him to take breaks given their improved financial situation. They wondered what could possibly consume his attention so completely. Fearing he might become a recluse, they searched online, only to find alarming articles about internet addiction and individuals lost in virtual worlds. Perhaps we should find him a girlfriend before he transforms entirely into a computer, Wang Shuyun lamented, regretting her failure to remember the contact details of that golden-haired foreign girl from the past. A week passed, and Lin Hao successfully completed the framework for his preliminary artificial intelligence. He now needed to implement learning software to enable it to autonomously gather information from the internet and engage in self-directed learning. Naturally, Lin Hao had to oversee the learning direction. He could not allow the newly birthed intelligence to absorb the darker aspects of the internet. Nevertheless, with the onset of the AI's self-learning phase, Lin Hao could finally afford to relax. During the past week, he had remained oblivious to the bustling world outside. However, events were unfolding beyond his door. The collapse of the Hu family conglomerate, valued at over 300 billion, had become common knowledge. Furthermore, Hu Wei, the chairman, and his son Hu Yaming were sentenced to life imprisonment for kidnapping, extortion, and attempted murder. Meanwhile, Lin Wu's newfound wealth of 400 billion had earned him the title of the latest billionaire, though this news circulated only among the upper echelons of society. Additionally, in the realm of sports, golf legends Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy announced plans to settle in China. Among these stories was one involving a sensation from the Shimutu community. Recently, the so-called two-dimensional goddess, Xia Momo, had been embroiled in scandal after a video of her went viral on the Duel platform. The internet buzzed with claims that Xia Momo was merely a 40-year-old woman who had given birth, hiding her face behind a mask to conceal her wrinkles, an image even beauty filters could not rectify. Moreover, a popular influencer named Chingij took to her Duel account to share what she claimed were Xia Momo's real photos, portraying her as aged and unattractive, evidently altered through Photoshop. Chapter 184. The influencer's downfall. Are you home now? I'm coming to see you. Lin Tan pondered for a moment before responding to the message. Wow. Lin Wu, you finally replied to me. I thought you were ignoring me. Came the swift response from Xia Momo. Why on earth would I ignore you? Lin Yan replied with a smile, then changed his clothes, allowing the artificial intelligence on his computer to run its learning program independently before heading out. Where are you going? Xiaowu, are you off to find that blonde foreign woman from the other day? Or perhaps you're inviting her over for dinner? Wang Shuyun inquired, chasing him to the door. Mom, it's not what you think. I'm just going to help a friend. Lin Hao replied with a resigned smile. Before long, Lin Hao arrived at Xia Momo's house. After she meticulously recounted the events, Lin Hao took out his phone and opened the Duel live streaming platform, locating Chingij's live stream. At that moment, Chingij was live streaming. Hello, my darlings. Have you seen this lipstick? It's the Hermes of lipsticks. Look at my lips after applying it. Only a youthful girl like me can pull off this look, unlike that 40-year-old woman Xia Momo, who can never achieve such beauty, no matter how much she edits her photos. Oh my goodness. Buy it, buy it, buy it. If you don't want to end up looking like that ugly creature Xia Momo, then get this. Now, let us do a comparison. On the left, we have the Hermes of lipsticks, and on the right, we have the generic brand. What do you think? Doesn't the left one resemble a beauty, while the right one looks like Xia Momo? In the live stream, Chingij shamelessly disparaged Xia Momo while promoting products, and her fans, incited by her words, eagerly opened their wallets. Lin Hao, you mentioned you're the chairman of Duel. Could you speak to Chingij and ask her to stop slandering me? I've sent her countless private messages, but sometimes she ignores me, and other times she insults me, saying if I'm ugly, I should learn to accept society's ridicule. Xia Momo pleaded pitifully. Though Xia Momo was not overweight, Lin Hao noticed that she appeared significantly thinner after just a week. She also seemed exhausted and worn down, with dark circles under her eyes. This incident had profoundly affected her. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Lin Tan assured her, shaking his head as he dialed the general manager of Duel, Dai Jinwei. Hello, Chairman Lin. Dai Jinwei greeted respectfully over the phone. There's a live streamer named Chingij. I want her live stream room banned permanently for malicious slander, Lin Tan stated. But Chairman Lin, Chingij is a popular streamer with millions of followers, and she just signed a contract with the company. She also pays a management fee for her promotions. Moreover, I've been monitoring her live stream, and there haven't been any violations, Dai Jinwei replied cautiously. Malicious slander, Lin Wu stated flatly. Malicious slander? We need evidence for that. After all, we have a contract with her, and if she decides to sue, it could damage our company's reputation. Dai Jinwei attempted to argue further. If you don't ban her, I'll find someone else who will, Lin Hao declared decisively. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. I'll have her banned immediately, Dai Jinwei exclaimed, suddenly realizing his mistake in questioning Lin Tan. After hanging up within a minute, Qing Gij, who was passionately discussing a lipstick, suddenly noticed her screen had gone black. A message appeared. This live room has been permanently banned for malicious slander. No reinstatement. What? Qing Gij was taken aback, quickly grabbing her phone to call the supervisor at Duel. As a top streamer, she had direct access to the company's higher-ups. Hello? Supervisor Zhang. Why was my live room suddenly banned? You need to investigate immediately. Do you know how much money I lose for every minute my stream is interrupted? Get the responsible employee to me now. Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you, she demanded without hesitation. Typically, streamers of her stature spoke to Duel's supervisors without any courtesy, as it was straightforward. While the Duel platform was vast, each supervisor faced their own performance pressures. Please forgive me, Qing Gij. I will find out what happened. It must have been a mistake by a new employee. I'll make sure to give him a stern reprimand. Once you calm down, I'll speak to higher management to allocate resources to compensate for your losses, Supervisor Zhang replied, eager to appease her. However, the ban on Qing Gij's livestream had been a direct order from General Manager Dai Jinwei, of which Zhang was completely unaware. 5 minutes later, Qing Gij received a call from Supervisor Zhang. Hello? Supervisor Zhang. Why hasn't my stream been reinstated? What are you doing? Do you even care about your performance this month? She exclaimed as soon as she answered the call. Qing Gij, I'm calling to inform you that due to your involvement in malicious slander during your live stream, Duel has decided to permanently ban your live room and blacklist your identification. The company will terminate our contract with you immediately. The cold voice of Supervisor Zhang echoed through the line. What? Are you insane? Qing Gij exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 186. How to combat Qing Gugu across platforms. I am not insane. I am merely notifying you. From this moment forth, Dolu Company has terminated your contract. You are no longer a host of Dolu Zhang, the supervisor coldly declared. His tone was laced with a chill and a hint of mockery, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. Just moments ago, he had faced a barrage of reprimands from his superiors regarding the closure of Qing Guji's livestream, nearly facing dismissal himself. Are you terminating my contract? Planning to blacklist me? Ha! On what grounds do you presume to do this? I will take legal action against you. And as for you, what are you so proud of? You may call yourself a supervisor. Yet in reality, you are merely a parasite living off my success.
King Ye retuted Angreli.
Feel free to sue us. It is of no concern to me. The company has its own legal department to handle such matters. Zhang coldly replied before abruptly ending the call. From the words of his superior, he had discerned that Qing Gugu had offended a particularly formidable individual. Had Qing Gugu treated him with a modicum of respect, he might have considered divulging some information to her. However, emboldened by her status as a prominent host, she had grown arrogant, and upon learning of her ban, her fury erupted uncontrollably. Thus, Zhang revealed no hints before severing the connection. At that moment, the livestream room, where Qing Gugu was supposed to appear, was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by a stark message. This livestream has been permanently banned for malicious rumors and will not be unblocked. Fans were left in a state of shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. While bans like this were not uncommon on streaming platforms, they typically involved lesser-known hosts engaging in illicit activities. In contrast, a high-profile host like Qing Gugu, with millions of devoted followers, relied on product promotion. There was no need for underhanded tactics. What could possibly have transpired? The message stating malicious rumors. Did it imply that Qing Gugu was the one spreading lies? Yet, as a promoter, what could she possibly slander? She had never disparaged the quality of competing products, only offering comparisons without naming them. The only plausible explanation could it be related to Xiaomo, whose name was frequently on Qing Guji's lips. Now that Qing Gugu has been silenced, I trust that other medium-sized hosts will think twice before defaming you.
Lin Tan Rieschuret Xia Montag.
Thank you, Lin Tan. I truly appreciate your help, Xiaomo replied gratefully. Qing Gugu had been her fiercest critic, wielding significant influence over her vast fanbase. For days, Xiaomo had attempted to reach out to Qing Gugu, hoping to quell the attacks, but to no avail. This experience had opened her eyes to the harsh reality of online bullying. Fortunately, Lin Tan had swiftly resolved this troublesome matter with ease. Truly, he is the charming gentleman I admire, Xia Mo mused, captivated by Lin Tan's handsome and gentle demeanor, his affluence adding to his allure. A sudden notification from her phone shattered the peculiar tension in the air. It was a message from a close friend, delivering both good and bad news. I have some wonderful news. The despicable Qing Gugu, who has been slandering you, has been banned by Dolu Company. Her live stream is permanently closed. However, it seems she has shamelessly moved to Kuaijiao platform to continue her broadcasts. MOMO, I have already filed a complaint with Kuaijiao. Perhaps Qing Guji's ban is a result of our previous complaints. Upon reading the message, Xia Mo hastily opened the Kuaijiao platform and searched for Qing Gugu. To her astonishment, despite the brief duration since her ban from Dolu, Qing Gugu had already resumed streaming on Kuaijiao. Kuaijiao, the second largest company in the domestic short video and live streaming sector, trailed only behind Dolu. However, on the international stage it lagged significantly, unable to even share in Dolu's success. Yet, within the domestic market, it had established a foothold as a key competitor to Dolu. Meanwhile, in Qing Guji's Kuaijiao livestream, fans were flocking in droves. As a prominent host, she had various means of communicating with her audience, including official channels and fan groups. News of her departure from Dolu to Kuaijiao spread rapidly among her followers. Dear fans, starting today, I have made Kuaijiao my new home. Forget about Dolu. Just like that so-called two-dimensional goddess Ya Momo, Dolu is nothing but an ugly and outdated entity. And our two-dimensional goddess Ya Momo is merely an overaged figure. In her Kuaijiao livestream, Qing Gugu launched into a tirade against Xia Momo. She was not foolish. She had pieced together that Dolu's decision to sever ties with her was due to her ongoing feud with Xia Momo. However, she remained baffled as to how Xia Momo had managed to manipulate the upper echelons of Dolu. Nonetheless, she resolved to disregard it. Kuaijiao had been actively courting her, and she would embrace this new chapter. After all, her fanbase was primarily domestic, and Kuaijiao's standing in the local market was formidable. Now that she had shifted her allegiance, she intended to repay her grievances with fervor, ensuring that her vendetta against Xia Momo would be relentless. Chapter 187. The Queen of Livestream Shopping. A major catastrophe. Dear ones, the hydrating elements in this face mask are among the most effective I have ever used. Just look at my complexion. I applied the mask this morning, and now, 7 hours later, my skin remains so supple and smooth. How is it possible that my face appears so dewy and radiant? Naturally, it is due to this marvelous mask. In the live stream, Qing Gij was oblivious to the disappearance of the beauty filters in her broadcast, continuing to pose dramatically and make exaggerated expressions. Meanwhile, the viewers were bewildered. What on earth happened? Why did the screen suddenly display a middle-aged woman? Where did Qing Gij go? How could she have transformed into such an unattractive figure? The fans were momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend that the once celebrated sales queen, Qing Gij, was actually a woman in her 40s, with a plump physique and a round face. Previously, on the dual platform, she had always showcased flawless skin, an enviable figure, and a refined visage. How else could she have succeeded in selling products? The fans were in utter disbelief. What are you all talking about? A middle-aged woman? Are you referring to that elder sister, Xia Momo? In fact, I would love to gift Xia Momo a few masks. Perhaps they could help her regain a few years and appear 39 instead. Still, Qing Gij remained oblivious, mistakenly believing the fans were discussing Xia Momo. The truth was, that unattractive woman was none other than Qing Gij herself. Finally, a brave fan shouted out, akin to the child who revealed the emperor's true appearance. The live stream quickly descended into chaos. Could this hideous creature truly be Qing Gij? How is that possible? It cannot be. Look at her clothes, her actions, her voice. It's unmistakably her. The shock was palpable as fans realized that Qing Gij was indeed this unattractive figure. I feel nauseated. I can't believe I have supported this hideous creature for so long. I must have been blind. Qing Gij, this grotesque being, and I was among her top supporters? Who has surpassed me on the leaderboard? I demand to know. The The fans, now utterly disillusioned, were in a frenzy. They had invested so much time and money into supporting her, only to discover she was a woman in her 40s, old, unattractive, and overweight. The fans felt as though they had been deceived, and Ching-Gij, sensing something amiss, attempted to investigate but found no discrepancies on her own devices. It turned out that Lin Hao's hacking program had cleverly bypassed her account's view, ensuring that she saw the beautified version of herself while everyone else witnessed her unfiltered reality. What is happening? What is going on? Ching-Gij continued to feign innocence, her voice still sweetly affected. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to smash my phone. Ching-Gij, hurry and take a good look at yourself. The fans were now beyond disgust, having transformed from supporters to detractors. In their anger at being deceived for so long, these disillusioned fans began recording the livestream and uploading it online, accompanied by posts like, "The queen of livestream shopping, Ching-Gij, is actually a 40-year-old aunt. After purchasing Ching-Gij's face masks, will I also become as hideous as she is? What gave Ching-Gij the confidence? Liangru? Soon." These posts and the recorded videos spread throughout fan groups. Many fans, who had yet to witness the live stream, were horrified, akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Finally, Ching-Gij caught sight of her true appearance in one of the fan groups, and panic set in as she realized her real visage had been exposed. This cursed Kuaijiao platform, she cursed as she swiftly closed the live stream. She still believed it was a malfunction of the beauty filter. Dear ones, it was merely a glitch in the Kuaijiao software. The app reversed the beauty filter, she hastily explained in various fan groups. It's a prank filter designed to make one look unattractive. Trust me, it truly is a problem with the Kuaijiao platform. I reserve the right to hold them legally accountable. Just wait a moment while I contact them to rectify the issue, and I assure you, I will return to being the adorable and beautiful Ching-Gij you all know. In her haste, she reached out to the Kuaijiao platform's supervisor, demanding, what on earth happened? Why did the beauty software fail so abruptly? If this continues, no streamer will dare to join your platform. Fuming, she realized she had relied on these filters to maintain her youthful image, only to have her true self revealed in such a humiliating manner. On the other hand, the Kuaijiao supervisor was equally stunned to learn that the famed Ching-Gij, without filters, was a 40-year-old plump woman. In disbelief, the supervisor quickly checked the software once more, assuring her that everything appeared to be functioning correctly. If there are any further issues, I will not tolerate it. Fuming, Ching-Gij prepared to broadcast once more. Chapter 189. Durex and Pantene. Hello, my dear friends. Your beloved Ching-Gij is back. I sincerely apologize for the recent technical difficulties with the Kuaijiao platform. However, I have contacted the kind-hearted staff, and they have promptly resolved the issue. From now on, you can rest assured that there will be no more of those unfortunate incidents. Speaking of which, I was rather disheartened to find myself rendered to look like a 40-year-old matron. Alas, how can a heart that feels like a 10-year-old accept such a reality? As the live stream resumed, Ching-Gij immediately adopted an exaggerated tone to express her grievances and charm the audience. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the screen still displayed her unfiltered self. In truth, she had already crossed the threshold of 40, relying solely on her melodious voice to embark on her live streaming journey a year ago. Initially, she donned a mask during her broadcasts, but as her fans grew enchanted by her voice and mystique, she bravely decided to reveal her face after experiencing the wonders of beautification software. To her surprise, despite her dull complexion, wrinkled skin, and round face, the effects of the software were astonishingly favorable. As time passed, Ching-Gij's popularity soared, ultimately securing her position as the queen of sales. The recent smear against Xia Momo stemmed from two reasons: the potential for increased traffic and a tinge of jealousy, a 40-year-old woman's envy towards a 20-something beauty. Thus, Ching-Gij relished in mocking Xia Momo with derogatory remarks like the two-dimensional ant and the 40-something Xia Momo. At this moment, as Ching-Gij viewed her own live stream, the beautification software had taken effect, yet to everyone else's eyes, she remained unchanged. Oh no, this is unbearable. A 40-something matron acting cute. Such a sight is simply too much to endure. My friends, I apologize, but I must leave. I am blocking this live stream, and let us never meet again. Ching-Gij, it is not your fault to be ugly. but deceiving us is a lifelong mistake. The chat exploded with furious comments as viewers began to exit en masse. Simultaneously, someone recorded the entire fiasco and shared it across fan groups, WeChat Moments, and Weibo. In a state of panic, Qing Gij realized she had unwittingly started another broadcast without the beautification effects. What is wrong with the Kuaijiao platform? Can't they even manage a beauty filter? No wonder they can never compete with Duel. With such a shoddy platform, they can only wallow in their failures. Enraged, she called the Kuaijiao supervisor to unleash a torrent of invective. Can you please be reasonable? I just had our technicians check the software, and there are no issues. The supervisor retorted defiantly. No issues? Are you saying that everyone's eyes are deceived? Or perhaps your own vision is impaired? Listen, Kuaijiao must compensate for my losses. Qing Gij fumed. As the queen of sales, she was accustomed to receiving substantial payments for her promotional efforts. However, the current debacle, which had seen her switch from Duel to Kuaijiao and subsequently reveal her true self, would cost her dearly. First, she would have to return the money received from the merchants. Second, after her true appearance had been exposed, her future prospects in sales were bleak. The title of Queen of Sales would undoubtedly slip from her grasp, making it exceedingly difficult for her to remain relevant in the live streaming realm. Compensation? If you have a financial dispute with Kuaijiao, I suggest you speak directly with our legal department. The supervisor replied coldly. What nonsense! What kind of attitude is that? You are merely a dog that feeds off me. I will file a complaint and have you fired. Qing Gij screamed in humiliation and rage. By all means, the supervisor scoffed, adding, truly, ugly people often create their own misfortunes. Then, with a final click, he hung up. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Qing Gij raged in her studio, overturning her computer in frustration. Bad news travels fast. The tale of the Queen of Sales, Qing Gij, crashing and burning during her live stream quickly spread across major online platforms, propelling her into the top 10 of Weibo's trending topics. Qing Gij had once held considerable influence, earning her the title of Queen of Sales. Thus, when the walls began to crumble, many small media outlets and amateur streamers descended upon her like a swarm of sharks, eager to capitalize on her misfortune. Shocking, what caused her to age from 20 to 40 overnight? The once charming beauty Qing Gij transforms into a 40-year-old ant. Is this a reflection of societal decay or moral decline? Disgusting. I nearly lost my dinner upon seeing Qing Gij's true face at 40. Originally, Qing Gij had aimed to siphon off Xia Momo's traffic, but unexpectedly, she became the target of countless unscrupulous media and streamers. Within mere hours, she plummeted from her lofty position to become a pariah, universally reviled. It seemed she would find it nearly impossible to regain her footing in the live streaming industry. Ding ding. In her study, the real Momo's friends bombarded her with updates about Qing Gij's latest developments, leaving Xia Momo utterly stunned. Lin Hao. What on earth is happening? Why has Qing Gij suddenly changed like this? Xia Momo sensed that Lin must be involved. Ah! I merely deprived her of her ability to use beautification software. Lin Wu replied nonchalantly. Deprived her of her ability to use beautification software? Xia Momo questioned, perplexed. Indeed, from this moment forth, no matter which live stream platform or beautification software, as long as Qing Gij's face is detected, all beautification effects will be automatically removed. Consider this a fitting punishment for her previous insults towards you. Lin Wu smiled faintly. What? Xia Momo gasped. This punishment, while trivial for some, would undoubtedly be the most excruciating consequence for Qing Gij. Chapter 190. Rewards after the system upgrades to level A. Do you still dare to call me a foolish thief? Lu Sisi exclaimed in a fit of rage, raising her gun to threaten Lin Hao. Get in the car and drive immediately, or I swear I will pull the trigger. Lin Hao chuckled, settling into the vehicle and shutting the door. What is it this time? Planning to kidnap me again? He remained unfazed by the firearm in Lu Sisi's grasp, pressing the accelerator and driving forward. Humph! You disaster! Who would want to kidnap you? As Lu Sisi saw Lin Hao drive away from the special police team, she contemplated putting the gun away. That gun of yours, it wouldn't he happen to be a toy, would it? Lin Hao suddenly inquired. How did you know? Lu Sisi blurted out instinctively. You really are a foolish thief. Lin Hao shook his head, smiling. The difference between a plastic gun and a real one is quite significant. Although Lu Cece had wrapped the gun in a manner that concealed most of it, exposing only the barrel, Lin Hao's vision far exceeded that of an average person, making it impossible for him not to discern the truth. Conversely, had he not recognized the weapon as a fake, he wouldn't have dared to enter the car and drive away with Lu Cece. So what if it's a fake gun? I don't need a real one to deal with you, Lu Cece retorted, coming to a realization. Is that so? Then what will you use against me? A syringe? An electric baton? Or perhaps some rope? Lin Hao replied with a teasing smile. You! Lu Cece's face flushed with anger. Last time you were just lucky. If there's a next time, I can take you down from 100 paces away with a tranquilizer dart. Lin Hao gripped the steering wheel with one hand while giving her a thumbs up with the other. You came to find me just to boast? Who's boasting? I'm here to warn you. Our organization has classified you as a level A target, so be cautious. Lu Cece said earnestly. A level A target? That sounds rather mundane. Is it because I embarrassed your organization? Lin Hao quickly pieced together the implications of what Captain Panting had just mentioned. Our employer entrusted us with capturing you, but you caused them to be apprehended instead. This has adversely affected our organization's reputation. Many long-standing clients are reconsidering their collaboration with us, Lu Cece continued. So it's like that. You're furious because I tarnished your organization's name, and now you've decided to make me a scapegoat to restore your honor? Who is your leader? Surely they must be out of their mind. Lin Hao laughed. You still have the leisure to laugh? Let me tell you, if the organization truly decides to act against you, you're finished. Lu Cece exclaimed urgently. All right then. What brings you here? Lin Hao asked. Are you here to warn me before your organization takes action? Or are you the one sent to deal with me? I came to remind you because I don't want you to be dealt with so swiftly by the organization. Otherwise, I will have to bear the pressure alone. Lu Cece stated. Bear the pressure? Lin Hao questioned, intrigued. The organization thinks I'm in cahoots with you. They even believe I tipped off the authorities about Hu Wei, so I must face repercussions as well. Lu Cece's expression darkened. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. You're still laughing. Lu Cece snapped. Cough cough. I truly admire the thought process of your organization's leader. I'd love to meet them someday. Lin Hao managed to say between his chuckles. Meet our leader? You must be seeking death. Now please let me off up ahead, Lu Cece commanded. With a screech, Lin Hao slammed the brakes, stopping the car at the roadside. I advise you to hire some professional bodyguards, Lu Cece declared before exiting the vehicle, disappearing quickly from sight. This foolish thief is indeed adorably foolish. Lin Hao chuckled to himself as he pressed the accelerator, the car gliding away. Bodyguards? For someone who has injected Captain America's serum, needing a bodyguard is utterly ludicrous. Upon returning home, Lin Hao checked on the artificial intelligence he was developing, coding away for a while, adding some refinements, and allowing it to continue its learning program. This artificial intelligence was greedily learning from the vast expanse of the internet. And naturally, Lin Hao marked certain negative influences for exclusion. It was akin to nurturing a rapidly growing child. It would inevitably encounter darker aspects of the world. However, Lin Hao could not deny it exposure to those shadows entirely. If it were to be shielded from all negativity, the artificial intelligence would merely become a naive idealist. What Lin Hao aimed to do was to annotate these darker elements, effectively teaching the AI to discern good from evil based on a comprehensive understanding of the world. After adjusting the AI's learning trajectory, Lin Hao donned his security uniform and began patrolling the neighborhood. Since the system upgraded to level B, this marked the completion of his first B-level special task. He was still 6 tasks away from upgrading to level A. Reflecting on the rewards from the 6 B-level special tasks. First, Captain America's serum. Second, mastery of all medical skills. Third, proficiency in beast language and shares in a company. Fourth, mastery of all driving skills and shares in a property management company. Fifth, a black card for a vacation resort. Sixth, super programming skills, advanced technology materials, and samples of a cutting-edge smartphone. Each reward from these B-level special tasks was invaluable, beyond mere monetary worth. Therefore, what rewards might await him upon upgrading to level A? Lin Hao couldn't help but fantasize. Would it be a starship cannon? A light-speed spacecraft? Ascension to a divine being? Necromancy? Or perhaps powers derived from faith? The very thought sent a thrill down his spine. Lin Taigu patrolling, huh? I'll join you. At that moment, Chen Xiaoqing appeared out of nowhere, clad in his own security uniform, eagerly trailing behind Lin Hao. Once a reckless youth, Chen Xiaoqing was now diligently working as a security guard in the community. All right, Lin Hao smiled, pleased to see such transformation. Thank you, Lin Taigu, Chen Xiaoqing exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he followed closely behind Lin Hao. At that moment, Lin Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noting that it was a call from Chen Xiaoqing's father, Chun Wei of Didi Company. Mr. Lin, help. As the call connected, Chun Wei's voice rushed through the line. Chapter 192. The arrival of Lin Hao, a turn of events. As Chun Wei articulated the situation over the phone, Lin Hao swiftly grasped the unfolding drama. It turned out that Didi Company was on the brink of being engulfed by state capital, with Chairman Chun Wei and General Manager Li Qing facing imminent dismissal. In its nascent stages, Didi Company, desperate for funding, had resorted to multiple rounds of financing, resulting in excessive dilution of ownership. Unlike Alibaba, which established an AB share system, or Tencent, which instituted a board of directors with veto rights, Chun Wei, as the founder, had not implemented such measures. Consequently, following successive financing rounds, Chairman Chun Wei's shares were diluted repeatedly, diminishing his influence step by step. Presently, even the combined shares of Chairman Chun Wei and General Manager Li Qing amounted to a mere fraction. Didi's primary shareholders now included a consortium of SoftBank and UBR, holding a commanding percentage, while Lin Wu emerged as the second-largest shareholder. The remainder comprised a multitude of small and medium shareholders, their numbers unparalleled among Chinese enterprises. Though Didi had yet to go public, its shareholder list could hardly be contained on a single A4 sheet. Previously, Chun Wei and Li Qing had navigated the treacherous waters of shareholder dynamics, skillfully balancing interests to maintain their positions. However, now, for reasons unknown, the SoftBank and UBR alliance had turned against them, rallying numerous small shareholders to demand their ousting in favor of an American named Smith to assume both roles of chairman and general manager. Should Smith take the helm, Didi would be irrevocably under American control. In truth, during the past 3 weeks, while Lin Hao had devoted himself to the development of artificial intelligence, these events had been transpiring. At this moment, the Didi headquarters in the capital was convening a crucial shareholders' meeting. This meeting would determine the fate of Chun Wei and Li Qing, deciding who would wield control over the colossal entity that Didi had become. I should attend. After all, I am the second-largest shareholder of Didi Company. Such a significant meeting cannot proceed without my presence, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly after ending the call. Upon reflection, he turned to Chen Xiaoqing and said, "Your father's company is facing some issues and might lose the chairmanship. They are currently holding a shareholders' meeting, and I need to help him resolve this. Would you like to join me?" Previously, Chun Wei had seldom discussed Didi's affairs with Chen Xiaoqing, contributing to the latter's sense of neglect. Even now, as Chun Wei teetered on the brink of losing his position, Chen Xiaoqing remained blissfully unaware. "What, Brother Lin? I will accompany you," Chen Xiaoqing exclaimed, initially startled by the gravity of the situation but then elated at Lin Hao's invitation to the shareholders' meeting. Half an hour later, Lin Hao and Chen Xiaoqing arrived at Didi's headquarters in the capital. In their haste, they had not changed clothes, still clad in the security uniforms from their community. Upon reaching the Didi headquarters, the security guard mistook them for intruders attempting to seize their jobs and prepared to intervene. Thankfully, Chun Wei had instructed Li Qing to await their arrival downstairs, and she quickly approached them, respectfully saying, "Mr. Lin, please follow me." They strode into the elevator, leaving the guard bewildered. What on earth just happened? The general manager personally welcomed 2 security guards into the company? Is it true that she is so approachable? Inside the elevator, Li Qing swiftly briefed Lin Hao on the current situation. At the shareholders' meeting, many small and medium shareholders, under pressure from SoftBank and UBR, had aligned themselves with Smith. Those unable to attend in person had also expressed their support for Smith via video conference. Apart from Lin Hao's absence as the second-largest shareholder, Only a handful of shareholders with close ties to Chen Wei and Li Qing continued to support them, but their numbers paled in comparison to Smith's faction. Mr. Lin, my Chen Wei has reached a consensus. If you can assist us in thwarting Smith, we would be willing to support your candidacy for the new chairman of Didi Company, Li Qing asserted earnestly before they exited the elevator. Let us first deal with Smith, Lin Hao replied noncommittally, stepping out of the elevator. Meanwhile, in the conference room, shareholder voting was underway. Each share corresponded to a vote. Have you made your decision, Chen Wei? Smith, the representative of SoftBank and UBR, smugly addressed him. I currently possess a voting block of 40 from SoftBank and UBR, coupled with the votes of other small shareholders, bringing my total to 44. Meanwhile, you and Li Qing combined hold only 16. Even with the support of your few allied shareholders, your total cannot surpass 20. The disparity is clear, is it not? Chen Wei, I can offer you an opportunity. If you concede now and transfer your votes to me, I can assure you a position as vice chairman once I assume the role of chairman. As for Li Qing, she may serve as vice general manager. Smith, a fair-skinned American, beamed with arrogance at Chen Wei. Didi Company S60 equity was now divided among 40 firmly backing Smith, while only 16 stood with Chen Wei and Li Qing, with the remaining shareholders either wavering or abstaining. As for Lin Hao, whose shares accounted for the remaining 20, he had been absent since the meeting was announced. Thus, everyone presumed he would not attend, effectively granting Smith a decisive advantage. Chen Wei's face turned ashen as he regarded the gloating Smith, rendered speechless. Smith's so-called vice chairman and vice general manager positions were mere ceremonial titles. Should Chen Wei acquiesce, he would relinquish all control over Didi, allowing it to fall entirely into foreign hands. Chen Wei, cease this futile struggle and admit defeat. Smith jeered, relishing Chen Wei's despair. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, revealing Lin Hao and Chen Xiaochun, still clad in their security uniforms, with Li Qing following closely behind. Li Qing, why have you brought 2 security guards into the meeting? Smith's expression darkened at the unexpected intrusion. Chapter 193. The Reversal of Foreign Capital. Evidently, the small shareholders who expressed their support for Lin Hao were all individuals who had learned of Lin Wu's true identity through various channels. Although each of them held only a small share, ranging from a mere 1% to a maximum of 2%. Collectively, their contributions amounted to a significant percentage. Their support for Lin Hao was largely influenced by prominent figures such as Ma Tenghua, Wang Jianxin, Lu Shidong, and Li Hongyan, who had extended their goodwill toward the newly minted billionaire, Lin Wu. In an instant, the tide of the situation shifted dramatically. Smith garnered a mere 4% of the votes, while the combined votes for Chen Wei and Lin Hao soared to an impressive 24%. Moreover, the votes in favor of Lin Hao continued to increase as the remaining uninformed small shareholders began to inquire among themselves about the sudden support for Lin Wu. They quickly uncovered the truth. This individual, dressed in a security uniform, was indeed the newly crowned billionaire. No wonder Chen Wei held him in such high regard. Thus, even if they did not actively support Lin Hao, they certainly did not wish to oppose him. As a result, many undecided small shareholders cast their votes in favor of Lin Hao, and even those who had previously supported Smith began to retract their votes and redirect them toward Lin Hao and Chen Wei. Before long, Smith's support began to dwindle dramatically, plummeting from 4% to less than 1%. In stark contrast, the support for Lin Hao and Chen Wei continued to rise steadily, reaching a decisive majority. Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful to you, Chen Wei and Li Qing expressed with unbridled excitement. Not so fast. The shareholders' meeting is not yet concluded. Smith interjected with a cold smirk. With that, he swiftly moved to the side and made several urgent phone calls. It was clear he was contacting his backers at SoftBank and UBR. This board meeting was originally orchestrated by SoftBank and UBR to wrest control from Chen Wei and Li Qing. Smith was merely a pawn in their game. Shortly after, Smith returned to the table, a mocking smile plastered across his face. Lin Hao, Chen Wei, I shall show you what true power looks like, he declared triumphantly. Smith, you have already lost. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide? Chen Wei retorted sharply. You are mistaken, Chen Wei. Do you think your temporary victory was achieved through your own merit? You owe it all to this young man named Lin Wu. While he may possess some influence over the small shareholders, In the eyes of SoftBank and UBR, he is but a mere footnote. Smith stated unapologetically. What do you mean by that, Smith? Chunwei asked, taken aback. You will find out soon enough. They are merely opportunists. Do you really think you can rely on them? Smith sneered. Enough with your bravado. Chunwei attempted to argue further. Let us observe the proceedings. Lin Hao interjected calmly. Very well, Mr. Lin, Chunwei replied, immediately silencing himself in respect. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, numerous influential business figures who had previously supported Lin Hao were receiving calls from abroad. Is this Mr. Ma Tenghua from Alibaba? Hello, I am the secretary of Mr. Sun from SoftBank. Mr. Sun is currently in a meeting but wishes for you to cease any involvement in the board affairs of Didi immediately, ideally siding with the SoftBank and UBR consortium. Mr. Sun will discuss this with you personally shortly. Good day, Mr. Ma Tenghua from Penguin Company. I am James, the investment director at MIH Group. Regarding the board affairs of your Didi company, Mr. Thompson, the rotating chairman of MIH Group, hopes you can immediately cease your involvement. After all, both Penguin Company and UBR are excellent investments of MIH, and we wish to avoid any conflict or misunderstanding between the two. Hello, Mr. Wang Jensen. Concerning the struggle for control of Didi Company, we kindly ask for your cooperation. Hello, Mr. Li Hongyan. One by one, these transcontinental calls reached various titans of industry. The likes of Ma Tenghua, Wang Jensen, and Li Hongyan had ascended to prominence in the business world, inevitably supported by foreign capital. Just as Chunwei founded Didi and emerged as a business mogul, so too had these figures navigated their own paths to success, albeit with a stronger hold on corporate governance. However, they remained susceptible to the influence of foreign capital. These calls originated from the controlling entities of SoftBank and UBR, the very stakeholders in the battle for Didi Company. They demanded that the domestic business leaders refrain from intervening in the board voting process. Of course, non-intervention was merely a faade. Their true intention was to secure the support of these domestic business magnates to consolidate SoftBank and UBR's control over Didi. Within the conference room, the dynamics began to shift. A small shareholder with a mere 1% stake was the first to retract his vote, which had initially been cast for Lin Hao and Chunwei. After a moment's hesitation, he redirected his vote to Smith. Apologetically, he glanced at Lin Hao and Chunwei, murmuring, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, Mr. Chun, but Mr. Ma from SoftBank and UBR has just contacted us. We must heed his guidance. What? Smith, you are playing dirty. Chunwei realized the implications, his anger mounting. In the modern commercial landscape, the intricate relationships between capital can exert significant influence. The backing of SoftBank and UBR could sway domestic business leaders, who in turn could profoundly affect the smaller shareholders. Thus, the capital behind SoftBank and UBR effectively controlled most of the small shareholders present. What hope remained? The odds appeared insurmountable. Chapter 195. The Capital War. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin and Mr. Chun. As you are aware, SoftBank holds a significant stake in Alibaba. Although Mr. Sun has historically refrained from interference, his insistence on involvement this time could pose challenges for Mr. Ma. The minor shareholder, noticing Chunwei's agitation, hurriedly elaborated. In the nascent days of Alibaba, beset by funding pressures, it had accepted substantial investments from SoftBank, consequently relinquishing a considerable portion of its shares. Despite Alibaba's dual-class share structure, Mr. Ma cannot entirely evade SoftBank's influence. After all, even after multiple dilutions and substantial disposals, SoftBank remains Alibaba's largest shareholder. Haha, Chunwei and that fellow named Lin Hao. How are things? I have long maintained that relying on those opportunists will ultimately lead to disappointment. All I need to do is apply a bit more pressure, and they will naturally gravitate towards my side. Smith laughed heartily at Chunwei's furious expression. Humph, he merely holds 1% of the shares, which cannot alter the overall situation, Chunwei retorted, forcing himself to remain composed. You are mistaken, Chunwei. First, it is not a mere 2%. It is a subtraction of 1% on your end and an addition of 2% on mine, resulting in a 2% disparity between us. Second, do you believe he is the only one shifting allegiances? You are mistaken. Many are changing sides, all of them are opportunists. Smith boasted with palpable glee. Soon, another minor shareholder received a phone call, reluctantly rising to retract his 5,000th vote from Lin Hao and Chen Wei, redirecting it towards Smith. I apologize, but MIH has exerted considerable pressure on Mr. Ma Tenghua, Mr. Lin and Mr. Chen. I hope you can understand. The minor shareholder expressed with deep regret. If SoftBank is Alibaba's largest shareholder, then MIH is the foremost shareholder of Penguin. The narrative remains unchanged. During its formative years, due to a lack of funds, Penguin was on the brink of closure, and MIH seized the opportunity to acquire a significant stake in the company. On the Penguin board, MIH occupies more than 2 seats. Therefore, how could Ma Tenghua disregard MIH's perspective? Moreover, MIH has conveniently invested in UBR. Thus, it is natural for MIH to desire a merger of UBR and SoftBank to secure control over Didi. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. Mr. Li Hongyan is under immense pressure, and we must retract our votes in favor of Mr. Smith. Another minor shareholder approached, expressing his regret yet necessity to Lin Hao and Chen Wei. I am sorry, Mr. Wang just received a call as well. Due to Yida Group's financial pressures, he can no longer support you, Mr. Lin. I am terribly sorry. Following this, one after another, minor shareholders withdrew their votes previously cast for Lin Hao and Chen Wei, reluctantly transferring their support to Smith. Ha ha ha. So how is it, Chen Wei and Lin Wu? Do you now comprehend the might of SoftBank and UBR behind me? Let me enlighten you. You are utterly unaware of the true power of Wang. Smith exclaimed with triumphant laughter. Do not be so smug, Smith. Chen Wei growled in anger. However, his face was etched with despair, for he acknowledged the truth in Smith's words. The alliance of SoftBank and UBR was indeed formidable. They were not even a match. In fact, this is not merely a Didi case. Domestically, numerous major enterprises are similarly constrained by foreign capital. The strategy employed by these foreign investors involves capitalizing on the urgent funding needs of local startups, casting a wide net to invest in as many promising firms as possible, thereby securing stakes in these potential giants. Once these companies flourish, they leverage their direct holdings and those they can influence to gain control and reap the rewards. In China, leading figures like Ma Tian and Ma Tenghua have established dual-class shares and board veto strategies to mitigate foreign capital's control, but they can only resist to a certain degree. Unless it leads to mutual destruction, they do not dare to confront foreign capital head-on. Thus, at this moment, Ma Tian, Ma Tenghua, Wu Jian, Li Hongyan, and others, despite recognizing the opportunity to win over the newly affluent Lin Hao, reluctantly made the opposite choice. The foreign capital has deeply infiltrated Penguin, Alibaba, Yida, and Chengdu. Indeed, the reason why companies like Penguin, Alibaba, Yida, and Chengdu can exert control over numerous local firms and influence many minor shareholders of Didi is due to similar early investment strategies akin to those of foreign capital. Hence, the capital behind UBR and SoftBank can significantly impact Penguin, Alibaba, Yida, and Chengdu, while these companies can, in turn, greatly influence even more minor firms, including the many small shareholders of Didi. As a result, Smith, representing UBR and SoftBank, revels in his triumph and arrogance. Quickly, Smith's support surged from the lowest point, soon surpassing the 50 threshold, achieving an overwhelming advantage. Ha ha ha! Lin Hao, Chen Wei, do you now understand what true power is? Smith triumphantly lit a thick cigar, savoring a puff. Mr. Lin, we have lost. Thank you, Chen Wei said, lowering his head in despair, addressing Lin Wu. Mr. Lin, regardless of the outcome, we appreciate your assistance. Li Qing approached, his eyes red with emotion. Chen Wei and Li Qing, from Didi's inception, had served as chairperson and general manager, respectively, leading Didi through innumerable business battles, transforming it into the colossal entity it is today. Yet now, they watched helplessly as the fruits of their labor were poised to be seized by others, facing the grim reality of being ousted from their own company, a profound tragedy. Amidst Chen Wei and Li Qing's sorrowful gazes, Lin Hao sighed, shaking his head. Very well, since it has come to this, let us demonstrate to them what true power truly entails.